Chen Qing acquires the Demon Suppression Tower, housing 12 ghostly positions along with a mysterious primary position. Finally gathering all 12 spirits, a silhouette materializes in the main position, Zhong Kui. In his past life, he toiled tirelessly to protect the Jiangpan community, only to be met with ingratitude. In this life, armed with 2 paths of the half-ghost kings, he returns to ensure that all debts are repaid. Chapter 1. 1 month before the apocalypse. Pain, pain, pain. Chen Qing looked down at the knife tip protruding from his chest, gazing at the familiar yet grotesque faces surrounding him, unable to comprehend, unwilling to believe. These were the neighbors and friends he had vowed to protect. How could they turn the blade against him? Why? Chen Qing stumbled, leaning against the wall as he slowly sank to the ground. Why? Morning Kuan scoffed. You hoarded a room full of food while preaching about equitable distribution, and yet most of it has ended up in your own mouth. He was clad in Chen Qing's paper armor, wielding Chen Qing's paper knife to end this world of chaos. The 100 Demons apocalypse had been Chen Qing's greatest reliance. How could it have manifested in him? It was morning dawn. She had clung to Chen Qing that night, personally removing the paper armor that he had never once shed. Morning dawn, Chen Qing managed to turn his head, locking eyes with her amidst the crowd. Upon meeting his gaze, she appeared flustered, yet defiantly declared, I've told you countless times to give the paper armor to my brother. He is my only sibling. Why are you forcing me? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. I have pleaded with you repeatedly to allocate us more food. Yet you always claim there was none. It is you. You have driven me to this desperate state. Stop wasting words with him. Search the place. Let's divide it among us. Familiar faces rushed into the room, eager and frantic. There's nothing here. Nothing at all. All that's left are 2 boxes of instant noodles and half a bag of potatoes. Damn it, where could it be hidden? Chen Qing, where have you stashed the supplies? Chen Qing smiled. Food. It had been consumed long ago. If it weren't for his strict rationing, he would not have lasted until today. Speak quickly, or we shall fry your brother alive. Lu Yanhong seized a little chubby boy by the hair, her face contorted with menace. This was Chun Man, the only family Chen Qing had. Chen Qing, does it hurt? Chun Man gazed expressionlessly at the knife, plunged into Chen Qing's chest. The chubby boy, born with a missing soul, never cried, never smiled. Let it go, I will speak. Lu Yanhong, filled with delight, released the chubby boy. Chen Qing gently embraced him. In a soft voice, he said, Little man, they will not spare you. Do not blame your brother. As he spoke, he pressed the boy against the tip of the knife protruding from his chest. Chen Man cast a glance at the blade embedded in his heart, but only tightened his embrace around Chen Qing. Child. A blind man stumbled in, his voice choked with tears that he collided several times before finally finding Chen Qing's position. His hand was warm with blood. Damn you all! Damn you all! The blind man cried out in anguish. Do you have no conscience at all? Half of the people in other neighborhoods are dead. Not a single soul has perished in our community, and you treat him this way. Get lost. Someone kicked the blind man away. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading modes, such as reader mode, or ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. The blind man stumbled about, wailing in despair, his cries mingling with the terrifying ghostly howls outside. Chen Qing felt his strength rapidly waning with his last ounce of energy. He gazed upon the faces surrounding him, meticulously committing each visage to memory. The figure of his dear brother, Monkey, was conspicuously absent, yet his knife was clutched in the hands of Yang Peak, suggesting that he too had met a tragic fate. Everything is. Chen Qing spoke in a fragmented manner. Chen Qing hurriedly leaned in closer, only to hear Chen Qing whisper coldly into his ear, You remain as foolish as ever. Chen Qing was taken aback. Chen Qing's voice rose slightly. Those things can last for another month. Do not squander them. With that, he fell silent entirely. Chen Qing stood frozen in confusion. What did it mean? What could possibly last for a month? But nearby, a scar-faced man shouted, Where are those things? I heard it too. They can last for a month. We can survive now. At last, Chen Qing comprehended. In this apocalyptic world, Chen Qing had effectively pronounced his death sentence. His face contorted in rage. He delivered a heavy punch to Chen Qing's face. Chen Qing seemed oblivious to the pain. In his final moments, he observed the blood energy igniting on Chen Man's body, transform into a vengeful spirit. Please, let me become a vengeful spirit. Xiao Man, I'm sorry, brother. Chen Qing, what you do not know? Bring me the phone. Chen Man retrieved the worn-out phone and glanced at the time. July 16th, 2055. Only 29 days until the blood moon descends. Reborn. After a moment of stunned silence, Chen Qing gritted his teeth. All right. The heavens have eyes. With only a month remaining before the blood moon's arrival, if he failed to seize this precious time, all the struggles endured in the apocalypse would be in vain. The first wave of demons occurred 30 years ago, erupting in the south, leaving desolation in its wake. It simultaneously marked the dawn of humanity's era of demon taming. In contrast, the north remained relatively stable. Demons existed and demon waves occurred, but the impact was minimal. Of course, sporadic demonic incidents were not uncommon. Tales would occasionally circulate about a family hanging themselves in the eastern part of the city or the gruesome demise of a sugar factory owner. Yet, this fragile tranquility was destined to be shattered. For the second wave of demons was imminent. It promised to be a disaster of equal magnitude to the southern wave from 30 years prior. On the night of August 15th, the blood moon would rise, ushering in an apocalyptic era of demons. On the very first night, at least half of the population would perish. This crimson moon, shrouded in darkness, would linger for a fortnight, followed by another fortnight of daylight in an endless cycle. The most terrifying aspect was that each subsequent demon wave after the blood moon would be twice as potent as the last. Had it not been for those awakened ancient artifacts, humanity would have long since faced extinction. These so-called ancient artifacts encompass relics and antiques. As the blood moon approaches, the malevolent energy awakens, and a majority of these artifacts stir to life. A square-holed coin from a bygone dynasty, a grandmaster's chair, or a family genealogy could all potentially awaken. That IT has been observed that, generally speaking, the older the artifact, the more potent its power seems to be, particularly those that have been venerated by numerous individuals. Chen Qing's aspirations are directed towards the Seven Treasures Demon Tower and the Zhong Kui Demon Suppression painting. The former possesses the mightiest offensive capability in Shiming City, capable of suppressing and controlling 12 demons within its confines. Even the most elite demon tamers can manage only 5. The latter boasts the strongest defense in Shiming City, and the Wu family, who owns this painting, is reputed to be invulnerable, thus attracting many to serve them loyally. Securing both of these extraordinary relics would grant Chen Qing the leverage to navigate the tumultuous realm of the 100 demons with ease. He meticulously inscribed the renowned ancient artifacts from his memory, striving to recall their current locations. The Seven Treasures Demon Tower is situated within the Ghostless Temple's Ghostless Tower, a fact well known to nearly everyone. The Zhong Kui Demon Suppression painting should still reside with the Wu family. The formidable statue of Zhong Kui, visible throughout half the city during the demon tide, has left an indelible mark on the entire Shiming populace. Chen Qing yearned to set forth immediately, yet a heavy lethargy rendered him incapable of even sitting up. Do not move, Chen Man said expressionlessly. Take your medicine first. Chen Qing gazed at the pudgy boy, who was inherently missing a soul. His eyes, slightly stinging with emotion, he could even feel the warmth of Chen Man's blood coursing through him. I apologize for not taking better care of you in the past life. It's all right, Chen Man replied flatly, putting away the cup before returning to his studies. Although Chen Man did not comprehend the reason behind Chen Qing's apology, he instinctively knew to respond with reassurance. Chen Qing observed his retreating figure for a considerable time before regaining his focus. He was determined to acquire both of the extraordinary artifacts. In addition, one must stockpile sufficient provisions. Those who have not endured an apocalyptic scenario cannot fathom the profound satisfaction derived from a morsel of food slipping down one's throat in moments of extreme hunger. Yet, the current predicament is one of financial scarcity. Where does one procure funds? The initial thought is to sell property. Regardless of the circumstances, a significant portion of a Tang citizen's wealth is invariably tied up in real estate. But how can one maximize the financial return? After a moment's contemplation, a solution swiftly materializes, usury. By acquiring multiple property deeds and engaging in several transactions of high-interest loans, one could achieve this. Xiaoman, go and note down the contact number for the loan shark in the corridor. Oh, never mind, just take a picture with your phone. In this 6-story aged complex, one can almost always find contact information for various illicit activities plastered on the walls. A yellowing flyer? That is the mildest of options. Chen Man soon returns. Chen Qing opens the album, and before even perusing it, an eerie voice suddenly resonates. Gold knot. Exchange, gold knot exchange, gold knot. Exchange, gold knot exchange. Abruptly, a diminutive specter, roughly half a meter in height, emaciated and ragged, materializes within the room, burdened by an enormous sack nearly a meter in diameter. This colossal bag is brimming with gold ingots given the density of gold. Its weight must indeed be measured in tons. Gold knot. Exchange, gold knot exchange. The specter continues to leap about, and with a clanging sound, 2 gold ingots tumble from the vast sack. Gold knot. Exchange, gold knot exchange. The specter persists in its exuberant dance, abruptly leaping onto the dining table, landing atop an entire roasted duck, and then vanishing without a trace. Loading more content, please hold on. This site is exclusively accessible via mobile browsers that if you encounter this passage, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, skim mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to a different browser for reading. It felt as though he had leapt into a roasted duck. Chen Qing gazed at the roasted duck, his eyes wide with astonishment. The roasted duck had transformed into a golden duck. Chen Qing, the duck cannot be consumed. Chen Man remarked calmly, his expression unchanging as he gently tapped the golden duck. Yet, Chen Qing remained frozen in disbelief. This was Jiangpan, a malevolent spirit of the highest order, wandering souls, evil spirits, and wicked entities. Evil spirit is a term that denotes a rank above that of a wandering soul, and it does not imply that Jiangpan embodies evil. Chen Qing's thoughts swirled, a sense of shock enveloping him. Ghosts are categorized by virtue and vice, and Jiangpan is the most enigmatic of benevolent spirits, according to legend. If one departs this world with an overwhelming sense of unfulfilled gratitude, they may transform into a wandering soul of deadest spirit of retribution. Jiangpan represents the ascension of such a spirit. He manifests in the presence of those who have shown him kindness, turning random objects around him into gold, just like the golden duck before him. However, who would owe him such a profound debt? If it were in his past life, it would be comprehensible. Chen Qing mused that he had saved half of his neighborhood. But in this life, he was merely an ordinary high school student, if it were indeed a repayment of gratitude from his previous existence manifesting in this one. That notion was rather terrifying, as it suggested that Jiangpan could transcend time itself. He braced himself, weighing the past, which felt at least 40 to 50 pounds. Chen Qing's mouth fell open in astonishment. Could it be that it could sell for around 10 million? The most remarkable feature of this book is the record of 100 ghosts, which meticulously designs a total of 100 distinct spirits, with nearly 700 forms, including their advanced stages, ensuring an abundance of content. Among the mysterious entities are the likes of Jiangpan, White Bone Bodhisattva, Earthly Branch military leaders, and Blood-Dripping Plum Blossom, while the more formidable include Asuras, Rakshasas, Butchers, Martial Scholars, and Emperors. The eerie figures encompass painted skins, crimson robes, plump dolls, coroners, and flower-belted brides, as well as embalmers and everlasting lanterns. Each of these 100 spirits possesses its own evolutionary path. For instance, the commonly encountered drowned ghost can advance to water monkey or kappa with more to unveil later, but I shall refrain from spoilers. The wronged ghost may evolve into the sleepless man or crimson robe, with further developments to come, but I will not divulge. The advancement of spirits requires a spirit catalyst. A spirit catalyst can be an object. For example, the white bone essence needs a dragon bone skeleton to ascend. It may also require certain conditions. A drowned ghost must cause the deaths of 9 individuals to evolve into a water monkey. A seamstress using human skin to craft a wedding dress can ascend into a flower-belted bride upon wearing it. What do you suppose is the spirit catalyst for the lustful ghost? Combat. It does not adhere to the cliché of higher level means greater strength. There are significant counterbalances among different types of ghosts, for instance. While the child ghost is exceedingly peculiar, it shatters upon contact. The everlasting lantern can easily annihilate cities, yet understanding its rules can lead to its own demise. Dear reader, if this is what you wish to see, please feel free to graciously add this to your reading list. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2, When the Legendary Ghost Appears Before Us Under the Blood Moon. Countless eerie tales of supernatural beings abound. Legends speak of various entities, such as the painted skin, the coroner, and the butcher. While there are said to be 100 types of spirits, in truth, humanity has encountered less than 30% of them. The entity, known as the Golden Duck, stands as one of the most enigmatic figures within these strange narratives. Initially regarded merely as a myth, its existence has proven to be startlingly real. However, the roasted duck, intended to commemorate Chen Qing's coming-of-age celebration, originally priced at 18 yuan, unexpectedly appreciated in value by a staggering 50,000 times. With a sense of urgency, but afflicted by fever, he could only await the morrow. The following day, feeling somewhat recovered, Chen Qing carefully stowed the golden duck in his hiking backpack and ventured outside. The largest gold shop in the city, named Baifu Jewelry, awaited him. "I wish to sell 10 gold bars," he stated. The attendant at the counter was momentarily taken aback. Clients of such stature were indeed rare. Assessing Chen Qing, who appeared youthful and dressed in clothing likely not exceeding 50 yuan, she found it hard to believe. Yet, in the service industry, one must not display skepticism. Chen Qing was ushered into the VIP room. With considerable effort, he unveiled the golden duck, leaving the manager momentarily speechless. His first instinct was to deem it counterfeit. His second reaction was also to question its authenticity. A golden duck? Or merely a roasted duck? It was astonishingly lifelike. Every bump on the duck's skin was vividly apparent. Even the half-plucked wings and the remaining feathers seemed astonishingly real. "My family once operated a chain of roasted duck restaurants. This is our treasured gem." Only upon hearing Chen Qing's explanation did the manager harbor a flicker of belief. He summoned an individual to bring forth a spectrometer. Throughout their lives, individuals frequently engage with gold, yet encountering such a colossal golden duck is indeed a rarity. Consequently, the curious gathered in the VIP room to marvel at this extraordinary sight, with several counter attendants even taking turns to witness it. Upon utilizing a spectrometer, the reading revealed an astonishing 100 gold content, confirming that the purity was at least 99.9. This was truly remarkable. "Sir, should you wish to sell this, it will need to be cut," one of the attendants stated. "Proceed with the cutting." Several security personnel were summoned to bring forth a hydraulic cutter, towering at half a person's height. They had long forgotten the last time they had the opportunity to utilize such a magnificent treasure. After considerable effort, a piece of the duck's wing was severed and analyzed with a more precise desktop spectrometer, which again registered an impressive 100 gold content. This indicated a purity level of at least 99.999. The results were astonishing. Density measurements followed, revealing a standard of 1932 GCM, textbook perfect. Subsequently, the gold was melted into liquid form using a blowtorch, and it remained the epitome of pure gold. It was somewhat unbelievable. This was utterly staggering. The sheer enormity of this golden duck equated to the total amount of gold that a jewelry store might recover over the course of 6 months. Soon, a higher-ranking official from a prestigious jewelry store arrived on the scene. To exercise caution, the golden duck was meticulously sliced into approximately 20 pieces. It was then discovered that within the concealed interior, the ribcage was intricately and lifelike sculpted. Was this truly necessary? Was it merely a display of a master craftsman's prowess? The manager of the jewelry store remained with Chen Qing, conversing with polite decorum. At last, the verification of the golden duck was complete. It weighed a total of 33 grams. At today's buyback price of 440, it amounted to 2 million. 9 million. The store manager grinned broadly, his smile almost lopsided. Naturally, the buyback would be at a low price while selling high. This single duck could easily yield a profit of $1 million. With labor costs added, the profit would be even greater. $9 million would be credited, with the remainder to be paid in cash. No problem. Soon, the $9 million was transferred. The cash presented in an exquisite wooden box, which was also brought to Chen Qing. Upon returning home, Chen Qing removed the golden silk lining from the box and wrapped it around the outside. He placed some ropes and a hammer inside, which might be useful for climbing the ghost tower. Chen Man observed intently. Chen Qing, are you planning to sell the house? Chen Qing paused slightly, wondering if his request for Chen Qing to photograph the loan shark had led to this assumption. Did you not say that no matter how poor we become, we must not sell this house? Chen Man's expression was devoid of emotion as he spoke. Do you trust me? Chen Qing crouched down. I do. Chen Man nodded, then shook his head. But if the house is sold, when Chen Shan and Chen Quan return, they will not be able to find us. Chen Shan is father, and Chen Quan is elder brother. Two individuals mysteriously vanished. However, in a previous life, prior to the blood moon, Chen Quan had returned. He left behind for Chen Qing and Chen Man the paper armor and paper sword that allowed them to survive until the third blood moon. Unfortunately, on that day, Chen Qing and Chen Man were not at home and missed the chance to meet. Rest assured, they will call. Chen Qing offered some comforting words, decided against cooking, and opted for takeout instead. After reminding Chen Man to lock the door and go to sleep, he ventured towards the ghostless temple. Bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun, the ghostless temple, though not grand in scale, boasts a rich history. At its entrance stood a modest pavilion inscribed with adults 15 yuan, children 10 yuan, and free entry for children under 110 centimeters. Ordinary attractions had already closed for the day, yet the ghostless temple remained special, as a faint incense still lingered in the air. Chen Qing purchased a ticket and made his way inside, directly seeking the abbot. Upon finding him, the abbot was wearing reading glasses and engrossed in scrolling through short videos. Benefactor, what brings you here? He inquired. I have come to express my gratitude. Chen Qing replied earnestly, gesturing toward a box wrapped in yellow brocade. My grandfather once faced bankruptcy and sought solace in this temple, specifically at was it called the Ghost Suppressing Pagoda? The Ghostless Pagoda, the abbot corrected gently. Ah, yes, the Ghostless Pagoda. After paying his respects there, his fortunes turned, and he passed away peacefully. Thus, I have come today to express my gratitude at the Ghostless Pagoda. Chen Qing rambled on. Recently, my family has also faced misfortunes, so in addition to giving thanks, I wish to spend the night here to cleanse myself of any ill fate. The abbot hesitated. Benefactor, the Ghostless Pagoda has fallen into disrepair and is long since locked. Chen Qing pushed two thick envelopes forward and said, Master, I kindly request your assistance. Although these offerings may seem quite mundane, they are a humble token of appreciation from a devotee of the Buddha. Perhaps they could aid in the repair of the temple gates. The abbot's eyes brightened at this display of generosity. It had been several years since he had encountered such a benevolent benefactor. A smile spread across his face as he replied, Such filial piety must certainly be honored. Well then, let me guide you. With that, he naturally accepted the two envelopes and led Chen Qing around to the back of the temple. The front of the temple had been developed into a respectable area, while the rear remained untouched and primitive. The pathway was overgrown with thick weeds. The abbot turned on the flashlight on his mobile phone, and at long last, Chen Qing beheld the Wugui Pagoda. 7 stories high, it was indeed in disrepair, with each level almost entirely cloaked in cobwebs. After a considerable effort, the abbot finally managed to unlock the door. A rush of musty air and dust greeted them, accompanied by the scurrying sounds of startled mice. Master, it has indeed been a very long time since anyone has attended to this place, the abbot admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Chen Qing shook his head in dismissal. No matter. Without hesitation, he knelt on the dusty meditation cushion, displaying utmost reverence. Amitabha, he chanted. The abbot pressed his palms together in prayer and gradually stepped back. Master, please lock the door, Chen Qing requested. The abbot hesitated for a moment, but complied, securing the door as instructed. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Chen Qing was apprehensive about their concerns. If they were to come over late at night, it would be disastrous. Surveying the surroundings, he was greeted by a musty odor and a haze of dust, with ghastly figures lurking about, occasionally interrupted by the scurrying of mice. Having traversed through the ghostly tide, this place could hardly be deemed terrifying. The Wugui temple fell silent around 9 o'clock at night. By midnight, not a sound could be heard. After sitting for an extended period, Chen Qing, feeling stiff, decided to stretch his limbs and gradually rise. Nearly half of Shiming City was aware that the Mo Tower of Qibao Town originated from the Wugui Temple, specifically from the 7th floor. Chen Qing lightened his footsteps, switched on his flashlight, and ascended step by step, the floorboards creaking beneath him. He slowly reached the 2nd floor, where a sculpture awaited, a ghost impaled to the ground, howling in agony. The 3rd floor also housed a sculpture, featuring a ghost tightly bound by ropes. Sculptures adorned the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors as well. Chen Qing then furrowed his brow. The staircase to the 7th floor was broken. Although he had prepared a rope, he lacked the necessary grappling tools. He gently pried loose a brick from the window, tied it to the end of the rope, and tossed it towards the stairwell entrance. A dull thud echoed, and a cascade of dust poured from the cracks in the floorboards above. With a sudden tug, the brick was smoothly dragged down. Chen Qing retrieved the fallen brick, furrowing his brow in concern. The temple was neither particularly large nor small, and the commotion was unlikely to reach the main temple. Yet what if it did? Contemplating this, he wound a thick length of rope around the brick and tossed it once more. Bang! Another muffled thud echoed through the air. Chen Qing grasped the rope, shaking it vigorously in hopes of snagging something. However, once again, his efforts met with failure. He persisted, attempting a 3rd, 4th time, approximately 20 attempts later. At last, as Chen Qing swung the rope once more, the supple cord suddenly tautened. It had caught onto something. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. After testing its sturdiness with a few tugs, he secured the rope around his foot and gradually ascended to the 7th floor. Shining his flashlight, Chen Qing was taken aback. At the end of the rope, a ghastly figure with a green face and sharp teeth was clutching it, winking at him. Chapter 3. The first artifact acquired. Chen Qing was taken aback, almost losing his balance, and quickly rolled aside to grasp the hammer at his waist. However, the apparition before him was merely a ghostly sculpture, its hand ensnared by a rope. Gazing at the statue, a lingering fear gripped his heart. Having endured the onslaught of specters, he could not dismiss this as mere figment of his imagination. Tentatively, he struck it with his hammer, producing a dull thud. The sound resonated not like that of stone, but akin to hardened leather or jerky. A chill ran down his spine. Yet regardless of its authenticity, retreat was not an option. Even if phantoms lurked within the tower, he would bravely press onward. On the 7th floor, numerous ghostly statues stood, all grotesquely contorted, as if overwhelmed by the weight of the tower above them. Protective talismans and bronze gourds were typically affixed to the beams. The space on the 7th level was modest, and Chen Qing could easily reach the highest point by standing on tiptoe. Yet, the first beam yielded nothing. The second, still nothing. The third. Soon, he was coated in dust, having found not a single item. How could this be? Chen Qing, momentarily lost in thought, meticulously searched the 8 main beams once more, but to no avail. Subsequently, he examined every wall and inch of the floor with great care, yet still found nothing. Was this some cruel jest from the tower's master? Chen Qing clenched his teeth in frustration. His gaze suddenly fell upon the 7th floor's sculpture, a tower, suppressing a multitude of spirits, their insides ruptured. In this statue, Chen Qing resolutely refused to leave empty-handed. Even if he were to dismantle and crush the entire 7 layers, he would relentlessly seek it out. If the 7th layer is absent, then he would pursue the 6th, the 5th, the 4th. Armed with a hammer, he swung it down with unwavering resolve. striking the pinnacle of the sculpture. Crack! Chunks of stone flew, sparks scattered like fireflies. Chen Qing's heart sank. As the content loads, please bear with us. This site is exclusively accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies a failure to load the chapter's content. Kindly disable any reading modes, such as browser reading mode and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. This was sculpted from a solid block of stone. The tower could not possibly be contained within. If it were a clay sculpture, perhaps it could be concealed inside. But a solid stone? How could that be? Yet, at that moment, Chen Qing seemed possessed, relentlessly hammering away. The sound of cracking echoed. Suddenly, a clear metallic chime rang out. Startled from his stupor, Chen Qing looked again, and to his astonishment, the tip of a small tower emerged from the center of the stone sculpture. He had found it. A surge of joy coursed through him. A quarter of an hour later, the entirety of the small tower was revealed. Chen Qing grasped the tower's body, tugging fiercely, only to unexpectedly release his grip. Bang! Chen Qing fell back onto the ground, clutching the Demon Suppression Tower. At that moment, a chilling aura erupted from the hollow where the tower resided. Hiss! Whoosh! Whispers brushed past him, as if a breath were blown into his ear. The air was thick with spectral energy, teeming with ghostly apparitions, most of which appeared somewhat ethereal and indistinct. However, one particular figure stood out, remarkably solid, rhythmically tapping on a bamboo tube as it passed through walls. Each resounding strike reverberated deep within Chen Qing's soul, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Clenching the magic restraining tower protectively against his chest, he uttered, "All evils retreat. All evils retreat. All evils retreat. Thank you, young master, for your rescue." A sweet voice circled around Chen Qing, emerging from a woman of ancient allure who held a flower-adorned umbrella. Her visage was somewhat nebulous, yet instinctively, Chen Qing sensed she was an extraordinary beauty. A ghostly woman with an umbrella? His heart raced, but he could not recall such a figure from his memories. After a prolonged moment, the commotion subsided, leaving an eerie stillness. Yet, several spirits on the 7th floor of the ghost-restraining tower seemed caught off guard, dazed and bewildered. These were the lowest-tier F-grade wandering souls, also known as nascent spirits, fragile enough to shatter upon the slightest contact, posing virtually no threat to humans. Naturally, Chen Qing would not provoke them and promptly retreated. He descended to the 1st floor, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Before him stood a small iron tower, approximately the size of a water bottle, exquisitely crafted with clear, delicate window panes. This was the Ghost-Restraining Tower, the 7 Treasures Ghost-Restraining Tower, one of the 2 great ancient artifacts of Shiming City. With this in his possession, Chen Qing and his companions were essentially secure. However, as he surveyed the myriad footprints within the tower, a frown creased his brow. Time hurried on. Soon, dawn began to break faintly. A young monk hurried into the abbot's chamber. "Master, last night there was a commotion at the Wugui Tower." Commotion? The abbot furrowed his brow, as he was well aware that it was due to the presence of someone inside. He casually remarked, "There is a devoted benefactor who wishes to spend the night within." "Oh." The young monk was about to leave when he turned back and added, "But the sounds I heard came from the 4th or 5th floor." "Oh." The abbot could no longer remain seated. Without even donning his robe, he swiftly took the keys and, accompanied by the young monk, hurried towards the Wugui Tower. Upon quickly unlocking the door, a thick cloud of dust rushed forth, akin to smoke. The entire tower was enveloped in dust, causing the abbot to cough several times. After calling out multiple times, Chen Qing's voice echoed down from the upper floors. "I'm coming." In the next moment, a figure covered in dust, nearly unrecognizable, appeared on the 1st floor. "You, benefactor, what is this?" The abbot was taken aback. "Oh, I noticed the dust was quite thick, so I thought I might tidy up a bit," Chen Qing replied, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Master, do you have a basin of water? Many of the statues have accumulated dust and require a thorough cleaning." "Oh, and I accidentally stepped through a hole. I am uncertain how to compensate for that." Chen Qing's footprints were scattered all over the tower, impossible to conceal. He decided to feign tidying up, thus masking his traces leading to the top of the tower. No, no, no. The abbot was greatly moved, yet repeatedly waved his hands. Benefactor, your safety is of utmost importance. Your safety is paramount. This tower has not been maintained for an exceedingly long time. Please do not venture further. He added, as long as one harbors the Buddha in their heart, there is no need to be overly concerned with appearances. Chen Qing hesitated for a moment, but was ultimately rebuffed by the abbot. After a while, a young monk emerged. Master, this benefactor has already swept the 4th floor. The abbot, feeling a sense of shame, remarked, alas, we who chant the Buddha's name daily here are no better than you, a worldly person. Not at all, replied Chen Qing. Please, allow me to invite you to dine at the temple. The politeness carried an underlying message. I beseech you, please stop this. Turning back, Chen Qing retrieved the urn containing the ashes of the demon-subduing tower, and the young monk promptly secured the door with an additional lock. Embracing the urn, Chen Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. While contemporary temples have inevitably adopted a hint of commercialism, their dining practices remain quite austere: steamed buns, porridge, and stir-fried greens, with no trace of meat to be found. As Chen Qing ate, a thought struck him, and he inquired, Master, do you possess the Vajra demon-subduing technique here? I may not recall the name precisely, but it is something along those lines. Is this what you require? My grandfather once mentioned it. He continued. He said this skill can strengthen the body, particularly beneficial for those who practice Buddhism. It does exist. Chen Qing quickly pushed a thick envelope forward. Master, I implore you to grant it to me. Consider my efforts in sweeping the 4 floors of the tower. I am truly devoted to the Buddha. The abbot, taking a bite of steamed bun accompanied by greens, ultimately nodded in approval. Chen Qing was elated, as he had not anticipated such an unexpected gain. This method of physical cultivation was indeed exceptional. Practitioners of body refinement possess numerous advantages under the blood moon, the most significant being their robust vitality, enabling them to incinerate ghostly entities. To a ghost, the fist of a body cultivator is akin to a searing iron. Among the renowned techniques of body cultivation, Chen Qing was aware of this particular one, merely inquiring out of curiosity, yet he was astonished to discover its origin right here. Hope for Chen Man's technique had been rekindled. In his previous life, at the very last moment, Chen Man had unleashed a blinding surge of bloodlight, indicative of innate vitality. After their meal, the two proceeded to his study, where towering shelves brimmed with books. Most were modern publications, while a few older ones dated back 4 or 5 decades. The abbot pulled out a book titled Vajra, Subduing Demons, and handed it to Chen Qing, who was rendered speechless. It was a printed edition, complete with a price tag of 22.8 yuan. Was it reasonable to sell it for 50,000? Chen Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head, and replied, I already possess this edition at home. The abbot appeared somewhat embarrassed and remarked, it was quite worn, I fear. Chen Qing then slipped an envelope into his hands, stating, Master, even if it were in its original state, it likely wouldn't fetch more than 5,000 in the market. However, my grandfather is devoted to Buddhism, so I kindly request your understanding. Since he was aware of the truth, it made no sense to let it slip away. Money was, after all, merely a pile of paper. Even if he had to part with over 1 million, it would be of no consequence. The abbot, beaming with delight, approached a safe while cradling 2 envelopes. To his surprise, there was indeed a safe. Chen Qing, sensing the moment, turned away discreetly. With a series of clicking sounds, the abbot presented a tattered ancient tome to Chen Qing. Inscribed upon it in traditional characters was the title Vajra, Subduing Demonic Arts. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Although it appeared on the verge of disintegration after the blood moon, it would likely be impervious to bullets. Chapter 4. The most powerful defensive artifact acquired. The Yi people's hint of the smoke and fire suggests that after watching the last 200,000, one has obtained the Ghost Suppression Tower, along with the unexpected acquisition of the Vajra demon-subduing technique. The abbot naturally rejoices, for it has been an age since he encountered such a generous benefactor. The next objective is the Zhong Kui capturing ghost painting. Unlike the Ghost Suppression Tower, The Wu family is well aware of the painting's preciousness. In these times, wandering souls roam outside the city at every moment. Even if its peculiarities are not yet apparent, possessing such an ancient artwork in one's home brings a sense of security. Thus, Chen Qing is uncertain about the potential price of this item. Will it be 100,000, a million, or perhaps even more? Upon returning home, Chen Man has already left for school. Suddenly, an idea strikes Chen Qing, and he searches for loan applications in the app market. To his surprise, he finds one, Zhong Kui. Below it, a long list of similar lending platforms awaits. Money is on its way. Chen Qing is elated and clicks to download each one, soon filling his phone with 5 pages of loan applications. He opens the first one, only to discover he can borrow a mere 3,000. A wave of disappointment washes over him. He rummages through the app, finally locating an asset verification feature. After photographing the property deed and completing various information, he returns to the home page, and his borrowing limit has surged to 120,000. What relief! He agrees to all the terms, without exception, including the stipulations against using the funds for real estate or stock trading. Following a series of verification steps, both live and self-identification, he finally sees the full amount of 120,000 deposited into his account. Chen Shan bequeathed practically all of his possessions, this house, to Chen Qing and Chen Man. He and Chen Man had always been frugal, but now, upon beholding the substantial figures in the account, he felt nothing. This accumulation of material possessions would inevitably become obsolete. With a sigh, he navigated to the second application. After some manipulations, he secured a loan of 50,000. Subsequently, the next and the next and the next. He toiled through the night, intending to retire for a restful slumber, but found himself occupied until midday. By this time, his account had swelled by 1.8 million, reaching a grand total of 10.8 million. Should that be sufficient? The most significant expense, naturally, was the Zhong Kui Vanquishing Demons painting. Its value was indeterminate, contingent upon the owner's regard for it, potentially ranging from 200,000 to 300,000 to tens of millions. Chen Qing had to be thoroughly prepared. Furthermore, Chen Qing intended to renovate his residence. While the 2 extraordinary artifacts were for warding off spirits, defenses against human threats were also necessary. Before the ghost surge, the construction of doomsday safe houses was an obscure notion. However, it has since evolved into a business rivaling real estate. The majority of enhancements were designed to counter spectral entities, such as silver sigils adorning the entire dwelling. For instance, the entire house is constructed from peach wood, with the walls layered with black dog blood and glutinous rice, among other things. Furthermore, the expenses for food and clothing are substantial. It feels rather unsettling not to purchase something that weighs over 1,000 tons for mere display. The town demon tower possesses a storage function, yet it remains dormant for the time being. It is merely an ordinary artifact with a hint of significance, destined to awaken during the blood moon, after which acquiring items will become impossible. It is a vicious cycle. Chen Qing pondered and recalled an ancient tomb outside the city, which subsequently became a major source of the ghost tide. Perhaps borrowing some ghostly energy from there could activate the Demon Suppression Tower? Chen Qing, I am back. Chen Qing's residence is on the 6th floor, and the only one capable of calling out to him from the 1st floor is Chen Man. I'm hungry. Upon entering the room, Chen Man noticed that Chen Qing had not prepared any food, but she said nothing. She proceeded to the kitchen, standing on a small stool, washing and rinsing, and ultimately cooking rice in the rice cooker. After that, she approached a rather dilapidated small table, spread open her books, and began her homework. Unsurprisingly, she called out for help on the first question. Chen Qing, I don't understand the first one. The second question was no different. Chen Qing, I can't solve the second one. Chen Qing, I don't understand the third one. Chen Qing had long since grown accustomed to this, and patiently offered his guidance. Chen Man is quite considerate, albeit rather simple-minded. The following day, Chen Qing treated himself to a new mobile phone, donned a fresh outfit, and had a thorough grooming session at the barbershop. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, with slick-back hair, a suit, and a briefcase, he appeared to have aged 5 or 6 years. He finally arrived at the doorstep of the Wu family villa. Though not the pinnacle of luxury, it was quite impressive. He knocked on the door. A young man emerged, gazing at Chen Qing with curiosity. "Who are you?" he inquired. "My name is Li Qing. I have come on behalf of a foreign acquaintance to discuss a business proposition." As he spoke, Chen Qing presented a bag filled with fresh, succulent fruits. "Business?" The young man appeared puzzled, yet he nonetheless welcomed Chen Qing inside. Before long, a middle-aged man descended from the second floor. Chen Qing immediately stood to greet him. "I am Wu Xiaoman. It is a pleasure to meet you." The two took their seats. "Forgive my intrusion, but I was informed that a foreign friend has expressed interest in your exquisite Zhong Kui subduing demons painting," Chen Qing remarked with a smile. "Indeed, that foreign friend is quite discerning." Chapter 5. Your name is Huang Qian, isn't it? Upon leaving the Wu family, Chen Qing was nearly elated to the point of leaping with joy. "Mrs. Wu, you are indeed a divine ally." It was evident that Wu Xiaoman was reluctant to sell, and if he were named a price, it would likely be exorbitantly high, making negotiations exceedingly difficult. However, Mrs. Wu's attempt to seize an advantage inadvertently granted her a tremendous benefit. Joyfully returning to the neighborhood, she chanced upon a group of children encircling Chunman, wild children, born but unloved. Wild children, scavenging buns from the trash. "I won't scavenge buns," Chunman declared, having evidently taken a few blows, his nose bleeding. "I only collect bottles to exchange for money to buy buns." Laughter erupted from the other children. The eldest among them, around 10 years old, was named Huang Qian, a child from a neighboring family. He seized Chunman's cheek, twisting it vigorously, exclaiming, "Look at this little trash. He doesn't T-dodge when hit, nor does he retort when scolded. A natural punching bag." Chen Qing gritted her teeth and rushed forward, firmly grasping Huang Qian's hand, eliciting a sharp crack. "Ouch, that hurts." Huang Qian's expression shifted, tears welling up in his eyes. "Chen Qing, have you lost your mind? You are laying hands on a child." A woman burst forth from a nearby shop, forcefully shoving Chen Qing. Chen Qing staggered, but did not release her grip, coldly regarding the woman. Lu Yanhong, the owner of the snack shop in Jiangpan community. She bore her share of the blame for the group that committed murder. "As he struck my younger brother, you turned a blind eye in the store. Now you dare to label him a child? Release me. I shall tear you apart." Lu Yanhong shouted fiercely. Her dry, jagged nails dug deeply into Chen Qing's hand, breaking the skin. Blood oozed from the wound, yet Chen Qing refused to let go, tightening his grip even further. Huang Qian wept bitterly. Lu Yanhong, in a state of urgency, demanded, "Let go. I swear I'll tear you apart." Suddenly, she released Chen Qing's hand and lunged at his eyes with her fingers. Chen Qing sidestepped, evading her claws. Releasing his hold, he smiled. Very well. He turned to leave with Chunman, who was dragging a large bag that clinked with numerous empty bottles. Chen Qing crouched down, gently ruffling his hair, filled with compassion. "Little man, you need not collect bottles anymore. More content is loading. Please hold on." This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. However, Chen Shan's money is nearly exhausted. "Well, I have earned a great deal." Chen Qing opened the envelope given by Mrs. Wu, revealing it packed with bright red bills. "Look, isn't it plenty?" Chen Man leaned in for a closer look, shaking his head. "I can't count this much. Regardless, I won't need to collect bottles anymore. Do you understand?" Chen Man remained expressionless, yet serious. "All right then." Two individuals, burdened by hardship, meticulously allocate every penny while striving to earn each coin through their limited means. The prospect of exchanging a mere bun or an eraser justifies their scavenging efforts. Dignity? It is only the pampered child cradled in comfort who possesses the audacity to raise a ruckus. These two have always been exemplary in their understanding. From now on, no matter who strikes you, be sure to tell me, understood? Understood. You may return home now. Oh, Chen Man departed. Chen Qing approached a trash bin, where 3 homeless children rummaged through its contents. The northern tide of despair was gentle, yet claimed many lives, giving rise to a multitude of street children living like mice. The trio bore grimy faces and exuded a foul odor, warily observing Chen Qing. He produced a large red banknote, handing it to one of the homeless children, pointing towards Liu Yanhong's eatery. Go and create some mischief in that snack shop. The child beamed with delight. Chen Qing then revealed 2 more red notes, offering them to the other 2, gesturing towards Huang Can, who was performing some antics. Go and give him a good beating. This is your reward. The trio erupted with joy. One of them seized a brick and cautiously approached the entrance of Yanhong's snack shop. The oil pot bubbled ominously, with occasional bursts of hot oil that stung the skin. The homeless child hurled the brick into the pot with all his might and fled. Crash! Splat! Oil SBL in the apocalyptic world of the end of the 100 Demons. I became the most powerful ghost master. How could a middle-aged woman, with her greasy half-body, possibly catch up to the elusive, rat-like street children? Huang Can, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, gazed at his mother, who was frantically shouting and running toward the street. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck him, leaving him dazed. Stumbling, he encountered a filthy street child, approximately his age. You! Huang Can stammered, instinctively retreating 2 steps while covering his face. He had always harbored a fear of these wretched children. Another sharp slap. At the same moment, another street child landed a punch on his face. So you're Huang Can. His vision was filled with stars as blood gushed forth. Dazed, he waved his hands in an attempt to push the 2 away, only to be tripped and fall to the ground. The 2 street children surged upon him, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. Huang Can, cradling his head, cried out in despair. As the 2 children noticed the many adults watching, they seized his face and yanked it violently. They then unleashed a flurry of punches at the exposed areas of his mouth and hands before frantically fleeing the scene. With his nose and mouth smeared in blood, Huang Can wailed, ah. Meanwhile, Chen Qing observed the entire scene with indifference. In comparison to his and Xiaoman's lives, this was nothing, merely insignificant. He had to safeguard this group of people, slowly wearing them down amidst the ghostly tide. With this thought lingering in his mind, Chen Qing entered the bank and retrieved an envelope, a deposit. He deposited a sum of 75 million. The counter attendant requested Chen Qing to wait a moment, then hurriedly followed him outside. Good day, sir, she said earnestly, presenting him with a card. Sir, your deposit has reached the standard for a silver card at our bank. She elaborated on a myriad of benefits, including discounts on fuel, half-price movie tickets, complimentary car washes, and free services at designated hair salons. As more content loaded, a notification appeared. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Chen Qing found himself at a loss for words. Logically, these perks should be offered to those with modest savings, not to someone like him who already possessed a silver card. Why were all the good things reserved for the affluent? Acknowledging the card, he was about to leave when the attendant once again obstructed his path. This time, she began to promote insurance and funds, boasting guaranteed returns of 8, potentially reaching as high as 12. Chen Qing was uninterested, and even the prospect of 1,200 did not pique his curiosity. Growing increasingly impatient, he noticed the attendant sensed his disinterest. Mechanically, she opened a booklet and mentioned the construction of safe houses. At this point, she seemed reluctant to continue her pitch, closing the booklet with a polite smile. I apologize for taking up so much of your time, sir. What did you say? Safe houses? Chen Qing inquired, intrigued. Did the bank offer such services? The attendant's eyes lit up, and she gestured invitingly. Please, sir, let us proceed to the VIP lounge upstairs. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, anticipation filled the air. In the lobby on the 1st floor, 3 tall and strikingly beautiful young women were engaged in business. Among them, one stood out for her exceptional beauty, gazing in astonishment at Chen Qing's silhouette. If Chen Qing were to turn around, she would undoubtedly recognize her as the foremost name on the assassination list, Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi contemplated something, approaching the spot where Chen Qing had just made a deposit, and picked up the discarded empty envelope. A glance at the back revealed the words Shiming Securities embossed in small gold letters. Her gaze instantly narrowed. Being preoccupied with the idea of associating with the wealthy, She was well aware that securities firms operate on a tiered system. The ordinary envelopes from Qing Securities bore red lettering, while silver indicated total assets of 5 million, and gold denoted an astounding 50 million. Could it be that Chen Qing possessed such wealth? Unbeknownst to her, this envelope originated from the Wu family, and Chen Qing was completely unaware of the location of Qing Securities. Gold lettering. Beside Cheng Shi, Fu Ye glanced towards the second floor. Did I just see that correctly? Wasn't that the Chen Qing who seemed to have pursued you? Cheng Shi smiled, a sweet and enchanting smile, and emphasized, not someone who pursued me. She is still pursuing me. Chapter 6. The most cost-effective food in the apocalypse is actually this. Before the outbreak of the ghost tide, the concept of a safe house was a niche topic. Those interested in safe houses were primarily individuals obsessed with apocalyptic novels, brainwashed by cults, or excessively cautious about their lives. Following the eruption of the ghost tide, accompanied by a surge in crime rates, the notion of a safe house transformed from mere speculation to a pressing reality. From a mere alloy door to comprehensive supplies for survival, the demand for safe houses skyrocketed, driving prices to exorbitant heights. Decades ago, during the southern ghost tide outbreak, a staggering 9 out of 10 homes stood vacant. This phenomenon sparked a frenzy for safe houses even in the northern regions, untouched by the tide. However, in recent years, people have come to realize that the ghost tide is not as terrifying as once feared, particularly in the north, where encounters with spirits are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the proliferation of new safe house companies has led to a decline in prices. The representative attending to Chen Qing was Manager Jean from the Dongfang Bupo Safe House Company, which specializes in ghost defense. Their walls are fortified with layers of black dog blood, glutinous rice, and black donkey hooves, among other protective elements, all enhanced by master-crafted talismans. In contrast, the Sambai Weisher Company focuses on protection from humans, utilizing materials such as aluminum alloy, titanium alloy, chrome moly steel, and tungsten steel, with hardness ratings ranging from 35 to 70 HRC. Their facilities include surveillance cameras, generators, diesel storage, and weaponry, as well as medical supplies. While firearms are semi-legal, silver-coated bullets are capable of inflicting penetrating wounds on spirits. Such wounds can be lethal to humans. However, a spirit with numerous holes can still run a marathon. Thus, the primary focus of their armaments remains the defense against human threats. According to the regulations regarding illumination surfaces, there are stipulations concerning the permissible quantities of firearms, ammunition, and the shapes of projectiles, which typically ensure that lethality is minimized. However, the practical scope for manipulation is considerable. With slight modifications to the standards, it remains feasible to inflict harm. Chen Qing inquired meticulously about each detail. With the presence of the Zhong Kui diagram, his focus was solely on defense against human threats. Thus, any measures intended to ward off malevolent spirits could be rather lax. However, robust defenses against human intrusions, such as alloy walls and firearms, must be meticulously arranged. Furthermore, an array of deterrents including pepper spray, electric batons, and tear gas would only enhance the security measures. The hardness of tungsten steel reaches an impressive HRC 70. Although a chromium molybdenum steel with a rating of 65 is more advisable. Should we summon representatives from the 300 Guardians Company for a discussion? Indeed, Chen Qing nodded in affirmation. Soon, the representatives from the 300 Guardians Company arrived, exhibiting a level of professionalism surpassing that of Manager Jean. Good day, Mr. Chen. My name is Yang, and here's my business card. Have you considered establishing a small farm? He inquired. If your space permits, you could create a vertical farm utilizing our recommended crops, which can yield approximately 3 kilograms of vegetables per square meter per week. For staple foods, I recommend potatoes, such as the Qing Shu 90 variety. With proper control of temperature and humidity, an output of 90 kilograms can be achieved in just 80 days. The fertilizers used in the soil are specially formulated by us, combined with organic fertilizers, notably human waste, which can be recycled around 300 times. Even under intensive cultivation, the land can remain productive for up to 50 years. Loading more content, please wait. This site exclusively supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, It indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to access it in another browser. Additionally, a rainwater collection system merely requires a reserved opening to extend the collection rod, which can gather approximately 1 liter of water daily. On rainy or overcast days, this amount increases significantly. The medical room is equipped with common medications to address minor ailments, along with a decentralized intravenous setup that allows for self-administration of fluids, including antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, effectively treating most ailments. Moreover, there is an entertainment room housing an extensive library of 200 terabytes of novels and comics, approximately 900 billion words of literature, consisting of around 100,000 web novels, each averaging 5 million words, and 60,000 animated works encompassing various genres, including action, combat, romance, and adult themes. The gaming section boasts a total size of 1.9 petabytes, featuring about 5,000 large-scale games and approximately 200,000 mini-games. The gaming consoles utilize highly advanced chips, graphics cards, and memory, ensuring robust performance that can last for over a decade, with spare parts readily available. The video storage capacity is around 3.1 petabytes, enabling the storage of approximately 6 million hours of video at 1080p resolution. This collection includes movies, television series, and variety shows tailored to suit your preferences. The gym is equipped with silicone dolls, and the key components can be replaced. The safe house has undergone significant development over the years and is now remarkably well equipped, offering a plethora of leisure activities. Whatever Chen Qing could conceive, others have already devised highly professional solutions. Currently, the primary issue is the inadequacy of space to accommodate such an array of facilities. Should one consider relocating? High-rise buildings are immediately ruled out due to the prevalence of malevolent spirits. The options in a 6-story complex appear limited as well. The riverside community, situated by the water, is advantageous since most spirits, apart from those who have perished in the depths, harbor a fear of water. The community is bordered by streets on all 4 sides, resembling a formidable wall, while Chen Qing's home occupies a central position, which is also quite favorable, with an area of several hundred square meters. It is essential for the property to receive ample sunlight. What might such a residence cost? It either has to be a villa or a manor. In the villa district of the western city, a 3-story villa typically costs around 7 million, encompassing approximately 300 square meters and accompanied by a 70 square meter garden. Chen Qing was greatly intrigued. What would it cost to establish a safe house in a villa? It might be somewhat extravagant, as 300 square meters is considerable. Furthermore, a family farm necessitates a fully enclosed protective structure, bringing the price to around 26 million. Chen Qing was rendered speechless. However, he mentally calculated that regardless of the approach taken, the cost of such a villa would not be cheap. The necessity of a family farm is undeniable. Although he often dismissed the sight of cabbages and tomatoes in ordinary times, the craving for vegetables could drive one to madness in an apocalyptic scenario. My residence is situated on the top floor, and I ponder whether these additions to the rooftop can withstand the load. Mr. Chen, you may be unaware that the structural design strength of the buildings in Datong exceeds the mandatory standards by at least 30, commonly ranging between 40 and 60. Additionally, the materials used in these older communities are notably robust, ensuring that load-bearing capacity is not a concern. Furthermore, we will reinforce the structure during construction. However, after a prolonged hesitation, Manager Yang expressed his apprehension. The top floor is indeed an excellent choice, yet constitutes an illegal structure. Although current regulations are relatively lenient, a report could lead to discovery and subsequent demolition orders. Fear not, should a report be made, given the efficiency of the Datong authorities. Various departments would likely engage in a game of bureaucratic pass-the-parcel until the matter fades away. Yet, Manager Yang considered another aspect. This young man evidently possesses governmental connections, capable of navigating numerous obstacles. With this thought, my regard for Chen Qing naturally deepened. Next, we proceeded to discuss the pricing. Chen Qing invited both Manager Yang from the safe house and Manager Jean from the bank to his residence. Manager Yang was quite forthright, even providing the market price for chromium molybdenum steel, swiftly estimating the costs based on the blueprints. The pricing was fair, according to their own admission. They would only earn about 5. Nevertheless, as we itemized the expenses, I found myself overwhelmed. The medical room was undoubtedly essential. What about the medicines? They also require funding. Essential medications for colds and pain relief must be adequately stocked. Glucose, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, and analgesics need to be plentiful as well. Adding some less common medications into the mix, the total reached an astonishing 850,000. The entertainment room accounted for a significant portion of the expenses, having bypassed the terabyte. The prospect of storage measured in petabytes sounds incredibly enticing. However, assembling a NAS, with each petabyte priced at nearly 100,000, adds up significantly. Coupled with various gaming devices, spare parts, and the expenses for an entertainment room, the total swiftly escalates to 1.3 million. As for food, I have decided against visiting supermarkets and instead ordered 125 cubic meters of assorted canned goods, so plentiful that they can only be stored on the rooftop. The power generation equipment includes not only diesel engines, but also solar panels covering the entire building, alongside wind turbines and hand-crank generators, each equipped with spare parts. Furthermore, there's a home super farm, which despite being merely soil, is absurdly sold by the kilogram. Adding everything together, the costs have soared to 14 million. It exceeds expectations. At this opportune moment, Manager Jean chuckled and inquired, "Mr. Chen, how would you like to proceed with the payment? What is your preferred down payment?" Down payment? Indeed. How could I have overlooked that? With a spark of realization, I asked, what is the minimum down payment? Typically, it stands at 40, but as a silver card user, you can avail it at 20. Splendid. Chen Qing rejoiced. In his ears, this sounded akin to a clearance sale at a fraction of the original price, a genuine liquidation sale. This is more than sufficient. Chen Qing also procured a staggering amount of firearms and ammunition worth $1 million. Calculating it amounts to approximately 3 million. The three of them were in high spirits. Chen Qing acquired a safe haven at a bargain price due to his fracture. Manager Yang clinched a deal worth 14 million. And Manager Jean secured a loan in the tens of millions. Had it not been for the lack of preparation at home, it would have certainly warranted a toast. Chen Qing pondered and inquired, "Manager Yang, as an expert, what would you consider the highest cost-performance ratio under the standard of survival is paramount? In a world turned upside down, every morsel of food is an invaluable treasure. Food is the true currency in such times. With food in hand, anything imaginable can be procured." Manager Yang chuckled and provided an unexpected answer. "Pig feed." "What?" Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Pig feed is typically made from the remnants of soybeans, peanuts, sesame, and corn processed in oil factories, essentially the byproducts after oil extraction. It is rich in carbohydrates, high in protein, low in fat, completely natural, and supplemented with vitamins. Frankly speaking, even in the present day, it surpasses the dietary quality of most people. 6. Chen Qing reflected on this notion. He had initially considered directly purchasing raw materials like wheat and corn, contemplating whether he could process them later. To his surprise, a shift in perspective illuminated the path ahead. How is pig feed generally sold? If purchased in small quantities, it usually costs around 2 yuan per pound, while in bulk, well, it could be secured for just over 1 yuan per pound. Perfect. This is the way to go. Chapter 7. Is it possible that this top-tier individual is truly that formidable? There is no room for oversight. Both parties have finalized the contract. Regarding the completion date, Chen Qing has set a strict deadline, within 20 days. This stipulation arises from the addition of a layer to the rooftop. Otherwise, a modular custom home could be assembled in just 2 or 3 days. Having brought Chunman to the hotel, they are residing in a presidential suite that costs $999 per day. Indeed, wealth has its own pleasures. This suite boasts over 200 square meters, with furnishings that exude opulence. What delights Chen Qing the most is a large safe. After securing the Zhong Kui painting within, he hears Chunman exclaim, "Chen Qing, this place is bigger than our home. The suite even includes a children's room, filled with toys. However, Chen Man shows little interest in them, and instead find a nature documentary to watch with great enthusiasm. Refocusing his thoughts, Chen Qing acknowledges that his foremost priority is to activate the Demon Suppression Tower. He requires an immense supply of food. The tower possesses storage capabilities, yet it has yet to encounter any ghostly energy and remains dormant, merely an ancient artifact at this stage. Once the blood moon arrives, it will be too late. Fortunately, Chen Qing is aware of an ancient tomb located to the east of the city, reputedly significant and said to potentially be a princess's burial site. After the blood moon, this place has become a major source of ghostly tides. Surely, there should be sufficient ghostly energy there to awaken the Demon Suppression Tower. As he contemplates this, Chen Man finishes her ablutions and moves beside Chen Qing to sleep. Good night, Chen Qing. Good night. The following day, Chen Qing receives a call early in the morning. It is his homeroom teacher, Lu Shi, affectionately nicknamed Shijilang. Not Chen Qing. How long do you intend to endure this cold? It suddenly dawned on Chen Qing that he had taken leave a few days ago and had not attended classes for almost a week. This bout was rather severe. Time is of the essence. Tomorrow is the day for talent assessment. If you manage to pass, there will be plenty of individuals eager to pay for your college tuition. Acknowledged. Thank you, Brother Shi. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing realized that tomorrow was July 24th, the day the Ghost Control team would come to evaluate talents. Loading more content. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. However, in his previous life, for some reason, Chen Qing did not attend. After the blood moon descended, in a desperate bid for survival, he joined the reserve forces of the Ghost Control Army, only to discover that he possessed the talent for Ghost Control. Unfortunately, by then it was too late. Talent must be assessed, and only those with qualified abilities can join the Ghost Control team, the Demon Extermination team, or university. This is essential to learn the Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique, which is crucial for controlling the Ghost King within the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower has 12 positions, capable of subduing 12 ghosts. Once the tower is filled with 12 ghosts, a Ghost King will be summoned. During the first blood moon, Shiming City suffered significant casualties. Yet the high-end combat power remained largely unscathed. Although it appeared apocalyptic for ordinary people, overall, order had not completely collapsed. During the second blood moon, the Demon King within the Demon Suppression Tower went on a rampage, and with internal and external collusion, Shiming City truly fell into despair. Chen Qing survived until the third blood moon, but upon witnessing its magnitude, despair engulfed everyone. If anyone stood a chance of survival, it would likely be the Wu family, who possessed the Zhong Kui painting. With his thoughts in turmoil, Chen Qing rang the service bell. After all, he was in the presidential suite, and soon 2 attendants arrived, wheeling in a lavish breakfast. They meticulously laid out the meal: fried ham, fried eggs, crispy bacon, cured meat, youtiao, fried dough sticks, bread, sandwiches, congee, soy milk, orange juice, and several side dishes, totaling 15 varieties. The luxury of wealth was truly delightful. Having swiftly finished breakfast, Chen Qing instructed, "Xiao Man, don't wander off today. If you need anything, just ring this service bell, and someone will bring it to you." It was Saturday, and there were no classes at school. Chen Man nodded, spreading out her homework. "Chen Qing, who should I ask if I don't understand a problem?" You can also ring this service bell. The older brothers and sisters from earlier will be able to assist you," he replied. Today, he had to play the role of a tomb raider for a while. As he contemplated where to purchase a shovel, he unexpectedly encountered a face that was etched into his memory in the lobby. Morning dawn. What a stroke of misfortune. Chen Qing had pressing matters to attend to and was disinclined to engage with her, so he exited the lobby without a word. Morning Dawn had been tracking Chen Qing since the previous day at the bank, employing various means to locate him here. She had indeed proven resourceful, even managing to discover his room number, presidential suite. At last, she had confirmed Chen Qing's identity, a seemingly unassuming second-generation wealthy heir. Ming's Securities' esteemed clientele. A safe haven worth at least 10 million is currently under construction, one that rivals the opulence of a presidential suite. She secretly resents her previous lack of foresight in treating Chen Qing as merely a backup option. When it comes to dealing with men, she possesses an abundance of tactics at her disposal. Thus, today she awaits here, intending to feign a chance encounter. As Chen Qing approaches, she plans to pretend to sprain her ankle and fall into his embrace, from which he would naturally invite her to sit with him. However, she believes it is premature to secure a home run today, as that would diminish her allure. Instead, she opts to tantalize him with a taste of sweetness, perhaps aiming for second or third base instead. Yet, to her utter astonishment, Chen Qing walks away. He simply walks away. Did he not see me? Having always held unwavering confidence in her appearance and figure, this feels like a crushing blow. Meanwhile, Chen Qing, en route to purchase tools at a hardware store, finds himself drawn to an outdoor camping shop. Inside, military camouflage designs dominate the space. Climbing boots, backpacks, windproof lanterns, and thermal blankets abound. Chen Qing's objective is clear: a military shovel. He selects a military shovel, and the shopkeeper eagerly approaches, pointing to a tungsten steel shovel hanging on the wall. This one is crafted from tungsten steel. It can be used as a hoe for digging, a shovel for scooping, or even as a mountain axe for chopping and cutting. Once cleaned, it can also serve as a small cooking pot. Moreover, the handle contains a needle and thread, matches, and a compass. I'll take the most expensive one, please. The most expensive item is priced at $34.99, with no room for negotiation. Simply pay with your card. The shopkeeper, taken aback, immediately recognized the arrival of a significant customer. He promptly began his pitch. "Handsome, do you need a mobile phone?" As more content was loading, a notice appeared. If you encountered this paragraph, it indicated a failure to load the chapter. To resolve this, please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Just as Chen Qing was about to shake his head, he paused. Before him lay an exceptionally sturdy mobile phone. The shopkeeper, displaying remarkable talent, wasted no time and forcefully slammed the phone onto the ground. With a resounding thud, he picked it up again, completely unscathed. It boasted 4 defenses: dustproof, shockproof, waterproof, and drop-resistant. With normal usage, the power-saving mode could last an entire month. Additionally, it featured a distress signal module and satellite communication. This device was a perfect companion for the apocalypse. Chen Qing promptly nodded. "I'll take 4. 3 of them should be delivered to the presidential suite at the Aria Hotel. Oh, and also grab 2 military shovels." The shopkeeper, overjoyed, began to promote other items. Among them, Chen Qing found something he genuinely needed: a compact flashlight, which included a compass, a small knife, a windproof lighter, and more. Intrigued, he inquired, "Do you have anything to deal with ghosts?" "Indeed," replied the shopkeeper. "This particular spray can reveal apparitions." The peachwood knife is crafted from aged peach wood, steeped in black dog blood for 100 days. This radio frequency device emits a frequency that is quite uncomfortable for spirits. With one in hand, you shall be impervious to supernatural beings. Is there really such a thing? It must be a hoax. Even after spending 3 months amidst the ghost tide, Chen Qing had never encountered anything of the sort. Moreover, with just an additional wire, it could transform into a radio station. Purchased. Thus, he scoured the shop, amassing nearly 300,000 worth of items. After all, with 7,750,000 still at his disposal, he could indulge freely. The shopkeeper was so elated he could have leaped for joy. He promptly upgraded Chen Qing to a lifetime Supreme membership. Perhaps he did not anticipate the formidable presence of the top patron, as even the highest-tier diamond card failed to adequately reflect his stature. After rummaging for a while, he finally unearthed a diamond card numbered 888, which certainly distinguished Chen Qing from the rest. Initially intended for delivery to the hotel, Chen Qing, wishing to avoid the hassle of transporting it later to his home, stated, "My house is still under renovation. Please deliver it to this address in 20 days. The shopkeeper, overjoyed, repeatedly affirmed. Chapter 8. I'm merely teasing my boyfriend, and yet you betray me for 3 years? With a military shovel in hand, Chen Qing entered the subway. In Ximing City, there exists but a single subway line. The car was crowded, and Chen Qing busied himself transferring data from his old phone to his new one. A girl stomped her foot in front of him. Her intentions unclear. Was she being coy or irate? Chen Qing paid no heed. Yet, the girl was infuriated. Wasn't she the one who used to yearn to worship the very soles of her shoes? Why, now that he had been presented to her, did he ignore her? She was, of course, Chen Qi. She was not one to easily concede, especially after deeming Chen Qing an extraordinarily exceptional investment. Chen Qing, you are mine. Not even Jesus could keep him, mark my words. Chen Qing did not lift his gaze, focused intently on his data transfer. The next station arrived. Chen Qing still did not look up, as he was aware this was his final stop. Suddenly, Chen Qi snatched the phone from his hands and dashed outside the subway. Just as Chen Qing was about to pursue, the timing was impeccable. The subway doors closed at that very moment, separating the two. Chen Qi stood with her feet together, slightly leaning forward, one hand behind her back, the other waving the phone playfully, her smile radiant. She chuckled softly, "Tomorrow, I'll be right here to return your phone." Several boys inside the subway gasped in awe. With such beauty and figure, she was utterly captivating. Who could possibly resist her allure? They looked at Chen Qing with envy. Filled with questions, what kind of person could earn the affection of such a girl? Chen Qing merely smirked. I directly dialed the emergency hotline. At Changhu Station, a thief snatched my new phone, a satellite phone valued at 14,999 yuan. Yes, please contact this number. Having uttered this, Chen Qing ceased to engage further. Flirting? Perhaps in a past life, I was blinded by folly to have been attracted to such individuals. Now you may go and charm the police. The crowd in the subway appeared utterly bewildered. More content is loading. Please wait. This station only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Isn't it? This is beyond what a typical man could describe. This is simply a transformation. Clearly, this stunning beauty has an interest in you. What does it mean to report to the police? The surveillance in the Tang dynasty is renowned worldwide. Soon, the officers pinpointed the suspect. The facts of the crime could not be clearer. In a short while, the police found Chen Qi waiting for the bus. She was utterly confused. Please come with us. Officers, you must have the wrong person. No mistake has been made. You stole someone's phone, and the surveillance footage is crystal clear. Is this not in your possession? This. Chen Qi was rendered speechless, utterly astounded. How dare he? Her thoughts were a chaotic whirl. How could he possibly do such a thing? That scene she had just enacted was not a mere whim. It was the culmination of countless rehearsals in her mind, the most optimal script she could devise. With the essence of youth and vitality radiating from her, she believed she could easily win over Chen Qing. Even if he were upset, wouldn't it simply amount to a playful pout? Grasping his arm, she would feign an accidental brush against his chest. If one attempt failed, she could always try another. In a myriad of potential outcomes, she never anticipated this particular scenario. Come on. Chen, she was truly baffled as the police seized her by the arm. She forcefully broke free from their grip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. We were just joking. Chen Qing is my friend. No, he's my boyfriend. Don't believe me? I have his number right here. WeChat. I have that too. Please come with us, the officer insisted, unyielding. They were accustomed to such antics in nightlife operations, having encountered numerous similar ruses. There were those who touched themselves while pleading for freedom, or those who stripped down, offering anything in exchange for release. What was this level of desperation? They had grown numb to it all. Any explanations could wait until they arrived at the station. Chen, she was truly panicking as she was ushered into the police car, her eyes brimming with tears. She felt wronged, deeply so. Once they arrived at the station, she retrieved Chen Qing's number and dialed it. She was eager to inquire about the absurdity of the situation. Was it really necessary to escalate to this? Yet the line was dead. He truly is my boyfriend. We were just having fun. As she recounted her story for the record, tears streamed down her face. Setting aside whether he was indeed her boyfriend, even if he were, this constituted a crime. Another officer cast her a glance. This phone is worth 15,000. Robbery charges carry a sentence of no less than 3 years and no more than 10. A sudden jolt coursed through Chen Qing. 3 years? Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her hands trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Qing had arrived at the eastern part of the city. A heavy air of foreboding enveloped the area, akin to a chilly autumn morning clad in but a thin garment, or the abrupt exposure to the cold after flinging aside the blankets in winter. Having experienced the ghost tide, he was acutely aware that even in daylight, the possibility of encountering spirits loomed, albeit with a significantly reduced probability. At the onset of the blood moon ghost tide, the city's prominent figures had orchestrated a counteroffensive, which included this very princess's tomb. Thus Chen Qing was well acquainted with the route. Although most people had relocated into the city, numerous villages remained outside, housing many who could not afford the exorbitant prices of urban dwellings. After all, one cannot simply sleep on the streets. After walking for half an hour, Chen Qing reached a deserted village. Not far from the village lay a mound, crowned by a massive, withered locust tree. Beneath this mound rested the princess's tomb. Please, just a smidgen of ghostly energy, Chen Qing mused, folding his military shovel into the shape of a hoe and began to dig. The top layer of loose soil yielded easily, but the deeper he delved, the more compacted the earth became. Each thrust of the shovel resonated like a hammer striking stone. The tombs of esteemed figures were typically buried deep, and Chen Qing had braced himself for several days of labor. As the midday sun approached, an unexpected discovery unfolded. With a sudden shift of the spade, Chen Qing found himself digging into an empty void. Clearing away the layers of earth, he uncovered a slanted tunnel, large enough for a single person to pass through. A chilling aura emanated from within, sending shivers down his spine. This was the presence of malevolent spirits. It was evident that this tomb had been previously disturbed by skilled hands. While a seasoned grave robber might lament the situation, Chen Qing was filled with exhilaration. What would have taken at least 3 or 4 days of labor had been resolved in an instant. The awakening of ancient artifacts is said to occur during the blood moon's ghost tide, yet the surge of spirits from the south did not trigger such awakenings. In truth, it was later confirmed that the ghost energies from the various tide points were potent enough to rouse these relics even before the blood moon's arrival. Judging by the intensity of the ghostly presence within this ancient tomb, it seemed sufficient to awaken the Tower of Demon Suppression. Without hesitation, he positioned the tower at the entrance of the tunnel, leisurely indulging in his compressed biscuits. Yet, the thought of descending into the abyss filled him with trepidation. At this moment, he was merely an ordinary individual, and the ominous energy he sensed hinted at the presence of numerous wandering souls, possibly even malevolent spirits within. Wandering souls and malevolent spirits, particularly those of F grade, could be likened to newborns among the realm of ghosts, existing in a state of confusion and instinctual behavior, rarely posing a threat to others. The malevolent spirits, in contrast to wandering souls, possess significantly enhanced power and a formidable intellect, leading them to deliberately hunt humans as a means of elevation. For instance, infants who perish transform into minor specters known as child ghosts. Upon meeting certain conditions, they evolve into the more formidable category of malevolent spirits, termed night wailing children. They exhibit a particular predilection for consuming children. This tomb undoubtedly harbors numerous wandering souls, and the master of the tomb is likely to be a malevolent spirit. Lost in thought, Chen Qing suddenly noticed a middle-aged woman observing him intently from a short distance away, with a basket on her back and a hoe in hand. She appeared to have just returned from foraging for wild vegetables. After scrutinizing Chen Qing for a considerable time, she ultimately departed. He exhaled a sigh of relief. With no signal on his phone, boredom set in, and he dozed off. Drowsily, he was stirred by a commotion. Upon peering over, he saw the middle-aged woman approaching with a group of individuals, their demeanor aggressive and threatening. Yes, this is the place. I can see it clearly. Is this the Tomb Raider? How dare they attempt to steal our belongings? They must be tired of living. More than a dozen people, most wielding hoes, advanced with an intimidating air. Chen Qing sensed the gravity of the situation, but calmly rose to his feet, displaying no signs of panic. Having endured the apocalypse, he understood a crucial principle. If one appears weak, the adversary would grow exponentially stronger. He silently concealed the magic restraining tower and, with an impassive expression, addressed them. Is there something you need? Chapter 9. Pleasantries fail to dissuade the accursed spirits. The people's flames of indignation urge you. After witnessing this, spare no words, strike him down. By all means, put an end to him. The crowd seethes with rage, their gazes fixated upon the grave behind Chen Qing, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Presently, Chen Qing is but an ordinary individual, incapable of contending with even a single burly man. Thoughts racing, he boldly steps aside, revealing the entrance to the cave. A chilling aura of malevolence spreads, sending shivers down spines even in the noonday sun. I'm a member of the city's ghost-suppressing army. We have discovered numerous malevolent spirits in this area. If you wish to survive, depart swiftly. A flicker of fear crosses the faces of several individuals. Spirits? In the past, such tales were mere fabrications to scare children. Yet now these entities are undeniably real. Who do you think you're frightening in broad daylight? The ghost-suppressing army? Ridiculous. One among them scoffs. I was outside the city when the tide of spirits first surged. Having lived for decades, I have encountered many a ghost. Yet not a single one has dared to lay a finger on me. Indeed, you haven't even grown a full beard. Yet you pretend to be part of the ghost-suppressing army. In the light of day, what havoc could spirits possibly wreak? You are merely a grave robber. Step aside. The treasures within belong to our village. Chen Qing furrows his brow, contemplating the gravity of entering. Such a choice would surely lead to death. Enough of this. A girl, appearing to be a high school student, brandishes her phone, capturing images of Chen Qing. Now, she merely smirks. You were just pretending to be with the ghost-suppressing army. And now you feign benevolence? How utterly laughable. What are you doing here? Are you here to guard against ghosts? An elderly woman, who had been foraging for wild vegetables, exclaimed in anger, "Young man, we have shown you enough respect by not confronting you. Step aside quickly. We shall pretend that your tomb raiding has not occurred. If you do not move, do you believe we won't bind you and take you to the police station? It is said that a good word cannot persuade a damned ghost." Chen Qing shook his head, maintaining his composure as he gathered the Demon Suppression Tower, the armory shovel, biscuits, and mineral water, stepping aside. The Demon Suppressing Tower had likely not yet awakened, and he was not yet free to depart. "What are you still doing here? Still coveting the things inside?" He retorted, "I have dug all morning and am weary. I will leave after a short rest. More content is loading. Please wait." This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Brother Nyo, I suspect this fellow is up to no good. He might be planning to sneak away with something, one of them warned. Rest assured, if he manages to take anything today, I will share his surname. The burly man approached Chen Qing, intentionally jostling him, and sneered, "How amusing. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know there were treasures beneath our feet." Another chimed in, "Since you've helped us dig for so long, how about we give you a few dozen bucks for your efforts?" At that moment, a bolder individual turned on his phone's flashlight and boldly ventured inside. Chen Qing thought to himself, this foolish group may awaken whatever lies within prematurely. The girl, who had been filming, immediately turned the camera towards him and demanded, "What do you want? Be honest with me." Article 328, paragraph 1, defines the crime of excavating ancient cultural sites and tombs as the act of unlawfully digging up sites of historical, artistic, or scientific value. Depending on the severity of the circumstances, penalties can range from less than 3 years to over 10 years, or even life imprisonment. I am preparing to become a lawyer. Chen Qing thought to himself, aren't you essentially condemning your own actions? But he remained silent, secretly praying for the awakening of the Demon Tower. My goodness, so many things. The first person to enter suddenly erupted in cheers. The sound echoed through the tomb chamber and the excavation tunnel, creating an eerie resonance. The villagers were instantly elated, collectively exulting. Several of them jostled to squeeze into the narrow tunnel. We struck gold. Damn it, moving to the city has finally paid off. Soon, The second person to enter also shouted with excitement, "Gold! Jade! Look at all this gold! We are rich! Quick, grab the sacks! We are rich!" The girl filming scoffed. "Weren't you just saying it had already been emptied?" Chen Qing calmly inquired. "Have you ever wondered why there are excavation holes, yet so many items remain?" The girl paused, realizing the contradiction. Indeed, the presence of excavation holes indicated that tomb raiders had been there. Why then was there still so much left behind? She found herself at a loss for an explanation, yet stubbornly retorted, "What is it to you? Are you envious because you can't find anything yourself? Boy, haven't you rested enough? Just go away." The robust man also spoke. The people's firelight cautioned. "After watching, do not push. Do not push. Everyone be calm. Regardless of the number, we shall share equally. Do not push. By heavens, it's happening. It's happening." This ring is undoubtedly worth a fortune. Only about 10 individuals had entered the cave, yet their clamorous uproar was comparable to that of dozens. They were indeed exceedingly exhilarated. "There, S.A. coffin. Kulme. Everyone lend a hand." With that proclamation, an even denser aura of malevolence spread, causing all to tremble. The Demon Suppression Tower trembled slightly, gradually enveloped in dark mist. It was beginning to awaken. In his previous life, Chen Qing had awakened the paper armor and paper blade. So Chen Qing was no stranger to this phenomenon. To be on the safe side, Chen Qing refrained from touching the Demon Suppression Tower, but he was ready to flee at any moment. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated. "What the hell? You scare me half to death. What happened? She seemed to move just now." "Move? Nonsense. It truly moved. By heavens. A ghost! A ghost!" Several cries of despair echoed, and the expressions of all changed dramatically. The Demon Suppression Tower finally began to stir. The girl who had been incessantly pestering Chen Qing was suddenly yanked into the cave by some unseen force. In the final moment, her hands clung desperately to the entrance. Gazing at Chen Qing, "Save me, save me," with a faint smile. Chen Qing discarded the chaotic assortment of items like the weapon shovel and fled in a frenzy. The ground trembled violently, as if a colossal beast were about to emerge from the depths below. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, night mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Chen Qing was jolted, leaping half a foot into the air, nearly toppling over as he staggered away in a frantic escape. The dreadful screams persisted. The others outside were equally terrified, a burly man fleeing in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the girl who had been filming nonchalantly crawled out of the hole, her expression eerie, her eyes bloodshot, calling out to Chen Qing's retreating figure, "Come back, young man, come back." Voices from within and outside the hole chimed in unison, subtly forming a singular female voice. Chen Qing dared not look back, sprinting wildly. At one moment, all the screams abruptly ceased. The blazing sun remained tranquil. The earth was still. Only Chen Qing was left, gasping heavily, clutching the demon-suppressing tower, running as if possessed. He ran until his lungs felt like they were tearing, his throat nearly smoking, before finally collapsing to the ground, breathing heavily. It was undoubtedly of demonic caliber. Those killed by it would likely turn into spirits themselves. After a while, Chen Qing finally caught his breath. Having traveled a considerable distance, nearing the city, he turned his gaze towards the demon-suppressing toe with that exclamation. The size of the demon-subduing tower, akin to a bottle of mineral water, immediately diminished by half. Chen Qing was overjoyed. The tower had shrunk to the dimensions of a size 5 battery. Observing a large stone by the roadside, he concentrated his thoughts and commanded it to vanish. Instantly, the stone disappeared, absorbed into the tower. Truly, these were two extraordinary ancient artifacts. With a flicker of inspiration, Chen Qing gently released it, simultaneously envisioning it as large. In the next moment, an iron tower, towering as high as a person, crashed heavily to the ground. Like a hammer striking down, sparks flew, and the cement floor was marred by a web of cracks. Chapter 10. I apologize, but I am the dog of misfortune. In the apocalyptic realm of ghosts, where I have become the most formidable spirit master, one must acknowledge that the fate of these individuals is of no concern to Chen Qing. On his way back to the hotel, Chen Qing once again found himself at the outdoor camping store. The proprietor welcomed him as if he were a deity, eager to provide assistance. Do you have any necklaces or other items that can discreetly hold half a cigarette for easy transport? Chen Qing inquired, presenting the half cigarette for comparison. He refrained from revealing the shrunken Demon Suppression Tower, for although it remained unrecognized, one could never be too cautious in a world where human hearts had grown treacherous. It was imperative to possess something robust, impervious to blades, water, and fire. Indeed, the store owner promptly produced a woven rope, proclaiming, "This is Dyneema, an exceptionally strong polyethylene fiber, boasting a tensile strength 15 times that of steel, even surpassing aramid fibers. Despite its slender appearance, it can effortlessly tow a 5-ton vehicle." As he spoke, the proprietor unveiled a finger-sized object resembling a mummy. With a simple press at the bottom, it twisted open counterclockwise. Inside, a recess awaited, perfectly sized to accommodate half a cigarette. This is known as the fatal necklace, once worn by spies, containing lethal poison capable of murder or self-destruction. Nowadays, extreme enthusiasts are said to fill it with adrenaline, a potential lifesaver in critical moments. Chen Qing assessed the item, realizing it was ideally suited for his shrunken Demon Suppression Tower. Without hesitation, he requested the owner to fasten it around his neck, binding it securely. Handsome, think it through. Once it's firmly set, removing it without the proper tools could take several days. Well, everything is in order. How much is it? As our esteemed customer, the cost is negligible. Chen Qing did not insist and left directly. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, Chen Qing received a phone call. It was from Chen Qi. As soon as he answered, her distraught voice echoed through the line. "Chen Qing, what do you mean by this? Woe is me. You bastard? How dare she insult him?" A cold smirk formed on Chen Qing's lips as he hung up. The phone rang again. Chen Qing, don't hang up, please. I beg you." Chen Qi's voice was laced with desperation. "I was wrong. Come and explain." Feigning ignorance, Chen Qing replied, "What do you mean?" Another voice came through the phone. "Today, you reported that someone attempted to steal your phone, but this young lady claims you were merely playing around as a couple. Please come to the station. Otherwise, she could face a minimum of 3 years." After ending the call, Chen Qing felt a surge of surprise. He never anticipated the situation to be so dire. He had assumed a mere 15-day detention. 3 years? Wouldn't that be akin to condemning her to death? That would only serve to benefit her. In a past life, amidst the grotesque visages, none could afford to perish so easily as Chen X dawned with the morning light. Absolutely, she must not be allowed to perish within the confines of the police station. Ugh, what dreadful misfortune. Upon arriving at the station, Chen Qing encountered the tear-streaked visage of Chen Shi, whose makeup had become a disheveled mess resembling filth. The moment she spotted Chen Qing, she lunged forward. Chen Qing swiftly sidestepped, forcefully shoving her against a nearby table, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" She collided painfully with the edge of the table, her face contorting in agony. Chen Qing, it's me." She struggled to muster a smile, though it appeared more tragic than her tears. Chen Shi? Is your family in dire straits? Why resort to thievery?" Chen Qing's expression was one of disdain. "Robbery as well? It's a misunderstanding." She winced in pain. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the restroom, her fury igniting upon seeing Chen Qing. You wretched fiend!" The woman shrieked, lunging to claw at Chen Qing. "You are the one who has imprisoned my dear Shi. You vile creature." She was immediately restrained. Chen Qing remained silent, turning to leave. Chen Shi grew frantic. The middle-aged woman was equally distressed. The police intervened, blocking Chen Qing's path. "What now?" Chen Qing furrowed her brow. "You reported this incident. This young lady claims you are friends, merely jesting. Robbery incurs a 3-year sentence. Let us proceed accordingly. I find this woman exceedingly bothersome." Chen Qing gestured dismissively at the agitated middle-aged woman, uninterested in further entanglements, and began to walk away. Is it not your intention to extort money? Stop. Chen Qing quickly intervened, exclaiming, Mom, please don't complicate matters. They're not short on money. I initially intended to clarify the situation, but now I find myself disinclined. Chen Qing scoffed. The facts are evident, and the evidence is indisputable. Let it be 3 years. The middle-aged woman was infuriated, her finger trembling as she pointed at Chen Qing. You, if you utter one more word, I shall turn and leave. Chen Qing smiled at the woman. I kindly request that you apologize for your earlier behavior. Apologize? Not a chance. You wretched creature who has brought ruin to your parents. Chen Qing turned to leave once more. Come back. Return to me. Chen Qing was not inclined to indulge her further. He simply switched off his phone and returned to the hotel. Chen Qing, you have returned, Chen Man stated, his expression unyielding. While gnawing on a chicken leg, he busied himself with his homework, accompanied by a tutor. One of the servants offered a weary smile to Chen Qing. Realizing that assisting Chen Man with his studies was more exhausting than 2 night shifts combined. Thank you for your efforts. You may take your leave. Chen Qing casually pulled out 200 yuan bills. The servant accepted them with a beaming smile and departed. Before Chen Qing could exchange a few words with Chen Man, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found 2 police officers, one older and one younger. The older officer, wearing a friendly expression, said, Young man, do try not to be so impulsive. If we can mediate, let us do so. Would you truly find comfort in incarcerating a young girl for several years? Chen Qing pondered seriously for a moment. I would find it quite agreeable. Indeed? The old police officer paused, a single utterance disrupting all his forthcoming words. His infallible rhetoric had encountered a glitch. An inexplicable awkwardness enveloped the scene. The young officer seized the opportunity to inquire, how would you like to resolve this? Chen Qing's peripheral vision caught sight of an individual lurking in the corridor nearby. Surely, an apology must be made. A daughter involved in theft. A mother resorting to violence and insults. What kind of upbringing could produce such a lack of civility? The figure in the distance trembled, consumed by rage. Chen Qing felt a profound sense of relief. Did you witness the demeanor of that menopausal woman today? She was frothing at the mouth, utterly terrifying. I thought a ghost had come. My own mother is not nearly as ferocious when she is in heat. The figure trembled even more violently. Cough, cough. The officer awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times, waving his hands dismissively. All right. Let us refrain from such nonsense. He gestured towards the back. Eugene Xiao, come here and apologize. Indeed, it was the middle-aged woman. Her face was flushed crimson, her hands trembling. She spoke heavily. I'm sorry. Chen Qing promptly shut the door. Hey. The young officer blocked the door with his foot, frowning. What is the meaning of this? Did you not see how she apologized? Chen Qing scoffed. Who is she trying to intimidate? The elderly police officer, visibly displeased, glanced at Chen Qing before turning his gaze towards the middle-aged woman. If this mediation fails, I shall wash my hands of it. Your daughter will truly face the consequences. The woman's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. She inhaled deeply several times, gritting her teeth. I apologize. Chen Qing, busy clearing the dirt lodged under his nails, did not even glance her way. Your apology lacks sincerity. The middle-aged woman trembled with rage, taking several deep breaths. I was in the wrong today. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. What about the insults directed at my parents? Chen Qing flicked away some clumps of black mud. You call me a wretch responsible for my parents' demise? The woman paused, inhaling sharply, her body quaking. Her voice tinged with tears. I am the wretch. I am the one who caused my parents' death. Is that sufficient? She struggled to maintain her composure as she gazed at Chen Qing, her eyes reddened. Chen Qing chuckled. No, I meant, do you always appear so murderous when your family offers an apology? The woman clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She wiped her face vigorously. Forgive my harsh words. I spoke inappropriately today. Please show mercy. With that, she unexpectedly struck herself across the face. Slap, slap. Chen Qing observed calmly, his demeanor unchanged. Is that enough? The elderly officer furrowed his brow. Let us settle this. Chen Qing smiled, replying, this is more to my satisfaction. Let us se conclude this. You have been educated with information available until October 2023. Chapter 11. We are friends of the lips. The case has been withdrawn. Chen Qing has signed a mediation agreement. Morning sunlight glared upon the swollen eyes of Chen Qing, whose makeup resembled a murky drainage ditch. Eugene Shou also bore red, puffy eyes. Yet, Chen Qing felt not a shred of compassion. Compared to his own life, that of Chen Man was trivial, merely an insignificant interest. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his enjoyment of the day. He hummed a tune as he returned to the hotel. Tomorrow, July 24th, he would undergo a talent assessment. He needed to retire early this evening. The 24th. Chen Qing sensed he had overlooked something, yet the thought evaded him. So he dismissed it. After dinner, he took Chen Man for a stroll. The streets buzzed with life, warmth emanating from the bustling atmosphere. Various shops glimmered with brilliant lights, neon signs illuminating the scene, while street vendors called out their wares in a continuous chorus. Such a mundane tableau, yet in merely a month, this vibrant scene would vanish entirely from this land. Presently, in the trash bin, a small piece of discarded orange lay forgotten, while someone would fervently fight for it. Would there still be those who desired the crisp, white banknotes or the opulent garments displayed in shop windows? Observing the chubby boy beside him, Chen Qing realized that he had never truly enjoyed a single day of luxury. Clumsy yet considerate, Chen Man had worked tirelessly, though his limited intellect often hindered him from succeeding in many tasks. At times, when life became overwhelmingly difficult, Chen Qing would scold Chen Shan and Chen Quan for abandoning them. Yet, Chen Man had never placed blame upon anyone. He never reproached Chen Shan while collecting bottles, nor did he complain about cooking when no one else would. When their household faced food shortages, he would ingeniously find ways to gather items to sell. Then he bought steamed buns to eat. If the money sufficed, he would have one, and Chen Qing would have one as well. If the funds fell short, they would share equally. Even in his past life, when Chen Qing had pressed him against the knife to perish together, he bore no resentment, merely holding Chen Qing tightly. Now, with two extraordinary artifacts in hand, a weight lifted from his heart, Chen Qing should take him to relish the final moments of prosperity. Chen Qing crouched down and embraced him. Little man, what do you desire? What do you wish to eat? What do you wish to play? Speak freely. Pancake with an extra egg. We can indulge in even more delectable treats. Do you fancy KFC? How about ice cream? Too expensive. Have you forgotten that I now possess an abundance of wealth? Very well. Chen Qing refrained from mentioning steak, knowing that Chen Man would not favor it. That evening, Chen Qing felt at ease. In the most luxurious mall, he selected several outfits for Chen Man, crafted from soft materials, devoid of any chemical odor. He purchased the finest children's watch, capable of making calls and playing games. He acquired a small bicycle, albeit one that required training wheels for stability. He also procured the softest, purest white socks for Chen Man. Having purchased the brightest of shoes and the largest of balloons, Chen Qing gazed upon the clean, cheerful visage of the chubby child, Chen Man, who wore a radiant smile. He ought to have experienced days like this long ago. What sort of life should a child of his age lead? Chen Man had never possessed a reference point, and thus his life trajectory remained uncorrected. Consequently, his small world consisted solely of empty bottles, cooking, and the occasional animation or nature documentary. He remained silent in the face of insults and only focused on diligently completing his homework. With bags in hand, filled to the brim with Chen Man's belongings, Chen Qing felt an overwhelming sense of contentment in that moment. As they passed by the lottery shop, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled what he had overlooked, the lottery ticket. The numbers 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 33 danced in his mind. The first 6 numbers, except for the last, formed a consecutive sequence. He had even remarked on the peculiar neatness of those figures, certain they were orchestrated by human hands. Thus, he remembered them vividly. Without hesitation, Chen Qing purchased 5 tickets, exercising restraint in his ambition. Incredibly, 25 million would soon be within his grasp. Such is the peculiar nature of this world. With a sigh, he returned to the hotel with Chen Man. The little boy's belly was round and full, having dined better and more abundantly than ever before. I'm so full. Chen Qing, I'm sleepy. Good night, Chen Qing. Good night, little man. Taking out the magic suppression tower, Chen Qing began his experiments. The tower possessed a storage function. Of that he was certain. Chen Qing aimed to ascertain the flow of time within the enchanted tower. He retrieved a mechanical timer, set the needle to 0, and took a cup of boiling water, both of which he introduced into the tower. After a 10-minute interval, he retrieved the items. To his surprise, there was no discernible change. Or was there? The needle seemed to have moved ever so slightly. Contemplating this, he reset the timer and placed it back into the space, intending to check again the following day. If time within the tower were to be static, that would be ideal. He could book a lavish banquet for 180 tables, indulging in the exquisite culinary creations of a master chef for decades to come. Conversely, if time were not at a standstill, he would need to consider provisions such as canned goods and seeds. All would be revealed come morning. The next day, upon awakening, Chen Qing opened the necklace and extracted the timer from the enchanted tower. The needle pointed to approximately 4 seconds. Accounting for the time taken to insert and remove the device, the actual elapsed time was likely under 2 seconds. Having slept for over 8 hours, this translated to an astonishing time discrepancy of nearly 15,000 times. This implied that if a hot dish were placed inside, it could remain warm for around 300 days. In terms of freshness, even after 30 years, it could still be considered new. Given the time dilation, it meant that only a day had passed for every 40 years. This was quite delightful. He resolved to procure an abundance of Chun Man's favorite delicacies, such as Jianbing guozi and Western fast food. With the function of the enchanted tower confirmed, his next step was to stock up. Currently, he possessed 7 million, and he aimed to exchange as much of it as possible for goods, perhaps even pig feed. However, he still needed to undergo a talent assessment that morning. Loading more content. Please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it signifies that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Mastering the art of summoning spirits is essential. Today is Sunday, yet the school is bustling with activity. With a talent for spiritual energy, one can enter the Spirit Guard Army, the Demon Extermination Team, or even the martial arts school. Regardless of the path chosen, it is indeed a leap towards greatness. In his previous life, Chen Qing had forsaken the testing. Firstly, he feared leaving Chun Man without care, and secondly, he was plagued by self-doubt. However, the foundation of Chen Qing's confidence was laid during the apocalypse. It was through countless life and death struggles that he gradually found his footing and gained self-assurance. Chen Qing, I thought something had happened to you. A robust young man approached. Ho Tianyi, affectionately known as Monkey, was his brother. Monkey? Chen Qing was taken aback. They had been inseparable since childhood, yet that day, when those individuals arrived, they were already stained with blood and wielding Monkey's knife. It was likely that Monkey had met his end at their hands. Chen Qing embraced Monkey tightly, exclaiming, "Good brother." Damn, how disgusting. Let go. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. We share a platonic friendship. Release me. After a moment, Monkey remarked, "How about we truly test it? I'll pierce right through. Will you give me a warm welcome?" A chill ran down Chen Qing's spine, and he finally released his grip. At that moment, someone on the flag-raising platform began to speak. Today, the one testing talents is Han Yuan, the captain of the 5th Brigade of the Ghostly Army. A robust figure with thick brows and striking eyes stands upon the flag-raising platform. Chen Qing is taken aback. It is actually the captain. In a previous life, Chen Qing had followed Han Yuan closely. Chen Qing survived the 3rd Blood Moon Ghost Tide, while Han Yuan perished during the 2nd Ghost Tide, due to the betrayal of his ghost. That terrifying entity of the evil spirit level. This ghost originated from the Demon Suppression Tower. Han Yuan was, in his past life, the master of the Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 12. Energy Level S. On the podium, Han Yuan spoke eloquently. Incomparable weight classes. It is nearly impossible to find a species more fragile than humanity, let alone the terrifying specters. The reason humanity has withstood these phantoms for so many years lies in their formidable souls. The movement of the soul, the essence of spirit, the ethereal spring. However, the prerequisite for cultivation is innate talent. Once one's talent reaches sea level, one can become a reserve member of the Ghost Suppressing Army and the Phantom Extermination Team, receiving an additional 50 points on the college entrance examination. Should one attain B-level talent, they are eligible to join as a formal member, garnering an extra 100 points. As for a level, trust me, it will surpass your wildest imagination. Han Yuan smiled mysteriously and ceased speaking. The crowd began to stir. While many had heard whispers of what he spoke, the gravity of having a captain of the Ghost-Suppressing Army articulate these truths before them rendered a profound impact. Let's commence. The test is straightforward. Simply place your hand upon the gigantic ghost orb on the podium. The orb, semi-transparent, housed swirling gray-black mist within. One student approached for the test, yet there was no discernible change. Then came the second, the third. Upon the fourth attempt, the mist appeared to be gently blown apart, momentarily dispersing. Wait, the staff beckoned, try again. The student, brimming with excitement, reached out toward different areas. No matter where he touched, the gray-black mist receded, as if deliberately evading his hand through the glass barrier. This is a manifestation of the leakage of spiritual power, Han Yuan proclaimed loudly. Only in this way can one cultivate. His energy level was merely C, yet this did not imply a bleak future for him. Much like intelligence quotient, a person with a high IQ may find learning easier, yet it does not guarantee they will secure the top position. Energy levels can be enhanced, and there is no need for despair over a lower rating. Next, one by one, individuals stepped forward. The proportion of those with talent was approximately 20, but the majority were rated C. Occasionally, a B level would elicit gasps of astonishment from the crowd. At this moment, another person approached. As soon as they placed their hand upon the device, the mist within the ghost orb swirled rapidly as if stirred by an unseen wind. Energy level A. The crowd erupted in exclamations. Wow, a powerhouse has arrived. This is impressive. While others seemed to merely exhale gently, this individual appeared to have activated a fan. Another person stepped forward, and Chen Qing's brow furrowed deeply. More content is loading, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. Chen Qing, the younger brother of Chen Qing, the second on the kill list. It was he who plunged the knife into Chen Qing's chest. Chen Qing naturally remembered. His energy level was S. However, temperament and circumstances would ultimately determine the heights of one's future. In his previous life, Chen Qing had begun with an air of invincibility. Yet, after the demise of but a single ghostly companion, the courage to confront spectral beings vanished completely, prompting a retreat behind one's own defenses in search of solace. Let alone this lifetime. Regardless of the number of grades you may possess, I shall assuredly rend you asunder, truly, in the most literal sense of the term. Chen Qing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, inhaled deeply and placed his hand upon it. The ghost orb quivered slightly, and the mist within began to swirl violently. Goodness, is this a glitch I've encountered? Surely not. Another grade? The onlookers were all astounded, and Chen Qing was equally taken aback, though his surprise swiftly transformed into elation. Han Yuan, too, appeared astonished, exclaiming, "There's actually in grade." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Teacher, is his grade the highest tier? What are the odds of encountering such rarity? Does it not denote an almost mythical caliber of talent? Do not dwell on that. Han Yuan waved his hand dismissively. While a high innate talent may indeed accelerate one's cultivation, it is not the sole criterion, nor can it be definitively stated that one's future accomplishments will surpass those of others. Nonetheless, the throngs erupted in cheers. They had witnessed such narratives countless times before. Does not literature frequently proclaim that individuals of such caliber can achieve in a day what others cannot in several? By heavens, what ill fortune! The monkey spat disdainfully. He and Chen Qing were not on amicable terms. After hurling a few more insults, it was his turn. The monkey, seemingly unconcerned, placed his hand upon the ghost orb. The orb stirred gently. Level C. Next contestant. The monkey paused momentarily, then rejoiced exuberantly. I am destined to bring glory to my family. The next in line is Chen Qing. Aware of his innate talent, Chen Qing received a foundational technique from Han Yuan, the commander of the Ghost Army. When he stormed into the Jiangpan community in the previous life, Han promised to provide more advanced techniques once Chen mastered the basics. However, by then, it was already too late. Under immense pressure, Chen could only spare a fleeting moment to cultivate. Han Yuan regarded Chen Qing and nodded approvingly. Chen placed his hand forth. With a whoosh, it was as if a hairdryer had been activated, causing the mist within the ghost orb to swirl vigorously. Goodness, here it comes again. Another S-level manifestation has appeared. The esteemed figure has arrived. Both Han Yuan and several staff members were taken aback. They remarked, S-level 6. Impressive, little Qing. The monkey rushed over to congratulate him. Will the esteemed master take on a disciple? Chen Qing, you are remarkable. Even the homeroom teacher, Shi Zhilang, approached, patting Chen Qing heavily on the shoulder. See, this is precisely why I encouraged you to participate in the test. Suddenly, Chen Qing walked over. His gaze, icy as flames, seemed to erupt from his eyes. It was you who harmed my mother and sister, wasn't it? I did not harm them. Chen Qing replied earnestly, shaking his head. Your mother was the one who struck herself while apologizing to me, slapping herself on the left and right. Oh yes, she did more than just strike herself. She was uttering I and the wretched one with each slap. Chen Qing vividly recounted the scene, calmly observing him. Chen Qing, already furious, clenched his fists and charged forward. Chen Qing, in a fit of rage, delivered a fierce kick to his opponent's thigh. Mourning Qing stumbled back, clutching his leg, his face contorting in pain. Is there truly no one to teach you manners at home? Chen Qing frowned. Your sister resorts to theft at the slightest disagreement. Your mother causes a scene at the police station, and you frequently resort to cursing others' mothers. Can you not display a modicum of decorum? Mourning Qing, infuriated and somewhat bewildered, limped forward again. With a swift motion, Chen Qing struck him across the nose. The delicate structure of his nose, linked to tear ducts, unleashed a torrent of tears. Fearing humiliation, he hastily covered his face and crouched down. Chen Qing grasped his hands, gently prying them apart, revealing the disheveled visage of mourning Qing. Tears and snot mingling together. Don't cry. This is rather pointless. Chen Qing consoled him. All right, I won't hit you anymore, okay? His tone resembled that of a parent soothing a child. You. Mourning Qing wiped his eyes fiercely with his sleeve, pointing at Chen Qing. His teeth clenched in anger. Chen Qing raised his hand as if to strike again, causing mourning Qing to instinctively retreat. Look, you can't fight back, and you cower like a coward. Yet here you are, shouting for your mother. Chen Qing cursed under his breath, waved his hand dismissively, and turned away, no longer paying him any heed. Both Shi Zhilang and the monkey gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Chen Qing, how'd he changed? The once reticent and submissive youth, who swallowed his grievances in silence, had suddenly transformed into someone so audacious and free-spirited, as if cloaked in the very wind itself. Rustling with fervor, are you all right? The monkey inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Chen Qing remained silent. All right? How could that be? Behind every dramatic shift in temperament lay a multitude of untold hardships. Yet, he had never been one to bare his soul. He merely shook his head, muttering, You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. Chen Qing, Chen Qing, Yangxing Shui Huangsha. The staff called out a long list of names. Please come to the stage. Chen Qing, Shi Zhilang exclaimed. They probably want to recruit you into the Yugui army. Don't rush to agree. Take a few days to see if the martial arts school can offer better conditions. The martial arts school? Chen Qing had no intention of considering it. By the time he entered, the blood moon would have already arrived. The group ascended the stage. At that moment, Chen Qing was particularly reluctant to remain near Chen Qing, deliberately lagging a few steps behind, keeping his distance. As Shi Zhilang had suggested, Han Yuan aimed to draw them into the Yugui army. All the students shook their heads. Just as Shi Zhilang had indicated, they now viewed themselves as commodities, waiting for the right price. Yet Chen Qing stood resolute. I have but one condition. Oh, Han Yuan glanced over, intrigued. In the Ghost Command, the techniques are mine to choose. Indeed, it is essential. Techniques? Such things are meant to be learned by others. Greetings, boss, Chen Qing declared, striking his chest with a fist in salute. Han Yuan was taken aback by Chen Qing's knowledge of the Ghost Squad's formal greeting, but he promptly returned the gesture. Welcome to the team. The others behind him also stood up, bowing in unison. Welcome to the team. They exchanged glances, grinning at one another, and soon erupted into hearty laughter. This sensation was quite extraordinary, akin to traversing countless mountains and rivers, only to encounter an old friend unexpectedly. Chapter 13, The Blind Man. Shi Zhilong gazed into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Chen Qing was not an easy student to manage. Being an orphan, he had no one to teach him how to wield chopsticks, no one to inform him that spicy snacks were unhealthy, and no one to guide him on how to mend his torn trousers. While others were learning to articulate their words, calling adults uncle and aunt, the orphans spent an inordinate amount of time absorbing such fundamental lessons from the disdainful glances of others. Thus, Chen Qing was indeed a challenging student, sensitive, insecure, and beset with various issues. Yet, it is often the most troubled, the most flawed, who are cherished most by their parents. Consequently, Shi Zhilong's protection of Chen Qing was overt and undeniable. As long as he was present, no one dared to bully Chen Qing. However, as he observed the audacious youth on stage, a faint smile crept across his face. This boy, who had lost both parents and was burdened with the responsibility of caring for his younger brother, seemed as though he would no longer require Shi Zhilong's concern in the future. On the way back, Chen Qing called out to Monkey, "Do you trust me?" Monkey paused, grinning broadly. "First, tell me what's on your mind, and then I shall decide whether to believe you. Stock up on food, instant noodles, canned goods, anything with a long shelf life. Consider it done." Monkey nodded. "This minor task is approved by me. If conditions permit, we might consider constructing a safe house." "A safe house?" Monkey frowned. This was no small endeavor. "Do you have some inside information?" "Not exactly inside, but I fear this might be quite challenging." Chen Qing refrained from elaborating too much, as the situation was indeed rather bizarre. The monkey nodded. "I will go and persuade them." Chen Qing then sent a message to Shi Zhilang, urging him to stock up on food without disclosing the specific reason. Shi Zhilang replied simply, "Okay." The monkey's residence was also in the Jiangpan community, but Chen Qing was currently staying at a hotel, so they parted ways at the intersection. While still on the road, Chen Qing called Manager Yang. "Manager Yang, do you have any reliable suppliers of pig feed on your end? Are you really looking to purchase?" "No, I am merely curious and wish to stock up a little. I have a slight sense of paranoia. There are some. More content is loading. Please wait." This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Soon, Manager Yang sent a PDF document. It was inconvenient to examine it in detail while on the road, but a cursory glance revealed more than 10 pig feed manufacturers. Upon returning to the hotel, a lavish lunch was already laid out before Chen Man, who was indulging in an oily feast. Chen Qing sat down as well, casually grabbing a tomahawk steak to gnaw on while glancing at the PDF. Among the manufacturers listed, 2 appeared particularly suitable: local, reasonably priced, and appropriately scaled. He called one of them to inquire about prices. "How much do you need?" 1,000 tons. That would be 3 million. What if we add meat to that?" The man paused slightly, his tone laced with impatience. "Do you incorporate meat into your pig feed? Are you idle?" He clarified, "I just not. I was referred by Manager Yang from the 300 guards." He continued, "Not commercial meat, but rather zombie meat, those aged frozen fish and meats. Should you possess connections, processing plant scraps would also suffice." He mused, truly peculiar. In this era, someone adding meat to pig feed. This customer service representative was somewhat arrogant. "Very well. We shall deliberate and respond to you by tomorrow." Upon terminating the call, Chen Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Prolonged abstinence from meat diminishes one's vigor. If rationed prudently, a ton could sustain 10 adults for a year. 1,000 tons would adequately support an entire community. One's life force is the bedrock of everything. Without its support, Even the most formidable formations will crumble. In locales teeming with vibrant human energy, malevolent entities dare not approach, such as military encampments or educational institutions. Alas, funds were insufficient. He must needs seek out loan sharks to procure additional capital. As Chen Qing was about to initiate the second call, the necklace adorning his chest vibrated subtly. Chen Qing was taken aback, a sense of unease gripping his heart. A ghost. There's a ghost here. An eerie voice, yet brimming with mirth, echoed. Jinbu. Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu. Huan, Jinbu Huan. Abruptly, a diminutive specter materialized within the room, standing half a meter tall, gaunt and frail, clad in tattered garments, and burdened with an enormous sack, a meter in diameter. Was it Jinbu Huan? Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. Golden exchange, he shouted, yet there was no response. Golden X. Change, Golden X. Change, Golden X. Change, Golden X. Change. As he continued to chant, he leapt high into the air and vanished into a single slipper, which subsequently transformed into a pure golden slipper. Weighing it in his hands, he estimated it to be around 10 pounds. The density of gold is substantial, and this slipper had a thick sole. If an opportunity arose to sell it, he could procure some supplies, so he casually placed it into the Demon Suppression Tower. Chen Qing arrived at the riverside community. The construction of his safe house was in full swing, progressing satisfactorily. After some contemplation, Chen Qing turned towards the northeast corner of the community where the electric bike shed was located. Upon reaching the back of the shed, he encountered a familiar figure, Uncle Xia, who was blind. In this apocalyptic world, only a couple of individuals remained loyal to Chen Qing, Monkey and Uncle Xia. Within the riverside community, there was also a relative of Chen Qing's, his aunt. When Chen Qing was 13, there was a period when they truly faced starvation. Emboldened, he sought assistance from his aunt's household, using the last remnants of his dignity to ask her for a loan of 200 yuan. However, he was met only with humiliation. This was especially poignant when he overheard his aunt's laughter echoing through the hallway as he hid. Her every word etched deeply into his memory. That wretched child has always targeted me, excelling in every aspect. Ha ha ha. Look, now her despicable offspring has come to my doorstep. That winter, Chen Qing feared that he and Chen Man might perish. It was during this dire time that Uncle Xia offered him a handful of dirty, malodorous small bills, totaling 48 yuan and 5 jiao. Among them, there were even 2 pieces of toy currency for children. Thus, when the blood moon arrived, Uncle Xia would feast, and only then would Chen Qing have his meal. Were it not for Uncle Xia's persistent disapproval, he would have long since brought him home. At this moment, Uncle Xia was preparing a meal. A blind man living alone certainly had poor hygiene. The water in the pot was murky as he fumbled to place a small pot atop a stove made of 3 bricks, struggling with a lighter for some time before finally igniting the wooden pieces beneath it, which were likely scraps from construction materials. During this endeavor, the lighter burnt his hand, but perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. He merely shook his hand and paid it no further heed. Once the water in the pot began to bubble, Uncle Xia tore open a crumpled package of instant noodles, feeling his way as he placed the noodle cake inside, followed by the seasoning packets one by one. He shook out the broken pieces of noodles from the bag into his hand, consuming them, and licked the seasoning packets clean. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. After a moment, Uncle Xia retrieved a wooden board, pushed the ashes aside to extinguish the fire, and then took a pair of disposable chopsticks from a large bag nearby. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Who is it? Chen Qing took a deep breath, a smile spreading across his face as he replied, Uncle Xia, it's me. Chen Qing. Uncle Xia immediately beckoned, come. Would you like some noodles? Chen Qing settled onto a worn, darkened brown sofa, and with a smile inquired, how have you been lately? The surroundings were chaotic, yet Chen Qing understood that everything must remain undisturbed. Uncle Xia had long since memorized the positions of each item. Even the slightest alteration could cause considerable inconvenience. Chen Qing pondered how to offer him some financial assistance. Unlike others who were struggling, Uncle Xia was a proud and tenacious man. Even Chen Qing, burdened by a sense of inferiority, recognized this. Yet Uncle Xia, despite his blindness, radiated an undeniable presence, akin to a flag waving amidst a heap of refuse. "You haven't visited in quite some time. Chen Man came by a few days ago and brought me a cake," Uncle Xia remarked. "Oh," Chen Qing replied, somewhat surprised. "Don't let his seemingly absent-minded demeanor fool you. He will undoubtedly achieve great things." Uncle Xia chuckled. "And you? Surely you've had your aptitude assessed by now." "What were the results?" "I passed. My aptitude is rated as S-class. Quite impressive, isn't it?" "Really?" Uncle Xia exclaimed with joy. "See? From adversity comes fortune. Truly, from adversity comes fortune." In that moment, Chen Qing had a brilliant idea. "Uncle Xia, the thing is, when one passes the assessment, they provide shopping vouchers. However, those vouchers are about to expire, and I've purchased quite a few items, some of which I cannot finish." "Then bring them to me," Uncle Xia exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. All right, I will bring them right away." Without delay, Chen Qing headed to the supermarket, opting for practical items rather than expensive ones such as biscuits, instant noodles, bread, sausages, and self-heating rice. When he presented 2 large bags to Uncle Xia, the latter's face lit up with delight. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qing took his leave. Uncle Xia faced the direction in which Chen Qing had departed, his hands resting on the 2 large bags, enveloped in silence. After a considerable moment, he let out a deep sigh. Where could one find a ghost-controlling army that distributes shopping cards, and worse, expired ones? I may be blind to certain things, but my heart is not deceived. With that thought, he turned to a dilapidated statue of Buddha in the corner and offered a prayer. In these tumultuous times, may the 2 children remain safe and in good health. Chapter 14. Do not overthink, do not question, do not be curious, the E-People's warmth suggests. For now, let us set aside thoughts of the blood moon. When the time approaches, we shall ensure its safe arrival at our abode. In this contemplative state, the feed factory's call arrived just in time. We can accommodate your request. Achieving a meat content of approximately 8, with an additional charge of 320 yuan per ton. Is that all? Chen Qing was taken aback. Originally priced at 3,000 yuan per ton, the addition of meat only resulted in a mere 10 increase. However, upon further reflection, this was perhaps unsurprising. Firstly, the meat content was minimal. Secondly, the type of meat utilized was hardly premium. Let us settle on 3,300 yuan then. I'll take 1,000 tons. Please send me your account number. The person on the other end hesitated slightly, as it was the first time they had encountered such a manner of conducting business. Nevertheless, they promptly sent the account details. 330,000 yuan was swiftly transferred. Soon, another call came, this time imbued with a noticeably more courteous tone. "Sir, may I know how to address you?" At this juncture, Chen Qing chuckled at the absurdity of it all. They did not even know his surname, yet had transferred such a substantial amount. Were they not concerned about being swindled? "Chen," he replied, "time is of the essence. Please expedite the production process and inform me once it is ready. Of course, I will provide you with a number that is operational around the clock. Feel free to reach out with any instructions." After hanging up, Chen Qing dialed Manager Yang. "Manager Yang, do you have any vacant warehouses I could borrow for a week at most?" "Yes, there are 3 empty warehouses in the northern high-tech zone. You may use them at your convenience, and I will ensure everything is prepared." "Thank you." "Not at all." Without further ado, I summoned a taxi directly to the high-tech zone. Before the surge of ghostly tides, this area operated almost incessantly, 24 hours a day. Although the impact of the northern ghostly tides is minimal, the current vacancy rate of warehouses suggests that the effects have indeed permeated various aspects. The 3 warehouses are substantial, each exceeding 10,000 square meters, and what particularly delights Chen Qing is the conveyor belt, which seamlessly connects the back door of the warehouse to the front. Moreover, the conveyor belt passes through 2 security inspection machines, effectively dividing the entire warehouse into 3 distinct regions, each concealed from the other. In summary, it will suffice for them to pack the vegetables and place them onto the conveyor belt shortly. Chen Qing retrieved a phone number, I am a holder of VIP car number 527. Are there any discounts for reservations at your hotel? Indeed, sir. As long as the reservation is within the city, we can deliver a fully booked table, with compensation for any delays. For orders exceeding 50 tables, we also provide mobile catering services that can prepare meals on site. Chen Qing was already aware of this and inquired further. How much for a table? There are 5 tiers of pricing for the dishes, ranging from $688 to $48.88. The standard for a table at $688 is. You may proceed with the $48.88 option. The exquisite banquet, priced at 888 yuan per table, features a remarkable selection of 18 dishes, delicate cold appetizers, garlic butter Australian lobster, poached river shrimp, wine-infused fresh fish, flour carving treasure crab, secret sauce braised beef head, scallion oiled Dalian abalone, lotus leaf stewed turtle. Undoubtedly a feast of both mountain and sea delicacies. Yet, it all seems excessively indulgent. When inquiring about dishes at lower tiers, I discovered that the 688 yuan options consisted of commonplace fare, such as sweet and sour ribs, twice-cooked pork, and meatball soup. Ironically, it appeared that these humble offerings suited my palate best. Is this the fate of the impoverished? The order stood at 100 tables for the 888 yuan option, 500 tables at 288 yuan, and 1,000 tables for the 688 yuan choice. Sir, are you certain? The person opposite hesitated slightly. 100 tables is already quite substantial, while a scale of 600 tables is unheard of. Moreover, it is a cardinal sin in banquets to have differing tiers among tables. If funds are limited, it is preferable to have the dishes and drop 2 tiers rather than have some tables lavish while others are meager. Thus, at that moment, I dismissed Chen Qing's inquiry as a mere prank or perhaps a scam call. Naturally, in the service industry, one can only respond with a smile. Please proceed to the warehouse area in the high-tech zone, Zone C, Warehouse 211. I apologize, sir, but due to the excessive quantity of your order, we must require a deposit before we can proceed. Oh, how much? The attendant's voice conveyed the message. The total price is 82 million, and we require a deposit of 20, which amounts to 364,000. What is your account number? The operator provided the account details, concealing a smirk within. The methods employed in this scam are utterly cliché. One can almost anticipate the mention of frozen bank cards, followed by a barrage of worn-out tricks, such as urging one to click links contained within text messages. Just then, as he pondered these thoughts, a voice suddenly shouted, "There's a colossal order of 600 tables in the warehouse area? Is this an invitation for the entire city to feast?" The operator was momentarily taken aback. What? Is this not a blatant scam? How can it be real? Quick, everyone mobilize. The first team of chefs must deliver the ingredients for 100 tables of home-style dishes, while the rest must hastily procure additional supplies. Contact all suppliers. We must secure this order. The operator hesitated, slightly bewildered. Is this really a scam? The deposit has already been transferred. Damn it. The entire hotel erupted into a flurry of activity. Everyone was astonished. 600 tables. Was this truly an event for the whole city? The hotel's response was swift, and the mobile food carts soon arrived at the warehouse area. Yet several chefs appeared utterly dumbfounded. Where is everyone? Just one person? Where are the guests for the feast? Mr. Chen, where are the guests? This is an urgent assignment. You need not concern yourselves with that. Just package each order and place it on the conveyor belt. Someone will take care of it from the back. You are to remain in the front unloading area. No peeking, no questions, no curiosity. A sense of foreboding gripped the chefs, and myriad speculations began to form in their minds. Loading more content, please wait. This site exclusively supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this passage, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, night mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The gaze directed at Chen Qing has undergone a remarkable transformation. Could it be the Ghost General Army? This young lad, despite his tender years, is likely already a prominent figure within the ranks of the Ghost General Army. Curiosity swells within, yet I restrain myself from inquiring. merely gesturing for my companions to commence our preparations. Before us stand a semi-trailer truck. Upon activating the switch, the side doors swing open, and with a rumble, a spacious area of approximately 7 meters unfolds. The chefs move with impressive swiftness, swiftly immersing themselves in their tasks. The rhythmic chopping of vegetables soon fills the air. The conveyor belts within the storage area are covered with plastic sheets, which, upon lifting, reveal pristine surfaces. Moreover, the meals are pre-packaged, so even if dust were to settle, it would pose no concern. With a whoosh, the flames ignite. The intensity of the fire accelerates the cooking process, and shortly, the first dish traverses the expanse of the warehouse, arriving before Chen Qing. Upon inspection, it reveals a plate of stir-fried pork, steaming and aromatic. Chen Qing is exceedingly pleased, storing it within the Demon Suppression Tower. With a time flow disparity of 15,000 times, this signifies that even after 10 or 20 years, when retrieved, the dish will remain warm. Chen Man and I can comfortably enjoy the remainder of our lives. Subsequently, the second, third, up to the 100th and 200th dishes emerged. After 2 hours, the pace of service suddenly doubled, likely due to the arrival of a second wave of staff. With such a flurry of activity, evening soon descended. I called Chen Man, instructing him to attend to his own meals and rest, while Chen Qing casually consumed a couple of boxes. He then immersed himself back into his work. It was as though he were utilizing mental prowess to gather the dishes. At that moment, Chen Qing felt utterly exhausted, yet there seemed to be a subtle strengthening of his mental abilities. Could this be considered a form of cultivation? Chapter 15. Refrain from inquiring too much about affairs in the Jianghu, as with Chen Qing. The chefs in the food truck were drenched through several layers of clothing. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Clap, clap. The manager appeared, clapping his hands, suddenly wearing a broad smile. Everyone, perk up your ears and listen closely. Keep your hands moving while you listen. The chairman is aware of this order. He has declared that if we execute it well, each of you will receive a bonus of 10,000. What? 10,000? Incredible. Long live the chairman. Damn it. I would rather perish here in this food truck today. Let's put in more effort, brothers. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. The head chef seemed to ponder something, stepping closer to inquire softly. The young man must have quite a background. Chances are he is from the Ghost Command, the manager whispered. Recently, the Ghost Command has been quite active. They're likely planning something significant. I suspect this food is intended for them. Then why not simply go to the military directly? Wouldn't it be better to prepare it on site? The manager shot him a glance, exasperated. In the Jianghu, it's best not to pry into such matters. Just then, the phone rang. It was the chairman calling. Although unseen, the manager instinctively hunched slightly as he answered the call. Xiao Jin, this matter must be handled. Must be done properly. Do you understand? Yes. Rest assured, Chairman. I stake my life on it. I yearn to rush over personally, yet they have not approached through official channels, which renders my presence unwelcome. In any case, remember this. If we successfully finalize this deal, we may very well seize the opportunity. Understood. It shall be accomplished without fail. The chairman, visibly anxious, reiterated. Recently, the city has seen an influx of the spirit-controlling army. According to several influential figures, the army may take over Shiming City. Therefore, irrespective of what that young man says, comply unconditionally. Do not inquire, do not be curious. Diligently attend to your tasks, for that is far more valuable than 1,000 flattery. Understood. The manager ended the call and plunged back into the dining cart, emphasizing, ensure your hats are worn securely. I recognize the heat, but we must uphold hygiene. Not a single strand of hair must fall. Hey, you, go fetch 10 more cans of soda and, additionally, 20 pounds of green onions and 200 pounds of potatoes. You must personally select the finest. Xiao Qin, make the meat cubes even finer. Chen Qing, who was on the verge of yawning, suddenly slapped his forehead. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. While gathering the vegetables, he opened his phone. Chen Man's favorite was KFC. and he had forgotten to place an order. Thus, he ordered 100 family buckets from each of the 21 outlets across the city. He also called the manager to assist in placing them on the conveyor belt. The manager's attitude was extraordinarily gracious, to the extent that one could almost hear him bowing repeatedly over the phone. Chen Qing found it puzzling. Has the service industry become this competitive? However, it wasn't long before another call came through. We regret to inform you, sir, that we do not have enough family buckets available in our store. Please consider canceling your order or perhaps reducing it to 50. Similar calls continued to pour in. Yet, in the end, over 600 orders were placed. After some contemplation, Chen Qing decided to order indiscriminately from the delivery list. Everything from skewers, marinated delicacies, fried chicken, ice cream, milk tea, fried rice, to pastries, an abundance of treats. At the entrance of KFC in the North City Square, 8 delivery personnel were filled with curiosity. Are you also from Warehouse C? You too? Remarkable. Is it now trendy to feast on KFC? They decided to check it out. The further they walked, the more astonished they became, as more and more delivery workers joined their ranks. Soon, they formed an army of electric bicycles. Warehouse C? You too? The closer they approached the high-tech zone, the more surprised they were. Eventually, there was no need for further inquiries. In elementary school, I wrote a novel featuring a wealthy character who, to emphasize his affluence, was said to consume 100 family buckets daily. To my utter disbelief, I was witnessing this surreal scenario unfold in real life. Upon reaching Warehouse C, the throng of electric bicycles had formed an impenetrable mass. The manager had no choice but to begin directing traffic and coordinating the crowd, urging everyone to place their items on the conveyor belt. Almost everyone was inquiring about the identity of the person who had placed the order. However, the manager merely wore a stern expression and said, "Do not inquire about matters of the underworld." At 9 o'clock in the evening, a group of helpers was summoned from other hotels, significantly hastening the process. Ultimately, everything came to a close by 2 in the morning. Everyone was utterly exhausted, including Chen Qing. After a day of intense exertion of mental energy, his mind felt itchy, as if something were about to sprout. The manager's voice had grown hoarse, yet he still dialed Chen Qing's number. "Mr. Chen, the order has been fully completed. Could you kindly acknowledge receipt?" Chen Qing promptly arrived at the warehouse, only to be taken aback by the sight of dozens of chefs, their attire clearly indicating they hailed from different hotels. He couldn't help but feel a moment of surprise. Goodness, who would have thought the hotel industry was so united? When one faces adversity, 8 come to aid. Without hesitation, he signed a document. I will transfer the payment right away." No, there's no rush. It can be done anytime. Has the hotel industry become so competitive that they are not even eager to collect payment? At that moment, Chen Qing felt perplexed. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, he was quite pleased. It would be even better if payments could be made in installments. The manager and the head chef then directed everyone to begin clearing the chaotic mess. Their pace was swift, and soon a truckload of refuse departed. Once tranquility returned, a delivery scooter gradually approached, repeatedly checking the address, and inquired with confusion, "Is there a Mr. Chen?" "Who is Mr. Chen?" Your delivery, oh no. Your takeout. Wishing you a delightful dining experience." Chen Qing accepted the milk tea and handed it to the delivery man. "Excuse me, could you kindly offer me a ride back? This milk tea is for you. As for the grilled skewers, more content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading chapter content. Kindly close the reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and disable any ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. I will share some with you as well. The spicy skewers are also yours." The delivery man appeared somewhat bewildered. He was experiencing the most bizarre night of his professional career. After escorting Chen Qing to the hotel entrance and taking another sip of the milk tea, he murmured, "Thank you, Chen." Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Man woke up in a daze. "Good night, Chen Qing." "Good night." Chen Man immediately fell asleep, snoring profoundly. Suddenly, Chen Qing recalled something and took out the lottery ticket. 25 million. I've struck it rich. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33. This is the winning number drawn on the 24th. It starts with 24. Without further contemplation, he was certain of his victory. The uniqueness of this number combination was unforgettable. He seemed to have heard about a tax implication. Was it 20? Should he wear a helmet when claiming the prize? Chen Qing mumbled to himself as he casually searched for the winning numbers. Then, he was stunned. 4, 6, 9, 18, 24, 27, 32. Had he misread? He meticulously double-checked the numbers. Upon rechecking the date, July 24th, indeed, it is correct. So where did the issue arise? 6. Truly 6. The lottery ticket was torn to shreds. Embracing Chen Man, I drifted into slumber. Chapter 16. The Dark Prison's demonic contract, perhaps due to the need for mental acuity. Chen Qing slumbered until noon. Chen Man had already departed for school. After a meal, he proceeded to report to the 5th Battalion of the Spirit-Conquering Army. Welcome, Chen Qing, Han Yuan declared, striking his right fist against his left chest in a salute. Chen Qing reciprocated the gesture. You may already be familiar with our unit, but allow me to introduce our battalion, Han Yuan continued. The Spirit-Conquering Army, the Demon-Slaying Team, and the Martial Arts Academy constitute the 3 principal cultivation systems of our era. Among these, the Spirit-Conquering Army primarily serves as the guardians, boasting the largest numbers and forming the foundation of the entire Tang dynasty. The Demon-Slaying Team, on the other hand, is considerably more perilous. They operate as a mobile force tasked with execution and reconnaissance, akin to Special Operations Forces, representing the pinnacle of combat capabilities. The Martial Arts Academy concentrates on nurturing gifted individuals who may not be inclined towards violence, focusing on the refinement of techniques and the development of weaponry. For instance, the standardized military weapon, the Kunwa blade, is a product of the Academy's innovation. Chen Qing was well aware of this. The demon-slaying team enjoyed the best benefits. Yet Chen Qing knew that he must attend to Chen Man, which precluded him from engaging in extensive campaigns. You seem quite knowledgeable about the Spirit-Conquering Army. Can you name the 3 types of weaponry we utilize? The Kunwa blade, the Kunlun crossbow, and firearms. Chen Qing responded without hesitation. I choose the Kunwa blade. Selecting a weapon effectively determined his future role within the battalion. I understand. The Kunwa blade is suited for close combat. The Kunlun crossbow serves as a supportive weapon for mid to short-range sniping, while firearms are utilized for long-range sniping. Han Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Let us formally assess your talents and subsequently acquire the requisite equipment. Those who attain an A-level aptitude typically possess their own opportunities and are not compelled to remain within the team. As for you, I wish to spend a few days learning within the group first. Mastering the contract spirit technique is essential, particularly the infernal contract spirit technique. He Chong, please escort Chen Qing to the aptitude assessment. Soon, a robust man approached, engaging in lively conversation. I am He Chong, an avid fisherman. My family used to be in the pig slaughtering business. Have you ever slaughtered a pig? I heard from the captain that you possess an S-level aptitude. It would be a pity for such talent not to join the demon extermination team. What does it feel like to have an S-level aptitude? As we conversed, we arrived at a location reminiscent of a hospital's radiology department. To one side stood a wall with a large glass pane, behind which 2 individuals clad in white coats were observing alongside Han Yuan. In the center was a contraption resembling an electric chair, with hand-shaped indentations on the armrests for placement. Once seated, one would insert their hands and have numerous wired clamps affixed to their limbs, accompanied by a helmet connected to a multitude of wires. It has been an exceptionally long time since an S-level newcomer graced our ranks. Any that have appeared were swiftly claimed by the demon extermination team. May this S-level talent choose to remain with us. He Chong confirmed that everything was in order, giving an okay gesture behind the glass with a mischievous smile, and asked, "Are you ready for your soul to leave your body?" Chen Qing nodded in affirmation. A gentle hum resonated, and a tremor coursed through his entire being, especially in his head. It felt as though something was tugging at him from a distance. It truly felt as if his soul was departing. The values on the computer display fluctuated erratically before suddenly stabilizing. At the end of a series of figures, a small inscription read, Energy level, SS. The doctor gasped in astonishment, double S level. SS level. That's the same as the captain. Han Yuan also gaped in surprise, then whispered urgently, "There has been a mistake. Change it back to S level." "What? You want me to change it? And I should just do it? Ah, do you believe I'll give you a beating?" All right. They were all too aware of the implications. If the demon extermination team were to discover this, they would undoubtedly demand the individual be taken away. But Captain, the machine will retain a record of this. By the time they realize it, with my charisma, Chen Qing will be impossible to chase away. Yichang and Chen Qing soon observed the results. Indeed, it was authentic S level. Congratulations, Chen Qing. You've made a slight improvement since last time, Han Yuan remarked with a smile. The two doctors exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Chen Qing mused to himself that he had indeed progressed a bit. He had sensed it while using the Demon Suppressing Tower to order takeout. After pondering for a moment, he inquired of Han Yuan, "Captain, my head has been quite itchy these past few days. How should I describe it? It feels as though I'm about to grow a brain. Is this a normal occurrence?" Upon hearing the words, Han Yuan, along with the two doctors and Yichang, stood in stunned silence. "Congratulations," Yichang began, but before he could finish, Han Yuan abruptly kicked him away. Yichang was sent sprawling, his mouth shut tight. With a grave tone, Han Yuan remarked, "The new brother's mind may be afflicted. Do you still wish to play tricks?" Yichang could only respond with silence. Chen Qing. "Wait here for a moment," Han Yuan said as he ushered the three into the glass room. Is he about to awaken? Boss, is he truly going to awaken?" Silence. Han Yuan ran his fingers through his hair, his face contorted as though he wore a mask of anguish. It was a rare opportunity to have a promising individual, and now he was on the verge of awakening. This would mean he would be lost. After a moment of struggle, he exclaimed in anger, "Change it. Make it an A." "Huh, boss, that a bit harsh. Isn't it? Unfair. The man's treatment will be drastically reduced." "Nonsense. Do you think I would let him suffer? I will compensate him double." "Change it. Do you believe I won't beat you?" TSK. From now on, you shall be known as the Black Captain. This is lawless, utterly disregarding all authority. Yichang attempted to retort further, but was once again kicked away. "Enough of your nonsense. I have plenty of good things in my warehouse. I will certainly make it up to him. Double." When Han Yuan returned to Chen Qing, his expression was somewhat somber. "You have a psychic tumor in your mind, which is draining your mental energy. Therefore, your correct energy level is an A. Psychic tumor? This phenomenon will gradually be assimilated as you refine your skills, so there is no need for concern." Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. The situation exuded an eerie aura, yet the necessity of mental acuity was undeniably palpable. It could indeed have ramifications. Let us proceed to select the cultivation techniques. Which ones do you desire? Upon the mention of this, Chen Qing promptly redirected his thoughts. The Black Prison Contracting Ghost Technique. This was something he must acquire, albeit it could not be articulated aloud, for its nature was confidential, and he could not explain how he knew of its existence. Originally, it was supposed to be Yichang leading the way, but Han Yuan exhibited great enthusiasm and took it upon himself to guide them. They arrived at what could be called the repository of books, or so it shall be named for now. In truth, it was a room with stringent security, containing numerous locked black boxes. Some were particularly elongated, others were quite heavy, and some were diminutive. The cultivation techniques were also housed within these black boxes. You are classified as a level, allowing you to select 2 A-level items at your discretion. Each black box bore a metal plate, detailing the contents within. Item name, contracting ghost technique category, cultivation technique. Level, B, danger level, none. Remarks, enables the contracting of ghosts. An essential choice for ghost masters. Item name, high precision tactical rifle, silver bullet, category. Weapon level, B, danger level, none. Remarks, capable of loading special ammunition. Effective for long-range elimination of ghostly leaders. Item name, blood red garment category. Antiquity level, S, danger level, none. Remarks, left behind after defeating a female ghost. Possesses formidable defensive capabilities against spirits. Chen Qing examined each item, noting that the antiquities were predominantly of high grade, mostly S level and above. Certainly, his own Demon Suppression Tower and Zhong Kui map were undoubtedly rated SSS level. With a cap of 10 S grades, there could be 10, and with a cap of 100 S grades, there could be 100. Such as the pinnacle. Regrettably, had it been S level, he could have chosen the blood-red garment. He Chong and the two doctors cast a disdainful glance at Han Yuan, their contempt unmistakable. Cough, cough. Han Yuan cleared his throat. In the spirit of fostering newcomers, you may select an additional SS level item. Deduct the contribution points from my account. Contribution points? These are earned upon completing tasks and can be exchanged for currency or rewards. If there is something you desire that is not available here, you may also request it from the superior warehouse. Oh, Chen Qing nodded, glancing further. Item name: Black Prison Ghost Contract Technique Category. Skill level: SS Danger Level. 2 stars. Remarks: an advanced and perilous technique of the ghost contract upon use. It confines the ghost within the realm of souls, which can only be released when a singular soul resonance remains. Note: if one party perishes, only the other remains. Either the ghost submits to humanity, harmonizing the fluctuations of both souls. Note 2. This technique is exceedingly domineering, a matter of life and death. Please choose wisely. Captain, I desire this. Han Yuan's expression changed. Chapter 17. His talent cannot merely be a "this won't do." Han Yuan shook his head. Choose another one. Yichang also urged, brother, you should really select a different one. Chen Qing turned to the two. Observing the danger level, Han Yuan's expression grew serious. As long as those 4 words are present, even if it's merely 1 star, it is exceedingly perilous. Generally, items rated with a danger level of 2 stars would not appear here. These are managed uniformly by a mysterious organization known as the Heavenly Machine Pavilion at headquarters. The presence of danger level indicates that whether it be an artifact or a technique, it is highly dangerous. The only reason it remains here is that it has yet to be submitted. Yichang implored again, brother, look at the note above. It implies that should you imprison the ghostly entity in this abyss, there are only 3 potential outcomes: your demise, its demise, or a successful contract. The success rate of contracting a ghost is exceedingly low, perhaps less than 1 in 10. This is tantamount to pushing oneself to the brink of death. As long as one survives, there will always be another opportunity to contract. Why take such a risk? Chen Qing was well aware of this. In fact, this was precisely the reason he had chosen this technique. This one will suffice. Han Yuan regarded Chen Qing with a furrowed brow, gritting his teeth. Choose another. Opt for an SSS level 1, and consider my contribution. However, Chen Qing remained resolute. Thank you, Captain, but you mentioned that talents reaching a level possess their own opportunities, and my opportunity precisely requires this. Han Yuan sighed, then retrieved a peculiar key to open the box. A slender, ancient tome lies before me, adorned with numerous acupuncture points, alongside annotations detailing the manipulation of spiritual energy through the interstices. I selected this artifact alongside a spectral energy detector, an instrument resembling a wristwatch, which also serves the purpose of telling time. It integrates several conventional features, such as a compass, but most importantly, it possesses the capability to discern the energy levels of supernatural entities, wandering souls, malevolent spirits, and sinister apparitions, categorized into grades like C-level wandering souls, A-level wandering souls, and S-level malevolent spirits. With 1 selection remaining, Chen Qing found himself at a loss for options. Nothing caught his fancy, so he resolved to choose again next time. Next, he received a standard Kunwa blade, reminiscent of a Tang sword, its surface etched with crimson patterns, heavy and substantial in weight. Following this were the uniforms, identification documents, and so forth. The room assigned to him bore the number 527, accessible through facial recognition, eliminating the need for a key. Both the Demon Extermination Squad and the Spirit Control Army were to undergo intensive training, and he was no exception. However, upon fulfilling the day's training quota, he would be permitted to return home. Reporting was scheduled for tomorrow, with formal training commencing the day after. Having arrived 2 days early, he could return home for the time being. Master, is there an instructor for the training? I wish to begin learning immediately, he inquired. We have engaged a martial arts school expert to serve as your theoretical instructor, who is expected to arrive in the next couple of days, came the reply from Yichang. Oh, Then you may go find him, Chen Qing said, promptly locating the instructor's quarters. The teacher, surnamed Wu, went by the name Wu Kong. He appeared to have just finished arranging his space, engrossed in crafting a PowerPoint presentation on the topic. The essence of soul movement is thought movement, spiritual movement. Chen Qing articulated his purpose, which took Wu Kong by surprise. Nevertheless, he nodded approvingly, remarking, "I admire those who are eager to learn." He then inquired, "What is your aptitude level?" Upon hearing A grade, Wu Kong exclaimed, "Indeed, that's quite rare." Given the modest accommodations, Wu Kong ushered Chen Qing inside. He placed a glass of water on the stool and, without touching it, positioned his hand around the glass. "Envision a current flowing between your palms," he instructed. "Endeavor to manipulate it, just as I am demonstrating." As he spoke, the water within the glass began to subtly vibrate, despite the absence of any physical contact. This is the realm of soul activation, he elucidated. In essence, soul activation is the animation of thought, the agility of spirit, and the mobilization of intention. Wu Kong's eyes widened abruptly, for the glass of water between Chen Qing's hands had begun to stir. "A day, perhaps a month. Are you certain your aptitude is merely A grade?" "Indeed." The captain himself verified it. Doubt lingered in Wu Kong's mind, yet he nodded, saying, "Congratulations, you have attained the soul activation realm." "Really?" Chen Qing was elated. However, Wu Kong had mentioned that this was the simplest and most fundamental realm, so his attainment wasn't too surprising. Wu Kong produced a large, folded hard card that unfolded into a chart of acupuncture points. "Come, remove your clothing." Chen Qing promptly complied. Wu Kong then produced a pistol-like device with a thumb-sized jade stone at the muzzle and a ghost bead embedded in the butt. With an A-grade aptitude, you already possess a considerable amount of spiritual energy within you. Wu Kong placed the muzzle against the hollow of his throat. "This is the Tian 2 point. I'll mark it for you with the guiding gun, and you try to direct your spiritual energy here." As he spoke, the muzzle emitted a faint coolness and a slight tingling sensation. Chen Qing had never been aware of the spiritual energy within him, but with this guidance, he indeed sensed its presence throughout his body. After striving for a moment, he gradually grasped the trick, laboriously urging the spiritual energy toward the point indicated by the guiding gun. The ghost bead on the butt of the guiding gun gradually brightened. Wu Kong gaped, stunned. "You succeeded on the first try? What kind of prodigy is this?" "Teacher, is this correct?" Chen Qing wanted to channel more spiritual energy, but like waves crashing on the shore, only a small amount could remain at the Tian 2 point. "Yes, that's correct," Wu Kong said, still in a daze, pointing to a red line on the acupoint chart. "This circle of points is referred to as the Zhoutian. Guiding the vital energy along this circular path constitutes one complete Zhoutian. If there is nothing amiss, remember to frequently guide the vital energy through Zhoutian. This practice will create a field-like phenomenon, drawing more spiritual energy into your body. You may take this with you." Chen Qing received a large, thin book. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Diligent practice is essential. "Understood. Thank you, master." After Chen Qing left, Wu Kong remained in a daze. After pondering for a moment, he dialed Han Yuan's number. "Captain Han, there may have been a mistake in Chen Qing's talent assessment. It cannot possibly be just an A." Han Yuan fell silent, but pressed on, affirming, "Indeed, I conducted the assessment myself." He then inquired, "What is it?" "He has awakened his soul. Furthermore, he has already begun to learn how to control the vital energy slowly." A sputtering sound of someone choking on water came from the other end of the line. Chapter 18. "I offer you 10,000. "What?" Han Yuan was genuinely astonished. The soul movement typically requires a week to a month, yet he succeeded instantaneously. Then, channeling his spiritual energy, Chen Qing managed to activate the guiding gun successfully on his first attempt, albeit only at the first gear. Generally, the guiding gun must be set to the fourth or fifth gear to be effective, and some individuals even need to reside in the guiding device for several days for it to function correctly before they can barely learn to channel their spiritual energy. This talent is astonishing. It is undoubtedly impossible for him to be merely A grade. He might very well be S, double S, or even triple S. In that case, he is no longer your student, Han Yuan said helplessly. In an instant, Wu Kong understood everything. The usually gentle Wukong exclaimed, "What the hell? This is outrageous. Outrageous, my foot." Han Yuan retorted angrily, "What? Is there anything I cannot teach? Or is there any equipment I lack?" Moreover, he himself had no desire to join the Demon Slayer team. He was not the one forcing him to stay here. Wukong was left in a daze. Regardless, he is a. Do you understand? A. He opened his necklace, placing the Kunwu sword and his equipment into the Demon Suppression Tower. Chen Qing began to concentrate on operating the Zhou Tian. With the guiding gun, it was as if a lighthouse illuminated the night. All he needed to do was to surge towards it. Now, however, it had devolved into chaos, and everything had to be explored gradually. Referring to the acupoint diagram, Chen Qing controlled the spiritual energy to flow gently. "Chen Qing, I'm back," Chen Man shouted as he entered through the door. Observing Chen Qing practicing, she refrained from inquiring about his activities. After partaking in some refreshments, she commenced her homework. "Chen Qing, I'm unable to solve the first problem," she stated. Chen Qing gestured dismissively and pressed the service bell, subsequently immersing himself in meditation. Chen Man, having summoned the waiter, initiated another arduous tutoring session. Even after consuming dinner, Chen Qing remained immobile. At 9 in the evening, Chen Man yawned. Suddenly, Chen Qing's eyes snapped open. "Huzzah! I've succeeded. The initial cycle is complete. Chen Qing, good night," Chen Man uttered before brushing her teeth and swiftly drifting off to sleep. Chen Qing hastily consumed his meal and resumed the cyclical practice. This time, his progress was noticeably swifter. He completed the second cycle in the dead of night, oblivious to the hour. Subsequently, Chen Qing endeavored to initiate the second cycle. The acupoints in this cycle proved more elusive, and the trajectory was considerably more intricate, causing Chen Qing's pace to decelerate significantly. Even as Chen Man ate breakfast and departed, Chen Qing remained engrossed in his cultivation. Perhaps due to its restorative properties, he felt no fatigue despite staying up all night. Upon opening his eyes once more, he realized it was the time when Chen Man returned from school. No wonder seclusion often lasts for years. Time truly flies. As they were dining, the hotel doorbell chimed. Chen Man opened the door, and a voice, both familiar yet somewhat strange, echoed. "Oh, Chen Man, you've grown up so much, becoming increasingly delightful." 3 individuals stepped inside. A middle-aged woman, one hand clutching a box of milk and the other a bag of fruit, appeared somewhat slender, with elongated eyes adorned with bold lipstick. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man, dressed in formal attire, with a noticeably large and heavy belly, his leather shoes gleaming. The last was a young girl, of similar age to Chen Qing, chewing gum and inheriting the woman-esque features, her eyes also elongated. Chen Qing furrowed her brow. The middle-aged woman was Chen Qing's aunt, named Huang Shui. The man was her uncle, Hong Jian, and the girl was her cousin, Hongya. They also resided in the Riverside community, being Chen Qing's only remaining relatives, though they had not been in contact for 6 or 7 years. During Chen Qing's most trying times, when she faced starvation, she had sought their assistance. Chen Qing would never forget the day, at the tender age of 13, when she knocked on their door in the biting winter, merely asking to borrow 200 yuan. 200. What did that amount signify to a dual-income household? Yet, that sum could have saved both her and Chen Man. She had endeavored to please them, adopting the most humble tone and posture, but what did she receive in return? Her aunt sighed heavily, even producing a few rotten apples to feign poverty. Yet, the plates underneath were undoubtedly silver. As Chen Qing left, feeling utterly despondent, she sat at the doorstep for a considerable time, her ears haunted by an unforgettable laughter. That wretched girl has always targeted me, surpassing me in every aspect. Ha ha, look. Now her wretched offspring has come begging at my door. What a harsh reality. Chen Qing had never imagined that a relative, who could be considered close, would look at him with a smile while he struggled in the mire. Instead, it was the blind old man, who had lived his life in solitude, who lent him a hand. From his filthy pocket, he pulled out a handful of dirty small bills, saving both himself and Chen Man during that frigid winter. Since then, despite residing in the same neighborhood, Chen Qing had no further interactions with them. They didn't even greet each other when they crossed paths. Chen Qing, you've grown into such a handsome young man, exclaimed his aunt, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she took in the surroundings. Huang Shui, lost in her thoughts, sat down and sighed. Your parents left us too soon, leaving you both lonely and destitute. Every time I think about it, my heart feels heavy. As she spoke, her eyes reddened with emotion. Chen Qing remained silent. But at that moment, his eyelids twitched violently. A surge of inexplicable anger rushed to his head. Not a pleasant feeling. We've lived in the same neighborhood for 7 years. Have you ever bothered to visit us even once? Huang Shui's tone was laden with reproach as she continued. You are young, yet you show no understanding of frugality. In the past, 200 yuan seemed as distant as the stars in the sky now. 5,000 yuan appears to me as mere pocket change. Chen Qing fixed his gaze intently upon Huang Shui's eyes and inquired, Aunt, is the milk and fruit you brought today worth 200 yuan? Huang Shui's expression shifted awkwardly as she forced a smile and retorted, What are you saying, child? Huh? Chen Yin always calculates every little thing. Hanya, chewing gum, cast a disdainful glance at Chen Qing. It's just 200. Do you intend to remember it for a lifetime? Enough of this. Chen Qing's eyelids flickered slightly, his hand instinctively resting upon the necklace. Noticing Chen Qing's disconcerted demeanor, Hong Jian gestured dismissively and turned to Hanya. Let us not say too much. It's not that we don't wish to meet. These past few years have been overwhelmingly busy for both your aunt and me. After a moment as contemplation, he pushed the bags of milk and fruit forward. But here I am to see you. These are high-quality milk and fresh fruits. At that moment, Chen Man brought over a large platter of fruit. Munching away while watching cartoons, scrunching his face at the sight of durian and tossing it into the nearby trash can. Hong Jian's expression grew somewhat awkward. Chen Qing didn't even glance at the fruit, having developed a discerning palate over the years, typically not indulging in fruit priced below 200. Let us be straightforward. What brings you here? Well, Xiao Qing, Huang Shui began. Just call me Chen Qing, he interrupted, frowning slightly. Not everyone can call me Xiao Qing. How can you speak like that? This is my mother. She's also your elder. Hanya interjected, her eyes fixed on Chen Qing. Enough of this. Hong Jian furrowed his brows and interrupted, speaking slowly. Yesterday, I heard from Chen Qing that your talent test reached an S rating. Xiaya, however, did not perform well and received a C. I have connections within the organization. Perhaps you could exchange your results with hers. Aren't you looking to join the Yugui army? The army does not require such high levels of talent. I assure you, your assistance will not go unrewarded. With a serious demeanor, Hong Jian produced a stack of red bills. This is 10,000 yuan. Once the talent exchange is completed, I shall provide you with an additional 5,000. Chapter 19. Is 20,000 a lot? The flickering flames of the people prompted a moment of reflection for Chen Qing. A hearty laugh erupted from him. Huh? The three were taken aback by his exuberance. After a prolonged outburst, Chen Qing finally composed himself, speaking with a grave tone. 10,000? A full 10,000. Huang Shui, momentarily dazed, began to grasp the situation. I understand you are a bit more financially comfortable now. 10,000 is not a trivial sum. Moreover, Chen Qing, we are bound by blood after all. When your sister achieves success, you will undoubtedly benefit as well. Benefit? Chen Qing scoffed. With an S-class talent, admission to a martial arts academy comes with at least 100,000 in scholarships. And you offer me a mere 10,000? That is tantamount to a pittance. Huang Shui and Hong Jian fell silent. They had deliberated extensively on how much to offer Chen Qing, ultimately settling on 10,000, with an additional 5,000 being a last-minute decision by Hong Jian. They had presumed that as an orphan, Chen Qing would be oblivious to the nuances of scholarship opportunities. They hoped to profit handsomely from a scholarship while also securing a prestigious school for Hanya, achieving two objectives with one action. To their astonishment, Chen Qing was well aware of the martial arts academy. Regardless, you have no need to attend. Huang Shui insisted. With Xiaoya's intelligence, she would undoubtedly become a significant figure at the academy. Securing a position for you later would be quite effortless. Huang Shui endeavored to persuade Chen Qing further. Xiao Qing, we are indeed family. This bloodline cannot be severed. She added, how about an additional 10,000? That would be 20,000, a considerable amount. Chen Qing coldly gazed at the three individuals before him. Upon sensing Chen Qing's shift in demeanor, Huang Xue's face brightened with delight. Chen Qing approached the bedside and pressed the service bell. Please bring me 10 bottles of mineral water, and I require 10 individuals to deliver them. The operator was momentarily taken aback. The presidential suite is equipped with a refrigerator. It contains not only mineral water and beverages, but also red wine. Is this feasible? Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please close your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and disable any ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. It can be done. The operator, cursing inwardly, nevertheless acquiesced. The attendants grumbled among themselves, yet they had no choice but to each carry a bottle of mineral water upstairs. They really don't treat people like people. This is utterly ridiculous. Perhaps they think this will recoup some of the room charges. All right. Let us keep the complaints to a minimum. The requests of the presidential suite must be accommodated to the fullest extent possible. 10 individuals lined up, each cradling a bottle of mineral water. Upon noticing the door ajar and 3 additional people inside, they exchanged puzzled glances but maintained smiles as they gently knocked on the door. Mr. Chen, your mineral water has arrived. Chen Qing beckoned them over. The first attendant presented the bottle with both hands. Chen Qing casually accepted it and handed him 2 coins. For the water, the attendant was momentarily stunned, about to mention that it was complimentary. However, Chen Qing then offered him 2 stacks of red bills. This is for your tip. The waiter was momentarily stunned. Huang Xue was also taken aback. Hong Jian found himself at a loss for words, as did Hong Ya. Sir, the waiter stammered, his voice trembling, hands shaking as he finally regained composure. Accepting the 2 stacks of red bills, his face flushed with excitement. Thank you, sir. The other waiters stood in astonishment. The once orderly line had become somewhat disheveled. Chen Qing cast a cold glance at Huang Xue. 20,000? Is that a lot? The second waiter, suppressing his excitement, approached Chen Qing with a bottle of mineral water in his hands. Chen Qing produced $2 for the water. He then moved to the safe and retrieved 20,000. This is a tip for you. Chen Qing looked again at Huang Xue. When I had nothing to eat, borrowing 200 from you was a lifesaver for both me and Xiaoman. Chen Qing sneered. Now is 20,000 too much? The third waiter approached, trembling. Do you really think 20,000 could purchase my S-grade talent? Your money is just paper, isn't it? Are you out of your mind? Huang Xue's expression shifted dramatically, and she abruptly stood up. Chen Qing. What do you mean by that? Oh, and you too, cousin. You truly are something else. What I mean is, even if I were to give away my S-grade talent, I would not bestow it upon you. At this moment, all the waiters comprehended the situation. This was the real-life embodiment of do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Hong Jian scoffed. Chen Qing, do not speak so definitively. He fixed his gaze intensely on Chen Qing and exclaimed, do not push matters to the extreme. Extreme? Is it possible for you to be extreme? And you dare to call each other family? Bah! Spare me your revolting sentiments. I shall remember your words. The wretched spawn has come knocking at my door. For a lifetime, 2 old wretches and a young wretch. How is it that you have the audacity to confront me today, brandishing nothing more than this paltry sum of milk? In a sudden burst of fury, Chen Qing delivered a fierce kick to the milk, causing it to explode with a resounding bang, splattering everywhere, particularly upon the members of the Hong family, who found themselves drenched. Huang Xue, now livid, shouted, You are disobedient. You are unfilial. I would rather honor a dog than you. Chen Qing retorted, his anger intensifying. Have you ever nourished me or given me life? Even if you had offered both Xiaoman and me a single ear of corn, I would still not recognize you as my elder. At this, Hongya could no longer contain herself and charged forward, only to be restrained by several waitstaff. Release me. DC sans affront. Rape. Hongya screamed, yet she remained firmly held down. One of the female staff members slapped her sharply across the face, commanding silence. You struck me? Hongya was momentarily taken aback. Even Chen Qing was stunned by the unexpected blow. He laughed unexpectedly and tossed 2 stacks of money over, exclaiming it's a technical job, a reward. Hong Jian and Huang Shui abruptly pushed aside several waitstaff, panting heavily. Chen Qing, we shall see. They attempted to leave, but the waitstaff had already blocked the exit. An air of panic enveloped the trio. What? What do you intend to do? Don't just watch, sit and watch. Chen Qing coldly regarded the 3. Chen Qing, you are still young. Do not act impulsively. Huang Shui was already in a state of distress. We are sorry for what we did to you. Just pretend we never came. Please, let us go. Chen Qing's hand grazed the necklace once more. But ultimately, he set it down. Instead, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha, 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 ha. Do you see the once lofty scoundrels? Today, they have come begging at my door. Chen Qing laughed maniacally for a moment before coldly retorting. The term scoundrel is now officially returned to you. He then declared loudly, let the 3 scoundrels go. The 3 wore ashen faces but dared not utter another word, leaving in a huff. Suddenly, a waitstaff member chased after them, announcing, I apologize. The elevator is out of service today. Please use the stairs. You go too far. Please use the stairs. This is the 30th floor. Please use the stairs. Chen Qing, listening to the commotion outside, tossed another 20,000 with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, it's a technical job, a reward. Chapter 20. A Streak of Fortune. An extraordinary girl. In the tale of the end of the 100 Ghosts, I have become the most powerful ghost master. Chen Qinghua triumphed, garnering nearly 300,000. However, the exhilaration was unparalleled. Beyond the group that had wronged him, his greatest animosity lay with Huang Shui and her kin. The other 2 individuals were Chen Shan and Chen Quan, who had mysteriously vanished for 6 years. Yet, in his previous life, just 3 days before the blood moon, Chen Quan had returned home, leaving behind 2 paper knives and 2 pieces of paper armor. It was with this very equipment that Chen Qing and Chen Man managed to endure until the 3rd blood moon. Regrettably, on that fateful day, both Chen Qing and Chen Man were absent from home and missed the opportunity to meet. They may have had their reasons, but to abandon the 2 for 6 years was unforgivable. When they departed, Chen Qing was merely an elementary school student, left to raise Chen Man alone. The hardships endured during this period are beyond imagination. Chen Qing harbored intense resentment. He despised Chen Quan for not even having a fleeting encounter with him. For the lack of any explanation, even a simple acknowledgement of his hardships would have sufficed. Yet there was nothing, no words, not even a face-to-face meeting. His thoughts wandered. As the server cleared the room, Chen Qing's gaze fell upon the Demon Suppression Tower. He had not retrieved the items from the safe. Instead, he had drawn them directly from the tower. Having reached the soul motion realm, he could now project his spiritual energy and retrieve objects from distance. Dismissing the distractions, Chen Qing immersed himself once more in his cultivation. He was determined to master the Black Prison Contract ghost technique as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, the dawn radiated hope as it approached the Arya Hotel. She carried a basket of fruits, meticulously adorned, containing 9 peculiar little flowers. These were soma flowers, the sacred blooms of the ethnic group, symbolizing restrained love, eternally yours, a choice she made after sifting through hundreds of varieties. They were sufficiently niche, unlikely to be commonplace, and the symbolism was remarkably fitting. Initially, after the incident at the police station, she contemplated giving up. However, upon hearing 2 pieces of news, Chen Qing's renovation costs were likely nearing 10 million, and he had achieved an S rating in his aptitude test. She could no longer remain idle. A potential gem, an extraordinary prospect. She simply had to seize the opportunity. After careful consideration, she recalled that her interactions with Chen Qing had generally been quite harmonious, aside from the misunderstanding regarding the subway. Yet, as is often the case with good fortune, trials would only serve to deepen their bond. Much like a romantic drama, their relationship would emerge stronger after navigating numerous misunderstandings and obstacles. For instance, she could now naturally offer an apology, perhaps employing a few tactics. Tonight, she might stay over, contemplating how to present herself when surrendering for the first time. Should she appear pained? Afraid? Though familiar with the experience, the renewed rupture still stung slightly. Such is the nature of man, with a primal instinct lurking within. Surely, the symbolic veil of innocence ranks high among the objects of his desire. Her top, a loosely draped shawl, revealed just enough to entice, threatening to fall with the slightest touch. A pair of shapely legs extended from beneath the miniskirt. As the elevator ascended, she made final adjustments, reflected in its polished surface. Stepping out, Dawn donned a different guise, a blend of timidity and delight. Her lips, painted with 2 layers of color, were perfectly rouged, appearing almost translucent. She pressed the doorbell. After a moment, Chen Man peeked out. Seeing Dawn, he called back, "Chen Qing, someone's here to see you. Tell them I'm not in." Chen Man earnestly shut the door. "Chen Qing is not here." Bang! The door slammed shut. Dawn was stunned. None of the countless scenarios she had envisioned matched this reality. Poisonous. This is surely poisonous. Taking a deep breath, Dawn sent a voice message to Chen Qing. "Chen Qing, open the door, it's me." Chen Qing remained unresponsive, focused on circulating his internal energy. Dawn adjusted her stance at the door, toes together, head bowed, projecting an image of timid anticipation. She would slowly lift her gaze as Chen Qing opened the door. Her mind raced, pre-playing the scene with imagined music and special effects. But 5 minutes passed. There was not a whisper of sound. Did you not notice? As the tension mounted, Chen Qi, unable to contain herself any longer, sent another message. "Chen Qing, please open the door. I am here to apologize." 5 more minutes passed, and her heels began to ache. Still, there was no response. Damn it! Chen Qi gritted her teeth and pressed the doorbell once more. Chen Man peeked through the crack of the door, but did not release the security chain. "Chen Qing, she's back. No matter who it is, do not let her in." Chen Qing replied impatiently. These days, there are too many flashy and deceitful women, many of whom are utterly worthless. Just ignore her. Chen Qi's cheeks flushed crimson. How hurtful. It was true that she had indulged herself a bit recently. Did he find out? As Chen Man prepared to close the door again, Chen Qi wedged her foot against it and called out, "Chen Qing, it's me, Xiaoxi. Please let me in. What do you want?" Chen Qi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I just want to apologize." She began to sob softly, gazing down at her toes. "About the subway incident. It was my fault. I know I upset you. Look, I brought you some fruit. More damn fruit." Chen Qing cursed. Chen Qi was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? At this moment, Chen Qing was deeply engrossed in his training, still feeling the residual effects from Huang Shui's family, and simply had no time to deal with her. "Chen Qing, could you please let me in? I've been standing here for so long. Let you in? Why would I do that?" Chen Qing frowned as the dawn light flickered. Chen Qi was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? Is it not obvious why I'm dressed this way?" However, she could not simply regard herself as a mere delivery service. At a loss for a moment, she stamped her foot and cried, You're bullying me." With that, she covered her face and hurriedly vanished down the corridor. Upon entering the elevator, Chen Qi's brows furrowed in distress. She felt utterly wronged. Truly, she felt a profound sense of injustice. Confident in her own righteousness, she could not fathom why every situation seemed to spiral beyond her control. Taking several deep breaths, she reflected on her recent actions and tone, believing that she still held the reins of the situation. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading modes, as well as ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. As expected, news from Chen Qing would arrive shortly. The phone rang. Indeed, Chen Qi's heart leaped with joy, but the caller ID revealed it was Chen Qing. Why was it him? "Sister, where are you? I'm at area." Just as Chen Qi began to speak, she slapped her forehead in realization. Sure enough, Chen Qing erupted in anger. "Did you go looking for that scoundrel, Chen Qing? Do you have no shame?" Chen Qi felt a swell of indignation, tears nearly spilling over. "Do you have any conscience? Who do you think I'm doing this for? Isn't it all for you?" After a moment of silence, Chen Qing said, All right, I shouldn't speak to you like that, but sister, you must meet this person." "Who?" "A man whose lineage, appearance, and potential surpass Chen Qing by 100-fold. His name is Ji Luo. Chen Qing's tone was laced with excitement. Both of his parents are prominent figures, and I must tell you, he possesses SS-level talent. He has already reached the soul movement realm. I've heard that soon every neighborhood will be organized into battle zones, and his family has inside information. That is why he specifically came to Ximing City. If he can connect with him, Chen Qing will be nothing. Morning Light suddenly understood. This was a wealthy young master seeking to enhance his status. He might even have ambitions to accumulate military merits. Morning Light was greatly intrigued. Where is he? We are together. He will be coming to pick you up shortly. Don't come to the hotel. Meet me at the entrance of the Dawasha bookstore. Soon, a luxury vehicle stopped at the bookstore entrance. Morning Light, holding a copy of Jane Eyre, stood with her feet together, a smile on her face, seemingly oblivious to the car as she gazed in another direction. Is she your sister? Ji Luo's voice was filled with astonishment. Coming from an aristocratic background, he had always been in a semi-closed environment, either practicing martial arts or studying, and had indeed encountered very few girls his age. Ji Luo hurriedly stepped out of the car, excitement evident as he extended his hand. You must be Morning Light? I am Ji Luo. Morning Light reached out her hand, only to have it grasped tightly, causing her face to flush crimson as she whispered, Please, let go. Jilo hastily released her grip and, upon noticing the book in her hand, felt an even deeper affection. You adore Jane Eyre as well? I am particularly fond of Mr. Rochester. He embodies the masculine qualities that I admire. Jilo's heart surged with excitement. What extraordinary fortune was this? On his very first outing, he encountered such an exceptional girl. Her beauty was striking, her figure exquisite, her intellect profound, and her demeanor serene. She was the quintessential choice for a wife. Chapter 21. The wandering soul and the excrement demon Chen Qing resumed his meditation on the carpet, a wave of nausea washing over him at the thought of Chengxi. What kind of foolishness had clouded his judgment in the past, leading him to favor such a wretched being? Yet, he knew that cultivating his skills was of paramount importance. Resolutely, he centered his thoughts and settled into a cross-legged position once more. Cultivation could not be rushed, but with the blood moon drawing ever closer, and a multitude of tasks awaiting him after mastering the black prison contract spirit technique, he understood the urgency to hasten his progress. Chen Qing, will you accompany me outside today? Cheng Man inquired, drawing near. Well, Chen Qing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Why not let those elder brothers entertain you instead? With that, he pressed the service bell, yearning to savor the fleeting tranquility that lay before him. However, he recognized the necessity of restraint. I want to go then, Cheng Man replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she shook her head, leaving one to wonder if disappointment lingered beneath her stoic facade. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was midnight. Chen Qing slowly rose to his feet, extending a finger toward a teapot. Black prison. A surge of dark energy enveloped both Chen Qing and the teapot, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a realm of shadows. The space was circular, devoid of walls, shrouded in what appeared to be a mist that resembled both vapor and tendrils, creating an ethereal and surreal atmosphere. The teapot lay quietly at his feet. He gave it a gentle kick, and it rolled away, spinning. Once ensnared within the black prison, there were but two fates. Either one would perish or the spirit would submit, merging their souls to release the black prison. This was Chen Qing's ultimate tactic against the Demon King of the Demon Suppression Tower. He would force a choice upon it, either to take its own life, thereby ensuring mutual destruction, or to yield to him. In a previous life, during the second blood moon, the Demon King unexpectedly betrayed, causing the entire city's order to collapse in that very moment. Chen Qing would not passively watch this calamity unfold once more. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble, a wager on the Demon King's subservience to him. Presently, within the confines of the abyss, Chen Qing stood as the sole living entity, readily able to lift the confinement at any moment. With a mere thought, he released the black prison. Suddenly, the necklace stirred. Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Vinbu Huan. The voice of Jinbu Huan echoed unexpectedly. Jinbu Huan, Vinbu Huan, Vinbu Huan. A figure appeared in the room, Jinbu Huan, slender and diminutive, clad in tattered attire, burdened by an enormous sack. The ghostly energy detector in Chen Qing's hand jolted violently, its readings fluctuating wildly. Level F, Wandering Souls. Level E, Wandering Souls. Level D, Wandering Souls. In an instant, the data surged to Level C, Wandering Souls. Level B, Wandering Souls. Level A, Wandering Souls. Level E, Malevolent Spirits. Level D, Malevolent Spirits. Jinbu Huan, Vingbu Huan, Vingbu Huan. Jinbu Huan suddenly leaped onto the teapot that had just fallen to the ground. As if diving into water, the figure vanished without a trace. The teapot, however, had transformed into a golden vessel. Chen Qing was left speechless. Why did you choose a teapot of all things? Why not a cabinet or a television? How much can such a small thing fetch? The entity known as Jin Buhan is a vengeful spirit, and in a previous life, Chen Qing indeed owed a debt of gratitude to many. However, in this incarnation, he cannot fathom to whom he might owe such gratitude. After pondering for a moment without arriving at an answer, he decided to dismiss the thought. Grasping the Kunmo blade, he descended the stairs. At last, he was ready to pursue spirits. It was now 2 a.m, and taxis were plentiful. Chen Qing hailed one, and after an hour's journey, he arrived at the outskirts of the northern part of the city. Faintly, the sound of spirits weeping could be heard, and the air was saturated with a chilling aura. Even in the height of summer, goosebumps prickled his skin. Chen Qing inhaled deeply. With the blade in hand, he advanced cautiously. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour. Soon, Chen Qing furrowed his brow. The presence of spirits was alarmingly sparse, unlike the multitude of spirits that roamed after the blood moon. The current density and strength of spirits were far too low. He had traversed for quite some time without encountering a single one. Observing the spirit gauge, his instrument for detecting spirit levels, he noted varying concentrations in the surroundings. Chen Qing resolved to abandon the main path, using the spirit gauge as his compass, and slowly made his way toward areas of higher spiritual density. He leaped over ditches, traversed fields of wild grass, and skirted around fish ponds. In the distance, he spotted a small building. The necklace trembled slightly. He had arrived. His grip on the blade tightened. Chen Qing approached the modest structure. It was indeed small, measuring merely 4 meters in length and width, with a flat roof. It likely served as a storage space for farming equipment, such as hand tractors, with rusted hoes and shovels adorning the walls, their corrosion staining the surface a deep iron red. Chen Qing cautiously moved to the front, where he beheld a figure. It was crouched within the building, wielding a sickle to cut a single slipper. The ghost trembled slightly, revealing a number, 6, a level F wandering spirit, the lowest tier of ghosts. It poses almost no threat to humans. F-level wandering spirits typically act on instinct, lost in a haze of confusion and ignorance. While such a ghost holds no value for a ghost master, it is precisely what Chen Qing needs. The strength of the Ghost King is directly correlated to the 12 spirits it suppresses. The weaker the 12 spirits, the weaker the Ghost King, and the greater the chance of a successful contract. Once he contracts the Ghost King, he can easily exchange these feeble spirits. Chen Qing was unsure how to capture the ghost within the tower, so he could only attempt it. Capture. A cacophony of metallic clinks echoed as a collection of shovels and hoes was drawn into the Demon Suppression Tower. Yet, this ghost remained motionless. The ghost, sensing the commotion, rose to its feet. Its pale blue skin and emaciated form were clad in a striped shirt bearing the name of a mental institution. It wore red underpants, lacking outer trousers. One foot was adorned with 2 socks, while the other was bare. It sported a single slipper, the other having been claimed by its own demise. One I stood guard while the other kept watch, gazing in opposite directions. This was a mad ghost. Chen Qing stared in astonishment. Without hesitation, he made another attempt. Capture. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Still, it was futile. The mad ghost tilted its head. 1, eye scrutinizing Chen Qing while the other surveyed the ground. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qing summoned the Demon Suppression Tower. The diminutive tower, akin to the size of a cigarette, suddenly expanded to a towering 5 meters. With a resounding crash, it obliterated the small dwelling along with the ghost. Dust billowed into the air. Chen Qing stepped back a few paces, a smile gracing his lips. He could sense that the mad ghost had been ensnared within the confines of the tower. Come fort. The mad ghost materialized before Chen Qing, unchanged, one eye gazing skyward while the other fixed on him. Kneel. The mad ghost complied and knelt down. Jump. The mad ghost leapt. Run. The mad ghost began to sprint. Testing its strength proved futile. It was exceedingly weak. Its physique resembled that of an ordinary person, yet its strength was likely comparable only to that of Chun Man. One down. Chen Qing then turned his gaze towards the specter display, gradually advancing towards an area with a higher concentration of yin energy. After approximately 10 minutes, the necklace vibrated slightly. A sound akin to a pig feeding filled the air. Chen Qing gripped his knife tightly, inching closer to the fetid gutter. This was a stagnant sewer, mired in years of filth. Within, something was stirring, the foul stench rising and stinging his eyes. At last, Chen Qing beheld the ghost, a grotesque creature with the body of a dog and the head of a human, its form rotting. As it dug through the murky depths of the gutter, greedily stuffing its mouth with the foul refuse. It was an F-grade wandering spirit, known as the toilet ghost, or more colloquially, the feces-eating ghost. Chapter 22. The Legend of 100 Types of Spirits. Chen Qing refrained from casting the Demon Suppression Tower down, for if he did, it would merely return with a tower full of filth, an utterly repulsive thought. The spectral display indicated that this was also a Class F wandering soul, suggesting minimal danger. The foul drainage ditch was merely about 1 meter deep, easily accessible from above. With careful steps, Chen Qing approached the toilet ghost, delivering a swift strike. The blood patterns on the blade shimmered brilliantly as, with a splatter, the head fell from the body. The canine form stiffened momentarily, yet its feet and rear remained ensconced in the muck, still seated. Remarkably, both the head and the dog's body abruptly transformed into a wisp of black vapor, swiftly merging into the Demon Suppression Tower. A flicker of realization dawned upon Chen Qing as he conjured the thought, bringing forth both the toilet ghost and the mad ghost into his view. The body of the toilet ghost remained intact. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pondered whether the spirits he vanquished were indeed absorbed into the tower. This would imply that the mad ghost was not merely captured, but was, in fact, slain by the tower before being drawn into it. Gazing at the mad ghost, Chen Qing furrowed his brow slightly, for this was his first encounter with such a spirit, and the name itself was a mere whim of his creation. Thus, he had no means to ascertain the mad ghost's hierarchical classification. However, he was familiar with the evolution sequence of the toilet ghost. The wandering soul level was referred to as the toilet ghost, the malevolent spirit level as the filth eater, while the classification for the wicked spirit level remained unknown. It is said that there are precisely 100 types of spirits in the world, each possessing its own path to ascendancy towards the Ghost King. Upon ascension, both form and abilities undergo a significant enhancement, a process that necessitates a spiritual catalyst. The spirit guide may be a concoction of certain spiritual medicines, ghostly entities, and ancient artifacts, or it could involve conditions such as the slaying of 100 individuals. Chen Qing was aware of the complete ascension pathway for the child ghost and the drowned ghost to evolve into a malevolent spirit. This encompassed the full knowledge of their transformation. The child ghost was akin to a wailing infant, while the drowned ghost resembled water, monkeys, or river sprites. Given sufficient conditions, Chen Qing could elevate both to the level of malevolent spirits. Additionally, he possessed knowledge of the incomplete route for the vengeful ghost's evolution into a malevolent spirit. The vengeful ghost was the sleepless figure in a crimson robe. However, he only knew the name and lacked understanding of the spirit guide. The vengeful ghost is a formidable type of specter, particularly the malevolent spirit known as the Crimson Robe, a bizarre existence that instills fear in all who hear its name. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Should he ascertain the ascension pathway, Chen Qing would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to acquire one. As for the Mad Ghost, Chen Qing had never heard of it. In fact, even its name was conjured by Chen Qing himself. Considering its absurd appearance, it seemed quite fitting. What would its malicious spirit and malevolent spirit be called? Dull. Heartless One? Lost in thought while walking, he suddenly felt the necklace tremble slightly. Chen Qing gripped his knife tightly, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing. After searching again, he still came up empty. Suddenly recalling something, he looked up at the trees. Perched atop the tree's apex, a specter materialized. Its lower form dissolved into ethereal mist, while its emaciated torso took the shape of a withered crone, her ribs starkly outlined, her breasts shrunken and reminiscent of half-filled waterskins. With nostrils flared wider than her mouth, she inhaled the atmosphere with voracious gulps, an air-devouring ghoul, classified as a low-grade phantom. The tree, towering at approximately 7 or 8 meters, dissuaded Chen Qing from a risky ascent. Instead, he hurled the Demon Suppressing Pagoda skyward. Expand. With a resonant hum, the Demon Suppressing Pagoda swelled in size, displacing the surrounding air, surpassing even the tree's height before crashing down with tremendous force. A cacophony of splintering sounds erupted as the pagoda pulverized the tree, scattering branches in all directions. The Demon Suppressing Pagoda slammed into the earth, showering soil and carving a deep crater, appearing as if it had always been an integral part of the landscape, save for the debris of shattered limbs at its base. Sensing the shift, the air-devouring ghoul materialized within the pagoda's confines. Intrigued, Chen Qing observed the Demon Suppressing Pagoda, curious about its maximum size. Magnify. The Demon Suppressing Pagoda expanded once more, now towering at approximately 20 meters in height, forcefully displacing the earth around it, akin to a subterranean explosion. 6 stories tall. Chen Qing murmured, gazing upward in awe. Amplify. The Demon Suppressing Pagoda swelled again. Chen Qing could no longer accurately gauge its height, estimating it to be around 10 stories. Enlarge. It magnified yet again. By this point, the Demon Suppressing Pagoda dwarfed the ghostless pagoda that housed it. The doors on the pagoda now stood at an imposing 2 meters in height. Magnified to this extent, Chen Qing could discern the intricate details of the iron-cast tower, with its meticulously crafted doors, windows, and pillars, all adorned with distinct. With a sudden impulse, I pushed open the tower door. It opened with remarkable smoothness. Without the slightest sound, inside lay swirling gray mist. Yet Chen Qing did not step in. It was not out of fear of danger, but rather a dread of the staggering disparity in the flow of time, measured at 15,000 times faster. In such a terrifying temporal divergence, even a moment's entry followed by immediate retreat could result in several months passing outside. The tower was not far from the city, and I feared attracting the attention of formidable beings who might wish to reclaim the Demon Suppression Tower. Continuing to follow the ghostly compass, the necklace soon vibrated once more. Gripping the Kunwu sword tightly, I approached cautiously. By the riverside, the grass stirred gently. I glanced at the ghostly compass. It had yet to register a response. Its detection range and speed were significantly inferior to those of the Demon Suppression Tower. As I inched closer, I finally discerned the ghostly figure. It blended almost seamlessly with the water's surface in the darkness, roughly humanoid in shape, yet with disproportionately large hands, webbed fingers, and scales adorning its back. It appeared to be evolving towards that of an otter or a water lizard. A drowned ghost. Chen Qing possessed the complete evolutionary sequence of this entity. However, a frown creased his brow. The drowned ghost form was quite intact, suggesting a formidable level. The ghostly compass trembled. Indeed, the values fluctuated rapidly before stabilizing. 32. A D-grade, wandering spirit. The standard classification comprises 6 levels of E, A. Wandering spirits possess an additional F grade, signifying the nascent stage. For wandering spirits, 110K denotes F grade, while 1,120K corresponds to E grade. Progressing upward, each increment of 20K elevates the grade. 2,140K for D grade, 4,160K for C grade, and 6,180K for B grade. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. The pinnacle is classified as a level, while surpassing a level is referred to as a numerical anomaly. At this level, one possesses the capability for advanced combat. An S-level wandering spirit possesses strength far exceeding that of low-level malevolent entities. The data states 4 words, extremely dangerous. This drowning ghost is particularly suitable for Chen Qing, especially since he is aware of its complete sequence. However, precisely due to its elevated level, Chen Qing finds himself unable to make a choice. The attributes of the Ghost King are directly correlated with the 12 spirits. The weaker, the better. At this moment, Chen Qing cautiously retreated step by step. Before long, he encountered the 5th spirit, the toilet ghost, classified as E-level. This spirit was submerged in a dry toilet, indulging itself in a repulsive feast, and Chen Qing struggled repeatedly but could not bring himself to act. He slipped away. Before dawn, Chen Qing came across the 6th spirit, the breath-eating ghost, an F-level wandering spirit. He successfully captured it. This time, the harvest was quite substantial. 1 mad ghost, 1 toilet ghost, and 2 breath-eating ghosts. Soon, the sky began to brighten. The spectral entities had nearly vanished, with a blood moon yet to rise. The encountered spirits were merely the most common types, low in level and low in strength. Once the blood moon arrives, a myriad of bizarre and excessively strong entities will be unleashed upon the world. Even the mere thought of it sends shivers down one's spine. Just as I was contemplating, Hichan's call came through. Chen Qing, the training has commenced. Understood. Compared to other newcomers, Chen Qing enjoyed a bit more freedom. However, this privilege hinged upon the completion of the training requirements. Today marked the inaugural day of training, and naturally, attendance was imperative. Chapter 23. The training begins on the journey back. The scene outside the car window was bustling with activity. Numerous renovation teams were entering various neighborhoods, diligently engaged in construction. Contemplating for a moment, I opened the community WeChat group. How frustrating. What is the purpose of this community defense? Ghosts have never infiltrated the city. Who are we defending against? Indeed, parking is only permitted outside, but who will bear the parking fees? As I scrolled further, I encountered both supporters and critics. Chen Qing's brow gradually furrowed. Community defense? Such a concept was foreign to my previous life. Could it be that the Tang officials foresaw the impending blood moon? This thought was quite absurd. Yet if I could be reborn, so too could others. Just then a thought crossed my mind. Excuse me, sir. Are you with the Ghost Suppression Army? As my thoughts drifted, the taxi driver kept glancing at Chen Qing in the rearview mirror. At that moment, Chen Qing was clad in the dark green uniform of the Ghost Suppression Army. Yes, Chen Qing nodded in affirmation. Oh my, what honor. The Ghost Suppression Army is truly remarkable, the driver exclaimed. Wasn't there a talent assessment the day before yesterday? My son wasn't selected, and it's left me feeling quite disheartened during meals. He dreams of joining the Ghost Suppression Army, but alas, he lacks the talent. What was your talent assessment score? The driver, a garrulous individual, continued to chatter away. Before long, we arrived at the Ghost Suppression Army headquarters. Just as Chen Qing was about to pay, the driver waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, No, no, no. How could I charge a fare to a member of the Ghost Suppression Army? I shall never accept payment for this. Chen Qing nodded, acquiescing to his wishes. There were already many newcomers present, all adorned in the uniforms of the Ghost Suppression Army, engaging in conversation in small clusters. The monkey had already arrived, and upon seeing Chen Qing, it immediately approached him. Chen Qing, do you possess any insider information? It inquired. What? The moment you mentioned stockpiling supplies, I urged my parents to purchase an abundance of items, rice, flour, cooking oil, instant noodles, canned goods, filling our entire storage room. However, They oppose the idea of a safe house, citing the exorbitant costs. Yet, just yesterday, we commenced renovations for community defense. Therefore, my father asked me to inquire if something truly is amiss. The monkey, being a brother, felt a sense of obligation, especially given its past experiences. Yes, Chen Qing replied solemnly. Money will be of no use if it remains untouched. If you find yourself in dire need, I can lend you some. He cautioned further, do not disclose to others that your family has amassed a considerable stockpile. The monkey paused momentarily, pondering the implications. Not speaking of it, was it out of fear that others might seize their provisions? The thought of such severity, that one might resort to stealing food, struck him. Resolutely, the monkey nodded, I understand. Suddenly, a female voice interrupted, Chen Qing. He turned to find Hanya, clad in the uniform of the ghostly army, gazing coldly at him. I had initially planned to attend martial arts school, but I have now changed my mind. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I shall repay you everything you have given me tenfold, 100-fold. Do not presume that your A-level talent makes you exceptional. Though I possess merely a C-level aptitude, I am still capable of shouldering the weight of this world. I shall trample you beneath my feet, shattering everything you hold dear. Chen Qing was rendered speechless. The overwhelming aura of youthful bravado was palpable. Had this girl consumed several volumes of Do Not Underestimate the Poor Youth? He waved dismissively, then turned to the monkey, murmuring, the type of safe house should ideally provide protection against both spirits and humans. The monkey nodded in agreement and quietly inquired, what about weapons? It would be best to have a variety. At this moment, Hanya experienced a slight pause. The atmosphere had built up to this point, and she anticipated a clash. Yet Chen Qing merely responded with an indifferent "oh." She found herself at a loss for words. It was evident that the tension should have escalated to a climax, yet they lingered in an uncomfortable limbo, which was utterly exasperating. With a heavy snort of annoyance, she turned and departed. Damn, the monkey muttered, observing her retreating figure. How did these individuals end up together? Chen Qing turned to look and saw Hanya, Zhong Kui, and a strikingly handsome young man conversing while glancing in their direction. Did you see the person with Chen Qing? The monkey's tone grew serious. You must exercise caution. I have never encountered him before. Chen Qing was quite certain. His name was Ji Luo, reputed to be the strongest of their cohort. With a talent test rating of SS level, it was said that he had even reached the soul motion stage. Is soul motion particularly difficult? Chen Qing pondered curiously. Besides him, there was also a woman rumored to possess a fate-related spirit. At this moment, Chen Qing was genuinely taken aback. The fate ghost. Ghosts and humans are sworn enemies. Yet the fate ghost possesses an innate bond with a particular individual, almost reaching a level of spiritual unity. It does not occupy the spirit pet space of the ghost master and will never betray at any time. The most terrifying aspect is its ability to share a portion of its powers with its master. It is an exceptionally rare spirit pet, its significance far surpassing that of S-rank spirit pets. To think it was a fate ghost. However, its specific nature remains unknown. If it is a formidable ghost type, it would be even more daunting. Silence. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed throughout the venue. He Chong coldly surveyed the crowd. His sparse words carried considerable authority. Instantly, everyone fell silent. This time, there were 118 individuals entering the team, with 9 possessing an aptitude of a rank or higher, including newcomers accompanied by fate ghosts. This was the highest quantity and quality ever recorded. Though it seemed unlikely, I still hold hope that each of you will obtain your own Kunmo blade. The Kunmo blade? Wasn't it distributed along with the military uniform? Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized he had secured a directed mission qualification. The Ghost Army bears a heavy responsibility. In the front, it must support the brothers of the Demon Slayer team. In the rear, it must protect countless citizens. In the next 20 days, you will endure rigorous training. Those who pass the assessment will be awarded the Kunmo blade. Those who do not will return whence they came. With that, Han Yuan pounded his chest and saluted before departing. He Chong stepped forward. Now heed my command. Everyone, run 10 laps, with a time limit of 20 minutes. Report. Speak. Unfair. Hanya stood tall, asserting the physiological differences between boys and girls warrant different training loads. Please wait while more content loads. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, skim mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Ghosts will not show you mercy simply because you are a woman. In the Ghost Legion, there are no distinctions of gender, only qualified soldiers. Chong regarded her coldly. The door is always open. You may leave at any time. Honk ye guritit hartit. Desperately wishing to walk away, yet her pride held her back. Run. Chen Qing dared not voice her thoughts and began to run. Physical endurance is the foundation of everything. Only in the first lap did the disparities become evident. Due to inherent physiological differences, most girls lag behind. Chen Qing did not run fast or slow. She naturally found herself among the first 10 in the group. However, to her surprise, the fastest runner was not Ji Luo, but a girl who moved with a fluid grace, seemingly conserving her energy. Ji Luo exerted herself to catch up, yet a considerable distance remained between her and the girl. It was noteworthy that Ji Luo's physical condition was on par with seasoned soldiers, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed as she pushed herself to the limit. As they pursued each other, the two swiftly distanced themselves from the others. Chong stood like a flagpole, hands clasped behind his back, immobile, gazing intently at the crowd. Time passed slowly, and after approximately 5 laps, the first girl succumbed. She suddenly knelt on the ground and began to vomit. Yuan Shanshan is out, Chong announced loudly, marking a line through his clipboard. Soon, 2 soldiers approached and assisted her out the door. This scene left many spectators feeling a surge of anxiety. It was indeed serious. There was no chance for a second attempt. A chill ran through everyone, yet physical endurance is largely unaffected by subjective willpower, especially considering this was a 10-lap race. Few normal individuals could run such a distance without pause. When one could no longer run, they simply could not. The second, third, and fourth participants subsequently fell out. At this moment, the girl who had been in the lead came to a halt. She had completed the entire course. Chapter 24. Spirit Masters, Physical Cultivators. Spiritual practitioners. The air was thick with tension as Chen Qing and others arrived in succession. At this moment, those who were physically exhausted were barely managing their strides, with individuals collapsing left and right. Soon, the majority of the group reached the finish line, including the likes of Monkey and his companions. Upon crossing the line, they all crumpled to the ground. After a brief pause, Chong began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Those closest to the finish line exerted every ounce of their energy. One by one, several more crossed over. In the final moment, a chubby boy leaped recklessly, crashing heavily onto the ground. His head struck with a sickening thud, blood pouring from his face. Ow! Cried Chong. No, this is unjust. We are merely ordinary students. This is our first run. Out! Chong's voice was cold and unyielding. Despair etched itself on the faces of all behind. Damn! I refuse to accept this. I refuse. This is unfair. Let's go file a complaint. The Spirit Army is not for you to dictate. Chong remained steadfast, summoning numerous members of the Spirit Army to usher everyone out of the camp. See, girls are just as capable as boys. Hong Ye's voice rang with excitement. The first place is a girl. This is proof. Is this guy out of his mind? Monkey frowned, fully aware of Hong Ye's family's disdain for Chen Qing, finding her exceedingly irritating. Chong spoke once more. You have 10 minutes to rest. Then proceed to the underground training arena. Only this one item has eliminated 28 individuals, leaving merely 90 behind. How brutal! The monkey gasped for breath, exclaiming, I have never heard of such cruelty from the Ghost Command before. This training intensity rivals that of the Demon Slayer team. The chubby boy, bruised and battered, lamented in despair. Is this truly unbearable? More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad block features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. Chong, however, chuckled coldly. Listen carefully. For the next 20 days, each day will require an additional lap with a time limit. Still 20 minutes. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. On the final day, we must complete 30 laps in 20 minutes? This is unthinkable. It nearly matches the record for the 100 meters. Are we expected to sprint each lap, as if it were a 100-meter dash? Chen Qing also expressed astonishment. Is that even feasible? Time for a break is over. Chong once again grasped the stopwatch. You have 2 minutes to reach the underground training arena. The crowd was taken aback, hastily rising to their feet, disregarding everything as they sprinted towards the underground arena. This time, 3 more individuals were eliminated, leaving 87 remaining. The underground training arena was vast, even larger than a standard basketball court. It was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few faint green lights. A chill swept through the air, raising the hairs on the back of everyone's necks. However, Chen Qing furrowed his brow slightly. It was not a chill in the air, but rather an ominous presence. Wukong stood in the shadows, faintly perceiving the glint of his glasses. As the crowd gathered, Wukong proclaimed loudly, "Who among you has encountered ghost?" A few individuals raised their hands in the sparse crowd. Observing this, Chen Qing also lifted his hand. As a member of the ghost summoning army, it would indeed be a travesty to have never seen a ghost. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, accompanied by a disquieting aura. At that moment, everyone froze in place. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the air. Ghost! A ghost! It's a ghost! In the midst of the training ground, a colossal figure manifested, resembling a toad with a gaping mouth akin to that of a catfish. Its lower half was shrouded in mist, voraciously inhaling the atmosphere. The ghost detector in Chen Qing's hand quivered slightly, the readings halting at 164. An E-grade malevolent spirit. This entity was known as Swallowing Wind. Wukong slowly elucidated. This is the form a wandering soul-grade atmosphere devourer takes upon ascending to become a malevolent spirit. A prompt from the E-people's cultural heritage urged, experience the essence of a malevolent spirit. As he spoke, the swallowing wind gradually turned its head. An indescribable pressure enveloped the entire area in an instant. A piercing scream erupted, and one individual collapsed to the ground. The swallowing wind opened its mouth wide and inhaled sharply, as if it were consuming his soul. Chen Qing immediately activated his inner energy, stabilizing his spirit. Bang! The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed incessantly, as one after another succumbed to the terror. Hiss! A baboon appeared abruptly. Before the foremost female stood a formidable creature, its head raised as it howled into the wind. The girl exchanged a few words with it, after which the beast vanished into thin air. Wukong raised his hand, and the creature, known as the Wind Devourer, finally ceased its tumultuous presence. Among the multitude of newcomers, only 4 remained. The top-ranking girl, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing. The first 3 stood firm, while Chen Qing exhibited signs of instability. Wukong nodded at the quartet in affirmation. As the others gradually regained consciousness, Wukong spoke with a calm demeanor. The Wind Devourer did not unleash its full power. Had it done so at such close proximity, all of you would have perished. His gaze slowly swept across the assembly. I shall not eliminate any of you, but you are now of age. Consider this. Among the entities you will encounter, there are creatures as formidable as the Wind Devourer, perhaps even more terrifying. Make your choice. A profound silence enveloped the group. I apologize, a girl exclaimed, her face still pale with fear. I withdraw. I too withdraw. I never realized that the Ghost Tamer Corps was this perilous. One by one, individuals raised their hands and quietly exited the training arena. After some time, calmness returned to the crowd. 72 remained. We shall now commence the formal lesson. First, you must determine your specialization. As a ghost tamer, your primary focus will be to enhance your spiritual strength. The stronger your spirit, the more powerful the ghostly companions you can command. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and turn off any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. The Berserker primarily cultivates vitality and can be regarded as the frontline tank and assassin, akin to a human cannonball. The spirit cultivator focuses on spiritual energy and can be likened to an immortal or mage in novels. Our squad does not have an instructor. If one wishes to become a spirit cultivator, one must apply to transfer to the Demon Slayer team. I would suggest that those with high aptitude should ideally choose the Demon Tamer path. Once again, in this selection, the majority remained here, with only 6 individuals opting for the Berserker, led away by a muscular man. Now the class officially begins. The first lesson covers the fundamental concepts of the Demon Tamer. Wukong pointed to the demon gauge on his hand, aimed it at Wind Swallower, and the numbers quickly fluctuated, settling at 165. This 165, measured in K, represents the demon energy value, which can essentially be interpreted as combat power. As Wukong directed the gauge towards himself, the value fluctuated again, halting at 318. This is my soul power value, 318K. Remember, the master's soul power value must, without exception, exceed the demon energy value of the demon companion. If the soul power value falls below that of the demon companion, the demon may betray you. Never underestimate the stability of your contract with the demon companion. This is dictated by the contracted demon technique, unyielding to human will. Taking into account the influences of soul power and battle injuries, it is prudent to reserve approximately 50. A minimum of 70 must be retained. For instance, if your soul power is 100, it is advisable to contract a demon pet with a value of 50,000. The maximum should not exceed 70. As Chen Qing listened, a flicker of realization stirred within him. The Black Prison contracted demon technique seemingly lacks this restriction. He must seek an opportunity to inquire with the captain. The potency of soul power brings numerous advantages. First, it enables the contracting of more formidable demon pets. Second, the greater the disparity in soul power, the higher the success rate of the contract. When the difference in soul power and demon energy exceeds tenfold, one can almost forcibly contract any demon pet. Third, it allows for the contracting of a greater number of demon pets. In the soul motion realm, one can contract 2 demon pets. In the spirit essence realm, 3. And in the ghost spring realm, 4. Suddenly, Chen Qing recalled the Demon Suppression Tower. Through it, he could contract 12 demon pets. This would render him invincible. Chapter 25. Purging the Temple of Ghosts. Let us now discuss the hierarchy of spectral entities. Regardless of whether they are wandering souls, malevolent spirits, or sinister beings, they are categorized into 5 distinct levels: E, D, C, B, and A. The F level is exclusive to wandering souls, also referred to as the nascent stage. The E level is known as the fragile stage, wherein a wandering soul risks disintegration upon injury, while malevolent spirit succumbs to the realm of wandering souls when harmed. The thresholds are as follows. 110 is F level, 1120 is E level, 2140 is D level, 4160 is C level, 6180 is B level, and 81,100 is A level. From E level onward, an elevation of 20,000 results in an advancement to the next tier. In the realm of malevolent spirits, the range of 100 to 200 is classified as E, with subsequent increments of 200,000 yielding ascension to the next level. 201 to 400 is D. 401 to 600 is C, 601 to 800 is B, and 801 to 1000 is A. The categorization for sinister beings follows a similar pattern. 1000K signifies E level, while ascending to 10,000 denotes a level for malevolent spirits. A question arises, is there not also an S level, SS level, and even an SSS level? Indeed, these 3 classifications are collectively termed transcendent levels, representing entities that surpass conventional understanding. An S-level wandering soul possesses the capability to effortlessly vanquish lower-tier malevolent spirits. Such beings are exceedingly perilous, and one should refrain from attempting to form contracts with them. To forge a bond with an S-level ghostly companion, one's spiritual power must exceed tenfold their own. Let this be etched in the minds of all. Now, we shall commence the soul motion course. Those who have attained the realm of soul motion may take their leave. Upon reaching this state, one shall be entitled to receive their Kunwa blade. Simultaneously, one can apply to partake in tonight's mission. Mission? Chen Qing was taken aback. A minor ghost wave had erupted at the ghost temple, leaving no survivors in the entire temple. Tonight, the captain would lead a team to eradicate the threat. Captain? Suddenly, Chen Qing comprehended. In his previous life, Han Yuan likely acquired the Demon Suppression Tower during this very mission. He was still missing 8 ghosts, and the wilds yielded too few. He dared not provoke places like the princess's tomb. Following the captain to seize opportunities was the most prudent choice. Logo, there is no need for you to squander time here. You have long since reached the soul motion realm, far surpassing us. Dian Kun looked at it. Ji Luo nodded, yes. I shall take my leave. With that, he rose and departed. The top-ranking female student also stood and left. Chen Qing turned to the monkey, stating, I shall withdraw as well. More content is loading, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Having said that, he too stood and exited. The first 2 departures did not seem to surprise anyone, but when Chen Qing stood, the crowd was taken aback, especially Hanya, Chen Qing, and the monkey, who looked at Chen Qing in disbelief. Once the 3 left, Hanya remarked in a daze, Teacher, could it be that Chen Qing has also reached the soul motion realm? Indeed, Wukong nodded affirmatively. Originally, I intended to add a remark about Chen Qing spending an afternoon. No, to be precise, merely a few minutes before achieving the soul motion. Yet, he remained silent. The arrival of 3 S-class prodigies this year was already a staggering blow. Any further discouragement might extinguish their motivation to learn. He had initially held the highest hopes for Chen Qing. If it weren't for Zhou Yangxiao, in Han Yuan's office, Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing arrived successively. Are all 3 of you planning to register? Very well. Gather at the playground at 6 this evening. As the trio exited the office, Han Yuan huklid hetidi. Did you see that? This is the allure of charisma. In previous years, we would be grateful for even 1A. This year, we have 3 double S's. He-Chong rolled his eyes in response. Indeed, indeed. In the next moment, He-Chong was unceremoniously kicked out. Having no desire for further back and forth, Chen Qing contacted the hotel to ensure they cared for Chen Man. He chose to remain at the base, diligently honing his skills. Everything else was manageable, but the challenge of running 30 laps in 20 minutes on the final day was formidable. Timing himself on the playground, he sprinted with all his might and managed to complete 19 laps by the 20-minute mark. They could not possibly set an unattainable task. Was there a secret? Perhaps the soul force could enhance the physical body? Throughout the afternoon, Chen Qing sat in his dormitory, meditating and pondering this question. As 6 o'clock approached, the sound of the monkey echoed. I'm exhausted. How can one achieve soul motion? The water in that cup remained utterly still all afternoon. Some of them stirred slightly. We must strive harder. The conversation drew nearer, featuring a monkey, a chubby boy, and a rather aloof youth. The cold youth glanced at the dormitory number and promptly reclined on his bed. The monkey pointed at the chubby boy, saying, Chen Qing, I request to share a dormitory with you. This chubby fellow and I get along quite well, and he has also applied to move in with us. By the way, his name is He Runsheng. Hello, esteemed one. He Runsheng immediately extended his hands for a handshake. Greetings. Chen Qing observed him and inquired, Your family must be immensely wealthy, correct? The chubby boy paused, shaking his head, not at all. Brother, what is your name? The monkey turned his attention to the aloof youth who lay on the bed. Gushing. Gushing? Is that even a surname? The monkey did not dwell on it. Instead, he began to lament with the chubby boy. Esteemed one, may I inquire how you achieve the soul motion? That bowl of water remains utterly still. Chen Qing pondered for a moment. I simply followed what Teacher Wu instructed and exerted some effort, and it moved. He indeed had little experience to impart. He Runsheng was taken aback and sighed. Truly, the esteemed one is remarkable. By the way, Chen Qing, how many attempts did you make? The monkey asked. Chen Qing did not withhold the truth. Once. What? Is that for real? No way, esteemed one. Just once? Indeed. The monkey stood in a daze for a moment before bursting into laughter. the water that Chen Qing had moved, yet it took him an entire afternoon. Today, he tangled with Hongya, claiming he would give you a taste of retribution. I am quite curious to see how they intend to deliver it. What is the matter? Do you harbor animosity? Upon hearing the monkey recount how Hongya had treated Chen Qing, the chubby one frowned in disapproval. That's utterly unacceptable. Chen Qing glanced at the time and decided to make his way to the playground. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site supports mobile browser access only. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Stay safe. The esteemed one, take care. 5 armored military vehicles awaited at the playground. After a brief wait, everyone had arrived, including Chen Qing and the 3 newcomers. There were a total of 30 individuals. Han Yuan stated, "Let us proceed with the old tactics." He made room for the newcomers by clearing 3 seats on the vehicle, where he proceeded to explain the tactics. "Let us set off." The group swiftly boarded the vehicles, which soon rumbled away from the base. The 3 of them sat in the back row, Zhou Yang on the left, Chen Qing in the middle, and Ji Luo on the right. Quite fragrant, Chen Qing mused. He began to outline the tactics. Have you ever heard of the 3-3 strategy? Typically, when dealing with ghostly entities, the 3-3 strategy is employed. 3 individuals form a small unit, arranged in a triangular formation. 3 such units constitute a combat team, still maintaining the triangular configuration. Furthermore, 3 combat teams come together to form a combat group, once again in a triangular shape. Each combat group consists of 27 members, excluding the 3 of you, bringing our total to precisely 27 individuals. It would be wise for you to observe our tactics today. Any stragglers can serve as suitable practice targets. The vehicle came to a swift halt, approximately 1 kilometer from the Wugui Temple. If we draw too close, some may hesitate to emerge. We shall wait until they all reveal themselves before advancing. Chen Qing pondered for a moment before asking, "Chong, where do the ghosts hide during the day?" No one had the answer. Chong chuckled. That remains the world's greatest unsolved mystery. Thus, we must wait for their appearance. No one knows. Chen Qing mused thoughtfully. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life, and Han Yuan's bold voice resonated. "Brothers, follow me." Chapter 26. The Sixfold Evil Spirits and the Night Watchman. 5 armored military vehicles surged up the mountain, arriving swiftly at the Temple of No Ghosts. The team, already familiar with their formation, disembarked and promptly arranged themselves into numerous small squads of 3. Most wielded the Kunwa blade and took positions towards the rear, while one individual, armed with a sniper rifle, searched for an advantageous spot. Han Yuan stood at the center, abruptly drawing his Kunwa blade. A flash of crimson light erupted as the blade ignited in fierce flames, enveloping half of Han Yuan's body. "Charge!" With this command, all rushed into the Temple of No Ghosts, some entering through the doors, others scaling the walls, each with remarkable speed. Chen Qing gripped his Kunwu blade tightly and followed suit. At that moment, a figure emerged before the group. Gaunt and disturbingly pale, the figure bore numerous festering wounds. Moving slowly, while coughing violently, as if on the brink of death, a member of the Ghost Command rushed forward, his Kunwu blade gleaming. With a swift strike, the ghost was cleaved in 2 at the waist. Coughing heavily, the upper half of the ghost struggled to crawl forward. The soldier stepped closer and severed its head with a decisive blow. With a resounding thud, Han Yuan leapt into action, plunging his flaming Kunwu blade into the ghost's corpse. The inferno quickly consumed the remains. Han Yuan furrowed his brow. "This is a deathly," the warrior momentarily froze, then nodded and swiftly fled from the ghost temple. A little further ahead, the 3 foremost warriors became entangled with a female ghost clutching a child. This ghost incessantly murmured something under her breath. With her legs spread apart, she dragged a large mass resembling intestines or flesh from her lower body, from which blood gushed forth. A massive wound marred her abdomen, through which a small child suckled on its thumb, gazing outward with an unsettling calm. Despite the gruesome sight trailing behind her, the female ghost moved with astonishing speed, each step akin to an arrow released from a bow. The 3 warriors had already surrounded her, should she attack one of them. The other two would swiftly unleash their Kunmo blades. Suddenly, the ghost lunged, her claws aimed directly at the warrior's face. The warrior, taken aback, executed a sudden backward somersault. Simultaneously, the two blades swung forth, one aimed for her neck, the other for her abdomen. The sharp sounds of metal clashing echoed as both blades were captured, one by the ghost's grip, the other by the child within her womb. In a startling move, the infant in the ghost's arms leapt towards the grounded warrior, while her claws swept menacingly towards the two warriors. Then, a silver bullet detonated explosively against the ghost's chest. Her body was hurled backward as if struck by a heavy truck. Seizing the opportune moment, the two warriors, flanking the spectral figure, cleaved the female specter into 3 segments with twin strokes of their blades. From the ruptured abdomen of the ghost, a diminutive infant tumbled forth, emitting a heart-rending lament. It tenaciously crawled towards the remains of its spectral mother, clinging to her while wailing inconsolably before its corporeal form gradually dissipated. "Is this the legendary birth of a vengeful spirit?" one warrior murmured, his voice laced with lingering trepidation. "Merely a wandering soul. Unbelievable. Had it ascended to the malevolent grade, it would have undoubtedly claimed several more lives." The warrior who had been grounded managed to regain his footing, gingerly probing the lacerations etched upon his neck. "I wonder if its touch carries venom?" he questioned, his brow furrowed with concern. "I have not heard of such a thing." Chen Qing, an observer to the unfolding drama, felt his heart palpitate fervently. He had once again witnessed such a macabre spectacle. He expectorated a mouthful of saliva to the side, only to be met by an unexpected voice. "Noteworthy fortitude," it remarked. "Pardon?" Chen Qing stammered, taken aback. To witness such a scene for the first time, and only express your unease through spitting, is quite remarkable, the voice elaborated. Presently, the two figures were positioned upon a belfry, affording them an encompassing vista of the surrounding events. Han Yuan remained aloof from the fray, content to observe the ongoing skirmishes. The average prowess of the ghost hunters seemed somewhat inferior to that of the apparitions, yet their exemplary coordination compensated for this disparity. Although injuries were sustained, none appeared to be of a grave nature, and the ranks of the spectral entities were visibly diminishing. Abruptly, Chen Qing interjected, "Captain, the Black Hell Pact of the Ghost Arts should not be constrained by the half of the contracted ghost's energy value principle, correct? If the ghost's energy value is commensurate with mine, or even exceeds it by a margin, would it still be feasible to establish a pact?" Han Yuan frowned and remarked that a contract spirit possessing only half of its original power is decidedly unwise. This is a truth universally acknowledged. However, have you ever pondered why this principle has solidified into an unbreakable law? Chen Qing fell into silence. "Are you aware of the fates that befell those who practiced the hellish contract spirit technique before you? They were all exceptional talents, their abilities far surpassing your wildest imagination. Yet, without exception, they all met their demise. It is likely that you are the sole remaining practitioner of this art. The ferocity of spirit entities exceeds your comprehension. Confining oneself within the realm of these spirits is akin to thrusting oneself into a dire predicament." Han Yuan was not one for verbosity, yet he articulated a plethora of thoughts. Nevertheless, he addressed Chen Qing's inquiry. "The number of spirits in the temple is rapidly diminishing." Bang! Suddenly, a soft knocking sound resonated, akin to a gentle tap on a bamboo tube. The actions of everyone present came to a halt. Chen Qing's vision shifted to monochrome, his consciousness clouded in confusion. Bang! The knocking sound echoed once more, followed by a peculiar voice that elongated. "The heavens are dry. Beware of fire." With this utterance, flames erupted violently from the bodies of all those who had been frozen in place. Han Yuan, too, was immobilized as flames swiftly engulfed him, emitting thick plumes of black smoke. Chen Qing felt flames igniting upon him as well, but the Demon Suppression Tower trembled gently, instantly extinguishing the fire. The monochromatic vision shattered, restoring the world to its normal hue. Chen Qing regained his mobility, yet he remained uncertain of his next course of action. He was completely unaware of the enemy's location. He abruptly shook Han Yuan, who was beside him, exclaiming, "Captain, wake up!" With gritted teeth, he thrust the Kunwa blade towards Han Yuan's arm. Han Yuan snapped back to awareness, the Kunwa blade in his hand erupting with fierce flames, his body rocketing forth like a cannonball. Thud! Han Yuan's body stiffened mid-air, his momentum undeterred as he crashed heavily to the ground. The eerie voice stretched out once more. "Lock the doors and windows, beware of thieves." A wooden lattice window rapidly slammed shut in Chen Qing's eyes, and his body was as if shackled, unable to move. The Demon Suppression Tower shuddered slightly again. The window before him shattered. Chen Qing ducked hit to Han Yuan, stabbing out once more with his blade. In this situation, only he could salvage the situation. The Kunwa blade possessed the power to dispel evil, and Han Yuan instantly regained his senses, his figure shooting out like a cannonball. The specter seemed to be chanting something, but Han Yuan's body closed in instantly. One strike, peace and safety. The voice abruptly ceased. Everyone regained their ability to move, quickly tearing off their burning clothes, each hissing in pain. Chen Qing rushed over to see a ghostly corpse pinned to the ground by Han Yuan's Kunwa blade, rapidly incinerating. Faintly discernible was the attire of an ancient farmer, with a bamboo tube hanging from his waist. A B-grade malevolent spirit, the Night Watchman. Han Yuan furrowed his brow and retrieved several portable adhesive bandages to cover his wounds, exclaiming at the unexpected encounter. Yet Chen Qing stood in stunned silence. This Night Watchman, was he not one of those released after he had unleashed the Demon Suppression Tower? Could it be that the ghost tied at the Ghostless Temple was of his own making? Taking a deep breath, Chen Qing reassured himself. Regardless, with the blood moon approaching, a ghost tide would surely erupt here, and when that time came, the death toll might escalate by hundreds. At that moment, He Chong rushed over, his neck already scorched, with layers of skin burned away, yet he nodded towards Chen Qing. "Chen Qing, this time you've done a great service." His expression turned grave as he added, "Boss, it seems there is still another malevolent spirit." Chapter 27. The Ghost King approaches. The term possession here refers not to a verb, but rather to a noun. Such spirits can be classified as relatively common, known as obsessive ghosts during their wandering soul phase. These are individuals who, after death, become fixated on certain earthly desires. For instance, a drunkard, a gambler, a miser, or a libertine might all embody this transformation. In their malevolent ghost phase, they typically attach themselves to an object they cannot let go of. Take He Chong from a team. Had he perished and transformed into a malevolent ghost, he might very well become a fishing rod. The peculiarities of human obsession and infatuation can lead to equally bizarre manifestations of possession. A drunkard, upon ascending to this state, might morph into a bottle of liquor, while a certain pervert could evolve into a pair of black stockings. Should a modern individual become an obsessive ghost, the possibilities would be endless. A smartphone, a keyboard, a camera, a figurine, a basketball, or even suspenders. None would be surprising. Chen Qing retracted his thoughts and gradually made his way towards the latter section of the Ghostless Temple. A rapid fire, incessant chatter reached his ears, an almost incomprehensible stream of words. Chen Qing strained to decipher the noise, finally catching snippets. "I hear that fellow was a notorious gambler, entangled with a butcher's daughter, and was killed by the butcher himself." The gossip continued, mentioning how Lao Qing had not returned in 2 years, supposedly arrested for salt smuggling, and rumored to have been victimized in prison. As he listened further, the incessant prattle persisted. Turning the corner, Chen Qing finally beheld 2 female ghosts, their mouths flapping rapidly, tongues elongated and drooping to nearly a foot, spraying saliva as they spoke. Long-tongued ghosts. 2 female specters exhibited markedly different levels of proficiency. One spoke with a rapidity that suggested an extensive practice of over 2 years, her words almost indistinguishable unless one listened intently. The other moved with a slight sluggishness, her utterances muddled and unclear. Upon consulting the ghostly gauge, it was revealed that one was of F grade and the other E grade. Both were feeble, yet for the sake of caution, Chen Qing decided to eliminate the F-grade specter, swiftly striking with his blade. The decapitation was devoid of any surprise. The long-tongued specter dissipated into black mist, promptly ensnared by the Demon Suppression Tower. The E-grade long-tongued specter was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a flick of her head, her elongated tongue transformed into a weapon, slicing towards Chen Qing with the swiftness of a sword and the ferocity of a whip. Chen Qing chose not to linger, swiftly vacating the area in search of another specter. This locale was replete with apparitions, and soon he discovered a starving ghost within the temple's dining hall. The specter was ravenously devouring a bag of decayed cabbage, its frame exceedingly emaciated, yet its belly swollen and round from gluttony. A quick assessment revealed it to be an F-grade wandering soul. Without hesitation, he severed its head. The starving ghost quickly dissipated into a cloud of black mist, absorbed into the confines of the Demon Suppression Tower. Within the dining hall, faint Chen Qing hurled the demon suppressing pagoda, and with a resounding crash, the three specters were instantly crushed. He hastily retrieved the pagoda and proceeded to search elsewhere. The subsequent two apparitions he encountered, one of grade E and the other of grade D, prompted him to promptly turn away. Upon reaching the residential area, his pace decelerated. A lascivious murmur emanated from within. Intrigued, he discerned the direction. Gripping his kunmal blade, he cautiously approached. Thereafter, he witnessed a spectacle of unparalleled audacity. A colossal baboon was engaged in a fervent exchange with a female specter. The scene defied description. Chen Qing recognized the baboon as Zhou Yangxiao's fate spirit. Glancing around, he spotted Zhou Yangxiao standing in the corner, her face flushed. She noticed Chen Qing and raised a finger to her lips, gesturing for silence. She tiptoed over and drew Chen Qing outside. "This," Chen Qing stammered. Zhou Yangxiao, her complexion still crimson, explained, "My fate spirit is an incubus. It can only advance in this manner." Incubus? The sounds emanating from within were excessively licentious. Zhou Yangxiao's face remained flushed as she elaborated. "That female specter is a wandering incubus. When an incubus advances to the evil spirit grade, it assumes the form of a baboon or an ape. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a female incubus, so I had to seize it. The evil spirit grade of an incubus is a baboon or an ape?" Chen Qing inquired, somewhat dumbfounded. He instinctively asked, "Then what is the demonic spirit grade of an incubus?" "Uncertain." Indeed, the blood moon has yet to arrive, and currently, the majority of apparitions encountered are the more commonplace spirits. The presence of the watchman spirit here today is due to its suppression since ancient times. As I speak, it seems we have reached the mountain summit. The commotion, even a mere description, would necessitate the sealing of this account. Extraordinary. Steady yourself. Chen Qing found himself momentarily speechless, hastily retreating. After a moment's contemplation, he made his way towards the former abbot's quarters. There lay a decayed corpse, yet it had not transformed into a ghost. Chen Qing could vaguely discern the figure resembling the abbot, letting out a sigh before turning to explore other areas. At this moment, he felt a chilling presence. Scanning the surroundings, he saw no spectral entities. However, each step felt heavier than the last. A peculiar draft seemed to blow against his thigh, an indescribable chill enveloping him. Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat. He looked down, nothing beneath his feet, yet his pant leg was gently swaying. Chen Qing realized what this was. The hanging boots ghost, akin to a shadowy stalker. This entity moves with astonishing speed, evading detection in the blind spots of one's vision. Fortunately, it merely relishes in scaring others, classifying it as a benign spirit. A cool breeze brushed against the nape of his neck. If all remained as expected, it should be dangling just behind him now. Chen Qing refrained from turning around. Instead, he utilized his ghost detector to illuminate the area behind his neck. Level 7 F-class, Wandering Spirit. Understanding dawned upon Chen Qing as he steadied his stance, hurling the Demon Suppression Tower behind him. Magnificent. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, and novel mode in your browser, as well as turn off any ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. With a resounding crash, the towering Demon Suppression Tower standing at least 3 or 4 meters high, came crashing down behind Chen Qing. Although he did not perceive the presence of this persistent follower, he could sense that a new ghost had been ensnared within the tower. Only 2 more remained. Soon, Chen Qing identified his target. A frail figure appeared, its arms laden with a multitude of dice. The dice tumbled incessantly to the ground as the entity frantically attempted to gather them, only for more to slip from its grasp. An expression of urgency marred its ghostly visage, yet it was resolutely intent on collecting every single die, as if determined not to let any escape. This was a fool ghost, and, among the various types, it was clear that this one was a gambler. Suddenly, 3 warriors charged in, poised to strike. Chen Qing quickly interjected, "Leave this one to me." The warriors nodded in acquiescence, offering no further words before redirecting their focus to other enemies. This gambling ghost appeared dazed and was likely of F rank. Indeed, the ghostly scoreboard indicated a mere 5K. With a swift stroke, Chen Qing dispatched the gambling ghost. Only 1 ghost remained in the Demon Suppression Tower. Perhaps good things come to those who wait. The subsequent encounters revealed that none of the few ghosts he encountered were of F rank. Coupled with a rapid reduction in numbers thanks to the efforts of the Ghost Command Army, finding another one became increasingly challenging. Chen Qing felt a pang of anxiety. With a determined thought, he made his way to the rear of the ghostless tower. Though this location had long been cleared, a dilapidated outhouse nestled in the corner of the surrounding wall caught his eye. There may be a restroom specter. Indeed, a grade F restroom specter was savoring its meal with delight. Undeterred by disgust, Chen Qing swiftly delivered a fatal blow. The specter's lifeless form dissolved into a swirling black mist, which was drawn into the tower. The Demon Suppression Tower began to tremble. Initially, the quaking was slight, but it soon escalated into more vigorous convulsions. Before long, the tower, along with the necklace around Chen Qing's neck, writhed as if it were a fish freshly caught. At last, the tumult from the tower subsided. Chen Qing sensed the presence of the 13th specter. The Spectre King had arrived. Chapter 28, If I Die. Take care of my brother, as Chen Qing recalled the terrifying figure from the second blood moon of his previous life. His heart raced uncontrollably. He had gathered these 12 useless spirits solely to obtain this Ghost King. His practice of the Black Abyss contract ghost technique was merely a means to control this Ghost King. Typically, employing the Black Abyss contract ghost technique would incite rebellion from the spirit, leading to a life-and-death struggle. However, Chen Qing was different. He was the master of the Demon Suppression Tower. With this advantage, he could make certain arrangements. For instance, he could venture into the sea or approach a cliff. Thus, should he perish, the Demon Suppression Tower would collapse. In essence, the spirit would face 2 choices, to submit or to face annihilation together. This should suffice. Chen Qing felt uncertain, yet he understood that only by acquiring this Ghost King could he possess the absolute assurance of survival during the blood moon. As he pondered silently, the commotion within the ghost temple gradually subsided. Aside from the fearsome gravekeeper, the spirit conjuring army had also dealt with several troublesome A-class wandering souls, resulting in 1 individual sustaining severe injuries. The battle was nearing its conclusion. At last, the portable radio crackled to life, announcing a gathering. The group made their way towards the temple entrance, where Chen Qing encountered Zhou Yanxiao. With a smile, Chen Qing inquired, "Did everything go smoothly?" Zhou Yanxiao's face flushed, and he responded ambiguously with a hum. It was at this moment that Chen Qing realized Zhou Yanxiao had a remarkably pleasing appearance. His features, nose, eyes, and lips were delicately proportioned, perfectly harmonious. "You, please don't mention anything about my fate and the spirit matter to others." Zhou Yanxiao leaned closer, gazing intently into Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing was not one to engage in discussions about others. Yet, he hesitated deliberately, saying, "Well, consider it a favor owed to you." A deal was struck. Chen Qing smiled, and then quietly inquired, "Is your baboon's promotion substantial this time?" Zhou Yanxiao's face flushed once again, quite significant. As more content was loading, a notice appeared, stating that the site only supported mobile browser access. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode. and ad-blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Seeing Chen Qing was about to ask again, Zhou Yanxiao frowned and said, "Can we not discuss this anymore?" Chen Qing noticed her urgency and chose not to pursue the topic further. One armored vehicle was missing, presumably taken by the soldier who had eliminated the specter. Han Yuan remarked, "Although everyone sustained considerable burns during this mission, it can be deemed a resounding success. The subsequent cleanup will involve other comrades. With one vehicle missing, should they squeeze together or wait for another to arrive? Let us squeeze. Just a few minutes. It'll be over quickly." Han Yuan beckoned 3 newcomers to join him in his vehicle, and immediately 2 others squeezed in. One was Chong, and the other was a round-faced soldier named Zhang Ming Yuan, nicknamed QQ Egg. "Hey, QQ Egg, don't crowd me," Chong exclaimed. "This vehicle is cramped enough. I don't want to be squished." After a bit of shuffling, they ultimately decided that Chong would hold QQ Egg in his lap. The vehicle roared to life. "Chen Qing, today you must take the lead," Han Yuan remarked. "Not at all. It is the captain's astute guidance that deserves the credit." "What? Have you learned to flatter in just a few days?" Han Yuan responded, slightly displeased by Chen Qing's tone. Chen Qing chuckled. "Is there a reward?" "Indeed," Han Yuan laughed. "However, I intend to collectively apply for our combat team to be able to defend against special attacks. Otherwise, if we encounter a spirit with unique abilities like today, we would be at a loss for how to deal with it." Chen Qing contemplated asking whether the possessed entity had been located, but refrained. "Ji Luo has been quite diligent. Have you successfully contracted that house spirit you were working on today?" "I have." Ji Luo's face lit up with excitement at the mention. Han Yuan pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is the complete sequence of the house spirit for sale?" Given Han Yuan's astuteness, he was well aware that Ji Luo's enthusiasm for contracting an E-level spirit must stem from his family's knowledge of the complete promotion pathway. Ji Luo fell silent, yet did not deny it. After a considerable pause, he sighed, "Perhaps my father would not consent." "Very well." Han Yuan chose not to press further. "The complete sequence is far too precious. Each one is the result of countless lives sacrificed during the Southern Ghost Tide. Captain, should not the extermination of spirits be the responsibility of the Ghost Extermination Team? They have been quite occupied lately," Han Yuan replied with a serious tone. "A princess from an unknown dynasty has awakened, and it poses quite a challenge." Chen Qing was taken aback, realizing that it was indeed the spirit he had awakened. However, in reality, Chen Qing had rendered a significant service, for once the blood moon arrived, this malevolent spirit would likely become several times stronger, and the ensuing devastation would be even more horrifying. He contemplated whether to disclose the locations of several ghost strongholds he was aware of. Chen Qing fell into deep thought. "Hey, Chong, can you behave normally for once?" Suddenly, QQ Dan exclaimed, "What on earth is this hard object?" Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. "A knife. That is undoubtedly a knife," Chong retorted. "Even if I were to engage with Cohen, I would only be interested in a captain of such heroic and dashing demeanor." "You are nothing worthy," Han Yuan interjected. "Get lost." After a moment, Han Yuan lowered the makeup mirror, stroked his chin and neck, and nodded. "However, your description of heroic and dashing is indeed quite apartment." The 4 vehicles sped swiftly, soon entering the city. Chen Qing inquired, "Captain, may I exit the vehicle?" "Certainly," Han Yuan responded. "Are you injured? If so, it will be best to have it treated at the base." "No," Chen Qing replied. "Then you may proceed." Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Qing glanced at the time, 4:30. As the availability of taxis dwindled, he opened a ride-hailing app, set his destination, and offered 1,000 yuan. Ding! Instantly, the request was snatched up. Soon, a car came to a halt in front of Chen Qing. "Greetings, Mr. Chen," the driver, his face alight with joy, inquired. "Are you headed to Shizhu Peak?" Even at this late hour, he was clearly eager to make a little extra by running the car. A fare of 1,000 yuan is simply delightful. Indeed, Shizhu Peak is a renowned attraction in Ximing City, characterized by its steep cliffs, with the tumultuous Ximing River flowing below. The two climbed into the vehicle and swiftly set off. The driver, brimming with enthusiasm, engaged in casual conversation with Chen Qing, but Chen's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Ghost King, causing him to respond minimally. Thus, the driver concentrated solely on the road ahead. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of the scenic area. The driver thoughtfully delivered Chen Qing to a point where the vehicle could ascend no further. While some popular destinations operate around the clock, this place had long since closed for the night. Chen Qing switched on his flashlight and, without pause, navigated the winding paths, his stamina far exceeding that of an ordinary person. He soon reached the precipice of the steepest cliff. Finding a precarious spot against the edge, he stood where the slope was steep, barely able to maintain his footing. Should he perish here, his body would undoubtedly plummet into the river below. The cold river breeze whipped around him as he gathered his thoughts and composed a message. On August 15th, the moon shall transform into a blood moon, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. The number of ghosts will multiply 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Malevolent spirits will abound. Ensure that you, along with Xiaoman and Uncle Xia, seek refuge in my safe house, stocking up on provisions as best as you can. Above all, do not trust anyone. My bank card lies beneath a large pine tree at Shizhu Peak, secured by 2 stones. The password is 371896. After finalizing his message, he scheduled it for delayed transmission and concealed the bank card beneath the 2 stones. If I am unable to return alive by noon tomorrow, the monkey shall receive this message. Taking a few deep breaths, I managed to steady my wildly racing heart. A singular thought. The ghostly king from the Demon Suppression Tower materialized before me. His figure appeared somewhat frail as he crouched on the ground with his back turned to Chen Qing. There was no time for scrutiny. Chen Qing spoke the words distinctly. Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique. Chapter 29. The Demon King? Words manifesting power. A strange entity, resembling both tentacles and dark mist, swiftly enveloped the two. Chen Qing's heart raced. In a solemn tone, he remarked, "You have witnessed the environment we find ourselves in, teetering on the edge of a precipice. While one can stand here, should I perish, my body will plummet into the abyss along with the necklace, perhaps to remain submerged in the river for decades or even centuries. You have no other choice. Either submit to me and become my contracted spirit pet, or we shall meet our demise together. Having ventured here, I have prepared for every eventuality. Now, I implore you to reveal your decision." The Demon King remained crouched, offering no response. The unfolding narrative felt somewhat amiss. Chen Qing furrowed his brow and commanded once more, "Stand up." The Demon King gradually rose to its feet. Then, Chen Qing was taken aback. With a wild beard reminiscent of Zhong Kui, its eyes were askew, one vigilant and the other watchful. One foot donned 2 socks while the other was bare. It tilted his head, scrutinizing Chen Qing. "Where are my socks?" Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. Despite the wild beard, was this not the very mad spirit he had first captured? The Demon King? This creature is the Demon King? In Chen Qing's envisioned narrative, there existed poignant and heroic scenes, as well as a desolate conclusion of a corpse adrift in the river. Yet, there was no anticipation of sharing a space with a lunatic. For a moment, he was at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. After some contemplation, he decided to remove his socks and offer them to him. The Ghost King chuckled, a stream of drool trickling down as he wiped his face with his hand and plopped down onto the ground to don the socks. If given a choice, Chen Qing would certainly not have opted for such a thing. Yet, he found himself confined within the depths of the dark prison. Seizing the opportunity while the Ghost King dressed, a thought crossed his mind, and a dark ring of spiritual energy materialized from Chen Qing's consciousness, slowly encircling the Ghost King's head. It tightened increasingly, embedding itself within his skull. The Ghost King seemed to sense something amiss as he scratched at his head. However, the entity had already penetrated deeply into his mind. After a couple of futile scratches and seeing no reaction, he resumed his task of putting on the socks. Success. Is this the feeling of bonding with a spectral companion? Unlike controlling through the Demon Suppression Tower, he could sense the Ghost King's breath, distinctly perceiving everything about him. So, even a ghost requires breath? With a mere thought, Chen Qing dismissed the dark prison. It worked? What surprise! He pointed the ghost detector at the Ghost King, counting 3, 4, 7, 9, 13, 18, 23, 35. It settled on 35. Then 36, 35, 39. 34 for reasons unknown. Its readings remained unstable, fluctuating incessantly. It hovers around 38, a D-grade wandering spirit, wholly unworthy of the title of Ghost King. Yet he is acutely aware that this is due to his choice of contracting only the most fragile of newly formed spirits. Were he to exchange all 12 spirits for those of a higher caliber, the Ghost King would likely ascend to the transcendent level. The mere thought of possessing an S-grade, ghostly companion sends ripples of exhilaration through his heart. Alas, his intellect seems somewhat lacking, presenting a significant dilemma. He wonders if a mere change of spirits could remedy this. With a flicker of resolve, he summons the mad ghost. The two stand in close proximity, as if they were inseparable kin. The four freely roaming eyeballs resemble a 360-degree panoramic camera, capturing the entirety of their surroundings. Fortunately, the Ghost King sports a mustache reminiscent of Zhong Kui, preventing any misidentification. Chen Qing lets out a sigh, his mind conjuring the three-character maxim of certain celebrity. What a calamity! At this juncture, dawn has barely broken, and the mad ghost appears to be somewhat drained. Meanwhile, the Ghost King remains utterly unresponsive, his eyes wandering aimlessly. Chen Qing decides to retract the mad ghost, curious to test the limits of the Ghost King, and he patiently waits. As the light of day gradually intensifies, the first rays of sunlight caress the peak, slowly descending. A reminder of the warmth of human life lingers. Yet the Ghost King remains indifferent. The sun continues its descent, ultimately reaching the heads of the two figures. Still, the Ghost King shows no sign of reaction. Utilizing a ghostly gauge to probe, he discovers that the ghostly energy remains stubbornly around 38. Finally, sunlight graces the Ghost King's visage. Yet, the anticipated scene of roasting ghostly flesh does not materialize. The Demon King exhibited no reaction whatsoever. It even turned its back to the sun, yawning lazily. Chen Qing stood in a state of disbelief. Despite having faced 3 waves of blood moon demons, he had never encountered a demon that was unafraid of the sun. This was a demon, and above it was the sun. Where had the error occurred? The Demon King, stretching and yawning, settled upon a stone, appearing somewhat bored. It was then that Chen Qing recalled the bank card hidden beneath the stone, retrieved it, and deleted the scheduled message intended for the monkey. Checking the time, he summoned the Demon King back and hailed a taxi to return to the hotel. Chen Man was absent. Unperturbed, he had breakfast and began his daily exercises. At noon, the hotel phone rang. The caller remained silent. Beneath the hotel phone lay a note. Mr. Chen Man is in our custody. If you wish for his safety, please prepare 6 million and bring it to the abandoned brick factory on Taiping Road. Chen Qing was taken aback, a wave of cold dread and fury surging within him. Chen Man was his only family, the only one. Chen Qing contemplated resolving the matter through the Ghost Command, yet he could not afford to let anything happen to Chen Man. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to the bank and withdrew 6 million, an enormous sum. He packed it into 3 boxes, each weighing around 70 pounds. The security guard assisted in transporting the boxes to the entrance, where a taxi conveniently awaited, allowing him to load the boxes in. Taiping Road Brick Factory. Very well. This was an obscure location, one Chen Qing had never heard of. Yet, the driver twisted and turned through alleys, leading Chen Qing deeper into the labyrinthine streets. As long as my brother remains unharmed, money is of no consequence. Chen Qing suddenly spoke up. The driver paused momentarily, then replied with a smile. Mr. Chen is indeed a wise individual. Please wear this blindfold. Rest assured, we seek wealth, not lives. Chen Qing complied and donned the blindfold. Perhaps due to the remote location, or perhaps intentionally, the driver took a long route. After a considerable time, someone entered the vehicle, pressing a sharp object against Chen Qing's neck and securely binding him with a rope. Before long, the car came to a halt. Chen Qing was pushed out, stumbling slightly until he finally came to a stop. The blindfold was pulled away. The sudden brightness made Chen Qing squint, but after a moment, he regained his vision. Before him lay an abandoned factory, littered with broken bricks and dried excrement. 6 individuals stood ahead. Chen Qing, possessing a remarkably strong memory, recognized them despite having seen them only once before. One was a hotel employee, another a jeweler, and one, quite unexpectedly, was Li Ba, a resident from the same community. A man of the streets, one of those who had taken Chen Qing's life in a previous existence. Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Qing. He had been ostentatious with his wealth, selling nearly 10 million in gold at the jewelry store, spending close to 10 million on renovations in his apartment. It was no wonder he had attracted attention. "Where's my brother?" Li Ba, adorned with a lavish gold chain and an extravagant watch, remained silent before stating, "The price has increased. You must provide another 10 million. At that moment, Chen Qing found himself with a mere 1.4 million left in his account. Nevertheless, he hesitated not, for money was of no concern. His only desire was to see his brother. After a brief interval, Chen Man was dragged forth, his hands bound and his face battered and bruised, clearly having endured considerable torment. A weight lifted from Chen Qing's heart. I only have 1.4 million on my card. Shall I give it all to you? Each of you 1.2 million should suffice. However, the boss demands 5 million. And surely we 5 brothers must receive at least 2 million, correct?" Understanding the situation, Chen Qing simply ensured that all were present. With a single thought, the Demon Suppressing Tower trembled slightly, and 13 ghastly apparitions materialized. Among them were a mad ghost, 2 toilet ghosts, 2 food-consuming ghosts, 4 starving ghosts, a long-tongued ghost, and a pesky ghost, each more grotesque and terrifying than the last. The villagers gasped in horror, exclaiming, "What is this? Ghosts! Ghosts! Ghosts!" Panic ensued among the crowd. Yet, to Chen Qing's astonishment, the Ghost King stood tall while the other spirits knelt in submission, trembling in fear. Only the mad ghost seemed oblivious to the Ghost King's dreadfulness, remaining upright. Taken aback by their behavior, Chen Qing commanded with a thought, "Eliminate them." Only then did the spirits struggle to rise, charging toward the onlookers. However, they were woefully weak, especially in the light of day, moving at a painfully slow pace. The Ghost King led the charge, his toes turned outward, his posture awkward as he shouted, "Dismember them." Suddenly, a body was torn into 8 pieces, accompanied by a resounding crash, as viscera scattered across the ground. The Demon King rushed over, taken aback by the unexpected spectacle unfolding before him. Momentarily stunned, he turned his attention to another individual, continuing to shout fervently, "Burn them! Burn them!" Boom! The figure fleeing ahead was suddenly engulfed by a raging inferno, the flames scorching and terrifying, reducing him to a charred husk in mere moments. Chen Qing stood in astonishment, realizing this was a manifestation of spoken magic. His hands moved swiftly, employing a handy tool to sever the bindings. With a swift motion, he hurled the Demon Suppressing Tower. An imposing iron tower, standing 6 to 7 meters tall, materialized abruptly, crushing one individual into a pulp. With the Kunwa blade in his grasp, Chen Qing struck decisively, plunging the blade into the brain of the taxi driver. He sliced horizontally, cleaving the head in 2, and charged forth once more. Meanwhile, the remaining specters were mercilessly tearing at the gold shop employees. Overwhelmed by fear, one could only scream, "Ah, help! Help! I was wrong. Wrong, wrong." Li Ba found himself cornered, the long-tongued ghost striking him lightly, akin to a child's playful slap. Li Ba stood buoy. Could it be that these ghosts were so feeble? With a cold expression, Chen Qing approached Li Ba, declaring, "Indeed, they are mere ephemeral souls, fragile at a touch." A flash of the blade. "More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers." If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Li Ba's left arm was severed at the root. He cried out in despair, "Please, please, don't kill me. We are neighbors." But what of it, Li Ba? He was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Chen Qing recognized him. Yet, there was no time for contemplation as another strike fell. His right arm was severed at the root. Blood gushed forth from the stumps of his arms. Li Ba's body convulsed and trembled. "No, no, I could buy my life. I have money. I have money." Chen Qing exhibited no reaction, raising the knife once more. In a sudden burst of desperation, Li Ba screamed as if grasping at a lifeline. Chen Qing halted, his brow furrowing. How did he know about the gold that could not be exchanged? Li Ba's lips had turned pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Yet he continued to shout, "The gold that cannot be exchanged. Someone desires that gold from you." Chen Qing's frown deepened. Li Ba sensed Chen Qing's pause and exclaimed, "Sun Lian from the hotel wants to set you up. He secretly installed surveillance in the room. He captured that gold. Then, the news spread. We were merely henchmen. Spare me. The gold that cannot be exchanged. The gold that cannot be exchanged. The gold that cannot be exchanged." Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. Jin Buhuan abruptly appeared before him, still as diminutive as ever, yet burdened by an unusually large pocket brimming with golden ingots. Jin Buhuan, he chanted, leaping a few steps to stand directly before Li Ba. As if plunging into water, he dove straight into Li Ba's abdomen. In an instant, Li Ba's body transformed into gold, his eyes wide with terror, the words Jin Buhuan echoing in his mind. Fear was eternally etched in his gaze. Chen Qing observed this true embodiment of a golden form in silence. Then, Chen Man stirred, declaring that everyone deserved to perish. Yet, as long as the puppet master remained concealed, he could find no peace nor rest. Chapter 30. The Great Black Hand behind the scenes. This marks the first instance of Chen Qing, across 2 lifetimes, committing murder. Surprisingly, there is not a hint of discomfort. The calmness is almost eerie. The F-grade wandering spirits are simply too feeble. Had their appearance not been so abrupt, startling the group, there might have been a genuine threat. Commanding the spirits to gather the bodies, they all collapsed one after another. Despite the factory's roof shielding them from the sun, it remains daytime. Except for the Ghost King, the others cannot withstand it. Resigned, Chen Qing summoned the spirits back and employed the Demon Suppression Tower to collect the bodies. Li Ba's corpse had already turned to gold. To Chen Qing's astonishment, Li Ba's phone had fallen to the ground. His hands had been severed by Chen Qing prior to the transformation, which should allow for unlocking the device. Upon attempting to unlock it using the fingerprint, it was indeed successful. First, he perused the contact list, capturing the phone numbers from the past week. Then he scrolled through the messages in WeChat. As someone involved in the underworld, Li Ba's phone was filled with extravagant content. There was a group named Chaos of Demons, containing numerous images and videos, most of which could easily be categorized under the bizarre section of adult websites. Within this group, humans were capable of laying eggs, and the volume of content was boundless. The elderly WM, occasionally, there are a few remarks. "Damn, this kid is incredibly wealthy. Just spent hundreds of thousands at the camping store." Simultaneously, there are surveillance images. The discussions peak during the altercations with his aunt's family. Today alone, he squandered 280,000 in mere minutes. Hell, it would be a disservice to oneself not to seize this opportunity. When will the action commence? It's imminent, just within these few days. Furthermore, that little brat has already been captured. Have you spotted him anywhere? I have been tailing him. He entered a bank and is about to emerge. Hurry to the car. All right. He has boarded Old Wang's vehicle. It's secure now. We are destined for wealth. It's confirmed. Li Ba responded. Do not be complacent. Maintain focus for the final hour. Tonight, we shall celebrate with a banquet, each receiving 3 lean horses. Just as I was observing, more content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Suddenly, a message popped up on WeChat. Did you succeed? Chen Qing scrolled up, a glint of murderous intent gradually appearing in his eyes. Messages from 3 days prior have been deleted, yet Li Ba has consistently reported on the progress. It seems this person is the mastermind behind the scheme against Chen Qing. It is evident that this individual is deliberately concealing their identity, using a string of letters and numbers as a nickname, with a blank avatar and no introduction. However, Li Ba has noted the name Yu General. The surname Yu is rather uncommon. Not feeling the urgency to respond, Chen Qing swiftly perused Li Ba's replies to others, pondering his habitual tone. He replied, Both are tied up, damn it. On the other end, an immediate response came. That's good. You all hide for now. I'll call you shortly. Chen Qing was inclined to inquire further, but feared alarming the adversary, thus refraining for the time being. The disappearance of 6 individuals was too conspicuous and would soon raise suspicions. It was imperative to swiftly uncover the mastermind behind this. He glanced at Li Ba's banking app, noticing deposits exceeding 11 million. Quite affluent, Chen Qing mused. Upon examining recent transfers, he discovered 2 transactions, each amounting to 5 million. The remittance account bore a peculiar name, which seemed to be a string of nonsensical words. Yet, given his cautious demeanor on WeChat, the likelihood of using his real name for the transfer appeared slim. Chen Qing, do they intend to seize our funds? Chen Man had endured considerable hardships, evident from the fingerprints on his face. Had he been an ordinary child, witnessing such a gruesome scene would have driven him to despair. However, Chen Man was inherently devoid of emotions, exuding an unsettling calmness. Indeed, thus they have all been eliminated. There were 4 mobile phones at the scene, and using the fingerprints from the severed limbs, 3 of them could be unlocked. However, no valuable information was found. It seemed they were unaware of the presence of General Yu. Just as this thought crossed Li Ba's mind, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Qing pressed the record button before answering. Neither party spoke. After a mere 2 seconds, the call ended abruptly. Chen Qing muttered a curse under his breath. He attempted to call back, but the phone was turned off. It was likely that this number would never be activated again. Chen Qing squinted, feeling a mounting pressure. The elusive Jin Buhuan was not someone the ordinary person could comprehend. Moreover, his extravagant spending indicated he was not short on funds, and his identity was undoubtedly complex. After securely storing the phones along with their respective fingers, Chen Qing began his return. As for Chen Man, he decided against attending school, contemplating instead that before the house was completed, the only option appeared to be relocating to the base. Uncertain if he could take Chen Man with him, he called He Chong for advice. He Chong hesitated, asking, "Can children stay in the dormitory? There has been no precedent for this. Brother Chong, I need your help. Recently, someone has been targeting my brother and me, and I cannot watch over him every day. If necessary, can I exchange my remaining opportunity to select an ancient artifact for this?" He Chong pondered for a moment before responding. "I'll ask the captain." After a while, an unfamiliar number called. As soon as Chen Qing answered, Han Yuan's cheerful laughter echoed through the line. "I've always asserted that my magnificent personality can sway everyone. They did not believe me. Look now. Not only have you come, but you have also brought your family along to seek refuge with me. Given your significant contributions, I shall grant it." Chen Qing was overjoyed. "Thank you, Captain." After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing arrived at the hotel. He intended to see if there were any clues left behind. The room was excessively large, making it difficult to search thoroughly. He summoned the Ghost King to assist in the search. However, observing the Ghost King's extraordinary demeanor, Chen Qing did not harbor high expectations. "Surveillance? Surveillance! Where are you? Surveillance!" The Ghost King cried out. Chen Qing felt overwhelmed and was about to intervene when suddenly, with a clang, a screw fell from the central air conditioning unit. Looking up, he noticed a slat swaying precariously on the verge of falling. He procured a chair to stand on, dismantled the slat, and discovered a tiny camera nestled within. Casting a deep glance at the Ghost King, Chen Qing mused that this creature likely possessed an unsettling ability to manifest its desires into reality. He retrieved the wireless Wi-Fi surveillance camera, extracted the storage card, and inserted it into the computer. As he navigated to the beginning, a face appeared on the screen, looking somewhat anxious as it adjusted the camera's position, reattached the slat, and swiftly exited the room. Chen Qing recognized this individual as the employee who had perished earlier that day. The trail of clues had come to an abrupt end. Chen Qing murmured to himself, suddenly turning his gaze towards the Ghost King. The newly emerged wandering spirits are often muddled and can only stabilize around the D-grade level. At this moment, most were able to engage in normal conversation and communication. However, the awakening of abilities was typically associated with formidable entities. Yet today, this D-level wandering spirit, a Ghost King, had inexplicably manifested such powers. When it shouted for dismemberment, Individuals were grotesquely torn into 8 pieces when it demanded for someone to be burned alive. A bizarre fire appeared, incinerating its victim. Now, upon exclaiming, "Where are you, surveillance?" the surveillance truly materialized. Could it be that the awakened ability was akin to a command that reality obeyed? The degree of this abnormality was utterly terrifying. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. The Ghost King's every action defied rationality. As a ghost, it exhibited no fear of sunlight, merely a D-level wandering spirit, yet it had awakened such capabilities. What is your name?" Chen Qing pondered. The Ghost King, with one eye fixed on the bathroom and the other on the ceiling, appeared remarkably indifferent. "Forget I asked. Most of the items belonged to the hotel, and there was little to tidy up." However, when he retrieved the image of Zhong Kui, the Ghost King approached, snatching the picture and unfolding it with a flourish. Chen Qing's heart raced with trepidation, yet his curiosity compelled him to observe without interference. The Ghost King gazed at the depiction of Zhong Kui subduing spirits, tilting its head as if struggling to comprehend. "You have it upside down." Chen Qing sighed as he flipped the image of Zhong Kui over. The King of Ghosts, with his eyes darting about, suddenly became enraged. He forcefully hurled the image to the ground, shouting wildly as he stomped on it with alternating feet, jumping and trampling. Startled, Chen Qing pushed the King of Ghosts aside, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? This is a means of self-preservation after the blood moon. If this fellow is damaged in any way, I will be utterly distraught." The King of Ghosts remained incensed, pointing at the image and cursing vehemently, spewing a torrent of complaints. "How has this image offended you?" Chen Qing retorted angrily, "Get away, get away." Yet the King of Ghosts remained filled with rage, demanding, Who made me look so grotesque?" Chen Qing froze, his heart churning with tumultuous thoughts. Pointing at Zhong Kui in the painting, he asked, "Are you saying this is you?" The King of Ghosts offered no response, continuing to roar at the image of Zhong Kui. Chen Qing was genuinely astonished. However, upon reflection, everything began to make sense. The King of Ghosts' fearlessness towards the sun was indeed highly abnormal. The only spirits Chen Qing knew of that were unafraid of sunlight were either those possessing a human host or a type known as Maojiang. Aside from these, all other spirits were notably terrified of the King of Ghosts, not out of respect or submission, but sheer fear. It seemed only Zhong Kui could wield such influence. Moreover, the peculiar ability to make his words manifest into reality was clearly not something an ordinary wandering spirit could possess. But why had he been imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower? As he pondered this, a chill ran through Chen Qing's heart. In a previous life, the Ghost King within the Demon Tower of Han Yuan was certainly not Zhong Kui. What, then, is the explanation for this? Chapter 31. I have taken this disciple. He is the chief disciple of our sect. Could it be that we are not speaking of the same Demon Suppression Tower? Chen Qing shook his head, dismissing that notion. After relocating to the base, Chen Qing brought Chen Man to report to the captain's office. It was essential to make a formal introduction. "Is this your brother? Has he been beaten?" Han Yuan paused slightly upon seeing Chen Man, and the next moment, his expression turned somewhat solemn. Chen Man possesses a natural blood energy realm. This was something Chen Qing only learned when the two brothers met their untimely end. Can Han Yuan perceive this? Chen Qing, your brother. Han Yuan furrowed his brows. This shouldn't be the case. As he spoke, he reached for the telephone in the office, but then set it down again. "I will take him under my wing. What seems to be the matter?" The density of his blood energy is remarkably exaggerated. He is a natural prodigy in cultivating blood energy. Chen Qing was well aware of this. However, he did not wish for Chen Man to learn inferior techniques. If he were to cultivate, it would be the Vajra demon suppression technique. With 2 powerful artifacts at his disposal, Chen Qing felt confident in safeguarding Chen Man during the initial stages. "Why not let your brother become my disciple?" Han Yuan suggested with an air of confidence. "I may not claim to be an expert in all matters, but in the realm of blood energy, I am considered a minor master in Shiming City." Chen Qing hesitated. Han Yuan was formidable, having once been associated with the Demon Suppression Tower, and was among the top figures in Shiming City. Yet, Chen Qing did not believe he could offer superior techniques. Chen Man required guidance. and Chen Qing lacked experience in this area. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qing nodded resolutely. "Thank you, Captain." Turning to Chen Man, he said, "Little man, come and pay your respects to your master." Chen Man, with a stoic expression, replied, "I've already learned quite a lot. I do not wish to continue my studies. This is martial arts. From now on, we shall not engage in academic pursuits. Loading more content, please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser. Or copy the URL to read in another browser." "Very well then." Chen Man immediately knelt down and bowed 3 times, exclaiming, "Master, I am Chen Man, your disciple. Here to pay my respects. Where did you learn all this?" Chen Qing was rendered speechless. However, Han Yuan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. You really need to learn a thing or two about my charisma." After assisting Chen Man to his feet, Han Yuan led him to the martial arts hall. Much like the spirit masters, the berserkers also possessed their own training grounds. However, the numbers were relatively few. With 6 new recruits recently accepted, there were only a total of 12. All those in training paused their activities. Among them was a muscular man, the very one who had taken the 6 new berserker recruits. "Continue with your training," Han Yuan instructed, then called out, "Muscle Tyrant, come here." The ball man, whose real name was Lin Tao, had earned his nickname due to his exaggerated muscular physique. "Boss, could you show some consideration? My students are all here." "Understood, Muscle Tyrant." Han Yuan replied, pointing at Chen Man. "Conduct a vitality test for him." Heba was somewhat taken aback as he glanced at Chen Man, his eyes suddenly widening in astonishment. "What the hell? Isn't it impressive?" Han Yuan replied, his face brimming with pride. "I had just taken him on as my disciple." The 4 of them enter a room, reminiscent of the one where Chen Qing had undergone his aptitude test previously. However, the testing equipment was designed for adult physiques, making Chen Man appear diminutive while seated upon it. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for the assessment. With a serious expression, Chen Man sat silently. A gentle hum resonated through the air. 3S. Han Yuan exclaimed in excitement. Chen Qing leaned in for a closer look, observing a myriad of complex values, with the final line indicating SSS. "Ha ha ha ha. The Heavenly Abyss sect has welcomed its most gifted disciple." Han Yuan laughed heartily. "Heavenly Abyss sect?" Heba frowned, questioning. "What is this Heavenly Abyss sect? It has only just been established. I am the founding master, and Chen Man is the chief disciple. It seems we have a duo act here." "All right, Chen Qing, you may return now," Han Yuan declared jubilantly, envisioning a future where Chen Man would reside with him. Yet, Heba furrowed his brows, expressing concern. "Boss, the demon extermination team is in dire need of blood warriors. What will they do if we take him?" 18. He must be 18 to join the team. Chen Man is my disciple. Do you understand? He isn't a part of the military. Once a teacher, forever a father. Who dares to snatch my son away? Heba could only nod in acknowledgement. The significance of such a high-level aptitude could not be overstated. It was exceedingly rare to encounter such talent, not only in the Ghost Command Army, but even within the Demon Extermination Team, where one might not meet a single individual with such exceptional capabilities in a year. This was the pinnacle of talent, a true numerical anomaly in every sense. Chen Qing was aware of Chen Man's formidable talent, but an SSS rank was beyond his expectations. He elucidated to Han Yuan that Chen Man was born lacking a soul, rendering him devoid of emotions. Han Yuan's countenance turned solemn, and he lamented, "I discerned it earlier. Perhaps this is the price for his monstrous talent." He added, "Chen Qing, rest assured, I, Han Yuan, guarantee that Chen Man will ascend to become the paramount expert in scheming before adulthood. I cannot wait a decade." Chen Qing sighed inwardly, yet expressed his gratitude. "Then I thank Celestial Abyss Tao, Ancestor." Han Yuan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, this appellation is resplendent." Han Yuan held Chen Man in utmost affection. After much deliberation, Chen Qing conceived an idea and inquired, "Captain, may I apply to participate in the Princess's Tomb expedition?" Han Yuan furrowed his brow, refrained from further inquiry. made a call, and returned with a nod. Affirmative. Present your credentials upon arrival. I shall not pry into your intentions, but do not overexert yourself. Understood. Thank you, Captain. He intended to venture to the princess's tomb for two primary reasons. Firstly, to replace his spectral pets. Now that he had formed a contract with Zhong Kui, the frail spectral pets had to be replaced. These spirits were too fragile, serving little purpose beyond startling others. In the realm of awakening, Chen Man finds himself in dire need of a potent martial art, the Vajra demon subduing technique. Although Han Yuan possesses formidable strength, it is likely he lacks this particular technique. Entrusting the awakening of this martial art to Han Yuan would enable him to impart it to Chen Man with greater efficacy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Qing discovers that his three roommates are engrossed in their studies of soul movement, having yet to return. He settles into a meditative posture, channeling his energy through the circulatory pathways of his body. Moments later, the trio returns to the dormitory. Gu Xing remains aloof, silently retreating to his bed without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the monkey and the fatty incessantly lament the challenges posed by soul movement. The daunting task of mastering it within a week and subsequently acquiring a personal ghostly companion within 2 weeks seems insurmountable. Their despondent voices echo the sentiment of hopelessness. I, too, feel that I shall likely be eliminated after a week. One sighs, and the other concurs, both steeped in despair. After a brief interlude, the three share a meal together, after which Chen Qing departs the base. He hails a cab and journeys to the outskirts of the city, arriving at the princess's tomb just as darkness envelopes the land. A sentinel stands guard by the roadside. Chen Qing presents his ghostly soldier identification and proceeds onward. The air is filled with a constant hum, reminiscent of the wind rustling through treetops. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern faint whispers woven into the sound, a distant woman seemingly murmuring something. Straining to listen, the voice vanishes, only to resurface sporadically, tantalizingly close yet elusive. Checking his ghostly compass, Chen Qing notes that the concentration of ghostly energy still falls short of the required threshold. Steady now. He must persevere. At that moment, a ghost extermination team rushes towards him, carrying a grievously injured comrade. The wounded soldier is drenched in blood, a gaping wound marring his side, and he has long succumbed to unconsciousness. As the two individuals passed by Chen Qing, the soldier, who had long succumbed to unconsciousness, lifted his head, his eyes glimmering with a crimson hue, and grinned at Chen Qing. Chapter 32. The palace painting bone in the fleeting moment when the two figures misaligned. Chen Qing inexplicably discerned the woman's visage. Ah! Chen Qing wished to utter something, yet the soldier bearing his back appeared agitated, offering no pause as he swiftly departed. A chill gradually enveloped Chen Qing's heart. Although he had not encountered the eerie presence within the tomb that day, it had echoed through the voices of others, whispering, "Come back, young man." The gaze of the severely injured soldier upon him. Chen Qing's footsteps faltered. However, reassured by the proximity of the ghost-hunting team's main force at the tomb, he continued onward, believing himself to be momentarily safe. Before long, Chen Qing encountered his first spirit, a starving ghost, an E-grade wandering soul. The increment in threat was minimal, thus he chose to bypass it. As he drew nearer to the princess's tomb, the density of apparitions intensified. The frequency of encounters with spirits escalated at a perceivable rate. Chen Qing set his sights on D-grade and C-grade wandering souls, for anything higher might prove too formidable for him. Naturally, should he chance upon a drowning ghost or a child ghost, he would relax his criteria. After all, Chen Qing possessed the comprehensive sequence for these two types of spirits to ascend into malevolent entities. The necklace trembled gently. Chen Qing immediately gripped his kunwa blade, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure ahead. Yet, it darted away with remarkable speed. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice resonated, causing Chen Qing's heart to lurch. He swiftly turned, only to find a girl of similar age to his own. Her shoulder bore an injury, wrapped in bandages, and she appeared quite frail. Her features were as exquisite as a painting, her figure tall and graceful. every detail of her visage seemingly sculpted by the hands of the most skilled artisans. Particularly striking were her large, luminous eyes, which appeared to be filled with a galaxy of stars, clear and breathtaking. Chen Qing momentarily lost himself in thought, quickly regaining his composure. "Oh, I am with the Ghost Army, here to apply for a mission." As more content loaded, a message appeared. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The girl looked at Chen Qing with suspicion, nodded, and inquired further. "Have you seen my teammates? One is injured, and the other is carrying him. I just encountered them. They went that way." Chen Qing indicated the direction the two soldiers had rushed off to. "That's good." The girl nodded, but suddenly lost her balance and fell. Chen Qing rushed forward, catching her in time. She was exceedingly weak, yet still conscious, struggling to say, "You let go of me." "Oh, I see." Chen Qing stammered, somewhat flustered, as he helped her to the side of the road, leaning her against a tree before releasing his grip. The girl gasped for breath. Chen Qing couldn't help but feel concerned. "Are you all right? What do you think?" she retorted, casting him a glance. Chen Qing promptly fell silent. "That princess is extraordinarily formidable. She scattered us all. Many of our brothers and sisters have been gravely injured, and countless have perished." Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, the princess proved to be remarkably formidable. "How many of you have arrived? Have you called for reinforcements?" Chen Qing inquired hastily. The girl, pale of face, leaned against a tree and merely shook her head. Chen Qing rose to his feet, aware that he had matters to attend to. "Would you accompany me for a while? I feel a bit frightened." The girl immediately became anxious. Chen Qing hesitated. If he left her and she encountered a malevolent spirit, it would surely spell doom for her. Glancing at the ghost meter, he noted that the concentration of ghostly energy here was insufficient to awaken the Vajra demon subduing technique. Nevertheless, he retrieved the book, rolled it into a cylinder, and placed it within the long pouch that housed his dagger, securing it to his belt. "I must head to the princess's tomb. Perhaps I should bring you along." The girl struggled internally before softly replying, "That would be a bother to you." Thus, Chen Qing draped one arm around her shoulder, while his other hand fumbled for a place to rest. "It's nothing," she murmured quietly. "I appreciate your help." Chen Qing nodded and finally secured his hold around her waist. Together, they slowly made their way toward the princess's tomb, but the girl's brow furrowed with increasing concern. "That area is perilous. Why are you going there?" "Just a small matter," Chen Qing replied, glancing intermittently at the ghost meter and the Vajra demon subduing technique. After a moment, the girl began to piece it together. "You intend to harness the energy to awaken this book, don't you?" Chen Qing paused, then nodded indeed. "Oh." The girl's body seemed to grow increasingly frail, and the weight he supported became ever more burdensome. "Can you carry me?" Chen Qing half squatted and smiled. "I have a knife on my back. I'm afraid it might hurt you." "Just a moment." With that, he drew his kunwa knife, facing the girl, and asked with a smile, "What is your name?" "Palace Wagyu," she replied, looking at Chen Qing with a smile. "Where are you headed, young man?" At this moment, Chen Qing faced Palace Wagyu, slowly retreating. Although his expression was friendly, he remained on high alert. Palace Wagyu's smile faded. Her demeanor turned cold as she gazed at Chen Qing. Realizing he was aware of her intentions, she declared, "Then you shall perish." Her fingernails elongated dramatically, reaching a foot in length, and she lunged forward with ferocity. Chen Qing swung his kunwa knife forcefully, slicing through the gap between her hands. He struck true, with all his might behind the blow. He believed he could cleave even steel in twain. However, to his astonishment, he inflicted not a scratch upon her. He staggered back 2 steps, but Palace Wagyu relentlessly pursued him, astonishingly catching the blade with her bare hands. Zhong Kui. As more content was loading, a message appeared, indicating that the chapter had failed to load properly. It advised users to close their browser's reading mode, ad blocking features, or to copy the URL into another browser for uninterrupted reading. Palace Wagyu twisted aside. A tremendous force sent the kunwa knife flying from Chen Qing's grasp. Her claws lunged toward, however, the other hand still pierced into Chen Qing's chest. Gong Huagu delivered a forceful kick to Chen Qing's chest with both legs, executing a backward leap to regain her footing, her gaze fixed warily on the emaciated figure emerging from the necklace, her face etched with apprehension. To encounter a painted skin here. A painted skin. This is a fiend of the ghastly echelon. 5 bloody holes marred Chen Qing's chest, from which blood gurgled forth. He felt the vitality of his entire being rapidly draining away through the wounds. Yet, with a gentle tug, he adjusted his military uniform, concealing the injuries. He stood firm, as if unscathed, regarding the painted skin with indifference. Zhong Kui collapsed to the ground with a thud. Gong Huagu did not perceive it clearly, but the hairs on her body stood on end. The gaunt figure emanated a chilling aura. In the next instant, Gong Huagu seemed to recall something, emitting a piercing scream, her body bolting away with terrifying speed, like an arrow released from its bow. Painted skin. Painted skin. Zhong Kui exclaimed with fervor, setting off in pursuit with his waddling gait. Yet the disparity in their speeds was too great, rendering any hope of catching up virtually impossible. Don't go. Chen Qing murmured faintly, desiring him to stay, to protect him, but Zhong Kui had already fled far away. He pressed the distress button on his ghost watch, swiftly retrieved gauze from the Demon Suppression Tower, folded it into multiple layers, and pressed it against the wounds. Securing in place, Chen Qing's vision grew dim, and summoning the last vestiges of his soul force, he conjured 2 specters to guard his sides, before succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing to the ground. Chapter 33. The Painted Skin. In a state of hazy consciousness, Chen Qing seemed to hear the captain speaking. He struggled to open his eyes and glimpsed 3 indistinct figures. The shadows were somewhat blurred, yet soon, a chill ran down Chen Qing's spine. Gong Huagu. The painted skin. It still lingered. Chen Qing yearned to scream, but a tracheal tube obstructed his voice. With a slight movement, he discovered his body was entangled with numerous tubes. Nearby lay blood bags. Scanning his surroundings, he found nothing useful at hand. With a surge of will, a dagger materialized in his grasp. He severed all the tubes in one swift stroke, summoning every ounce of strength to plunge the blade toward Gong Huagu. By the time Gong Huagu sensed the danger, it was too late. He could only barely evade to the side. Stop! Han Yuan lunged towards Chen Qing. However, Chen Qing was in a daze, his strength waning. The strike merely grazed Gong Huagu's arm, leaving a shallow wound from which blood soon flowed. With a furrowed brow, Gong Huagu regarded Chen Qing with cold disdain. Huh? Chen Qing pointed a trembling finger at Gong Huagu, exclaiming, "A ghost!" Han Yuan, astute as ever, swiftly grasped the implication. The painted skin had assumed the guise of Captain Gong. Captain Gong, you shall remain within the team. Relay the message. Captain Gong Huagu is currently at the Ghost Extermination Team's base and will not be leaving for several days. Should anyone encounter a second Gong Huagu, execute on sight. Chen Qing, likely under the influence of anesthetics, felt his mind clouding, yet he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him once more, and he slipped into unconsciousness. Doctor! Summoning the physician with haste, Han Yuan oversaw the reinsertion of various medical tubes. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he picked up Chen Qing's dagger. He had all his belongings stowed away, he mused. Where did he procure this blade? Shaking his head, he murmured, incomprehensible. Gong Huagu, her countenance frigid, addressed Han Yuan. Captain Han, with the painted skin assuming my visage, my direct involvement is rendered impractical. I entrust this matter to your capable hands. Understood, Han Yuan affirmed. Upon Chen Qing's reawakening, he found his limbs restrained by binding straps. Still somewhat disoriented, the endotracheal tube had been removed, yet his throat throbbed with discomfort, his mouth parched. A diminutive figure maintained vigil at his bedside, his expression unreadable. It was Chen Man, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Qing. He queried, Chen Qing, are you destined to perish? Accustomed to Chen Man's unvarnished manner of speech, Chen Qing shook his head, attempting to convey his negation, but his voice was a mere rasp. Chen Shan is gone. Chen Quan is gone. Chen Man articulated, "You're all I have left. Do not succumb to death, I implore you." The boy regarded Chen Qing with unwavering earnestness, his face bereft of emotion save for the tears that streamed down his cheeks. "I shall dedicate myself to martial training to safeguard you. Do not die." "I shall not." Chen Qing managed his voice a feeble croak. A searing pain gripped his chest, yet warmth bloomed in his heart. The little fatty was proving increasingly dependable, she mused as Gong Huagu entered. Chen Qing felt a jolt of apprehension. "Fear not. I am human," Gong Huagu stated serenely. "What transpired?" Chen Qing gazed at her flawless visage, still feeling a sense of unease. "Water. The physician advises against it for now." Gong Huagu produced a cotton swab, moistened it with glucose, and gently dabbed it around Chen Qing's lips. The painted skin. Chen Qing's voice was faint, yet Gong Huagu discerned his words. He then recounted the encounter with the painted skin and subsequent events, omitting only the presence of Zhong Kui. He glanced at the bandage on Gong Huagu's hand. "My apologies. A trifle." Gong Huagu furrowed her brow. "So, the painted skin itself is quite formidable. No wonder so many were lost. That ability is indeed troublesome. Rest well. If you are able, circulate the Zhou Tian. It will expedite your recovery." Gong Huagu departed, and shortly after, the doctor arrived to administer more medication and loosen the restraints. Chen Qing felt a slight headache coming on. The painted skin was a demon of the evil ghost level. Although Zhong Kui possessed various uncanny powers, he was ultimately just a D-grade wandering soul. The outcome remained uncertain, but worrying now was futile. Chen Qing lay quietly in bed, initiating the Zhou Tian circulation. With each passing cycle, his body felt lighter. During his convalescence, Han Yuan visited once more and took Chen Man away. The apprehension of the painted skin has escalated to a level nearly equivalent to the eradication of the princess's tomb. While the painted skin may not be particularly formidable, its bizarre abilities are insidiously elusive. Moreover, should it assume the guise of a human, especially one of higher status, the danger becomes palpable. Those tasked with capturing the painted skin update a clandestine code daily, which temporarily proves effective in preventing it from transforming into the humans around them. Chen Qing had lain in repose for a full 3 days before applying for discharge. Although his chest remained bandaged, it had largely healed. Upon reclaiming his belongings, he found everything intact, particularly the Vajra Demon Suppression technique, which had indeed awakened. He promptly hailed a taxi and made his way to the outskirts of the city. Zhong Kui must be located. However, finding a madman in the desolate wilderness is no small feat, fortunately. The two were bound by contract, their souls unified, granting them a faint yet discernible connection. Chen Qing closed his eyes to attune himself, sensing a very weak signal. He could only discern a general direction, but alternatives were scarce. Thus, Chen Qing silently proceeded westward. Every 10 minutes or so, he would pause to recalibrate his bearing. This routine continued until noon. From his pack, he extracted a warm dish of braised pork with preserved vegetables, devouring it alongside a full bowl of rice before embarking once more. After another hour, Chen Qing's sense of connection intensified. At this juncture, he paused every 2 minutes to adjust his course. A short while later, he finally beheld a familiar figure. Zhong Kui. Chen Qing's heart soared with elation. "At last, I have found you." Zhong Kui, momentarily taken aback, turned to him. "Ha, you've come. What are we to do now? What should I do? More content is loading, please wait." This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. Upon seeing Chen Qing, Zhong Kui was immediately filled with joy, muttering to himself, "Is there a way? Do you have a solution?" Chen Qing had long grown accustomed to this madman's bizarre utterances and paid no mind. He scrutinized Zhong Kui closely. It was evident he had traveled quite a distance over the past 3 days. His slippers were long lost, and the soles of the 2 socks on his left foot had worn through, with the tops of the socks dangling around his ankles like wristbands. The Demon Suppression Tower had an abundance of clothing, So Chen Qing produced a new pair of socks and shoes. Initially intending to guide him on the proper way to dress, he soon abandoned the thought. The intricate maneuver of putting on sports shoes was clearly beyond Zhong Kui's capabilities. Thus, he reverted to his previous state. What to do, what to do? Zhong Kui paced anxiously, his brows furrowed tightly. What should we do? Look, look. He pulled Chen Qing to the edge of a small stream. A 1-meter diameter cylindrical concrete pipe served as a makeshift bridge over the stream. Zhong Kui leaped into the water, parting the lush aquatic plants, peering into the concrete pipe while continuing to furrow his brow. What to do, what to do? Chen Qing, filled with curiosity, followed suit and jumped into the pipe. Upon looking inside, a chill ran down his spine. Within the confines of a cement cylinder, a brook babbles melodiously, its course interrupted by a solitary stone. Beneath this stone lies a pristine layer of human skin, as white as plaster, gently swaying with the current. Cascading over it is a cascade of lustrous black hair, flowing gracefully through the water. Chen Qing felt a chill creep up his spine as he glanced at Zhong Kui. Is this the painted skin? Indeed. Yes, the painted skin. A sharp intake of breath followed. Ah, I cannot find the corpse oil. What to do, what to do? It must not see the sun. What to do? What to do? His words, incomprehensible to Chen Qing, echoed with a chilling resonance. Help me. Suddenly, a voice, delicate as a whisper, emerged from the depths. Save me. Great immortal, save me. Chen Qing's scalp prickled in terror as the voice emanated from that very layer of skin submerged in the water. Chapter 34. The Second Ghost Pet. Painted Skin. The figure of Yirun Yanhua beckons you. After reading this, O great master, save me. Chen Qing unsheathed the Kunwa blade, channeling his soul energy as the blood patterns upon the blade materialized. He bent down before the human skin, which bore hollow eyes and a mouth with gaping holes, yet was devoid of substance. It was merely a facade. The mouth quivered open and closed, crying out, O great master, save me. O great master, save me. The divine Zhong Kui intends to forge me into garments. You must rescue me. Rescue you? On what grounds? Chen Qing scoffed. 3 days ago, it was you who sought to take my life. Now you implore for my salvation? O great master, I can transform. Would you desire a maiden? A courtesan, a noble lady, from the highest aristocrats to the humblest of children. I can become any. The painted skin fervently promoted its worth. Outside, Zhong Kui grew increasingly agitated, muttering corpse oil, corpse oil. Where's the corpse oil? Chen Qing furrowed his brow and inquired. Zhong Kui wishes to forge you into garments. What sort of garments? What purpose do they serve? The painted skin fell silent. Take your time to ponder, Chen Qing declared, preparing to depart. I shall speak, it cried, its voice tinged with despair. A cloud robe? He intends to transform me into a cloud robe. What use is a cloud robe? Chen Qing asked. It is said that it offers protection from all spirits and wards off all evils. In essence, one would no longer be susceptible to ghostly disturbances, and such entities would regard them as kin. Chen Qing fell into contemplation. It must be forged. It is imperative. In the crimson moonlight, if there existed such a garment, it would indeed be priceless. As if perceiving Chen Qing's thoughts, the painted skin anxiously exclaimed, Great immortal, great immortal. This humble servant can be of such use while alive. I can serve you devotedly for a lifetime. Perhaps, but I find greater assurance in crafting it into a lifeless garment. With a plan forming in my mind, I emerge from the concrete tube. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Observing the flustered and restless Zhong Kui, Chen Qing inquired, Zhong Kui, what purpose does the cloud robe serve? The cloud robe? To return home. How can I return home without wearing the cloud robe? Return home. At this moment, Chen Qing was displeased. You are my ghostly pet. In this crimson moon, I still rely on you. Great immortal, great immortal. The painted skin urgently called out again. Please spare my life. I possess extensive knowledge of many spirit guides. I swear by the King of Hell that I will serve you with utmost dedication. Chen Qing found himself wavering. The allure of the cloud robe was undeniable. Yet, Zhong Kui's reliability was questionable. He couldn't even manage to put on shoes, making this seemingly complex task rather precarious. Moreover, what if, once crafted, Zhong Kui decided to flee? Just like this time, he had emerged from the Demon Suppression Tower without my command. What if he simply vanished after fulfilling his purpose? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Qing took hold of the Demon Suppression Tower. The blood pattern of the Kunwa knife emerged, and with a single strike. However, there was no response. The skin mask was light and thin, seeming as if it could be torn in half with mere ease. Yet surprisingly, even the Kunwu sword could not pierce it. Chen Qing was taken aback. If my body were not resilient, I would not have been able to forge it into a cloud robe. The tone of the skin mask shifted from pleading to indifferent. Is that so? Chen Qing scoffed coldly and glanced outside. I wonder how it would fare under the sun? The skin mask paused, instantly reverting to a tone of supplication. Great immortal. Great immortal. I was wrong. Completely wrong. Chen Qing weighed the Demon Suppression Tower in his hand. Whatever I slay could be captured within it. Yet, a pressing question arose. How do I bring about your demise? No, no, no. The skin mask immediately resisted. Great immortal, please allow me to serve as your ghostly companion. I shall be utterly obedient. Chen Qing shook his head. The warning of the people echoed. If I perish, the Zhong Kui within the Demon Suppression Tower would vanish as well. As for the skin mask, it dared not take that risk. Do you harbor any concerns? The skin mask inquired softly. Chen Qing disclosed the black prison contract ghost technique, to which the skin mask responded with resignation. Great immortal, how could I ever harm you? If I were to harm you, I would still have to emerge from the black prison, where the great deity Zhong Kui awaits outside, capable of extinguishing me with a mere gesture. Chen Qing considered this, yet still found it untrustworthy. Moreover, great immortal within the black prison, you should be able to summon the great deity Zhong Kui. With him present, I would not dare to harm you even a fraction. Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. He then stepped outside, concentrating on summoning Zhong Kui. He then cast the Black Hell Pact ghost technique upon a stone, transporting both the stone and Chen Qing into the Black Hell. Zhong Kui. With a mere thought, Zhong Kui materialized before him. Chen Qing was overjoyed, realizing that with Zhong Kui, the king of ghost kings, as his protector, he could contract with any ghost he desired. Should any dare to disobey, he would simply command, Zhong Kui, strike. Elated, he recalled Zhong Kui and entered the cement pipe, declaring his intention to cast the Black Hell Pact ghost technique and warning against any treachery. This servant would not dare. Black Hell Pact ghost technique. In an instant, a black mist enveloped them both. The painted skin shifted its body and knelt, proclaiming, This servant is entirely at the immortal's disposal. Chen Qing was pleased with her attitude and proceeded to cast the Black Hell Pact ghost technique. A ring of ethereal spiritual energy materialized above Chen Qing's head, slowly drifting towards the painted skin. Chen Qing detected fear in the painted skin's hollow eyes. Yet she remained kneeling, watching as the black ring settled upon her head. The ring tightened, finally embedding itself within her skull. The painted skin shuddered and then knelt once more. This servant greets the master. With a thought, Chen Qing dispelled the Black Hell Pact ghost technique. Now, being merely at the soul movement realm, I can only contract 2 specters. To have Zhong Kui in a painted skin is simply heaven-defying. After removing the stone that was pressing down on her, the painted skin was finally able to sit up. Chen Qing, observing the unremarkable stone, inquired, Did Zhong Kui do something to the stone? It was the immobilization power from the 72 transformations. The painted skin responded, her voice still laced with fear. The great god Zhong Kui possesses boundless abilities. How could a minor demon like myself withstand that? Indeed, boundless. Zhong Kui's voice echoed as he emerged from the necklace, his head popping out as he chuckled. You may be a demon of meager strength, but your discernment is remarkable. Return. With a mere thought, Chen Qing withdrew Zhong Kui back into the necklace. The painted skin, witnessing this, felt a mixture of fear and elation. Though this person's strength is humble, To be the master of Zhong Kui suggests he possesses a heaven-sent opportunity. To be taken as a spectral familiar is likely the greatest fortune I could have cultivated in a millennium. Tell me, what abilities do you possess? My greatest ability is semblance, which is to say, transformation. However, I can only alter my external appearance. To achieve a complete fusion of inner and outer aspects, I must possess a body. For instance, if I were to possess a human, I would become a true human, indistinguishable to all but those with certain ocular abilities, such as the fiery eyes or the heavenly eye. Chen Qing nodded. This semblance you speak of, I believe I've heard of it. It is the semblance power from the 72 transformations. I naturally learn it upon taking form. Of course, my semblance is not yet a true divine power. At its peak, it can deceive heaven and earth, confounding gods and demons alike. Chen Qing nodded again and inquired, if you were to possess a spectral entity, would other specters be unable to recognize you? Is that what you mean? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 35. The diamond subduing demon technique upon returning to the base with the second demon pet. Chen Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This C-rank malevolent spirit, the enigmatic and elusive painted skin, possessed a wealth of knowledge that greatly benefited Chen Qing. The mention of Zhong Kui, who is said to possess the ability of 72 transformations, piqued Chen Qing's interest immensely. The term 72 transformations does not refer to merely 72 types of changes. Rather, it encompasses 72 distinct divine abilities. The extraordinary transformations employed by Sun Wukong are but mere illusions among these 72 divine arts. Regardless of the spirit in question, mastering even one divine art is a remarkable achievement. According to Painted Skin's estimation, it is entirely possible that Zhong Kui could master half of them. However, it remains a mystery why Zhong Kui is confined within the Demon Suppressing Tower, seemingly lost and muddled, perhaps only capable of unleashing his potential when inspired by a stroke of fortune. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Qing made his way to Han Yuan's office, only to find it empty. Soon after, he spotted Han Yuan and Chun Man in the small training ground. Han Yuan held a target, while Chun Man, adorned with two small boxing gloves, struck it with resounding force. Upon noticing Chen Qing, Han Yuan expressed his exasperation. "Brother, could you please persuade your sibling? What on earth is going on? Ever since you returned, aside from eating and sleeping, he has not taken a moment to rest. He is on the verge of obsession." Chen Qing paused, remembering Chun Man's words about his determination to train diligently to protect him, and his heart warmed. "I fear neither pain nor fatigue," Chen Man asserted earnestly, his expression resolute. Chen Qing knelt down and gently stroked Chen Man's head. "Man, you must maintain your health to train even harder, understand? Rest for a while, then cultivate for a bit, all right?" After much coaxing, Chun Man reluctantly agreed to cultivate extensively and rest only briefly. Han Yuan, clad in a t-shirt and shorts, displayed his robust physique and explosive musculature. This exaggerated physique and muscle mass ranked second among those Chen Qing knew. Who was first? Chen Quan. "How's this physique, Captain?" "Sizzling, isn't it?" "I'd agree if you used a more impressive word." The two sat down beside each other, watching Chun Man practice with the sandbag. Han Yuan nodded and remarked, "Annoying as he may be, this kid's talent is incredibly formidable. He's probably the most gifted person I've ever encountered." Chen Qing nodded, retrieving the Vajra subduing demon art. "Boss, this is for you. Both you and Man should practice diligently." At this moment, the Vajra subduing demon art had awakened. Although it appeared tattered, it could undoubtedly stop bullets. Simultaneously, the recorded techniques within had undergone subtle changes. Whether the illustrations or the text, prolonged observation would cause them to animate. "What's this?" Han Yuan casually accepted it, flipping through the pages. His expression grew solemn, brows furrowing as he began to scrutinize the first page. Then, he turned to the second page, his demeanor becoming exceedingly grave, the pace of his reading slowing. Upon reaching the third page, a powerful surge of vitality coursed through him. Chen Qing was pushed aside. It seemed as though an invisible fire ignited within Han Yuan, distorting the very air around him. This intangible flame was interwoven with crimson threads, pulsating like a heartbeat. On the 4th page, the muscles of Han Yuan's body tensed, as if resisting some formidable force. Beads of sweat began to emerge, and within moments, those droplets became stained with blood. The crimson hue spread gradually, saturating his garments in a vivid scarlet, an unsettling sight indeed. Could it be that he was succumbing to madness? Chen Qing felt a pang of concern, yet recognized the necessity of remaining unobtrusive at this moment and quietly retreated to the side. On the 5th page, Han Yuan gradually rose to his feet, then suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A visible shockwave of air radiated outward. Simultaneously, a pillar on the arena shattered explosively. Chen Qing was taken aback, hastily leading Chen Man outside. "I want to learn that technique too," Chen Man exclaimed immediately, recognizing the exceptional nature of this martial art. "It is for both of you to master," Chen Qing replied, affectionately ruffling Chen Man's hair. Bang! 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 The commotion within escalated, causing the entire wall to tremble subtly. The martial arts arena varied in size. Some sections were as large as a basketball court, while others were smaller, arranged on either side. At this moment, the spectators in the training ground sensed an unusual disturbance and turned their gaze towards the small training arena. What was happening? Was it the captain? The commotion was utterly alarming. What was he doing? Jiba began to feel suspicious and was about to enter to investigate when Chen Qing stopped him, saying, "We must not disturb him now." The thuds grew louder, sending tremors through the ground of the entire training area. Small pebbles tumbled from the walls, bouncing lightly upon hitting the ground. Jiba's expression shifted dramatically. "Let's go outside," he urged. The crowd collectively moved outdoors. Suddenly, a section of the wall and roof of the training ground erupted with a resounding crash. A golden, wrathful Vajra ascended into the sky, its 6 arms sweeping around to form 3 Buddhist seals. After a considerable time, it gradually became translucent. Everyone stood in awe. Was this the Buddha? What was this? This was terrifying. The commotion gradually subsided. Chen Qing hurriedly stepped through the fallen debris of the wall and saw Han Yuan slowly retracting his gestures. Covered in blood, the droplets could not conceal the golden hue of his skin. Indeed, his complexion had transformed to a radiant gold. As he withdrew his power, the golden sheen swiftly faded away. Han Yuan opened his eyes with a smile. Upon seeing the collapsed training ground, he paused slightly, only to be filled with greater joy. "Chen Qing, do you have any idea about the rank of this martial art? Given this commotion, it seems like a 3-star cannot escape unscathed, right? If it weren't capped at 3 stars, I would certainly bestow it 5 stars. Han Yuan admired the blood beads covering his body, exclaiming, "This is truly tailored for my master and me, remarkably powerful." He then inquired, "Chen Qing, aside from Chen Man and myself, can others cultivate this technique?" Chen Qing furrowed his brow slightly, but nodded yes. Han Yuan looked at Chen Qing earnestly. "Thank you." At that moment, the muscular warriors and a host of berserkers entered, all questioning the nature of this martial art. "Forget it. Besides you, muscle tyrant, you all should not attempt it. You might end up injuring yourselves with just a couple of punches. Can I learn it?" Muscle tyrant exclaimed, elated. "Hold on. Let me break it down over the next few days. You should be able to master 16 punches. 16 punches? Indeed, this technique encompasses 18 punches, which is incredibly formidable, but it also demands a significant amount of vitality. You should be able to cultivate the first 16. Having said this, Han Yuan brought Chen Qing to his office and asked, "Chen Qing, the value of this martial art is immense, yet regrettably, it is capped at 3 stars. Do you have anything you desire? Our team can request from above, and they will certainly accommodate. Just keep it in mind for now. The drowned ghost and the child ghost will require numerous items for their ascension. There is no need to rush. Chen Man should be able to cultivate the first punch now, but he must not be hasty. He should first practice for a week to enhance his vitality." Chen Qing chuckled. "You are his master. These matters are within your purview." As Chen Qing laughed, he suddenly froze. His gaze fell upon a towering iron structure on Han Yuan's table. reminiscent of a mineral water bottle, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own Demon Suppression Tower. Chapter 36, The Gathering at the Summit. Captain, what is that? Han Yuan turned to look. Ah, that is the second malevolent spirit we eradicated at the ghostless temple that day. It has attached itself to this small iron tower. Chen Qing suddenly comprehended why there was no Demon King within his magic restraining tower. It was not the same tower at all. The Demon King that erupted during the blood moon still existed. Furthermore, having just contracted a second spirit companion, he was now unable to bind a third. Chen Qing's expression grew exceedingly grave. Han Yuan, somewhat taken aback, scrutinized the magic restraining tower, deep in thought, but refrained from speaking. Captain, Chen Qing's tone became profoundly serious. Is it convenient to converse here? Han Yuan's gaze sharpened. Follow me. Before long, the two arrived at a place as fortified as a treasure vault. It resembled a dormitory, yet bore the semblance of prison. This was a confinement area for evildoers. Only the monitoring room could observe it. I have already cut off the power to the monitoring room and all circuits here. If my calculations are correct, the small tower we just saw should be housing a Demon King. Han Yuan's brow furrowed. A Demon King? Indeed. I once read a book that contained a prophecy stating, the tower awakens upon consuming ghostly essence, capable of containing 12 spirits. The Demon King is cunning and fearsome. As the blood moon descends, it wreaks havoc, leaving 1,000 miles of bones and 10,000 miles of blood. As Chen Qing spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Han Yuan. He harbored a lingering suspicion that the authorities were already aware of the impending blood moon, prompting them to implement measures such as community defenses. Indeed, when Chen Qing mentioned the blood moon, Han Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. Chen Qing understood in his heart. It was likely that the authorities had somehow learned about the blood moon. Even if they had not experienced it firsthand like he had, they must have sensed that calamity was imminent. Han Yuan silently took note of this. He would naturally harbor no doubts. He nodded and said, Understood. I shall take this tower to the princess's tomb tonight to mingle with the crowd. Should this tower awaken, I will devise a means to confront that ghostly king. Upon returning to the dormitory, only the portly He Runsheng and the monkey remained. Chen Qing inquired, Where's the Lone Star? He has departed. The portly one lamented, cradling the monkey in sorrowful tears. Ah, it seems we're the only ones left at the bottom. How frustrating. The monkey, after attempting to push him aside without success, said, Put in some effort. At the very least, that bowl of water has stirred today. As more content loaded, a message appeared. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Chen Qing lay in bed for 3 days, while everyone else made progress. Suddenly, the phone rang. The portly one continued his lament. The treatment of the great deity is indeed unparalleled. He even has a mobile phone, able to leave the base at any moment. How envious we are. Hello, Mr. Chen. The pig feed you ordered will be completed tonight. Oh. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and stepped outside. Order another 1,000 tons. Certainly, they replied. They did not require a deposit. After some contemplation, Chen Qing concluded that he must procure a batch of live pigs and chickens. Certain specters require fresh blood and flesh to ascend. And although he currently does not possess such entities, one can never be too cautious for the future. Surely, he cannot resort to murder, can he? A cursory search online revealed that, at the present price of live pigs, an investment of 1 million would approximately acquire 500 pigs weighing 200 pounds each. This quantity seemed insufficient. With this in mind, he dialed the number of the bank's golden manager. A loan for live pigs? There was a moment of hesitation from the manager. I intend to start a pig farming venture. I've already purchased feed, but now I need to order a batch of piglets. The manager appeared rather incredulous. I am now part of the Ghost Commander Corps, and certain acquisitions are somewhat inconvenient with military involvement. The manager remained skeptical, contemplating before suggesting, Mr. Chen, could I invite you and someone from the Ghost Commander Corps who can speak to dinner tonight? With no other recourse, Chen Qing approached Han Yuan, who had just finished showering, and relayed the situation. Han Yuan said, Must it be this complicated? Just open a video call. Chen Qing complied, And the golden manager answered, "Is this the golden manager? I am Han Yuan. Do you recognize me?" "Oh, indeed." The manager stood up in surprise during the video call. So it is Chen Qing, my brother. He has been overseeing the procurement lately." Oh, no problem at all." The manager nodded enthusiastically. Thus, the matter was resolved, resulting in a direct approval for a credit limit of 10 million. As for which farming venture to choose, the bank would advise on the appropriate option. After all, one must offer some gratuity. In the night, Han Yuan's military vehicle departed from a base, presumably heading towards the princess's tomb. Chen Qing sat in silence, diligently cultivating the 7th meridian. There are a total of 12 meridians. Once all are opened, the great celestial meridian of enlightenment within his mind will be unlocked, leading him to the realm of the spirit essence. At 10 o'clock, the monkey, the fatty, and the solitary star returned together. The intensity of their training had been overwhelming, and after a few moments of chatter and laughter, the dormitory was filled with the sounds of snoring. After another cycle of the meridian, suddenly, the necklace stirred. Chen Qing was jolted awake, and in the next instant, he sensed a tremendous force emanating from the necklace, pulling him in. "What is this?" It felt like a summons. Chen Qing attempted to resist, but it seemed futile. In his panic, a thought crossed his mind. Skin painting. Instantly, the skin painting emerged, enveloping Chen Qing in an instant, transforming him into the visage of another young man. In that fleeting moment, the pull from the Demon Suppression Tower became irresistible, and Chen Qing vanished from sight. It seemed as if he was atop a certain peak. The surroundings were vast and empty, with clouds rolling slowly. At the peak stood a colossal round table, with 12 seats arranged one by one. Those seated around it varied in form. Some were slender and clearly female, while others had serpent bodies and deer heads, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Furthermore, many wore a veil of mist over their faces, rendering them inscrutable. Chen Qing found himself in one of the seats, filled with trepidation, unsure of what was transpiring. The seat beside him was empty, and just as he was observing, a figure suddenly materialized in that spot. "Han Yuan." Chen Qing nearly gasped aloud. "Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser." As Han Yuan made his entrance, he cast a wary glance at the crowd. At last, the 12 Earthly Branches Tower has convened once more, a moment worthy of celebration. An elderly man spoke, his voice hoarse. "The rules remain unchanged. Everyone is free to converse and trade." A woman shrouded in black gauze inquired, "Blood Moon, what exactly is to descend? Can anyone provide a precise time? I am willing to pay a handsome price." The currency could be in Tang coins, gold, silver, spirit stones, or ghost pearls. Anything would suffice. The crowd fell silent. A figure with a serpent's body and a deer's head hissed, the sound reminiscent of a saw cutting through wood. Exceedingly unpleasant. "Do you think our ghost clan would divulge such secrets? Do not be so arrogant. Do not assume that only your ghost clan possesses formidable individuals." The woman in black was infuriated. Chen Qing's heart raced as a sudden realization struck him. This woman, she is likely a figure of immense stature among humans. After some contemplation, Chen Qing softly inquired, "Might I ask how one engages in trade?" His voice was clear, yet distinctly not his own. The woman beamed with delight. "Esteemed friend, please follow me." Intrigued, Chen Qing rose and accompanied her. The serpent-bodied, deer-headed creature hissed again, "None of us know when the blood moon shall arrive. Yet you place your trust in a mere fledgling." The woman in the black veil paused momentarily, but perhaps out of a sense of desperation akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive, she approached Chen Qing. This location was not far from the round table, yet the voices of others seemed to inexplicably fade away. The veil was sheer, yet it concealed the woman completely, and for some reason, Chen Qing could feel her gaze fixed upon him. "Fellow Taoist, are you certain you know the precise time of the blood moon's arrival?" "I do," the woman replied, her silence heavy with meaning. Finally, she inquired, "How much do you require?" Chen Qing was uncertain how to set a price. Such information should be valued in the billions. But how much exactly? 1 billion, he stated calmly, adding that he would also provide an equivalent amount in gold, silver, spirit stones, and ghost pearls. Ah, the woman expressed her surprise, then suddenly bowed deeply, offering a profound gesture of gratitude. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Chapter 37. Gathering in the clouds, observing the woman's respectful demeanor, Chen Qing realized that his worth had diminished significantly, to an extent that was exceedingly minimal. The woman, with a mere thought, presented him with 4 bags. Chen Qing felt somewhat bewildered, yet to maintain his composure, he calmly accepted them, stating, August 15th. The woman froze momentarily. This year? Why not? Chen Qing pondered in curiosity, yet he nodded affirmatively, indeed. For half a month, followed by another half-month of sun, in a continuous cycle. The woman slightly trembled. She had her own channels of information, and Chen Qing's words must have resonated with some intelligence she possessed. She quivered as she asked, In a continuous cycle? Yes. As the two returned to their seats, Chen Qing initially intended to place the 4 small bags into the Demon Suppression Tower, but regrettably, the tower was ineffective, or rather, it was likely that everyone present was currently within the confines of the tower. Consequently, he could only weigh the 4 bags as he made his way back to his seat. This action, however, led to some misunderstandings among the onlookers. The creature with a serpent's body and a deer's head regarded Chen Qing thoughtfully, contemplating that this confident youth must be extraordinary. Indeed, he seemed to be deliberately targeting my ghostly kin, perhaps even issuing a challenge. At that moment, fate conspired against him as Zhong Kui attempted to emerge. Chen Qing, in a moment of urgency, swiftly retracted him with a thought. He was quick enough that Zhong Kui barely managed to protrude a single finger. Yet, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. In an instant, they sensed at least dozens of mystical energies emanating from the young man's being. The veiled woman was initially overjoyed, relieved that she had not doubted Chen Qing, grateful that he was indeed a formidable ally. She pondered silently. I wonder where this esteemed elder has secluded himself for cultivation. If only I could persuade him to emerge from his retreat, we would surely navigate this crisis with ease. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on her that should he be reluctant to reappear, he must have paid a considerable price to acquire the precise news of the Blood Moon's arrival. As more content loaded, a message appeared, indicating that the site only supported mobile browser access. If one encountered this paragraph, it signified a failure in loading the chapter's content. Users were advised to disable reading modes and ad-blocking features or to copy the URL into an alternative browser for reading. In that moment, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Others around her were equally contemplative, sensing the overwhelming aura of various divine powers emanating from him. Speculating about the identity of such a powerful figure. What a chaotic amalgamation of divine energies. To cultivate such a multitude of abilities, this elder must possess an extraordinary background. The elderly man who had previously spoken chuckled with a raspy voice. I initially thought this might be some fortunate young soul, but it seems we are in the presence of a reclusive elder. My apologies for the presumption. Another individual inquired. Might we know the location of your dwelling, esteemed elder? Would it be possible to pay a visit? Unbeknownst to them, Chen Qing remained silent, fearing exposure, and maintained his composure. After a round of inquiries yielded no answers, the group chose not to pursue the matter further. Among them, a diminutive figure, resembling a child, sighed inwardly. This elder does not even regard the likes of Mouse Old Master. I wonder what his true origins are. I am in need of a beauty stone, and am willing to offer a handsome price for it, another person declared. A diminutive child sighed and exclaimed with delight. I have it. Immediately, the two moved aside to engage in a transaction. A figure enveloped in mist interjected. I am in need of a ghostly servant of the Taoist level. I wonder which esteemed friend might be willing to part with one. The creature with a serpent's body and a deer's head chuckled derisively. Who dares to procure a ghostly servant in my presence? What audacity! The misty figure retorted with a smirk. I seek this ghostly servant for the purpose of slaying and refining elixirs. I wonder how you, Brother Zhu, intend to challenge me? Very well, very well. The serpent deer creature sneered, Just be cautious that I do not catch you. A woman in black gauze pondered for a moment before stating, I do possess one, yet I have uses for it as well. What price are you willing to offer? Consequently, the two departed from the circular table area to negotiate further. Meanwhile, Chen Qing found himself deep in thought. A Taoist corpse? What might that be? From the man's tone, it seemed to denote a certain rank. Could it be that the level above the sinister spirits is referred to as a Taoist corpse? Han Yuan remained silent, observing without uttering a word. I wish to inquire about an individual who should be within the realm of the Yellow Springs. A voice emerged. Chen Qing trembled. That voice. So familiar. The person was shrouded in mist, yet, the imposing figure at least 2 meters tall. Could it be? Chen Quan, the towering silhouette, slowly spoke. My name is Huangyi. That is my mother's name. The last vestige of doubt vanished from Chen Qing's mind. This figure is undoubtedly his elder brother, Chen Quan, though he had not heard it before. He was quite familiar with the vicinity of the Yellow Springs. Pray tell, how much do you propose? The figure curled up on the chair resembled either a feline or a leopard. Both spoke and approached nearby. After a brief moment, it appeared they had reached an agreement and returned to their seats. Chen Qing was astounded. His elder brother was searching for their mother. Hadn't it been said that she had eloped with a wild man? Could there be more to the story? Might the disappearance of his brother and father be connected to this? Chen Qing's thoughts raced. The leading elder then smiled and said, The time is nearly upon us. Esteemed guests, please take your leave. I look forward to our reunion in half a month. As the scene shifted before him, Chen Qing found himself back in his bed, clutching the 4 bags. Reflecting on the earlier events filled him with a sense of absurdity. Thoughts of Chen Quan stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He had never imagined that their reunion would occur in such a place. Was he searching for their mother? Had she gone missing, or was she abducted? The name of that location did not seem to belong to the realm of the living. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features in your browser, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Could it be in the underworld? He pulled out his phone to search, and indeed, there's no such place. After pondering, he asked, Hua Pai, are you familiar with the underworld? The underworld is indeed a name associated with the nether realm, but it is vast and divided into countless regions. The Yellow Springs underworld was not one she had heard of. You may return now. Chen Qing felt a tad uneasy. He was perplexed by the fact that the painted skin adhered directly to his own, featuring an aperture perfectly sized for his member, which he found rather unsettling. With a soft chuckle, the painted skin was absorbed into Chen Qing's Demon Suppression Tower. Based on today's observations, it appeared there were a total of 12 Demon Suppression Towers, interconnected through some unknown means. Han Yuan's presence at the gathering indicated that the tower in his possession had also been activated. Consequently, he would undoubtedly take the prophecy Chen Qing shared seriously and devise a strategy to confront the Ghost King within his tower. As for the notion that the Ghost King would only emerge after 12 ghosts had been suppressed, Chen Qing needn't remind him. It was likely that he had already eliminated several during their expedition to the princess's tomb. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Qing examined the cloth bag, finding it pitch black inside. Upon reaching in, he was momentarily stunned. Despite the bag's palm-sized dimensions, his entire arm could be inserted. Upon withdrawing his hand, he held a handful of translucent orbs, faintly tinged with color. These beads, akin in size to marbles, contained immense spiritual energy. How fragrant! Give me one to eat. Give me one to eat. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Zhong Kui's voice erupted once more as a hand emerged, attempting to snatch the orbs. The sensation was truly peculiar. An adult's hand, its base embedded within the necklace, as slender as a strand of hair. As there was a plentiful supply of beads, Chen Qing casually offered him a few. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he found himself unable to meditate or sleep for the remainder of the night. About an hour later, a voice resonated from the doorway. Chen Qing, are you asleep? Chapter 38. A frenzy of purchases as Chen Qing stepped outside. Han Yuan whispered, let's go. Upon arriving at the office, Han Yuan's expression was grave. Chen Qing, That prophecy was indeed accurate. Chen Qing feigned ignorance. Tonight, I participated in the operation at the princess's tomb, and the tower has awakened. Upon awakening, I found myself transported to a very distant place. It bore a resemblance to an online conference filled with terrifying old monsters. Particularly, there was a young boy beside me. Those ancient beings treated him with utmost courtesy and reverence. Regrettably, my cultivation level is too low to discern what sets him apart. Chen Qing realized with a jolt that the predecessor they had been referring to was none other than himself. This young boy possessed formidable strength, and it seemed he had even calculated the time of the impending calamity. Thus, the most pressing matter now was to locate him. Do you recognize this? Han Yuan ingratitude, producing an A4 sheet emblazoned with a portrait. It bore a striking resemblance to the guise Chen Qing had assumed today. Grateful for the disguise, Chen Qing scrutinized the image for a moment before shaking his head. I should not know him. He appears unfamiliar. Han Yuan, unfazed, continued. The reason I sought you out is to inquire if there are any other prophecies concerning this tower, particularly regarding the blood moon. Is there anything else mentioned? None, Chen Qing replied, shaking his head. Han Yuan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, however, since the prophecy has proven accurate to some extent, it warrants serious consideration. I shall seek out the commander tonight to make some arrangements. Accurate to some extent? Yes, but also no. Han Yuan continued. The prophecy states that 12 ghosts can be contained, yet my tower can only imprison 6. This revelation left Chen Qing momentarily speechless. Logically speaking, each of the 12 towers should suppress 12 ghosts, which implies that the capacity of each tower varies. There should be a total of 12 towers. I suspect each one can hold a different number of ghosts. Han Yuan arrived at the same conclusion as Chen Qing. He waved his hand dismissively and said, regardless, you have once again achieved a great feat. I must take my leave. Moments later, Han Yuan, accompanied by his tower, drove away from the base in a military vehicle. Could it be that my tower is the Tower King? Chen Qing naturally speculated that the number of ghosts each of the 12 towers could suppress ranged from 1 to 12. Watching the departing military vehicle, he sighed. If he were in Han Yuan's position, possessing such a remarkable artifact, he would undoubtedly hesitate to reveal it publicly. 2 lifetimes are sufficient to discern a person's true character. And Han Yuan is undoubtedly someone worthy of trust. If he were to be forthright with him and share information, it would likely yield extensive insights regarding the Demon Suppression Towers. However, having endured the blood moon, Chen Qing felt a deep sense of trepidation. The essence of humanity tends to exist only when societal structures remain intact. Ghost Pearl. Present me with a ghost pearl. The sudden exclamation of Zhong Kui startled Chen Qing. 4 bags lay before him, one containing 100 million, another filled with gold and silver valued at 100 million, a third filled with precious spiritual stones, and the last, a ghost pearl worth 100 million. Chen Qing retrieved the final bag, reached inside, and pulled out a ghost pearl, a fragment of a finger bone. Having experienced the blood moon, Chen Qing was well aware that although the ghost pearl bore its name, its forms were diverse. Yet, he had only encountered a handful of them before, never this multitude. As he casually examined them, he discovered pearls of blood, gelatinous substances, bones, fruits, and beads among the ghost pearls. Zhong Kui snatched the finger bone, popping it into his mouth and crunching it voraciously. He rummaged through the first bag, revealing 10 bank cards within. Upon exiting the base, Chen Qing transformed into the guise of a laborer. He casually approached an ATM and inserted a card. To his surprise, a withdrawal and transfer interface appeared without a password prompt. 1 million. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to transfer the amount to his own account, so he tucked the card away. Suddenly possessing 100 million, he felt an unexpected calm wash over him. After some contemplation, he realized he needed to spend this money rapidly. Even purchasing something as mundane as toilet paper would suffice. With around 100 million at his disposal, any purchase could be deemed a significant transaction. Lacking connections and experience in such matters, he pondered how to proceed without simply filling in 100 million in an online store's quantity field. Should he consult Manager Yang at the safe house? It is also a choice. This thought lingered throughout the night. In the morning, Chen Qing's phone rang. It was Mrs. Wu. Chen Qing was taken aback. Could it be that she had reconsidered and wished to reclaim the Zhong Kui painting? He answered the call. Hello, Li Qing here, Mrs. Wu. Good day, Mrs. Wu. I have a few antique pieces in my possession. I wonder if your foreign acquaintance still holds any interest? Chen Qing was momentarily stunned, but then elation washed over him. He had been troubled by the inability to spend his money. Let me inquire. Please hold for a moment, Mrs. Wu. After a moment's contemplation, he asked Hua Pai. Hua Pai, are you able to appraise antiques? I cannot authenticate them, but I can determine their era, Hua Pai responded. She elaborated. To authenticate means to disclose the provenance, background, and purpose of the artifact, while determining the era simply involves identifying the dynasty. However, this is sufficiently adequate for Chen Qing. At once, he returned the call. Mr. Ruan is currently in Ximing City. He has some matters to attend to and will be leaving tomorrow, so it would be prudent for you to prepare more items. Chen Qing quietly added, he has successfully concluded a business deal this time, and his cash flow is quite ample. Oh, Mrs. Wu's voice exuded excitement. Splendid, splendid. Then we shall meet in the evening. After hanging up, Chen Qing hastily booked a hotel room and spent the day intensively studying antique knowledge with Hua Pai. By evening, Hua Pai had transformed into the guise of a lean, capable middle-aged man. Chen Qing, carrying a briefcase, followed closely behind. Soon, the duo arrived at their designated meeting place. More content is loading, please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable any ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. The shop is named Ancient Charm. The decor is quite rustic. Wu Xiaomin and Mrs. Wu, Chen Qing, are already familiar with each other, along with an elderly gentleman dressed in a tang suit. His silver hair cascading down, clearly a person of this trade. There is also a kindly, portly man. Huayan shook hand with everyone in turn and directly inquired, where are the items? Everyone was taken aback. Chen Qing smiled and said, Mr. Ruan is pressed for time and may need to leave tonight. If possible, dear proprietors, please present your finest items. Upon hearing this, they no longer hesitated. Mrs. Wu produced a painting. The old man under the crane, said to be from Tang Bohu. From the Qing dynasty, I shall pass. Huayan shook his head. Next item, please. At this, the four exchanged glances, their hearts shaken. While determining it was from the Qing dynasty was no great feat, the certainty with which he made the judgment after merely a glance was something they knew they could not achieve. The atmosphere grew solemn. The silver-haired elder produced a jade ring, a piece from the Southern Song dynasty adorned with peony motifs. From a Yuan dynasty, Huayan interjected. How much? The silver-haired elder replied, 2 million. Too expensive, Huayan shook his head. Next item. Everyone began to feel the weight of the situation. They had never encountered such a master. Hua Pai, somewhat dissatisfied, placed a bank card on the table and remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, we should refrain from wasting time. I shall step out for a meal and return in 45 minutes. I trust that by then, you will all be prepared. With that, he exited. Chen Qing turned back, his face full of apology. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Mr. Ruan possesses such a temperament. His family has a long-standing background in antiques, and he is quite familiar with the market. He will purchase anything, provided the price is right. By the way, he has a particular fondness for ghost culture and treasures that, while not particularly valuable, possess a certain antiquity. Wu Xiaomin nodded in understanding. Chapter 39. I want your entire warehouse. The middle-aged man, slightly portly, presented a crimson-hued ancient jade, stating, This is blood-stained jade, extracted from the mouth of a princess. Due to its heavy yin energy, it has remained unsold. Huapi examined it closely, nodding in approval. What is the price? The market value is 50,000. That's acceptable. I shall acquire it. Huapi placed the jade delicately on the table beside him. The plump man was taken aback, chuckling. Mr. Ruan is indeed generous. The four individuals took turns presenting their items, and having witnessed the earlier transactions, they no longer dared to overreach. Their pricing was quite reasonable. The middle-aged man then produced a silver-clad femur, resembling a mallet. The silver-haired elder inquired with a smile, How did you manage to procure this? The middle-aged man replied, This is a bone of the deceased. I trust you know its significance? 100,000. The middle-aged man hesitated, momentarily stunned. This item is used for summoning spirits. You cannot suppress it. The man nodded, raising his thumb in admiration. You truly are an expert. Very well, 100,000. This 9 relics are from a temple. I dare not boast in front of an expert, for I cannot ascertain their age. The silver-haired elder chuckled, seemingly eager to test Huapi further. Huapi furrowed his brow for a moment. They likely originate from the Duan family in Dali. The elder was impressed, sighing in resignation. What is their price? The value of relics has always been quite volatile, perhaps 500,000. Agreed. Huapi nodded, placing the relics beside him. The eyes of the 4 men gleamed with excitement. At that moment, the portly middle-aged man brought forth a long wooden box. Upon opening it, a pungent odor of rust mingled with a fishy scent wafted out. Inside lay a piece of bronze, presumably from the Warring States period. 12 million. I surmised, Mr. Ruan was well aware that my bid was not capricious. A collective gasp escaped the 3 others. This was, thus far, the highest offer. If it were still buried in the earth, it would remain unchanged for another millennium. Yet now, it had succumbed to rust within mere months. It would degrade into a mere heap of verdigris. The portly man's expression shifted slightly. How had this individual discerned its condition? 1 million, he stated. The man furrowed his brow. Since you acknowledge its rusted state, why then bid 1 million? That is of no concern to you. The portly man's frown deepened and then relaxed, clearly in a state of indecision. After a lengthy pause, he gritted his teeth and declared, an additional 500,000. Very well. Half an hour later, the 4 had examined all the items they had brought. The curator had acquired 19 pieces, totaling less than 6 million. The portly man immediately rose. Mr. Ruan, I have several items at home, somewhat large and inconvenient to transport. May I invite you to inspect them? Certainly, the curator replied, gesturing to Chen Qing. Li Qing, please take care of these. Understood. Chen Qing inquired, Gentlemen, shall we settle the payment now, or? No ruse, no ruse. Let us observe a bit more. The portly man waved his hand dismissively. However, the silver-haired elder directly handed over his phone. Please transfer to this card. In this profession, there are far too many deceivers. The figure handed Chen Qing a card, instructing him to proceed with the transfer. Immediately, Chen Qing accompanied the silver-haired elder downstairs, where he completed the transaction at the ATM. As the funds were successfully transferred, the elder finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, Li Xiaoyu, please keep an eye on the Qin family while I make some preparations. I kindly invite you to visit my humble abode shortly. Certainly, esteemed elder, Chen Qing replied enthusiastically. Before long, the 3 arrived at the residence of a portly middle-aged man, situated on the outskirts of the city, within a grand traditional Chinese villa. The middle-aged man led them to the garage and opened a concealed door, for which a musty odor wafted forth. Upon flipping the switch, 2 blood-red horses, towering at the height of an adult, came into view. One stood upright while the other reared its front hooves, seemingly neighing. Most remarkably, both horses possessed wings. Chen Qing was instantly exhilarated. If these horses could awaken, it would mean he had 2 flying steeds. These were indeed supernatural entities, imbued with a hint of malevolence, which deterred many from residing in such a place. The middle-aged man remarked, These are rare creatures. The price is 10 million each. That is rather steep. The figure replied, shaking his head. Let's explore other options. You certainly know how to negotiate. The plump middle-aged man sighed. All right, 2 steeds for 10 million each, totaling 200 million. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Deal. The trio proceeded onward, and soon encountered 2 stone sculptures resembling dogs. One was indeterminate, neither clearly a lion nor a dog, while the other featured a human head atop a lion's body. These guardian beasts, much like the 2 horses, exuded a heavy aura and had yet to find a buyer. 1, 200 million. For both together, 100 million. Deal. Though the plump middle-aged man appeared affable, he likely harbored a clandestine role as a tomb raider. possessing a warehouse filled with items that ought not to see the light of day. After acquiring a few more artifacts, he led the two individuals to a storage facility. The shelves brimmed with ancient relics, some still caked with dirt, and a rough estimate suggested there were several thousand items within this warehouse alone. Most striking was the collection of 20 suits of armor, accompanied by matching long spears, displayed on the western wall. However, both the armor and the spears were heavily corroded, their shafts forged from fine steel but encrusted with thick rust, appearing fragile to the touch. The armor fared slightly better, though the stitching had long since deteriorated, with the current threads added later. Chen Qing felt a surge of excitement. The ethereal figure beside him understood, inquiring, surely, these 20 suits of armor and spears must have corresponding horses? Indeed, replied the plump man as he guided them to another storage room, where 20 terracotta war horses awaited. Yet, their craftsmanship paled in comparison to the two flying steeds, with one horse missing its head and another having lost a leg. What is the price for these 20 suits of armor, spears, and war horses? The plump middle-aged man's face brightened with joy. These items had proven to be exceedingly troublesome. He had consistently struggled to find a buyer, living in constant trepidation even with them stored here. Yet at long last, a buyer had emerged. Last year, a similar suit of armor was auctioned at Dingjiao Auction House for 36 million. It seemed pointless to mention it. The masked figure shook his head, remarking that these items were best kept in the shadows, and besides, no one else dared to partake. The plump middle-aged man fell into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. A total of 50 million. 5 million. Mr. Wan, your offer is rather excessive. The plump middle-aged man furrowed his brow, asserting, this bid is not made in vain. It is indeed a reflection of your genuine intent to purchase. The masked figure pondered for a moment before suddenly proposing, Mr. Qing, why not retire? I will take the entire warehouse off your hands. The plump middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. What? Everything in the entire warehouse, packaged for me. 20 million. Chapter 40. Blood Prophet. The plump middle-aged man paused slightly, shaking his head. Mr. Wan, you jest. I speak with utmost sincerity, Huali insisted, articulating each word with precision. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. 40 million. That's my final offer. Huali furrowed his brow, contemplating for a considerable time before responding. Including the previous items, a total of 30 million. This is my final bid. The middle-aged man found himself in a quandary. The true worth of these items far exceeded this price. However, they were too perilous to be exposed. Each piece was akin to a hot potato. After a prolonged deliberation, the middle-aged man resolved, very well, yet it must be a cash transaction. Huali presented him with 3 bank cards. These are anonymous cards. Consider it a cash transaction. The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily, revealing the key in his hand. Let us proceed with the transaction. Once we complete it, they shall belong to you. Boss Qin, there are no cameras here, correct? None. To employ such devices would be courting disaster. Before long, the transaction was concluded. The trio returned to the entrance, where the middle-aged man handed the key to Huali, his face beaming with satisfaction. Mr. Wan, why not purchase this estate as well? A mere 10 million. Unnecessary, Huali replied, shaking his head. Had this been 10 days prior, he might have considered it, but now, upgrading the safe house was no longer feasible. Very well, the key is yours. I shall return in a month. I will replace all the locks. As for how you managed to remove them, I shall neither inquire nor speculate. Chen Qing's intent lingered in the air. Hua Pai immediately understood. Mr. Qin, may I inquire about the location of this tomb? The portly middle-aged man furrowed his brows, stating that it was already empty. Consider it a favor I owe you. After a brief silence, the man scribbled down an address. Subsequently, he boarded the driver's vehicle and departed. The driver asked, Big brother, how about? Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. As he mentioned, it is time for me to retire. Have those watching the manor withdrawn? As more content is being loaded, please hold on. This site supports mobile browser access only. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Withdraw. The less one knows, the the safer it is. Chen Qing and Hua Pai returned to the warehouse. Master, how did I perform? In the warehouse, Hua Pai transformed into a beautiful maiden. Quite commendable. Chen Qing observed his surroundings and began to collect items using the demon sealing tower. The contents here could almost constitute a small museum. Even awakening just half of them could establish a formidable power. After completing the collection, a call came from the silver-haired elder. The three headed to his residence, which was also a manor, albeit significantly smaller than Qing's. The silver-haired elder's collection primarily comprised calligraphy and paintings, featuring works of notable masters, all with legitimate provenance. However, the exorbitant prices hindered any negotiations. The elder presented a decree. This is an edict from the Song dynasty, conferring the title of martial champion upon Li Baoi. Chen Qing felt no inclination, yet Hua Pai inquired, "How much?" The edict from Emperor Huizong was valued at 100 million, although this one would be worth somewhat less. It would still command 20 million. Such edicts are quite common in circulation and do not hold such exorbitant value. Are there any other edicts? The one from the martial champion. I possess 2 more. The silver-haired elder produced 2 additional items, but one was in poor condition while the other was from a relatively recent dynasty. The edicts could not fetch a price exceeding 1 million. Collectively, the 3 would amount to 300,000. After a moment's contemplation, the silver-haired elder acquiesced. With a warehouse full of items, the subsequent offerings were hardly appealing. Ultimately, there is one item that Mr. Ruan might find intriguing. The silver-haired elder led the two to a secluded corner of the estate, where a doghouse had been constructed. However, instead of a dog, there resided a black panther adorned with goat-like horns, the guardian beast. This creature exudes a formidable aura. It cannot be housed within my home. Yet, discarding it is out of the question. Please, feel free to make an offer. 50,000. Agreed. At that moment, the two settled the transaction, with Chen Qing shouldering the guardian beast as they departed. This scene rendered the silver-haired elder thoroughly astonished. This guardian beast was no small entity. Upon stepping outside and storing the items within the Demon Suppressing Tower, Chen Qing inquired, "Is the edict of significant utility?" Indeed, Hua Pai beamed with delight. What are the purposes of these 3 edicts? Chen Qing pondered for a moment. Bestowal? The instant the words escaped his lips, realization dawned upon him, leaving his expression awash with astonishment. Precisely. If all 3 could awaken, it would signify that the master would gain 3 more martial champions under his command. However, Chen Qing had never heard of what level a martial champion belonged to. In the realm of wandering souls, one is referred to as a martial warrior, while in the realm of malevolent spirits, they attain the title of martial champion. This is indeed a classification among the more formidable entities within the record of 100 ghosts. Malevolent spirits? To be directly conferred the title of malevolent spirit? Chen Qing was momentarily bewildered. Did the emperor's decree possess such formidable authority? Yet, the fortune of the human race had waned, and the emperor had also fallen from grace. Had the ancient sovereign still been present, his mere word could have conferred titles at the level of wicked spirits. Chen Qing found himself lost in thought. How immense must the power of these emperors have been? Huayan, what other formidable beings from the record of 100 ghosts do you know? Please share. It is not that the servant is unwilling to speak, but some entities are such that merely hearing about them could shorten one's lifespan. Once one reaches the level of wicked spirits and beyond, even a slight connection to the formless exists. This does not imply invisibility, but rather that upon hearing or seeing them, one is unworthy of retaining that memory. Thus, you might encounter such exalted beings in one moment, only to forget them in the next. The fortunate aspect is that they merely elude memory. However, for those of a more malevolent nature, merely hearing their name could invoke divine retribution. Such beings inherently defy the natural order. Chen Qing remained in a daze. Huayan solemnly cautioned, "More content is loading, please wait." This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Excessive exploration of the abyss is a perilous endeavor. Even passively listening can be fraught with danger. The eerie entities lurking in the darkness will employ every means to ensnare you. Upon grasping this, Chen Qing nodded solemnly, committing it to memory. Upon reflection, this grand purchase totaled 38 million. Not only could one acquire a modest museum, but even awakening a single horse would yield substantial profits. Particularly noteworthy were the 3 virtually free guardian beasts. These beasts possess an innate ability to instill profound dread in malevolent spirits. Merely awakening one to keep at home would render one safe, even in the absence of a Zhong Kui painting. How delightful! The more Chen Qing gazed at the painted skin, the more appealing it became. What reward do you desire? He inquired. The painted skin, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with excitement. Might the master grant me a ghost pearl? Perhaps sensing her own boldness, she timidly added, a ghost of the malevolent grade would suffice. What ghost pearl do you seek? The painted skin was brimming with anticipation. Is there a ghost pearl belonging to the flower shield maiden? The term flower shield refers to an umbrella. Chen Qing swiftly produced a palm-sized umbrella. Is this it? Yes, precisely. The painted skin exclaimed with joy. She then continued, I may need to enter seclusion for a few days, master. Please be patient. With that, the painted skin vanished without a trace. Chen Qing, momentarily taken aback, called forth the painted skin once more. What is it? She asked, perplexed. The time flow within the Demon Suppression Tower is 15,000 times faster. Isn't it almost equivalent to time standing still? How will you cultivate? There is a second level. The painted skin responded, puzzled. Did the master not know this? I am unaware. Why has no one informed me? The painted skin explained. The great deity Zhong Kui originally resided on the second level, a place I was unable to access. However, following the gathering at the peak, the second level has become accessible. Within, time flows just as it does in reality. Chapter 41. Too much wealth, too much worry. Is there truly a second level? Does that imply the existence of a third, fourth, fifth, or even seventh level? After the awakening of the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing refrained from further exploration. However, it now appears that the tower harbors many secrets. In his heart, Chen Qing inquired, Huapi, can you hear my voice? Of course, master. Zhong Kui, Zhong Kui, Zhong Kui. After several calls, Zhong Kui remained unresponsive. Master, the great deity Zhong Kui has entered the third level. The third level? Where is it? The servant does not know. Only the great deity Zhong Kui can access it. Huapi patiently elucidated. The Demon Suppression Tower is one with its master. As the master's power grows, so too does the tower. The current state of the tower may be likened to that of a small infant, and levels beyond the third may still resemble chaos. Will Zhong Kui be in danger? The great deity Zhong Kui possesses divine status and numerous divine abilities. Even if somewhat confused, there is little in this world that can pose a threat to him. Whom do you speak of? Suddenly, a mystical voice echoed. Great deity? What great deity? Within the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower, the interior was not as imagined. Instead, it was an ethereal expanse, shrouded in swirling mist. Huapi sat cross-legged, a visage of fear upon his face. Zhong Kui's large face nearly pressed against Huapi's, his bristly beard akin to that of Zhang Fei's brushing against Huapi. The latter dared not resist and merely whispered, I have encountered the great deity. It was evident that Huapi was merely a C-grade malevolent spirit. Yet, before the D-level ghost hunter Zhong Kui, he felt as fragile as a mere chick. With one eye fixed upon the ground and the other upon the painted skin, Zhong Kui abruptly extended his hand, exclaiming, Ghost orb, I desire to consume the ghost orb. His hand seemed to emerge from the magic tower, almost as if it sprouted directly from Chen Qing's chest. Startled, Chen Qing replied, You may have it, but please do not frighten the painted skin. She is in the midst of her cultivation. Very well, Zhong Kui acquiesced. Chen Qing then placed a ghost orb, resembling a leaf, into Zhong Kui's grasp. However, Zhong Kui appeared dissatisfied with this offering, pouting as he chewed and stepped into the mist. Initially, Chen Qing had intended to visit the princess's tomb to exchange the 12 wandering souls for stronger ones. But with the painted skin in seclusion, that plan would have to be postponed for several days. Without the painted skin, he had not felt it, but now, with her presence, he suddenly sensed a profound insecurity in her absence. Thus, he returned to the base and commenced his circuit training. In the ensuing days, he engaged in intense physical training during the day to enhance his stamina and walked his circuit at night. The physical assessments demanded an increase in laps each day, and he had now reached the point of completing 17 laps within 20 minutes, under the immense pressure of daily eliminations. Correspondingly, the progress of the others was also remarkably swift. In the final 2 days of the 7-day period, both the monkey and the chubby one reached the soul movement realm in succession. At this juncture, Chen Qing had successfully traversed 11 circuits, standing just a step away from the essence realm. It was indeed a formidable journey. Runsheng was on the verge of tears. In merely 7 days, Runsheng had shed nearly 20 pounds from his once chubby frame. To call him a chubby one at this moment had become a misnomer. But there was no time for relaxation. He needed to contemplate how to overcome the challenge that awaited him tonight. The monkey furrowed his brow, mastering the art of spirit binding in just one evening. Tomorrow night, he must form a contract with his first spirit companion. Truly, this is utterly exasperating. What a rush. Indeed, our training intensity has far surpassed that of previous demon extermination squads. However, it is said that this year's training regimen is equally merciless. The Lone Star remained silent, diligently operating the celestial cycles. The evening session was crucial, and attendance was mandatory. Wu Yukong felt a sense of gratification. Your rate of growth astonishes me. Based on my 10 years of teaching experience, attaining the soul movement realm typically spans from 1 week to 1 month. Yet, all 41 of you who remain here have achieved this milestone in a mere week. Congratulations. The excitement among the group surged. Does this mean I'm a genius too? One exclaimed. Not at all. I reached the soul movement stage a day earlier than you. The atmosphere was electrifying as they reveled in the unprecedented recognition. Tears of joy almost spilling. Yet, a more formidable challenge loomed ahead. In the next 24 hours, you must learn the art of spirit binding. Tomorrow night, we shall collectively journey to the princess's tomb. It is imperative that each of you possesses your own spirit companion. Had it been a week prior, the scene would undoubtedly have been chaotic. However, this time, despite the absurdity of the situation, the crowd fell into silence, each person contemplating how to navigate this predicament. Chen Qing had already mastered the art of contract spirits, as well as the more advanced technique of Hell's contract spirits, which did not affect him. This should not be the case. Hongya rose to her feet. Let's not even discuss how arduous it is to learn the art of contract spirits in a single day. Finding a suitable spirit companion within that same time frame is utterly preposterous. With her dissenting voice, several others joined in agreement, particularly the women. The crowd paused, astonished. Given that females are inherently weaker than their male counterparts, selecting a spirit companion is of paramount importance. A single misstep could cost a lifetime. So how do you propose it should be done? The time allotted for women to choose their spirit companions should not be less than 5 days. No, a week. This is not my decree. Wukong shook his head. We have class. Chen Qing found it unnecessary to attend the subsequent lessons. The seclusion period for the painted skin should be nearing its end, and it is expected to emerge by tomorrow. Phones are not permitted in class. Upon returning to his dormitory, he noticed 2 missed calls on his phone. Mr. Chun, the 3rd batch of pig feed has entered production, and we have brought the samples, which are located at the entrance of the 5th base of the Spirit Army. Would you like to take a look? Oh, I'll be there shortly. The second call came in. Hello, Mr. Chun. The rice, soybeans, and potatoes have all been prepared. When shall we expect your arrival for collection? Within the next couple of days. With nearly 70 million in hand, Chen Qing found himself increasingly troubled these past few days. Daily necessities and hardware products have been purchased for nearly 6 million. 50 million has been invested in a diverse array of staple foods for in apocalyptic times. Possessing sustenance and weaponry alleviates anxiety. Upon arriving at the base, a business vehicle was parked nearby, and 3 gentlemen clad in suits awaited. Among them was Mr. Zhu, the proprietor of the feed factory. Through recent communications, Chen Qing discerned their intent to forge a connection with the Ghost Army. It appeared that during a video call with manager Jean, Chen Qing's identity as a procurement officer for the Ghost Army had inadvertently been disclosed. Regardless, they now treated Chen Qing with utmost respect. As Chen Qing accepted a sample bag of pig feed and opened it, he immediately frowned at the pungent odor that wafted forth. He grimaced as he tasted it. The grainy texture was coarse and powdery, leaving a mouthful of crumbs. Noticing Chen Qing's expression, Mr. Zhu promptly clarified, "Mr. Chen, I acknowledge the taste does fall short. This is the third batch of our improved formula, which has been enriched with starch." Chen Qing sampled it again. There was some improvement, albeit slight. Soaking it in warm water or cooking it would enhance its palatability significantly. Can the nutritional components be assured? Absolutely. Without a doubt. We maintain stringent standards. Chen Qing nodded. Then there are no issues. Proceed with the production of this improved formula post-haste. Though it elicited a grimace now, in the face of the apocalypse, such fare would be deemed a delicacy. Chapter 42. Welcome to the Princess Ghost Domain. Dear ones, as for how to receive the grain, Chen Qing has devised a solution. After some negotiation, he obtained a multitude of seals from Yichang. He then proceeded to the warehouse district in Binjiang. This area is connected to the railway and features a dock, situated a mere 1.2 kilometers from the expressway exit. It predominantly consists of grain storage facilities. Upon entering, he was greeted by nearly 100 towering silver metal barrels, each rising 7 to 8 stories high. Manager Tian enthusiastically introduced, "We have a total of 229 standard grain silos, all constructed according to the ASTMD 3299 standard. The smallest holds 35 tons, while the largest are right before your eyes. They stand at a height of 30 meters, with a diameter of 15 meters, and a capacity of 2,445 tons. Chen Qing invested 23 million in grain, a sum that would typically procure around 10,000 tons. However, with a stroke of ingenuity, he opted for aged rice and beans, all approximately 6 years old, yet guaranteed to be unspoiled. This decision propelled the total from 10,000 tons to an impressive 25,000 tons. Manager Tian escorted Chen Qing into the grain silo, where a rather simplistic computer monitored the internal temperature and humidity in real time. The interior resembled a grain storage facility filled to 90% capacity, featuring an adjustable cross-shaped walkway above, lowering the walkway by 2 meters. Manager Tian bent down to scoop up a handful of rice. The primary concern with grain storage is heat accumulation. If left unchecked, such a large quantity of grain could spoil within a week. We possess 30 years of experience in temperature control. Although this rice is 6 years old, rest assured, Mr. Chen, while its quality may be slightly compromised, it is certainly still viable. Are there surveillance cameras? Indeed, there are 3 in each granary. Chen Qing ordered 5,000 tons of potatoes, 4,000 tons of rice, 4,000 tons of soybeans, and 6,000 tons of wheat. Aside from the potatoes stored in a standard warehouse, the others were kept in barrel-shaped storage. Although it sounds substantial, it ultimately amounts to merely 8 barrels. Chen Qing directly accepted the delivery and took possession of the keys, affixing seals to the exterior of each barrel and warehouse. Manager Tian naturally did not intervene. Finding a reason to bid farewell to Manager Tian, he returned to the warehouse, deactivated the surveillance system, and adjusted each camera to gaze skyward before commencing the grain collection. Within a span of 10 minutes, the first rice granary was entirely cleared. Subsequently, the second, third, and so forth up to the 8th were also emptied. After the final collection, seals were affixed at the entrance. The potatoes were stored in a conventional cold storage facility. Aged for several years, the potatoes exhibited slight shriveling, yet this was of little consequence. The cameras, positioned rather high, required considerable effort to be redirected completely. Once the seals were affixed, the task was finally accomplished. After spending half the day on these endeavors, the afternoon had arrived. As he exited the compound, Manager Tian offered a warm send-off. "Mr. Chen, may I inquire about the reason behind your recent substantial grain acquisitions?" he asked, referring to their operations. Chen Qing maintained his composure. Have other departments also begun procuring grain? Indeed, the government and military have sent several waves of personnel, leading to a 6% increase in grain prices over the past few days. As a mere procurement officer, how would I know such news? Chen Qing chuckled lightly, inwardly acknowledging the situation. Indeed, the authorities have intervened. It seems that the mysterious woman in the black veil we encountered at the last summit is quite formidable. Upon returning to the base, a small group had already gathered in the playground. 10 military vehicles were poised for departure, 4 5-seaters and 6 13-seaters, including a medical vehicle. Shortly thereafter, Han Yuan appeared with Chun Man, looking quite battered and disheveled. "Today, I will take you to see the world. Don't be too frightened," he exclaimed. "Let us go." Chen Qing hurried to catch up, asking, "Captain, why did you bring Xiao Man along? More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable your browser's reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading." All right, he has reached the Blood-Chi realm. What? Chen Qing was taken aback. Han Yuan scratched his head and said, "I intended to suppress his progress, but he unexpectedly broke through during training. It was truly beyond my control." Chen Qing felt a headache coming on. It seemed he would need to think deeply about this. A 6-year-old in the Blood-Chi realm? Is this some sort of game? Oh, yes. That expression is just right. Han Yuan laughed heartily. I had the same expression back then. The commander bore that look too. That old coot insisted on competing with me for a disciple, and we ended up in a scuffle. You're lying. It was a TA fight. It was Grandpa Zhu beating you up. Chun Man corrected him seriously. You little rascal. Han Yuan retorted. That fellow is not even human, you understand? Not a human. Considering you have not betrayed your master, I shall spare you this time, Han Yuan remarked, gesturing for Chen Qing to join him in the vehicle. As the car started, Han Yuan recounted the events of the past few days. He spoke of the matter concerning the Demon Suppression Tower, which had garnered significant attention from the commander, who had invited several elite figures to lend their strength. Han Yuan, along with Gong Huagu and 4 formidable warriors, ventured to the princess's tomb, where they effortlessly vanquished 6 spirits, successfully summoning the Ghost King. Subsequently, under the guidance of the 4 super warriors, they forcefully coerced the Ghost Head into forming a blood pact with Gong Huagu, a perilous contract akin to the Hell Contract demon art. Upon the return of the 2 captains and the 4 super warriors, an unexpected event transpired. Chen Man broke through to the Qi and Blood realm. This development ignited a fierce competition reminiscent of the legendary sword duel of Mount Hua, prompting Han Yuan to roll up his sleeves and engage in a confrontation with the commander, ultimately securing custody rights. Of course, Chen Man's assertion that Han Yuan was merely on the receiving end of a beating holds a semblance of truth. So, you ended up bruised because the commander struck you? Han Yuan clarified, I wasn't beaten. I lost the fight. As Chen Man prepared to retort, Han Yuan interjected sternly, silence. Chen complied. Chen Qing observed this individual, not with surprise, but rather with astonishment. 4 talents like Zhou Yanxiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing, standing before a 6-year-old in the Qi and Blood realm, renders them nearly insignificant. Due to Chun Man and this tower, our 5th squad may soon become quite lively. Han Yuan sighed despondently. It seems that Gong Huagu will undoubtedly join our team, which is somewhat understandable. After all, the Ghost King within the Demon Suppression Tower is currently her ghost pet. However, if a few more old-timers come along, I will be utterly miserable. Chen Qing furrowed his brows, suddenly pondering a question. Wait a moment, Captain. You, Captain Gong, along with 4 top-tier members, went to the princess's tomb. Why didn't you simply take it down? Is the princess's tomb truly that formidable? Formidable, my foot. It's now a training ground for the Ghost Army's rookies. In other words, the princess's tomb has been intentionally left as a practice site. Chen Qing found this notion absurd, yet strangely plausible. Moments later, 10 vehicles arrived at the vicinity of the princess's tomb, approximately a kilometer away. At the command, everyone disembarked and swiftly arranged themselves into 2 neat lines. The impressive organization of the formation clearly showcased the results of their 7 days of training. Here, The malevolent spirits and higher-level entities have been nearly eradicated, and you shall spend a considerable amount of time in this location. Naturally, there are still some formidable entities among the wandering souls. However, if you cannot even handle the wandering souls, then don't even think about safeguarding the rear. Having studied quite a bit in the field of ghost science, I trust you all have your preferred ghost companions by now. With a snap of his fingers, everything before Han Yuan transformed dramatically. The wilderness was suddenly shrouded in ghostly mist, the sky turned ominously dark, the once lush vegetation became starkly barren, and the scattered houses appeared dilapidated. The water in the stream was as dark as ink, permeated with a foul stench, startling everyone. With a smile, Han Yuan welcomed them. Welcome to the princess's ghost domain. My dear ones. Chapter 43. The ghostly soldier, a chill ran through the crowd. Having previously encountered the malevolent wind-eater of the malevolent class, they were somewhat prepared. However, the prospect of stepping forward and confronting a ghost caused many to retreat. Zhou Yanxiao was the first to enter, followed by Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and others. Perhaps due to some unseen boundary, once they stepped inside, they would no longer be able to see anyone. The realm of ghosts? Chen Qing furrowed his brow, contemplating this new term. Or perhaps it was what was referred to in the past as the ghost realm. He glanced at Han Yuan, feeling a twinge of concern. Captain, you wouldn't allow Chen Man to enter, would you? Rest assured, I will accompany you, Han Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. You go and catch your own ghost. Chen Qing was at a loss for words. Despite his intelligence, Chen Man was only 7 years old, even if he accompanied them. Here, put this on. Han Yuan produced a pair of strange-looking gauntlets, adorned with intricate wood patterns, resembling something carved from wood. He knelt down to help Chen Man don them. After securing the gauntlets, Han Yuan retrieved a wooden helmet. Finally, after much effort, they managed to fit it on, followed by a wooden chess piece. You're quite bothersome, Chen Man said, his expression flat, though his tone was filled with dissatisfaction. You stubborn brat, I'm doing this to protect you. I'm strong enough. I don't need your protection. You're strong? I could topple you with a single finger. In 2 years, I'll be able to knock you down. Not even in 10 years. Observing their playful banter, Chen Qing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chen Qing, shall we form a team? The monkey approached, exclaiming, damn, it's my first time in the ghost domain, and I'm feeling a bit apprehensive. Please take me with you. Great one. He Rensheng also drew near. Gu Xing remained silent and directly entered the ghost domain. The others, including Chen Qing, were indifferent, but the monkey insisted on being looked after. Chen Qing nodded and stepped into the ghost domain. Here, it felt as if some unknown force had shifted reality. With each step, it was as if they traversed into an alternate dimension. The atmosphere was cold and dim, thick with a metallic scent. Fatty, what is your soul power? 41. And you? 58, the monkey murmured. A ghost with a ghostly energy value of 110 must be eliminated. We can only contract with E-level or newly ascended D-level wandering spirits. The monkey shook his head, lamenting the limited choices. Isn't that a lot for you? He Rensheng was nearly in tears, glancing at Chen Qing. Great one, what about you? I'm not sure. Chen Qing replied honestly. The Great One must be concerned about the anxiety of us stragglers, so consider it. Almost everyone exchanged their opportunities for ancient artifacts for ghostly tokens, which they adorned on their wrists, proceeding cautiously. Soon, the trio encountered their first ghost, feasting on the sludge within a stagnant pool. It was a toilet ghost. Upon measurement, it registered at 14. The E-level wandering spirit, and the monkey's contract seemed to be a futile endeavor, given his soul power of 58. Which aligns him closely with a D-level ghost of approximately 30. I do not desire it either. He Rensheng shook his head, stating, if given a choice, I would still prefer a D-level spirit. The rankings are as follows. 2040 represents D, 4160 denotes C, 61 to 80 signifies B, and 81,100 indicates A. Naturally, Chen Qing would not opt for such either. Currently, he possesses 2 primary companions. One is Zhong Kui, and the other is Hua Pai. In terms of this tier, Hua Pai is an exceptional anomaly with surpassing attributes. As for Zhong Kui, although merely a wandering spirit and only classified as D, one cannot solely rely on superficial data. Given his evident dominance over Huapai, this time, he aims to comprehensively rejuvenate the F-level wandering spirits within the Demon Suppression Tower. The ghostly density in the ghost domain is notably high, and soon they encounter a second spirit. Yet, all three stand in stunned silence. The ghost resembles an ancient warrior, adorned with a helmet, chest armor, back armor, and skirt armor, with a sword sheathed at his waist, advancing with imposing authority. Behind a collapsed low wall, Chen Qing and his companions observe as the monkey retracts his head, exclaiming, "An ancient ghost? I have never studied this." While the group has delved into ghost studies, the curriculum predominantly covers modern spirits, such as the breath-eating ghost, toilet ghost, and the death-by-illness ghost, leaving ancient spirits unexplored. Battle Ghost. The trio whimsically coined a name, and upon directing their ghost detector, it revealed 61, a B-level wandering spirit. With the monkey's soul power at 58, based on the recommended 50, he should ideally contract a spirit around 29, with a maximum not exceeding 70, which equates to 41. Here Wancheng, with a mere 41, recommended a contract of 20 for the specter, and it clearly could not exceed 28. It was evident that they had already surpassed this limit. This won't do. I can't consume any more. Let us depart. Yet, Chen Qing hesitated. The monkey, taken aback for a moment, quickly grasped the situation. Chen Qing, can you forge a contract with this? Naturally, Chen Qing could not disclose the existence of the Demon Suppression Tower, so he vaguely replied, "It just happens to be feasible." "Great deity, you are nearing 100. Here Wancheng was astounded. This is truly extraordinary." Chen Qing nodded, drawing the Kunwa blade into his grasp. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a crimson shadow flickered along the blade's surface. With a soft hum, Chen Qing vaulted over the low wall, directing his blade toward the ghost soldier. The blade sliced through as if parting aged leather, leaving a gaping wound at the nape of the soldier's neck. The blade continued its descent, but the soldier's back was protected by armor, resulting in only a shower of sparks. Ethereal blue, ghostly blood began to seep forth, dripping onto the ground. The ghost soldier reacted swiftly, countering with a strike. Chen Qing raised his blade to parry. Clang. Sparks flew. Until this moment, the spirits Chen Qing had faced were all F-grade, wandering souls, fragile and shattering upon contact. This marked his inaugural encounter in combat with a specter. Clang, clang, clang. The force was evenly matched, yet in terms of swordsmanship, Chen Qing was far from the ghost soldier's equal. After just a few exchanges, he had already sustained a wound. Loading more content, please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to continue reading. Fortunately, I am clad in a protective guise, rendering me fearless against such specters. Chen Qing was determined to hone his combat techniques, intently focusing on the weapon wielded by the spectral warrior, striving to absorb its lessons. With a swift motion, a blade of light descended towards Chen Qing's face. He abruptly sidestepped, though his visage was shielded by the protective guise. He was still drenched in cold sweat. Both the monkey and he Runsheng felt a tightening in their chests as they witnessed the scene unfold. The monkey, unable to contain himself, leaped forth, brandishing his weapon and plunging into the fray. "Stay back, monkey," Chen Qing urgently commanded. Though he was safeguarded by his guise and stood invulnerable, the monkey was genuinely at risk of death. "Damn it, I cannot bear to watch you perish. I am unharmed by its strikes." Chen Qing bellowed, "Withdraw." The monkey, though hesitant, scrutinized the spot where the spectral warrior had just attacked Chen Qing. His uniform was torn, yet it appeared that Chen Qing himself was unscathed. Consequently, he retreated a short distance, yet remained vigilant, prepared to lend support at any moment. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades clashing echoed, igniting sparks in the air. Chen Qing had already endured a dozen strikes, and at last, swoosh, a blade aimed for the throat. Were this to strike a human, blood would spurt forth 2 or 3 meters. Although the wounds of the soldier, Ghost, bled profusely, it was by no means excessive. Clang, 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 clang. With each strike, it seemed that Chen Qing had discerned a pattern. The soldier ghost blade became increasingly difficult to land upon him. I have comprehended it. I have grown stronger. Chen Qing was filled with immense joy. At a particular moment, he struck, and the ghost's head was sent flying. The monkey clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Wow, incredible." He Runsheng stood in a daze for a while before erupting in cheers. Stylish. Chapter 44. The Warrior, who could be enshrined as the martial champion. The ethereal whispers of the Iran hinted that within the Demon Suppression Tower, the soldier's spirit struggled to find its place, its form gradually dissipating. With a mere thought, Chen Qing caused a toilet ghost to shatter, transforming into pure spectral essence. Instinctively, the soldier's spirit filled the void left behind. In that fleeting moment, Chen Qing sensed a significant augmentation in Zhong Kui's strength. However, with the monkey and he Runsheng present, he could not summon him for a closer inspection. "Impressive, little Qingzi," the monkey exclaimed, vigorously patting Chen Qing's shoulder. "You're formidable. The great deity is invincible." He Runsheng also praised, his eyes scanning Chen Qing with curiosity. Cautiously, he inquired, "Great deity, have you donned some protective armor?" Hua Pai had previously mentioned that when she attached herself to a human, she could not discern anything apart from ocular techniques, such as the heavenly eye and the fire eye. The duo had witnessed Chen Qing endure numerous cuts without a scratch. It was only natural for them to be curious. "Yes, I acquired a piece earlier," Chen Qing replied, choosing brevity. "Now, let's procure suitable ghost companions for both of you." They both nodded earnestly. With Chen Qing's presence, if they could not secure appropriate ghost pets, their hopes would be even dimmer in the future. This area had once thrived with aquaculture, dotted with numerous fish ponds. However, with neglect over time, most of the embankments between the ponds had deteriorated, merging into a landscape reminiscent of candied hawthorns, while some ponds had gradually dried up, becoming stagnant pools of mud. Along the way, the trio repeatedly observed toilet ghosts joyously feasting within these stagnant waters, yet their innate aversion to filth rendered them blind to the scene. Chen Qing vaguely recalled that the toilet ghost, when at the malevolent spirit level, was known by the ominous title of Food of Filth, possessing formidable combat prowess. Moreover, if one could overlook its repulsiveness, this entity was rather advantageous for ascension. The trio strolled along the meandering banks of a fish pond, where sporadic splashes erupted from the depths, leaving them uncertain whether it was fish or spirits. "Help!" A sudden, harrowing scream pierced the stillness from afar. In the oppressive silence of the night, a chill ran down the spines of the group. It bore a resemblance to Yangxing Shui. The monkey grew puzzled. Chen Qing suddenly recalled this name. He was a fellow student from the same school, with whom he had once tested his talents. "Help!" The cry echoed once more, now much closer, and both the monkey and he Runsheng could hear it distinctly. "It is Yangxing Shui. We must hurry." The desperate calls continued, accompanied by a pained scream that suggested injury. Soon, the three of them caught sight of Yangxing Shui. A deep gash marred his forehead, blood gushing profusely and staining his entire body, while his arm appeared to be fractured, indicating multiple injuries. Before him, Gu Xing was engaged in a fierce battle with a ghost. This specter seemed ordinary, yet its movements were remarkably swift, wielding a black staff with such ferocity that it left Gu Xing utterly defenseless. "Master, this is a warrior. If you accept him, you can bestow upon him the title of martial champion," spoke the figure of the painted skin. Chen Qing nodded, realizing the source of such formidable strength. The ghostly aura measured a mere 38, a D-grade wandering spirit, yet it could render the Lone Star utterly defenseless. It is worth noting that the Lone Star had achieved the soul movement before the monkey, possessing a soul force of at least 70, yet was being thoroughly bested by this specter, which was only half his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The warrior's black staff consistently evaded the Kunwal blade, striking the Lone Star with precision. The Lone Star remained silent as ever, only emitting muffled groans, yet he did not yield. "Monkey, let's go." You step back a bit. The monkey hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded and followed. Clang! A strike landed upon Chen Qing's Kunwal blade, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Bang! Another blow struck his wrist, sending a jolt through his entire arm, nearly causing him to lose grip on the kunwa blade. More formidable than the soldier ghosts. Chen Qing thought to himself. Relying on the protection of the painted skin, he launched a flurry of strikes, forcing the warrior back several paces. Lone Star, fatty, escort Yang Xingshui away. At this moment, Yang Xingshui was gasping for breath, his face pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, the Lone Star staggered, visibly injured. A reminder from the Iran's flames. Watch out. Bang, bang. Almost every strike from the warrior found its mark on Chen Qing. Even with the painted skin shielding him, he felt his vital energy surging uncontrollably. Chen Qing had just learned a few techniques from the soldier ghost, yet they were utterly insufficient against the warrior. Despite his desperate attempts to evade and block, 9 out of 10 strikes landed upon him. Bang! Ah! The monkey let out a pitiful scream and collapsed to the ground. A large gash had been opened on its brow, and blood instantly smeared its face. Do not panic, I shall strike again. Chen Qing urged, launching another assault. The martial artist's staff technique was exceptionally intricate, the tip of the staff almost incessantly hovering near Chen Qing's face. Should he evade, another blow would inevitably land on his chest or waist. Bang, bang, bang. With each hit, Chen Qing felt as though he were on the brink of vomiting blood. It was not merely a physical ordeal. His spirit was equally tormented. He could not fathom how a creature with a mere 38 spirit value could corner him so thoroughly. Had it not been for the protective layer of his skin, he might have already lost 3 lives. With a swift thrust aimed at his eye, Chen Qing's body jolted backward. In response, he slashed horizontally with his kunwa blade, enveloping a wide area. The martial artist leaped high, and Chen Qing instinctively thrust upward. As the martial artist's body soared through the air, his staff met the kunwa blade in a clash. Gritting his teeth, Chen Qing swung his left fist toward the staff. Bang! The staff veered aside, and the kunwa blade plunged directly into the martial artist's chest. Hiss! Chen Qing momentarily froze. He quickly advanced, kicking the staff away, seizing the martial artist by the neck with both hands and pinning his legs against the martial artist's arms. Shouting, "Come quickly!" The monkey, momentarily taken aback, brandished the kunwa knife, ready to behead. Chen Qing exclaimed, "Contract! Contract!" The monkey, slightly stunned, quickly regained his composure and approached the martial artist, initiating the contract ghost technique. Once it failed, Chen Qing urged, "Do not stop, continue." Thus, the second attempt followed, the third, the fourth. Soon, they reached the 10th attempt, yet each contract was met with rejection by the martial artist. The monkey's complexion grew pale, gradually revealing signs of exhaustion. 11th, 12th. At last, the monkey's body stiffened slightly, his face breaking into a wild grin. It worked. Ha ha ha. It worked. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing released the martial artist. The martial artist remained silent, stepping behind the monkey. Incredible. Incredible. The monkey assessed the martial artist. With his fellow by my side, I can stride confidently through the base. Chen Qing, lacking emotional intelligence, held on to grudges and debts, unable to let go of both minor and major grievances. The monkey, a brother in arms, had sacrificed himself for Chen Qing in a past life, and thus, he was determined to protect him at all costs. The martial artist was the perfect ally. As the blood moon approached, Chen Qing planned to bestow the martial artist with the title of martial champion through a sacred decree, significantly enhancing the monkey's combat prowess. The two exchanged hearty laughter, forming a large character shape as they reclined on the ground. The martial artist went to retrieve his long staff when suddenly, a loud thud echoed as he was sent flying by a powerful kick. Both were taken aback. Turning to look, they saw a burly man charging towards them, his movements agile, wielding a long staff. It was yet another martial artist. Chapter 45. Kneeling at first sight of Zhong Kui in the realm of the end of the 100 Ghosts. I have become the strongest ghost master. A powerful warrior approached with formidable force, a level 88 A-class wandering soul. A heavy blow descended with terrifying intensity. Chen Qing raised his hand to block. Clang. A resounding impact echoed. Chen Qing's arms went numb, and the kunwa blade slipped from his grasp. The long staff, displaying remarkable agility, redirected its momentum midair and struck Chen Qing squarely on the shoulder. Bang! It felt as if a vehicle had rolled over him, causing Chen Qing to collapse to the ground. Chen Qing, the monkey exclaimed in shock, drawing his blade and leaping forward, channeling all his strength toward the warrior. The warrior seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, effortlessly sweeping a leg. Bang! In the next moment, the monkey was propelled like an arrow, crashing heavily to the ground before bouncing several times into a muddy pond. Mud splattered everywhere. A metallic taste filled the monkey's mouth as he spat out fresh blood. Yet he struggled to rise and swiftly crawled toward the shore. At this moment, a smaller warrior engaged the larger one. Their staffs clashed, but after only a few exchanges, the smaller warrior began to falter. The larger warrior dominated entirely, even excelling in martial skill. There was no choice but to unleash a powerful move. Chen Qing shouted, "Zhong Kui." In the next instant, a gaunt figure clad in a hospital gown appeared, Zhong Kui, with one eye gazing skyward and the other fixed upon the warrior. The larger warrior's body trembled violently, rigidly turning its head. Bang! The staff of the small warrior crashed heavily onto the head of the large warrior. Yet, his body remained frozen. In the eyes of the large warrior, two orbs of freedom finally emerged. The warrior. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading chapter content. Please close reading modes such as browser reading mode, continuous reading mode, and novel mode, as well as disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Both shouted simultaneously. The large warrior, his mind shattered, fled frantically into the distance, moving with a speed surpassing that of his previous escape from the painted skin. Zhong Kui advanced with a unique gait, bounding high with every step, as if his body bore no weight, akin to the lunar gravity depicted on television. The next moment, Chen Qing saw clearly. On Zhong Kui's right foot was a golden sandal, the very one transformed by Jinbu Huan. Chen Qing paused for a moment, pondering. This golden sandal possesses superpowers? Previously, Zhong Kui's speed could not match that of the painted skin, but now, adorned with the golden sandal, his speed had ascended to new heights, swiftly engulfed by the mist. Chen Qing felt a surge of anxiety, but the monkey's safety was paramount. Glancing back, he saw the monkey, smeared with mud and blood, stumbling as it crawled out of the mire. "It cannot die, you must pursue." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing plunged into the mist. Moments later, he beheld Zhong Kui and the warrior. Zhong Kui was perched upon the warrior's neck, tugging at his hair. Grinning foolishly, accompanied by his rather discordant gaze, he appeared utterly foolish. The warrior, mounted upon, became rigid, his body vibrating as if it were in overdrive, trembling incessantly. "Run!" A resounding slap echoed. Though it seemed light, the warrior stumbled, as if struck by a truck, crashing heavily to the ground. In the process, Zhong Kui was also thrown aside. Enraged, Zhong Kui shouted, "Master! Master! Quickly command the great deity Zhong Kui to cease." Without time for further inquiry, Chen Qing positioned himself before Zhong Kui, exclaiming, "Stop! Stand aside! I shall flay this wretch." No sooner had the words left his lips than the warrior's skin began to split apart, peeling away as if an invisible hand were stripping it off. The warrior let out a haunting scream, yet knelt on the ground, paralyzed with fear. "Zhong Kui, return." Chen Qing hastily summoned Zhong Kui back. However, the warrior continued to wail, his skin flaking away, swiftly transforming into a pale, skinless corpse. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. This scene was exceedingly bizarre. Upon the warrior's demise, his body dissipated into a cloud of black mist, entering the Demon Suppression Tower. With a mere thought, a starving ghost exploded into spectral energy, taking the warrior's place. As this warrior entered the tower, Chen Qing sensed Zhong Kui's power had significantly increased. With another thought, Zhong Kui appeared before him. The ghostly countenance swept across the scene. 99, 98, 102, 96. The numbers fluctuated around 99 incessantly. having exchanged 2 spirits. He had already reached the pinnacle of A-grade wandering souls. If he were to exchange a few more, would he ascend to the level of malevolent spirits? Or perhaps enter the legendary S-grade of wandering souls, known as the realm of transcendence? Chen Qing was awash with astonishment. He began to comprehend that Zhong Kui's power was not arbitrarily enhanced. Rather, it constituted approximately 50 of the total ghostly energy from the 12 spirits. Presently, within the Demon Suppression Tower, the 12 spirits included the formidable Wufu at 88, followed by the Soldier Spirit at 61, and coupled with 10 F-grade wandering souls. The total amounted to around 198, precisely double that of Zhong Kui. The anticipation was palpable. Suddenly recalling the earlier conversation, Chen Qing inquired about why he had instructed Zhong Kui to halt. Huapi replied with a wry smile, "Master, these are merely wandering souls. How could they withstand even a few blows from the great Zhong Kui? Did you not notice? After receiving a strike from Zhong Kui, Wufu's ghostly energy diminished by 7 or 8 points. Is that so?" Chen Qing was taken aback and summoned Wufu. Upon measuring the ghostly energy, it had indeed dwindled to 81. "You wretched Zhong Kui, had it not been for that strike, you would have either advanced to the level of malevolent spirits or attained S-grade as a wandering soul." Huapi continued, "Master, I've observed that the greater the strength of the great Zhong Kui, the more formidable the abilities he uncovers. We must strive to improve further." Chen Qing nodded in agreement. At present, regardless of Zhong Kui and Huapi, even without their assistance, with the A-grade Wufu and B-grade Soldier Spirit, he felt capable of traversing the ghostly realm with confidence. Loading more content, please wait. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Well, just to be safe, let us add a should. After all, encountering such a perverse martial artist in just 2 hours is quite extraordinary. Who knows what other surprises await? Return, return, return. With a few thoughts, Chen Qing noticed that Zhong Kui either did not comprehend or was unwilling to comply, his eyes darting about, stubbornly remaining in place. One thought forcefully retracted. Yet, Zhong Kui soon emerged again. "Fine, I don't wish to engage in a contest of wills with him." Swiftly returning to the monkey's side, he found the monkey weakly leaning against a wall corner. Seeing Chen Qing's safe return, the monkey let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at Zhong Kui, whose gaze was somewhat dazed, he mused, "This, a ghost king." The appearance of a ghost king was not discernible, yet the ghostly essence was unmistakable. The monkey felt somewhat speechless, but recalled how this rather dim-witted ghost king had caused the perverse martial artist to flee in terror upon his arrival, making the title of Ghost King indeed fitting. One should not judge by appearances. The monkey sighed, "You haven't attended class much, so you are unaware of the pressure exerted by Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo. But today I realized that the one who hides the deepest is you." Chen Qing helped him up, offering no rebuttal. The martial artist exhibits a peculiar intensity, pondering whether he could challenge the formidable ghost-level being known as Zhou Yangxiao. He carefully assisted the monkey to the side of the ambulance, where several injured individuals were already lying within. Among them, the one most gravely injured appeared to be Yang Xingshui. The nurse, displaying great proficiency, helped the monkey into the vehicle, promptly administering intravenous fluids while retrieving surgical instruments, presumably to stitch up the monkey's wounds. Chen Qing then turned back towards the realm of spirits. The monkey was taken aback, asking, "You intend to go again?" "Indeed," Chen Qing affirmed with a nod. This evening, he was determined to elevate Zhong Kui to level 100. He was eager to discover whether Zhong Kui would ascend to the ghost level or advance to the wandering spirit S rank. Chapter 46, It's Smiling at Me. With Zhong Kui, the martial artist, the soldier spirit, and Chen Qing by his side, he felt a surge of confidence. As they proceeded, Zhong Kui exclaimed, "The ghost beads. Where are the ghost beads? I crave ghost beads." Since discovering that Zhong Kui could freely enter all levels of the Demon Suppression Pagoda, Chen Qing had retrieved the bag of ghost beads. However, he hadn't brought them along today. "I don't have them. Ghost beads. Ghost beads! Ghost beads! Ghost beads! Annoyed by the incessant clamoring, Chen Qing retorted, "They're on the first floor of the Demon Suppression Pagoda. Go find them yourself." Zhong Kui abruptly leaped into the Demon Suppression Pagoda on Chen Qing's chest. The painted-skinned demon was accustomed to this, but the martial artist beside him watched with trepidation. To flay someone alive with a single word, what a terrifying being. Hee-hee, ha-ha, la-la-la-la. The laughter of a child suddenly echoed. The voice was infantile and seemingly cheerful. But in this domain of ghosts, it was utterly chilling. A child ghost. This type of ghost was relatively common, and Chen Qing was no stranger to it. He drew his blade and cautiously approached. However, upon arriving at the source of the sound, there was only a pool of blood. The sound had clearly originated from right here. La-la-la-la. Mommy. Mommy loves. The sound persisted. Chen Qing felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if he were truly nestled in his mother's embrace. Was this an illusion? He quickly circulated his energy, dispelling the warmth that emanated from all directions. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. In a daze, it seemed as if someone was gently lifting my chin and smiling tenderly at me. Mama, mama. Warmth enveloped my entire being, akin to sunlight streaming through the window or warm water cascading over me. La 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 la. The bodies of the soldiers and warriors froze in place. The sound continued. Vivid toys appeared before Chen Qing, vibrant red and green. A little train clattered along its tracks, while a soft white rabbit rested behind me. A gentle voice recited a bedtime story. Chen Qing suddenly bit his tongue. The sharp pain jolted him back to reality. Mama, Mama's love. The dim, ghostly realm was infused with warmth, blanketed with a thick comfort. An irresistible sense of ease washed over him. Chen Qing strained to dash in one direction, finally encountering a child clad in a simple apron. About 3 years old, barefoot, and bare-bottomed, the chubby little hands cradled a severed adult hand. Blood smeared around the corners of the apron. The child gently fiddled with the fingers of the severed hand, beaming with a smile, and called out sweetly, "Mama, Mama." Without hesitation, Chen Qing wielded the kunwa blade, infused with blood and fury. He struck directly at the chiel with a resounding thud. Blood splattered as the kunwa blade cleaved from the crown of the head to the chin. "Mother, mother," the young ghost murmured softly, its severed hand tumbling to the ground. Chen Qing brandished his sword for another strike. The young ghost's head soared into the air, dissipating into a wisp of black mist that vanished into the demon-suppressing tower. In a fleeting moment, a famished spirit shattered into ghostly essence, granting the young ghost its space. Chen Qing let out a sigh of relief. The young ghost was exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, many such spirits were tragically pitiful, often perishing at the hands of their parents. They harbored an enduring yearning for maternal love, a profound affection that radiated broadly, influencing those around them. While adults could withstand it, children were nearly defenseless, succumbing blissfully to this love, only to meet a joyful demise. Fortunately, their corporeal forms were frail. Once their position was discerned, they could be effortlessly vanquished. Summoning it forth, the ghostly essence was measured. 92. Chen Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering an A-grade wandering spirit. The young ghost seemed oblivious, its pale face adorned with a rosy smile, babbling in a childish voice. "Love, mother, mother." With this, surely Zhong Kui must have made a breakthrough. Anticipation surged within him as he summoned Zhong Kui into view. The ghost orb. The ghost orb had yet to be located. Zhong Kui grumbled in dissatisfaction, diving back into the demon-suppressing tower. Once more, he summoned it, measuring the ghostly essence. 100, 102, 103, 102. Remarkably, there was no breakthrough. Logically, it should have reached approximately 145. Chen Qing murmured to himself, pondering whether it was truly so arduous to break through to the S rank. He gazed at the little ghost, a broad smile gracing his face. While the greatest gain of the night might have been the martial man, The one most aligned with Chen Qing was, in fact, the little ghost. For he possessed the complete sequence leading to the little ghost's ascension to the evil spirit level. The little ghost, the night wailer, the chubby doll, while not suited as a primary combat pet, its capabilities as a supporting ghost pet were profoundly formidable. Just as demonstrated moments ago, even a mere disruption of an opponent's focus for an instant could yield terrifying results. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He summoned all 12 ghost pets from the Demon Suppression Tower. The mad ghost, the little ghost, the soldier ghost, the martial man, the toilet ghost, the long-tongued ghost, the gambling ghost, the shadowing bug, 2 devouring ghosts, and 2 starving ghosts. Like a complex arrangement, he analyzed in his mind how these spirits might synergize to produce extraordinary effects. At that moment, a voice echoed from the distant mist. "Hurry, hurry! I dare not linger. That thing is too bizarre. It seems only the captain can resolve this." With a swift mental command, Chen Qing withdrew all his ghost pets, leaving only a starving ghost and a devouring ghost. Moments later, the 2 individuals spotted Chen Qing. They instinctively glanced at the ghost meter and paused in slight astonishment. Chen Qing, Zhou Yanxiao, and Ji Luo in their eyes. These 3 are masters, yet how did they end up with 2 F-grade worthless entities? "What have you encountered?" Chen Qing inquired. "I don't know." A newcomer, still trembling with fear, replied, "But it is terrifying. Many people have been controlled." "Enough. Let us go." "Chen Qing, you should come with us." Chen Qing shook his head, urging them to leave first. The 2 nodded and swiftly departed. Although Chen Qing wished to continue, he was also haunted by the terrifying presence described by the 2. He released several F-grade entities ahead to scout the way. Soon, Chen Qing beheld the next apparition. The hanging ghost, clad in white, it dangled from a withered willow tree, its rope tied to a branch as thick as chopsticks, its body swaying lightly in the breeze, as if weightless. In the next instant, his vision blurred. Chen Qing felt as if he were suspended in mid-air, something constricting his neck, making it hard to breathe. Glancing sideways, he realized this was indeed the ancient willow tree from which the hanging ghost hung. A wave of terror surged through him. Looking down, he saw himself standing on the ground, alongside warriors and specters. The Chen Qing on the ground had split his blood-red lips and was smiling at him. Chapter 47, Class S Spectre. Extremely dangerous. Chen Qing wished to cry out, yet the white silk around his neck constricted him, rendering him voiceless. In his heart, he shouted, "Hold skin." The hold skin, taken aback, suddenly grasped the situation. The person encased in her guise had indeed been swapped. However, the actions of the hanged ghost were undoubtedly akin to walking into its own snare, confirming that the one wrapped within was not Chen Qing. The hold skin tightened her grip. Crack, crack, crack. Boom! The hanged ghost was crushed into a heap of flesh and blood. The hanged ghost within the hold skin burst apart, and in an instant, she leapt up, her sharp claws severing the white silk, freeing Chen Qing. The remnants of the hanged ghost transformed into a pool of black mist, completely merging into the Demon Suppressing Tower, leaving no trace behind. Only then did the hold skin revert to her ghostly pale form, like plaster, burrowing into Chen Qing's chest, enveloping him once more. Chen Qing was still filled with trepidation. Had it not been for the hold skin, he would surely have perished here, even with the presence of martial spirits and soldier ghosts. The hanged ghost's ability to silently swap positions was exceedingly bizarre. At this moment, a genuine fear gripped Chen Qing's heart. Although the malevolent spirits had been vanquished, within just half an evening, he had already encountered so many uncanny specters. Child ghosts, hanged ghosts, soldier ghosts, martial spirits. Each one posed a significant challenge. At that moment, the black mist formed by the hanged ghost was swirling within the Demon Suppressing Tower. With a single thought, Chen Qing summoned the starving ghost, which shattered into ghostly energy, clearing a path for the hanged ghost. The hanged ghost, clad in white garments, hung by the white silk tied to a small branch in the air. Chen Qing felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed that the ghost hanging by a noose required a point of support. The ghostly meter indicated 72. B-grade, wandering spirit. Could Zhong Kui have surpassed his limits? With a single thought, Zhong Kui materialized before him. The ghostly meter was pointed directly at him. 100, 102, 100. The values continued to fluctuate, still failing to breach the threshold of 100. Chen Qing was at a loss for words. Yet this indirectly confirmed the rarity of S-grade entities. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser to continue reading. Regaining his focus, he proceeded towards the pond with the hanging ghost, the soldier ghost, and the warrior. The hanging ghost remained suspended in the air, its two strips of white silk swirling around like tendrils of an octopus, drifting toward the trees by the pond. Indeed, it required a point of reliance to maintain its position aloft. Even a twig the width of a toothpick could suffice. This time, Chen Qing's target was the drowning ghost. Just like the child ghost, he was well aware of the complete hierarchy of the drowning ghost, and thus prioritized it. The hierarchy included the wandering spirit drowning ghost, the malevolent spirit water monkey, and the malevolent spirit kappa. The drowning ghost was significantly weakened on land, yet once it reached the malevolent spirit level in water, it could almost claim invincibility. The Jiangpan community bordered the river, so it was certain that one would be present. After all, in the realm of ghosts, their numbers were considerable. Soon he spotted one. The creature presented a vaguely humanoid shape, yet its four limbs were disproportionately large, with webbed fingers and scales adorning its back, coupled with a peculiar coat of fur. It appeared rather strange. Chen Qing was somewhat familiar with the drowned spirit, as it bore a resemblance to a human in its infancy. As its power grew, its form increasingly resembled a fusion of an otter and a water lizard. Before him, one such creature surfaced, its head peeking cautiously above the water, observing Chen Qing with vigilance. Noting its human-like forehead and hair, Chen Qing discerned that this particular spirit possessed limited strength. Indeed, the spirit's measurement revealed a mere 45. Without hesitation, Chen Qing moved forward. Soon, he encountered a second and a third, all exhibiting similarly feeble powers. At that moment, not far off in the depths of the pond, the water's surface erupted into several tumultuous waves. A massive tail became vaguely visible, sending a shiver down Chen Qing's spine as it was coiled around a person's neck. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, he failed to see clearly, but he recognized the individual as one of the newcomers from the Ghost Control Army this term. The corpse, having been submerged for some time, had begun to bloat. It was likely that death had claimed them several hours prior. Regardless of the spirit, any advancement required a spiritual catalyst. This catalyst could take the form of several spirit stones, various ghost orbs, or certain conditions. For drowned spirits, the requisite condition to ascend was to claim the lives of 9 individuals. Chen Qing pondered how to confront this situation, and a strategy quickly formed in his mind. With a mere thought, his skin shifted, shedding the guise he wore. He transformed into an ordinary young man and approached the water's edge with an air of nonchalance. Leisurely engaging in ablutions by the water's side, Chen Qing could not see the drowned ghost, yet he was acutely aware that it was undoubtedly observing the scene unfold before him. The drowned ghost, inherently cautious, might not be easily deceived. A minute passed, then 2, followed by 3. Still, the drowned ghost made no appearance. Time flowed languidly, and after half an hour, there was no sign of movement from a ghost. Huapi feigned slumber in the meantime. Suddenly, a dark spot in the water expanded rapidly. With a tremendous splash, it was as if a colossal crocodile erupted from the depths. Its long tail swiftly coiled around Huapi, attempting to drag him beneath the surface. Though Huapi had remained vigilant, the speed of the attack caught him off guard. Without a moment to contemplate, his nails elongated and plunged into the earth. As the drowned ghost pulled Huapi forward for about a meter, Huapi's claws carved 10 1-meter-long furrows into the ground. Realizing the predicament, the drowned ghost immediately released Huapi and attempted to flee. However, in the next instant, a figure clad in white emerged abruptly from the water. The drowned ghost, ensnared by white silk, was ensconced tightly in midair. The warrior stepped forward, delivering a heavy blow. Bang! The drowned ghost scaled, forehead shattered, caving insignificantly. The warrior struck again with immense force. Bang! The drowned ghost succumbed to its demise, dissipating into a wisp of mist that entered the Demon Suppression Tower. This allowed a gluttonous ghost to take its place. Meanwhile, the hanged ghost, drenched and filled with resentment, crawled ashore, remaining motionless, lost in thought, or perhaps simmering with anger. In the next moment, a thought materialized, and the drowned ghost reappeared before him. At first glance, this drowned specter scarcely resembles a human being. It appears as a bizarre amalgamation of an otter and a small lizard, its visage obscured in darkness, yet faintly revealing traces of human features, though it bears a closer resemblance to an ape. The tail is a staggering twice the length of its body, angular and sharp, reminiscent of a crocodile's tail. At this moment, the drowned specter remains in a state of confusion, having been submerged just a second prior, only to find itself in midair, struck down by two shadowy rods. Anyone would be bewildered in such a situation. The ghostly visage measured 100. Indeed, it was in a state of ascension. Chen Qing inquired, "How many souls have you drowned?" The specter remained dazed. "You, how many souls have you drowned?" Chen Qing pressed further. The drowned specter responded with a series of guttural sounds, raising 8 fingers. Most spirits, as their powers grow, also experience an increase in intelligence. However, the drowned specter is an anomaly. It gradually loses its ability to articulate until it ultimately transforms into a malevolent spirit akin to a kappa. "Ah, have I stumbled upon a genuine, malevolent ghost?" Chen Qing mused, nodding as he retracted the drowned specter. He then summoned Zhong Kui once more. So hot, so hot. Upon emergence, Zhong Kui rolled about in a frenzy. His skin flushed red. He pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Was he undergoing a breakthrough? Chen Qing seemed to have an epiphany, as if struck by a thought, and summoned all his ghostly companions back to him. The enigmatic figure of Zhong Kui possessed an uncanny ability to manifest his will. Should he bellow a command for them all to perish, it would be only the master himself who remained unscathed, while the painstakingly accumulated ghostly companions would likely be obliterated. After a considerable pause, Zhong Kui finally ceased his fervent antics. As if nothing had transpired, he rose from the earth, extending his hand. "Ghost orb. I crave the ghost orb. The corpse king's fingernails. I demand the corpse king's fingernails. I am aware you possess them. Haste, haste. Only if you obey shall I grant you sustenance. I shall be obedient, utterly obedient. Obey now, and let us refrain from consuming." As Chen Qing spoke, the ghostly meter pointed toward Zhong Kui. 114, 147, 189, 211. The figures leapt wildly before, finally stabilizing near 212. The ghostly meter displayed a line of ominous red warning. S-Class Wandering Spirit. Extremely perilous. Chapter 48. The corpse commander, after several unsuccessful attempts, he finally broke through to an impressive 212 S level. Upon seeing the words "extreme danger," Chen Qing was overwhelmed with joy. He meticulously calculated the ghost energy values. Drowned ghost 100, child ghost 92, martial ghost 82, originally 88, but lost 6 due to Zhong Kui's slap, hanged ghost 72, soldier ghost 61. Adding to this the 7 lesser spirits, the total was nearly double that of Zhong Kui's. If all 12 could reach 100, could Zhong Kui ascend to SS? SSS. It was almost beyond imagination. Ghost beads. I demand ghost beads. Zhong Kui sopted. Despite the significant enhancement of his abilities, his demeanor remained unaffected, exuding an air of nonchalance. Chen Qing observed the golden flip-flop he wore, pondering deeply. This golden flip-flop, once merely a trinket in the presidential suite, had somehow awakened. "Take it off, let me see." But Zhong Kui immediately took 2 steps back, exclaiming, "Mine? I know yours. Take it off first." "Mine," he reiterated. Chen Qing was infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding Li Ba's golden body. With a mere thought, Li Ba's golden corpse materialized before him, positioned just as it had been when placed. However, its arms were severed at the shoulders. As the ghost energy permeated it, The golden corpse began to move. It seemed to struggle to rise, but without arms, it rolled and writhed on the ground for a while before slowly standing up, its eyes vacant and unmoving. This, Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the transformation of gold allows even gold itself to awaken? Wouldn't selling that golden duck lead to a dire loss? The golden body. Oh, what a magnificent golden body it is. Zhong Kui's eyes gleamed as he took a few steps forward, touching it from left to right. A golden body? What purpose does it serve? Oh, the golden body. Zhong Kui found himself unable to communicate. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad block features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. My master, you actually possess a golden body? The voice from the painted skin revealed a sense of astonishment. What is its true purpose? The golden body, in many respects, signifies one's cultivation. Regardless of whether one is an immortal, demon, deity, or Buddha, those who possess a golden body are immensely formidable beings. Names such as the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and the Great Sage evoke a shiver in Chen Qing's eyelids with each utterance. My master, you should put away this. It's far too dangerous. Chen Qing promptly stowed it away. The painted skin continued. The golden body is among the most potent manifestations, such as the Tinjiang golden body, the 8-treasure golden body, and the relic golden body. However, this particular golden body is beyond my understanding, as I have only heard of it but never beheld one. Perhaps the great deity Zhong Kui knows. Zhong Kui, brimming with impatience, exclaimed, "Primordial golden body! Primordial golden body! Return it to me!" As he spoke, he chased the golden body into the Demon Suppression Tower. Primordial golden body. Then, this signifies that my master can refine it into his being. The so-called invincible golden body refers to an entity with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. However, it remains a mystery who could have severed its 2 arms, suggesting a level of cultivation that is truly transcendental. Chen Qing felt an intense bitterness within. Had he known this would occur, he would have rather perished than attempt to strike off those arms. Without the arms, what good is this golden body? No matter how powerful. Iron head technique? Diamond legs? Just as he was lost in thought, a rustling sound caught his attention. A ghoul with eyes gleaming began to crawl toward him. Following closely, the sound of bones clattering echoed as a skeleton staggered into view. Soon after, the pond erupted with splashes as one drowned ghost after another clawed their way out. This is dire. Master, we must flee. The golden body possesses an unparalleled allure to the ghostly tribe. Chen Qing instantly understood and turned to escape. Yet, after only a few steps, a birthing ghost emerged before him. A mass of blood and viscera fell from beneath it, revealing a gaping wound in its belly, where a fetus was frantically moving. Chen Qing dared not linger. He dashed around the birthing ghost in a frenzy. Yet his body suddenly froze. The Kunwa blade clattered to the ground as his arms involuntarily rose, stiffly leaping. The martial spirits and soldier ghosts mirrored his rigidity, their arms raised in a zombie-like dance. This is bad. It's the corpse handler. The voice of the painted skin was fraught with urgency. Under ordinary circumstances, one might leisurely entangle with it. However, the number of malevolent spirits is rapidly increasing. The skin, devoid of bones, is of no use to her. Her body seems to flow like liquid, as her ears curl inward, blocking out the sounds for Chen Qing. The clang of noise has become nearly imperceptible. Unable to control Chen Qing any longer, she gazes around. But the dense fog obscures her view of the corpse commander. Suddenly, flashes of fire and blood erupt intermittently from within the mist, hinting at a fierce battle. In the next moment, a small figure bursts through the fog, delivering a punch. It strikes the back of the birthing ghost. The ghost's body melts away like snow scorched by fire, leaving a significant portion gone. Chen Qing is momentarily stunned. Chen Man, brimming with combat spirit, Chen Man relentlessly pummels the birthing ghost with her small fists, each blow unleashing astonishing destructive power, akin to cannonballs exploding. Numerous scorched indentations appear on the birthing ghost body. Her movements are executed with remarkable precision, forcing the ghost to retreat repeatedly. Enraged, the birthing ghost's belly swells dramatically, and the fetus within shoots out like an arrow, aimed directly at Chunman's face. Chen Qing gasps in shock and dashes forward. Yet, Chunman delivers a kick that sends the birthing ghost staggering back, while her other hand seizes the fetus by the neck. The fetus struggles wildly, clawing the ghostly head soared into the sky, transforming into a dark mist that seeped into the Demon Suppression Tower. How did it escape again? Don't act impulsively. Han Yuan cursed as he pursued. The sound of bells chimed once more. At that moment, Chen Qing finally beheld the corpse-fetching officer, amidst the fog, adorned with a tall Taoist hat. One hand grasped a talisman while the other clutched a bell, swaying rhythmically with each step. Behind him trailed numerous specters and humans, moving stiffly in unison with his gait. Despite the overwhelming noise, Han Yuan, bolstered by his formidable vitality, pressed on, drawing his blade towards the corpse-fetching officer. Chen Qing arrived simultaneously. Their blades descended in unison, one high and one low, aimed at the officer. The corpse-fetching officer swiftly retreated, shaking the bell vigorously, while the throng of ghosts leapt forward to assail the two. Chunman had already fallen into the encirclement of the specters. Fortunately, the martial warriors and the soldier spirits had regained their combat capabilities. The two surged into the fray, each wielding a staff to send the ghosts flying one by one. Chen Qing remained steadfast in his pursuit of the corpse-fetching officer, determined to prevent him from ringing the bell. Meanwhile, Han Yuan's Kunwa blade erupted in fierce flames, swiftly dispatching the ghosts with each strike. At that moment, a buzzing filled Chen Qing's ears as a series of eerie, ethereal sounds resonated throughout the air and earth. Even with her ears blocked, a phrase still pierced through to Chen Qing. The phoenix carriage approaches, all living beings must retreat. All spirits ceased their movements, hastily kneeling upon the ground. Through the mist, 2 rows of palace maidens gracefully advanced, scattering flowers as they walked. The maidens bore no facial features, their faces unnaturally smooth and devoid of any expression. The petals they released floated a foot above the ground, forming an ethereal bridge. The phoenix carriage approaches, all living beings must retreat. Accompanying the words, a procession of etiquette officials wielding retreat signs followed, similarly faceless, their countenances a flawless expanse. Next came 4 golden steeds, traversing the petal bridge with measured steps. These magnificent horses drew an opulent carriage, adorned with layers of gold, silver, jewels, agate, and jade, an overwhelming sight beyond count. Go, Chen Qing, take Chunman and flee. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded. Han Yuan manifested a towering, wrathful golden figure, towering 6 or 7 zhang high. Simultaneously, the flames upon the Kunwa blade shifted, interspersed with flickers of gold. With a swift motion, Han Yuan carved a deep chasm into the earth with the Kunwa blade, igniting a fierce blaze that illuminated the murky sky with its fiery glow. Behind me lies the Great Tang. Spirits are forbidden to tread. Yet, the maidens persisted. The etiquette officials remained undeterred, and the caravan pressed on, the 2 forces colliding with tremendous force. The procession encountered no hindrance, and the golden figure shattered in the air. Han Yuan coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward. The imperial carriage, adorned with phoenixes and dragons, commanded the retreat of living beings. Suddenly, the sky was rent asunder, and a colossal rusted sword plunged downwards, standing defiantly before the army. The faceless palace maid was the first to collide with it, her form dissolving into nothingness. After a succession of 10 or more maidens met the same fate, the procession gradually came to a halt. Who has the audacity to emerge from the tomb? A shadow descended from the heavens. Looking up, one beheld a middle-aged man draped in a blood-red robe, seated nonchalantly upon the sword's hilt, gazing down upon the halted convoy with a languid air. Chapter 49. The golden body in the Demon Suppression Tower. A sense of eerie foreboding enveloped Chen Qing as Han Yuan called out to him. Chen Qing, come on. However, Chen Qing was oblivious, his ears blocked by a peculiar veil, rendering him unable to hear. Han Yuan rushed over, grasping Chen Qing with one hand while lifting Chen Man with the other, swiftly leading them away from the ominous scene. At last, Chen Qing regained his senses, tapping his ears as the veil receded. What had just transpired? Was that caravan led by a princess? And what of that sword and the mysterious figure? A multitude of questions swirled within his mind, compelling him to seek answers. We must leave this place. Han Yuan's pallor was evident, yet he moved with urgency. If a confrontation arises, we may not survive. Before long, they emerged from the haunted domain. Numerous newcomers awaited outside, their visages grim. "They are dead," someone exclaimed, and indeed, many had perished. It appeared they had not anticipated such a grim scenario, or perhaps they had foreseen it, but could not fathom the extent of the devastation. As they gazed upon the lifeless faces that had merely hours ago been animated with laughter and conversation, a heavy silence fell upon them. Joining the ghost-suppressing army inevitably leads to death. The words spoken by Wukong on their first day of enlistment echoed in their minds. The monkey had a bandage wrapped around his forehead, yet blood continued to seep through, creating a stark crimson stain. His voice was somber as he uttered, "Yang Xing is dead." Chen Qing, bewildered, looked up in disbelief. "What? 5 have died, and 6 remain inside. Who knows if they will emerge?" Indeed, with so many specters present, casualties were an unavoidable fate. Chen Qing silently recited in his heart. Several soldiers from the ghostly army approached, placing the 5 newcomers into body bags. As more content loaded, a notice appeared, indicating that this site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it signifies that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, and disable any ad blocking functions. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Han Yuan approached the body bags in silence, gesturing for the soldiers to halt their actions. The soldiers ceased their tasks as Han Yuan quietly observed and softly spoke. "Li Ai Huang joined the ghostly army 7 days ago, age 19. Moving to the next body bag, Dai Shuda joined the ghostly army 7 days ago, age 18. Yang Xing joined the ghostly army 7 days ago, age 19. Huang Jing joined the ghostly army 7 days ago, age 19. Zhong Tian joined the ghostly army 7 days ago, age 18. Gu Xing sat in the ambulance, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Upon noticing Han Yuan's approach, a flicker of emotion crossed his hollow eyes. "Captain, I failed to protect him. I'm so sorry." This usually reticent youth leaned his arm against the wall, burying his face in it, sobbing. "I'm so sorry. I have never been able to protect anyone." Han Yuan quietly sat beside him, recalling the moment when his fiancée perished before his eyes during his blood-chi phase. Gu Xing, startled and taken aback, lifted his head, only to meet a pair of eyes that should not have borne such sorrow. Although our acquaintance has been brief, the captain has always stood tall and resolute. "My father and mother have both perished," Han Yuan's tone tinged with a sense of melancholy. "Subsequently, I dedicated myself to rigorous training, determined that those I wished to protect would no longer perish before me." As Han Yuan spoke, he departed from the ambulance. For others later returned, while 2 souls may remain forever lost in the realm of the dead. The journey back was steeped in silence. 6 lives were lost on our first mission, leaving only 35 of us. If this continues, in another 7 missions, we shall meet our demise. Within the confines of the vehicle, the oppressive quiet was eventually shattered. Hanya, fists clenched and teeth gritted, proclaimed, "I cannot comprehend such a mission. I shall never accept this outcome. Human lives are at stake. Regardless of the rigorous training you subject me to, I can endure it. But now, for the love of all that is sacred, people have died. Even Zhong Tian has perished. She was a girl." The implication being that Zhong Tian's life held intrinsic value, while the lives of the 5 men were deemed lesser. "You. Who are you calling a bitch? I am referring to you. I have tolerated your punches in the past, but in this moment, in this context, you dare to strike. Fine. Bring it on. A duel. Smack." Hanya received a resounding slap across her face. "How dare you hit me? Did you not call for a duel, you wretched creature? Come on. Do not think your gender intimidates me. Enough. Stop it." Chaos erupted within the vehicle. Meanwhile, In Han Yuan's car, Chen Qing remained enveloped in silence, although he was not entirely desensitized to the cycle of life and death. He had indeed grown somewhat numb to such scenes, albeit with an unavoidable sense of silence. That sword today belonged to one of the 8 great pillars, the remnant sword. The procession of spirits was bearing the body of a princess of the malevolent spirit tier. She had originally been sealed at the bottom of a tomb, and the surrounding area had been cleansed. However, in recent days, the surge of ghostly energy had intensified, leading to an increase in spectral entities around Shiming City. With a continuing upward trend, both the spirit-controlling army and the ghost elimination squad had suffered grievous losses. Chen Qing listened quietly. The blood moon drew ever closer, and in a few days, Shiming City would transform into another realm of spirits, enduring for a significantly longer duration. With the number and strength of these spectral entities increasing by several magnitudes, and the majority of those facing this calamity would be ordinary people. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency welled within him. In the car, Han Yuan took numerous calls, indicating that conditions were dire across various locations. The spirit-controlling army and the ghost elimination squad resembled a house on the verge of collapse in a tempest, clinging to a flicker of hope. Yet Chen Qing understood that this storm would grow ever fiercer, and the blood moon would serve as the final cataclysmic blow to this already precarious structure. He suddenly pondered how he would act if he were the decision-maker in this moment. After much contemplation, there appeared to be but a singular choice: to retract one's strength and forsake a significant portion of the populace. Yet, for those cast aside, what justification exists? In this world, one must prioritize the well-being of their own family. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Qing's consciousness descended into the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. With a mere thought, he summoned the painted skin. Chen Qing inquired, "Is that golden figure of substantial importance to your ghost clan?" "Indeed." Painted Skin nodded emphatically. "It is likely that the master has discerned the truth. Today's upheaval in the ghost realm is probably a consequence of this golden figure. Should we fully assimilate it, even the wandering souls could attain the level of malevolent spirits." Chen Qing nodded thoughtfully and further questioned, "If we were to place this golden figure here, would it benefit your training?" "Naturally. For us, ordinary ghosts, this would be an unparalleled opportunity." Chen Qing nodded once more, and with a thought, the armless golden figure materialized before him. Subsequently, he released 12 ghosts. Upon their arrival, chaos ensued. The drowning ghost, the child ghost, the warrior ghost, and the hanging ghost immediately lunged at the golden figure. The other 7 F-class spirits, though fervently eager, were effortlessly flung aside by the first 5. Frowning, Chen Qing commanded, "Stand down." As the master of the Demon Suppression Tower, this realm was akin to a divine domain for him. The ghosts, sensing his authority, dared not defy him and retreated, gazing longingly at the golden figure. Chen Qing turned to Painted Skin and instructed, "You shall arrange the seating. Should anyone dare to disrupt, eliminate them without hesitation." Painted Skin nodded earnestly. "I understand, my master." Chapter 50. I apologize for being heavy-handed in the early morning. I completed my running task with relative ease. It was during this time that I learned that 8 newcomers had chosen to withdraw today, leaving only 27 of us. In memory of the 6 who perished yesterday, we held a modest memorial service to honor their sacrifice. After attending, Chen Qing returned to his dormitory, lay down, and entered the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. The myriad spirits sat in various postures around the golden statue, their expressions entranced. "Warrior," Chen Qing called out. The warrior rose, somewhat bewildered. "Teach me your skills." "Oh." The warrior understood Chen Qing's intent, yet at the soul-wandering stage, his intellect was somewhat limited. Despite possessing unparalleled skills in both staff and fist techniques, instructing Chen Qing seemed a lofty aspiration. With a sense of resignation, Chen Qing invoked the skin of a painted mask and said, "Let's fight." Fight? This was precisely what the warrior relished and excelled at. Thus, the two commenced an intense exchange of strikes. However, thus far, Chen Qing had encountered the warrior only a handful of times. The warrior's staff strikes were formidable, with 8 out of 10 landing solidly on Chen Qing. Time flew swiftly, and soon night fell, heralding our first examination. Everyone sat upright with solemnity. The monkey whispered, "Chen Qing, this time it's a battle of ghost pets. It pertains to our future allocations. After we graduate from here, I've heard we are to be assigned as guardians in various community defense circles around Ximing City. The guardianship should be determined in accordance with one's academic performance. The better the grades, the more favorable the community defenses one can select. If one secures the top position, they may directly choose our own neighborhood, thus facilitating care for their family. There exists no wall that is impervious to whispers, even with utmost efforts to conceal the truth. Astute individuals can discern through various signs that the world is fraught with instability. Fortunately, prices remain relatively stable, supply chains are intact, and the overall situation remains under control." Chen Qing nodded, indicating his understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhong Kui cast a glance at Chen Qing and sneered, "Luo, guh. I have gathered intelligence that 2 newcomers witnessed Chen Qing's ghostly pet last night. Both are F-level specters. This fool is oblivious to the consequences of his actions, and as a result, has effectively jeopardized his future." Ji Luo also chuckled coldly. "Originally, he bore me no ill will, and I had no desire to engage with him. However, he erred in entangling himself with Xiao Shi. Regardless of who he is, anyone daring to meddle with Xiao Shi compels me to incapacitate him." Upon hearing this, Chen Kuin's eyes sparkled with delight. His scheme had borne fruit. Ji Luo harbored a profound admiration for Chen Shi. Ji Luo hailed from a prominent lineage. Having spent his formative years ensconced in an ivory tower, diligently studying and cultivating his skills. Upon emerging from this sheltered existence, he encountered a woman of Chen Shi's caliber, who easily ensnared him. In the early dawn, a smile and a simple good night lifted him to the heavens. Recently, Chen Qing, with both intention and inadvertence, has hinted at Chen Qing's pursuit of Chen Shi, revealing his persistent entanglement to the point of involving the police. How could Ji Luo refrain from fury? He had struck at his prospective brother-in-law, which nearly resulted in his future wife facing 3 years in confinement, forcing his future mother-in-law to endure a few stinging slaps. Each of these transgressions left no room for forgiveness towards Chen Qing. Ji Luo, having tasted the strategies of warfare, understood the importance of knowing oneself and one's adversary to emerge unscathed from every battle. Hence, he discreetly inquired into Chen Qing's background. Initially, he held a degree of trepidation towards Chen Qing. However, after discovering the 2 F-grade spirit pets, which he deemed worthless, he cast aside all defenses. Today, he must incapacitate him. Wukong arrived, his tone grave. "Let us first observe a moment of silence for the 6 classmates who sacrificed their lives yesterday." After 5 minutes, he continued, "Surely you have all noticed the increasing frequency and number of apparitions. Reluctantly, some among you will continue to depart." Wukong sighed deeply. "I will reiterate the rules. Your final scores will be based on your regular performance, participation in tasks, and examination results. Today's competition will follow an elimination format, with priority given to those with higher scores. The drawing of lots commenced. Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing all received byes in the first round. The first pair to compete was Hongya and He Runxing. Fearful of being eliminated, He Runxing had taken the risk of entering the ghost realm twice the previous night, securing a contract with a D-grade spirit, a specter of illness. In the realm of the supernatural, Hongya, a D-grade wandering spirit, faced off against another D-grade entity, the long-tongued specter. The outcome seemed almost predetermined. Unexpectedly, He Runxing exhibited remarkable fortitude, commanding his wretched specter with such fervor that he audaciously struck Hongya across the face. Yet, this act was merely a fleeting moment of defiance. He Runxing soon succumbed to defeat, provoking Hongya's ire as she charged forward, exclaiming, "How shameless can you be? Do you even understand the concept of gentlemanly conduct? With such a vast disparity in strength, you refuse to concede and instead resort to such a repugnant slap. Truly disgraceful. He Runxing, I shall not rest until one of us is vanquished." Hongya's tirade echoed with fury. He Runxing, disheartened, could only endure her wrath. However, when the results were announced, the crowd was taken aback. Wukong, with a calm demeanor, declared it is a draw. On what grounds? Hong Ya's simmering anger reignited at this pronouncement. Do you think calling you teacher grants you any favor? What justifies this? Is it merely because you're all male? Are you protecting this pathetic man? The others, equally astonished by the outcome, fell silent in the face of Hong Ya's vehement indignation. Wukong, typically composed, furrowed his brow under the relentless barrage of Hong Ya's accusations. In a real battle, you would both be annihilated. As Hong Ya pressed her palm against the reddened mark upon her face, a thought struck her. I advise you to visit the medical room at the base. She seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Runsheng. How despicable you are! Only you would choose such a wretched specter. A perfect match. Wukong furrowed his brow. If you do not act soon, your face may very well be at stake. Hong Ya, filled with rage, dared not delay any longer and swiftly exited the martial arena. The subsequent battles unfolded without any unexpected outcomes. Next, it was the monkey's turn to take the stage, facing an opponent named Wu Ming. With his soul power around 70, Wu Ming boasted a slight advantage over the monkey. He commanded 2 ghostly companions, a C-grade hungry ghost and a D-grade lightning ghost. The lightning ghost was particularly rare, its charred exterior revealing pale flesh beneath, occasionally flickering with small arcs of electricity. Monkey, it would be wise to concede, Wu Ming warned. Though this lightning ghost is only D-grade, its combat prowess rivals that of any C-grade. I was fortunate to acquire it. The monkey remained silent, summoning his warrior. Many spectators immediately employed ghost detection tools. 38, D-grade ghost. Wu Ming's brow furrowed as he looked at the monkey with a disdainful gaze. Monkey, you stand no chance. The intensity of the lightning ghost's eruption is formidable, but it requires the accumulation of electrical energy. I have no desire to waste it on you. My true opponents are Zhou Yang, Xiao Jiluo, and Chen Qing. Why must you force my hand? Enraged, Wu Ming declared, very well. Let it be as you wish. With that, the lightning ghost surged forward, crackling with electricity. The warrior deftly thrust his long staff, piercing straight into the lightning ghost's face. With a resounding crack, the ghost's charred visage shattered. The warrior effortlessly kicked the lightning ghost away, propelling it like an arrow toward Wu Ming. Startled, Wu Ming quickly summoned the hungry ghost to shield himself. Revealing a mouthful of fangs, the warrior's heavy staff crashed down. The starving ghost reached out to block, but the staff slightly veered, producing 2 muffled thuds as it struck the ghost's eyes. The starving ghost let out a wretched scream and collapsed, while the warrior's staff came to rest before Wu Ming. Wu Ming was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion ashen. Had the staff advanced even an inch further, his eyeball would have been punctured. I concede, Wu Ming stammered. Reflecting on the bravado he had displayed merely 10 seconds earlier, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wishing he could vanish into the ground, the warrior withdrew his staff. Chen Qing appeared contemplative. He had initially pondered why the staff had not descended further, only to realize that this group were ultimately just ordinary individuals with slightly greater abilities. They had not, as he had, traversed the realms of darkness and life and death. Their feelings of love and hatred were likely born from mere verbal sparring or trivial disputes. Yet Chen Qing, he was truly capable of taking a life. A spectral companion with a power level of 38 had effortlessly defeated 2 other spectral companions, one of which was of higher rank, while the other was a rare lightning ghost. This extraordinary feat instantly caused an uproar throughout the training arena. What manner of being is this? This is terrifyingly powerful. It seems rather bizarre. Has my ghostly artifact malfunctioned? Are you telling me that this ghostly companion is merely classified as D rank? Does anyone recognize what kind of entity this is? Is simply a data anomaly, an absolute annihilation. Wukong appears somewhat dazed. Aside from places like the princess's tomb, the other specters encountered are typically commonplace. This is indeed his first encounter with such a being. What manner of ghost is this? A martial spirit. I must acquire one for myself. With such a companion, invincibility is assured. The crowd erupts in a flurry of excitement. However, the monkey gestures for calm. I advise against pursuing such a ghost. I was fortunate to have an expert's assistance in acquiring this one. Without that expert, I fear I would have perished several times over. The crowd falls silent, realizing the truth of his words. Such formidable strength. If one were to confront it recklessly, one might not even comprehend the manner of their demise. The intensity is excessively overwhelming. Wukong waves his hand. Next group. Soon, the first round concludes entirely. 8 groups have yielded 9 individuals advancing to the next stage. Additionally, 5 others, including Chen Qing, are granted a bye. Thus, 2 more individuals are exempt. Chen Qing and Zhou Yangqiao. This time, the crowd is taken aback. Their perceived rankings have consistently been Zhou Yangqiao, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Qing is placed first. Teacher Wu, is there an error in the rankings? Chen Qing furrows his brow. Whether Chen Qing could even secure 3rd place is questionable. How has he now surpassed Brother Luo? Wukong shakes his head. The scores were provided by He Chong, and the captain has reviewed them. Should there be any objections, they may be addressed to the captain. Chen Qing suddenly smiled and said, Morning Kuan, how about we have a match? Loser must call the other dad. Morning Kuan was taken aback, his expression darkening considerably. With 2 contracted lowly F-grade wandering spirits, Chen Qing was undeniably no match for him. However, the last time he had been defeated by Chen Qing left him haunted by shadows. He loathed Chen Qing, yet he feared him even more. Strangely, the once timid Chen Qing seemed to have transformed overnight into a figure of dominance and coldness. In this tense atmosphere, if he backed down, how would he hold his head high? Ji Luo whispered, Those 2 F-grade wandering spirits are no threat. The only danger lies in his close combat skills. But what do you possess? Even 10 Chen Qings up close would stand no chance against you. Morning Kuan's expression gradually hardened, and he sneered, Fine, then I shall utterly defeat him. With that, Morning Kuan rose to his feet and declared, Teacher Wu, will this challenge count? It will, came the reply. All right, Chen Qing. Don't regret this. Morning Kuan stepped into the center of the arena and summoned his 2 ghostly companions. One was a spirit with a ghostly energy value of 55, classified as a C-grade wandering spirit. Soon after, an object resembling tiger skin appeared, adhering to Morning Kuan's back. The tiger's head rested atop Morning Kuan's own, its skin enveloping him completely. What is this? Can this spirit provide protection? Master, be cautious. This is a Jiang charnel. Jiang? Chen Qing suddenly understood. Was it the Jiang that assists the tiger? Indeed, it significantly enhances both strength and defense. How do you compare to me? Master, do you look down upon this servant? No matter how one may argue, I possess a modicum of divine prowess, which is far beyond the capabilities of such a lowly specter. A full divine ability is but an illusion, while a half-divine ability is indestructible. Although it is merely half, thus far, Chen Qing has yet to encounter anything capable of shattering it. As the ghost possesses him, Chen Kuan's demeanor transforms dramatically. He exudes confidence and arrogance in equal measure. With a sinister grin, he declares, Chen Qing, today you shall learn how to write the word death. Chen Qing remains composed. A single thought summoning the warrior and the hanged ghost behind him. The hanged ghost, with 2 strips of white silk draped over the lanterns at the training ground's apex, sways gently in its white garb, resembling a jellyfish floating in the air. The warrior, with a long staff resting across his shoulder, stands calmly with both hands upon the pole. The countenances of Ji Luo and Chen Qing shift dramatically. The hanged ghost and a warrior. How? Could they not be mere F-grade wandering spirits? Another warrior has emerged. It seems even more formidable than the one possessed by the monkey. By heavens, this warrior is level 83, an A-grade wandering spirit. Logically, the hanged ghost's appearance is more eerie, yet having witnessed the monkey's warrior, the crowd's attention is riveted upon this new warrior. He Runching murmurs, the Great One is indeed extraordinary. Chen Qing feels a flicker of trepidation within. Yet there is no turning back at this juncture. He bellows in defiance, so what? Come at me. The specter's attacks are sharp, and with the fetus within. It is akin to a duel of 1 against 2, while the ghost offers both offense and defense, rendering him utterly invincible. Chen Qing continuously steeled himself. observing that the warrior had ceased to be afraid. As more content was loading, a message appeared, indicating that the chapter had failed to load properly. It advised to disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad-blocking features, or to copy the URL into another browser for reading. The Hanged Ghost, by Ling, descended before the warrior. The warrior stirred, wielding his staff, yet struck at the hanged ghost. A heavy thud resounded, followed by the sickening crack of bone. Everyone was taken aback. Why was this warrior attacking his own comrade? Had he gone mad? The victim let out a wretched cry, staggering and scrambling away in desperation. The onlookers were further bewildered. Did that sound belong to Chen Qing? In the next moment, someone exclaimed in shock. They have swapped places. Chen Qing and the hanged ghost had exchanged positions. Bai Ling, resembling a tentacle, retracted back towards the warrior. The warrior's staff rose high once more, aimed at the hanged ghost. As the primary subject, Chen Qing had yet to grasp the situation. The staff descended with a whistling sound. A sickening crunch echoed as bone shattered. Chen Qing's shoulder caved in. His body stiffened abruptly. The warrior's staff continued its relentless assault, striking down upon Chen Qing's knee. A sharp crack sounded. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 51. The fall of the overconfident monarch. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. The ability of the hanged ghost was indeed peculiar. How was it able to switch positions with its opponent? Wasn't he, the hanged ghost, just an ordinary spirit? It now appeared to possess immense utility. I suddenly felt that the hanged ghost was a perfect match with any other spirit. As they spoke, they couldn't help but imagine facing Chen Qing themselves. A chill creeping into their hearts. If they were to confront Chen Qing, they too would inevitably succumb to the crushing blow that would fall heavily upon their shoulders. With the first strike, Chen Qing was still howling in agony. By the second and third blows, he had already lost the strength to scream. His entire body trembled, uncertain whether it was convulsing or something else. One leg dangled limply, swaying as though it were a pair of nunchucks. Witnessing Chen Qing's pitiful state, the crowd gazed at Chen Qing with a mix of emotions. Strong, truly formidable. Yet, was it not a tad too cruel? They were all fellow newcomers in the same cohort. Was there truly a need for such brutality? Chen Qing, however, remained unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes. What did this matter compared to the blade Chen Qing had plunged into his own chest? The entanglements of love and hatred at this stage were but a jest. Wukong cast a profound glance at Chen Qing. Chen Qing was the victor. Did anyone gain any insights from his confrontation? Wukong inquired. The significance of supportive spirit companions cannot be overstated. The hanged ghost's ability may not be particularly strong, yet when combined with a martial artist, it produced a synergistic effect that far exceeded mere addition. Brother, I implore you to check the spirit rankings. The hanged ghost is rated 72. 72. A B-class wandering spirit. Indeed, there exists a martial artist with a ghostly aura valued at 83, undoubtedly an A-grade wandering spirit. Wukong nodded, stating that while Chen Qing's hard work has indeed culminated in his elevated soul power, one must remain vigilant regarding the synergy among various ghost types. If a master possesses a low-level ghost pet, one should not feel relieved, but rather cautious. The next match features Hongya against Ho Tianyi. Has Hongya arrived? The monkey rubbed his fists together with a sneer, expressing his long-standing disdain for this individual, relishing the upcoming opportunity. Shortly after, Hongya made her entrance, her left cheek adorned with a thick layer of what resembled lubricant. She cast a loathing glare at He Runsheng, exuding confidence as she proclaimed, "This palm strike today shall be etched in my memory. You will spend the remainder of your life atoning for it. I shall become your nightmare. Are you going to fight or not?" "Stop with the incessant chatter, woman," the monkey retorted, feeling exasperated. Hongya, having meticulously prepared a plethora of statements in the medical room, was left feeling stifled and turned to glare at the monkey with resentment. Fine, fine, she scoffed. With a cold smile, she continued, "Did you think that just because I am a woman, victory is assured for you? Have you not heard the saying, how can a military formation be established like a maiden with unyielding spirit? Damn it, are you going to fight or not?" The monkey cursed. You possess no real skill, yet your tongue is quite formidable. You are destined to become a gluttonous ghost. Laughter erupted among the crowd, a delightful cacophony. To be candid, Hanya possesses a commendable disposition, albeit her innate abilities are rather meager. However, among the newcomers, she now stands at a moderate level, slightly above average. Yet, her sharp tongue has earned her little favor among her peers. Ah, how difficult it is to reason with a stubborn spirit, she exclaimed, summoning her two ghostly companions, a D-grade wandering soul, a toilet ghost, and a long-tongued ghost. On the other side, the monkey wielded a D-grade wandering soul, a martial artist. Hanya had just departed for the medical room and had not witnessed the martial artist's prowess. Upon consulting the ghostly meter, a cold smirk emerged on her face. You believe you can take on two with the same D-grade wandering soul? Who do you think you are, monkey? The martial artist sprang into action. The toilet ghost and long-tongued ghost lunged forward simultaneously. Time seemed to stretch as the three figures converged. With a deft flick of his staff, the martial artist deftly maneuvered the staff's tip to slice through the long tongue of the ghost, landing a precise strike at its throat. Meanwhile, with a slight shift of his shoulder, the toilet ghost's claws swiped through empty air, narrowly missing the martial artist, who then thrust his shoulder forward, colliding with the toilet ghost. Bang! Bang! Both ghosts were sent tumbling in opposite directions. The martial artist swiftly closed T at the moment of contact. Two spirits were violently repelled, and the figure of the martial artist flickered, causing Hanya to receive a blow. It all transpired far too swiftly. Hanya covered her face, disbelief etched upon her features. You cheated. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and among it lay a tooth. Gazing upon the tooth, Hanya could no longer contain herself and cried out, I will fight you to the bitter end. Alas, the martial artist's staff came crashing down, intercepting her advance. The monkey, unperturbed, remarked, I advise you to seek medical attention. If you delay, you may not save your right cheek. The words echoed those of Wukong, who had spoken of her left cheek. Hanya's face flushed crimson as she trembled with indignation, pointing a quivering finger at the monkey. You just wait. With that, she swiftly departed from the training grounds. Ho Tianyi emerged victorious. The subsequent matches grew significantly more intense. He Runcheng did not create another upset and was eliminated. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the third round. To everyone's surprise, the monkey drew Chen Qing. Chen Qing smiled. I concede. I forfeit. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What on earth does this mean? Furious, the monkey retorted, Do you think I let you? I truly do not wish to be the town guardian, Chen Qing whispered. The monkey pondered this. Chen Qing genuinely had no desire to assume the role of guardian. The blood moon was too terrifying. He only wished for self-preservation, not to protect anyone else. In this life, armed with foresight and awareness, Chen Qing held a distinct advantage. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. Although his strength has yet to ascend, the power he currently possesses is already considerable. However, how could Chen Qing possibly protect the residents of Jiangpan community? Aside from the monkey family and the blind Uncle Xia, he is indifferent to the lives and deaths of others. In fact, some grudges he intends to settle himself, little by little. This competition may appear serious, with everyone placing great importance on it. Yet, Chen Qing has already shattered Chen Kuin's shoulder and kneecap, which could be considered a preliminary act of revenge. Thus, this contest holds little significance for him, merely child's play. Chen Qing shook his head and encouraged the monkey, Keep it up, my friend. With that, he exited the training arena, contemplating whether to visit the princess ghost domain once more. He thought about collecting a few more ghost pets and perhaps unearthing some old artifacts to see if he could awaken them again. Awakening several items in advance would certainly bolster his confidence, wouldn't it? While lost in thought, his phone rang suddenly. It was Mr. Qing, the portly man who had sold him a warehouse. Could there be more valuable items? Chen Qing pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Li. It's like this. Someone wishes to purchase the batch of goods you possess. The price is negotiable, very negotiable. Chen Qing scoffed. Negotiate? Is that really necessary? Even if you were to offer 100-fold the price for a buyback, we would still not agree. Mr. Ruan has already departed from the city. Mr. Li, do grant me a moment of your esteemed attention. Mr. Yu is exceedingly generous. I assure you that the price will meet your satisfaction. I kindly request that Mr. Ruan bestows a moment of his time. The subsequent words were lost on Chen Qing. Her eyes narrowed slightly, radiating an unprecedented aura of menace. Mr. Yu, is it you who orchestrated Li Ba to target Chen Man and myself? Chapter 52, The White-Boned Spirit. The surname Yu is not particularly common. Thus, the likelihood of encountering the actual individual is quite significant. Chen Qing immediately feigned contemplation, pondering aloud. I wonder which Mr. Yu we are speaking of? How many Mr. Yus are there in Ximing City? Mr. Qing chuckled heartily. Well, I've only ever heard of this particular Mr. Yu. Having obtained the answer he sought, Chen Qing mused for a moment. Mr. Qing, Mr. Ruan is not lacking in funds. Brotherly Qing, you may not be aware, but this Mr. Yu is extraordinarily affluent. Mr. Ruan's investment could yield returns of 7 or 8 times. Why not seize the opportunity? Then, I shall inquire with Mr. Ruan. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Qing sighed heavily. The driver, who had been with Mr. Qing for several decades, remarked, Boss, we've checked all the nearby surveillance cameras, but we haven't seen how they managed to transport the goods. Alas, Mr. Qing sighed again. This Mr. Ruan is likely a figure of considerable influence. Such a large shipment vanished without a trace. The driver's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice. If we could lure him out tonight, should we not? Mr. Qing frowned. Have you lost your mind? The driver's voice grew urgent. After all, the price could multiply tenfold. 500 million. Brother, this is the wealth and prosperity for all our men's lifetimes. Yet one must have a life to enjoy it. If it were you, would you have a way to dispose of such a large shipment in just a few days? Mr. Qing let out a long sigh. If only the shipment could be kept for another 5 days, it could be sold to Mr. Yu. Alas, perhaps prosperity is simply not in my destiny. The time for our meeting was set for the evening. During the day, there are numerous restrictions concerning spirits, but at night, Chen Qing felt somewhat more at ease. He felt a sense of relief that since meeting Wu Xiaoman, he had been using the alias Li Qing. Had it not been for this, perhaps Mr. Yu would have had reservations. Naturally, he could not present himself in his true form. When the time came, he would don a painted skin and assume the identity of Mr. Ruan to attend the gathering. As dusk approached, the competition drew to a close. Zhou Yanxiao faced Ji Luo in the finals. And, as expected, Zhou Yanxiao claimed first place with his malevolent spirit-level baboon. The monkey secured third place with a D-grade wandering spirit warrior. To Chen Qing's surprise, a newcomer approached him. Greetings, esteemed one. You may not remember me, but I am Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was of ordinary appearance, average performance, and rather mediocre in all aspects. I have a request. Could you assist me in contracting a warrior spirit? I am willing to offer a reward of 2 million. Chen Qing was taken aback, realizing that this individual was perhaps a concealed second-generation rich kid in their class. I'm afraid I lack the ability to do so, he replied, shaking his head, wondering if the monkey had revealed something. Zhou Zheng insisted earnestly, Please, I implore you to assist me. If it is a matter of money, we can negotiate. I'm truly unable to help. Chen Qing responded. He was not in need of money, and moreover, the warrior spirit, according to the painted skin's introduction, ranked among the top in the record of 100 ghosts. Should it be sold, the price would certainly exceed this amount. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. After all, money will soon become worthless. With no other choice, Zhou Zheng decided to leave. Chen Qing once again entered a meditative state, and after a long while, let out a sigh. The 12th cycle of the Zhou Tian has been completed. Finally, he connected the great Zhou Tian in his mind, reaching the essence spirit realm. He had long memorized the acupoint chart, starting with the Jiao Sun acupoint, located above the right ear. Precision was not essential. A general idea of the location was sufficient. Acupoints and meridians are akin to service stations along a highway, or perhaps like a pond within a river, significantly enhancing capacity. The spiritual energy began to flow gently. The initial experience is often tight and obstructed, but with more circulation, it would improve. At last, the energy flowing through the meridian above the ear became unimpeded, filling the Jiao Sun acupoint. The next target was the skull breath acupoint. Time passed slowly as the sky darkened. Chen Qing hailed a taxi and arrived at the designated location. General Qing was already waiting, wearing a broad smile. Mr. Ruan, welcome. By the way, where is young brotherly Qing? Has he not arrived? He had an urgent matter at home, Chen Qing replied. What about General Yu? He is probably on his way, General Qing sighed. It seems Mr. Ruan is fortunate, as I do not share such luck. Why is that? Mr. Yu offered 10 times the price, eager to acquire Mr. Ruan's warehouse goods. Just moments after selling for 40 million, another party was ready to purchase for 400 million, leaving Mr. Qing contemplating despair. Nevertheless, he, being a seasoned individual, could only chuckle at his own predicament. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Yu finally arrived. Towering at nearly 6 feet tall, with thick brows and large eyes, his left cheek bore a vivid crimson birthmark, adding a touch of ferocity to his demeanor. They exchanged a few casual remarks before swiftly delving into the matter at hand. I am quite interested in the batch you possess, and price is not an obstacle. What bid does Mr. Yu have in mind? 10 times. Mr. Yu presented an astonishingly unbelievable figure. Business is not conducted in such a manner, Mr. Wan thought. Wanting to probe further, 400 million is indeed a substantial sum. I must first assess your assets. Mr. Yu grinned widely, retrieving a pocket from his coat, from which he produced a considerable stack of anonymous cards. These cards, no doubt, were familiar to Mr. Wan. Each required an application threshold of 10 million. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed, not due to the stack of cards, but because of that pocket. This was the very pocket given to him by the enigmatic woman in the black veil during peak times, possessing spatial properties and ample enough to hold nearly a cubic meter. Such an item was certainly beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Very well. Please follow me. Chen Qing nodded. Mr. Yu was elated, promptly tossing a card to Mr. Qing. Thank you, Mr. Qing. Consider this as a referral fee. Mr. Qing accepted it, his feelings a tumultuous blend of emotions. Having not taken Mr. Yu's vehicle, they traversed a short distance on foot before hailing a random taxi. Arriving together in the northern part of the city, this area was nearly devoid of inhabitants, with the roads, long neglected, largely cracked and fragmented. Mr. Ruan is indeed meticulous in his endeavors, praised Mr. Yu. When engaging in clandestine dealings, it is wise to exercise caution. As they walked, Chen Qing chuckled. Mr. Yu, have you ever heard of Jinbu Huan? With these words, he keenly observed the shift in Mr. Yu's expression. The jovial Mr. Yu's demeanor altered dramatically the moment those 3 syllables escaped Chen Qing's lips. Where? He exclaimed urgently. Chen Qing produced the Demon Suppression Tower and tossed it forth. Catch! The tower swelled to a height akin to a 3-story building and crashed down with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled beneath the impact, fracturing further. Yet astonishingly, the Demon Suppression Tower did not strike the earth but hovered about a meter above it. Taken aback, Chen Qing then beheld a creature, entirely cloaked in black fur, raising its arms to support the tower with sheer force. Mr. Yu, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, waved a hand, summoning a skeleton that materialized before him. The skeletal visage retained remnants of flesh, glimmering with a golden hue, draped in a cloak fashioned from interlinked bone fragments. Upon its emergence, the skeleton immediately rolled Mr. Yu out of the tower's immediate vicinity. It was, astonishingly, a spirit master. Chen Qing felt a shiver run down his spine as various specters appeared around him. Soldier ghosts, martial spirit beings, child ghosts, and hanged spirits. Master, that skeleton is a bone spirit. The creature enveloped in black fur is a hairy zombie. Both are of the malevolent ghost rank. Magnificent! As Chen Qing listened intently, he enlarged the demon-suppressing tower once more. At that moment, the tower's weight had become unfathomable. pressing down heavily upon the ground and shattering a wide path beneath it. The hanging ghost, Bai Ling, rested lightly against a nearby tree, when suddenly, the weapons of the soldier ghost and the martial man struck fiercely towards the hanging ghost. Bang! Bang! A staff struck heavily against General Yu's head. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to access it in another browser. A blade came down with deadly intent. General Yu desperately turned his head, yet lost an ear along with a sizable portion of flesh. General Yu was struck with terror. The bone spirit raised her right hand, her index finger elongating abruptly to form a bone whip several meters long. With a subtle motion, she swung it in a circle, resembling a white serpent, and struck fiercely. Crack! The soldier ghost could not evade the whip. It exploded upon contact with the shoulder, shattering his arm, which flew away in a gruesome display. Simultaneously, a large gash erupted from the side of the soldier ghost's torso. Chen Qing was horrified. Zhong Kui. He attempted to summon Zhong Kui, but for reasons unknown, Zhong Kui was beyond his reach. At that moment, the bone spirit's middle, ring, little, and thumb fingers all elongated abruptly, forming 5 bone whips, each around 10 meters long, resembling agile serpents, swiftly descending upon him. Retreat. The 5 fingers of the bone spirit's left hand had elongated. 10 skeletal whips sealed all avenues of retreat, viciously constricting around the crowd. Mother, love, the child ghost uttered, and the 10 whips froze momentarily. Yet, it was but an instant before one whip plunged into the child ghost's jaw. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the entirety of the child ghost's lower jaw. The 10 whips reared up again, lunging at the crowd like serpents. The hanged ghost made a sudden move. He exchanged positions with the bone spirit. In an instant, the bone spirit appeared 30 meters away from the group. The bone spirit hesitated for just a heartbeat, and the 10 whips simultaneously plunged into the hanged ghost's body. At that moment, the battered and near unconscious Mr. Yu waved his hand, summoning a delicate, fair-skinned maiden before him. The girl pinched her middle and thumb fingers together in the air, as if holding an embroidery needle. Be careful, the painted skin cried out, desperately twisting Chen Qing to the right. A faint sound echoed. Chen Qing felt a sharp pain in his right chest, as if pierced by a needle. The fair maiden tugged at the void, and it seemed as if the flesh of Chen Qing's right chest was being yanked, causing him to pale in agony. The martial man and the soldier ghost, left with only one arm, recklessly charged at the fair maiden. Chen Qing shouted, "Zhong Kui! Zhong Kui!" Amidst Chen Qing's terror, he finally sensed Zhong Kui's presence. The next moment, Zhong Kui appeared. With a flurry of slaps, the 10 skeletal whips struck him from all directions. Pain, pain, pain. Zhong Kui shielded his head with his hands, wailing in agony, and without needing to utter a word, he roared in fury. Who dares to strike me? Yet these 10 bone whips had mostly shattered, akin to decayed when striking against solid rock. The white bone spirit stood frozen, and in the next moment, she turned and fled, as though confronted by a mortal enemy. How dare she escape? Zhong Kui, filled with wrath, donned his golden slippers and swiftly pursued. With the aid of the golden slippers, his speed was akin to lightning, and in merely a dozen strides, he had closed the distance to the white bone spirit. At the base of the Demon Suppressing Tower, the Mao Jiang was frantically pounding. With each strike, the earth trembled. The fair lady, possessing strange abilities, retreated while wielding a needle from the void, stabbing left and right. With each prick, the warrior's body would stiffen momentarily. Yet through sheer physical prowess, he seemed to sever the threads of the needle in the void. Taking 2 steps forward, he seized the fair lady's hands. The fair lady struggled futilely, as if ensnared by steel. The warrior lifted her effortlessly, akin to carrying a chick, and brought her before Chen Qing, who was still drenched in cold sweat from the pain. The embroidered flower lady, she could. Just as the introduction of the painted skin was abruptly halted, Chen Qing, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the bloodline of the Kunwa blade and severed the head of the embroidered flower lady with a single strike. She transformed into a swirl of black mist, drawn into the Demon Suppressing Tower. Chen Qing calm, retrieving the tower and placing it beside the golden statue. Restoration would only take a few days. The golden statue possesses such capabilities? Otherwise, it would not attract so many from the ghostly clan to vie for it with such fervor. At the base of the Demon Suppression Tower, it is still confined. This entity, as Chen Qing is aware, could be described in two characters, impervious to blades and imbued with immense strength. Until Zhong Kui returns, the Demon Suppression Tower cannot be reclaimed. Thus, holding the hanged ghost, they arrived before the tower and retrieved the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. The severely injured soldier ghost was also brought back, quietly awaiting Zhong Kui. Bang, bang. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Bang! The earth continues to tremble. If only it had a modicum of intelligence, it would dig to the side and find its way out. However, with the master in a state of unconsciousness and no one to command them, with its simplistic mind, persistently attempts to ascend, seemingly intent on breaching the Demon Suppression Tower. Moments later, Zhong Kui returned, casting a barely coherent skeleton onto the ground. Infuriated, its already liberated eyes darted about. How dare it flee? How dare it escape? I shall dismantle your bones for kindling. With Chen Qing's Kunwa sword, the blood pattern reappeared, and with a single slash, clang, sparks flew. It merely carved a deep imprint. Master, crush it with the Demon Suppression Tower. With Zhong Kui present, there is no need to fear thee any longer. Chen Qing nodded, and with a thought, the Demon Suppression Tower shrank and flew back into his hand. He hurled it once more, and it had already transformed to the size of the third floor. With a thunderous crash, it landed heavily, reducing the skeletal demon to mere bone fragments. The hairless zombie, like a nail driven into the ground, struggled and managed to create a considerable space around it. Upon seeing the Demon Suppression Tower sent flying by its own actions, it hissed and prepared to emerge to wreak havoc. Suddenly, it halted. The hairless zombie was struck with terror, crouching down and clutching its head, trembling all over. The sight of you infuriates me. Zhong Kui seized the hairless zombie by the hair, yanking it out like a chick and violently throwing it to the ground, unleashing a flurry of slaps. Smack! I shall ensure you do not dissolve. Do you hear me? Smack! Smack! Despite having lost its mind, Zhong Kui's animosity towards the demon clan was utterly unrestrained. The hairless zombie, impervious to blades and weapons, found its fur flung away wherever Zhong Kui's palm struck, exposing the dark flesh beneath. Master, hurry! If the great deity Zhong Kui delivers a few more slaps, it will revert back to a wandering spirit. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing plunged the Kunwa blade into the hairless zombie's bare flesh. Simultaneously, he twisted it fiercely. The hairless zombie's body stiffened, slowly collapsing, and at the moment it touched the ground, Chapter 53, The Art of Interrogation, gazing upon the chaotic battleground, Chen Qing felt a lingering trepidation. What would have transpired had it not been for Zhong Kui? Although he possessed the protective charm of a painted skin, the needle of the embroidered girl could pierce through the air and into his flesh, an undeniably eerie phenomenon. The entities present, Mao Jiang by Gu Jing, and the embroidered girl, were not of the ordinary ghostly ilk. Particularly, Mao Jiang and the embroidered girl formed a flawless synergy, while the embroidered girl constrained movements. Who could withstand the might of Mao Jiang's fists and palms? Moreover, with the knowledge that Jin Buhuan was extravagantly affluent, rivaling even the wealthiest magnates, and with a focus on antiquities, this individual was undoubtedly formidable. After attempting to subdue him, Chen Qing realized that this man could not be confined within the Demon Suppression Tower. With a sense of resignation, he utilized his rudimentary medical skills to tend to the man's injuries. Only then did he procure the antiseptic alcohol, which would likely cause considerable pain. At the very moment the antiseptic was applied, Mr. Yu finally awoke, his expression contorted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Mr. Yu assessed the situation, noting the absence of any connection with his three ghostly companions, presumably deceased. Before Chen Qing could inquire further, Mr. Yu fixed his gaze upon him and demanded, "Who are you?" "Me?" Chen Qing replied with a sense of intrigue. "I am Chen Qing." "You are Chen Qing." Mr. Yu's pupils dilated in shock as a realization struck him, leading to a hearty laugh. "Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!" Once his laughter subsided, Chen Qing calmly asked, "Now, tell me, who are you?" "Me?" Mr. Yu sneered coldly. "You young man possess the painted skin for protection, yet you set this trap to kill me, all while feigning ignorance of my identity." Suddenly, the voice of General Yu came to an abrupt halt. The painted skin controlled one hand and inserted it into his mouth. With a few casual touches, it seized a tooth and pulled it out, blood and flesh intertwined. The tooth appeared hollow, faintly revealing a green hue. The Taiping Tao. Taiping Tao. It advocates the equality of all beings, promotes coexistence between humans and ghosts, and aspires to establish a world of absolute balance under their dominion. Many ghosts elevate their status through murder. How can coexistence be achieved? This is undoubtedly a cult. All burgeoning cults possess a grandiose doctrine akin to the mandate of heaven. Taiping Tao is no exception. Upon witnessing the extraction of the tooth, General Yu finally panicked. The followers of Taiping Tao are notoriously resilient. It was feared that he would not easily divulge the truth. Suddenly, the painted skin recalled something and chuckled as it uttered a few words. Chen Qing immediately grasped the implication and exclaimed to Zhong Kui, "Ah, Zhong Kui, this man dares to deceive you. He refuses to speak the truth." Zhong Kui was instantly enraged. He reached out to strike, but Chen Qing hurriedly intervened, saying, "I wager that you will injure him." Zhong Kui paused, then suddenly broke into a grin. "I shall not." With that, he gently touched General Yu's face. Zhong Kui was exceedingly pleased. He is fine, and he cannot lie. "Master, this is frank speech, one of the 72 divine abilities. Now, whatever this fellow is asked, he will answer honestly." With a smile, Chen Qing inquired, "What is the most disgusting thing you have ever done?" "I committed the heinous act of murdering my aunt." Yu Zong blurted out, but the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. "Damn it, even dying 10 times wouldn't suffice." Chen Qing sneered and asked, "How did you come to know about Jinbu Huan?" "There are many of my informants in Ximing City. I instructed them to keep an eye on any news regarding Jinbu Huan, and one of them, Zheng Yun, who is acquainted with the Arya Hotel, learned of your association with Jinbu Huan." Not an unexpected answer. "What do you want with Jinbu Huan?" "Jinbu Huan is arguably one of the rarest spirits in existence. It can transform all things into spiritual treasures, and my cultivation requires a vast quantity of such treasures." "Spiritual treasures? Are they ancient artifacts?" "Indeed." Chen Qing nodded and further inquired, "What have you been cultivating that necessitates such an abundance of spiritual treasures?" The Tao lineage of the treasure-obtaining Taoist states that the more treasures one possesses, the stronger one becomes. Chen Qing remained silent, while Zhong Kui, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "Treasure-obtaining? Treasure-obtaining Taoist? Give it to me." He attempted to seize it, unaware of what he was trying to grasp. Chen Qing, with a mere thought, confined him within the Demon Suppression Tower. He struggled to break free, but Chen Qing retracted him once more. Zhong Kui's evident concern underscored the significance of this matter. "Master, there are many types of cultivation methods, techniques, and lineages, but those that dare to be referred to as Tao lineages are the most supreme inheritances, typically passed down directly from celestial beings." Chen Qing nodded and inquired, "Where lies the Tao lineage of the treasure master?" "Within my Qiankuan bag," came the reply. Thus, he discovered that this particular bag is known as the Qiankuan bag. Reflecting on Director Yu's instructions, Chen Qing produced a jade strip, long as a pair of chopsticks, half a finger thick and 2 fingers wide. "The Tao lineage jade tablet. It belongs to me," exclaimed Zhong Kui, his excitement palpable. "With your prowess, how could you possibly require such an item?" Zhong Kui paused, then nodded emphatically. "Indeed. Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes." Chen Qing noted the 4 characters of the Tao lineage jade tablet, and further inquired, "Is there a connection between the treasure master's lineage and Jin Buhuan?" The malevolent spirit of Jin Buhuan is known as the treasure boy, rumored to be a ghost refined by the treasure master for the purpose of cultivation. Do you possess the spirit's guiding essence? I do. It is inscribed within the Tao lineage jade tablet. No wonder this fellow sought to usurp Jin Buhuan. Yet, Jin Buhuan cannot even claim it as his own now. Having exhausted his inquiries, Chen Qing pondered before asking, "Are you of the Taiping Tao?" "Indeed, I am." "What are your intentions?" "To assist the ghost clan in establishing a ghost market." "Indeed, a sinister cult. How much wealth do you possess?" "1 billion. From whence did such vast riches originate?" "A month ago, I seized control of the chairman of the Guiley Group and plundered all his assets." "What is your purpose in acquiring such a multitude of antiques?" "Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and turn off the ad blocking feature. Or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Cultivating the Tao of Treasures. After pondering, a most precious question suddenly occurred to me. What other types of spirits do you know? The embroidering maiden, the white-boned spirit. Chen Qing was overjoyed. In this world, the hierarchical progression of different spirit types is an invaluable treasure. The embroidering maiden belongs to the wandering soul level, while the evil ghost level is represented by the flower waist bride, who requires the crafting of a human skin wedding gown. How sinister! The white-boned spirit is of the evil ghost level, and the wicked spirit level is known as the dragon bone skeleton, which necessitates the acquisition of at least 2 dragon ribs to serve as the primary bone for gradual growth. The Tao corpse level is referred to as the white bone bodhisattva. As for the spirit summoning, I am unaware. Upon hearing the 4 characters white bone bodhisattva, Chen Qing felt a resounding buzz in his mind. It was akin to a mighty hammer striking down. He felt a chill in his heart, realizing that he had encountered the formless. He had heard things not meant for someone of his rank. Dragon bone? Bodhisattva? Is this knowledge truly meant for me? He silently scoffed. Lacking any interrogation prowess himself, he knew that if entrusted to the captain and the others, they would undoubtedly extract a wealth of information. However, he was now privy to secrets such as Jin Buhuan, Zhong Kui, and the Demon Suppression Tower. Naturally, he cannot be allowed to live. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is your greatest secret?" "I kill my aunt." "You, the second greatest secret. You murder my aunt. What a despicable scoundrel." "Just wait, I will make you suffer." "And what about the third greatest secret?" "The entrance to the ghost realm leading to Shiming City." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. Zhong Kui shrunk. Chen Qing made meticulous inquiries regarding the machinations of the Taiping Tao, particularly concerning the location of the passage from the ghost realm to Shiming City. However, Yu Bei's grave injuries rendered him increasingly unable to endure. After several minutes of interrogation, he was gasping for breath. A life should not be squandered. Chen Qing promptly summoned the drowning ghost. Its ghost energy had long been at 100, and its advancement requirement was to drown 9 individuals. It had completed 8, with only 1 remaining. Drown him. The drowning ghost was overjoyed. It coiled its long tail around Yu Bei and swiftly darted into a nearby stream. The stream was only knee-deep, but more than sufficient to drown a person. Yu Bei feebly thrashed twice before becoming still. The drowning ghost shuddered. Its body convulsed in the water. Its limbs elongated, and its hands and feet enlarged. The last vestiges of its humanity vanished, and it now resembled a long-armed ape. Coarse hairs sprouted all over its body, rapidly growing to the length of a palm. After a considerable time, the advancement was complete. The wandering soul-level drowning ghost had advanced to the evil ghost-level water monkey. Its black fur seemed to possess a concealing property in the water, blending it almost seamlessly with its surroundings, making it difficult to discern. The water monkey was incredibly swift in the water, gliding 10 meters with a mere flick of its long tail. Ghost Watch Reading 118. E-Rank Evil Ghost. Chen Qing was immensely satisfied. The commotion from the earlier battle was considerable, and he feared it might attract formidable beings from the city. He swiftly retracted his numerous ghostly companions and hastened back to the base. The spoils of this encounter were extraordinary. The promotion sequences of the Bone Spirit and Jin Buhuan were remarkable. Moreover, his wealth had surged by an astonishing 600 million in one fell swoop. It was imperative to expedite the conversion of this wealth into tangible resources. However, with no immediate shortages, he could only procure some bulk goods. Reclining on his bed, Chen Qing entered the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. He began to inspect his three new ghostly companions. The hairy zombie and the one with a shaven back of the neck had suffered blows from Zhong Kui, yet their injuries were not overly severe. Upon measurement, they were assessed as 332, a D-grade malevolent spirit. The Bone Spirit, however, bore the brunt of the assault. Zhong Kui seemed particularly disdainful of this type of ghost, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. At that moment, both the skull and the ribcage were severely damaged, exuding a sense of imminent collapse. A measurement revealed it to be 107, an E-grade malevolent spirit. Chen Qing was quite vexed. Ideally, the Bone Spirit should have been the strongest among the trio, yet was now on the verge of descending back to the wandering spirit level. The embroidered girl sustained the least damage. Upon measurement, she was rated at 98. She had already reached the brink of promotion, albeit her spirit was somewhat unsettling due to the nature of her craft, which involved stitching human skin wedding garments, leaning towards the inhumane. Moreover, her embroidery needle, as a supplementary skill, proves to be exceedingly valuable. The demonic bride in the ghastly state remains oblivious to her latent abilities. It is quite possible that upon ascension, she may forfeit her embroidery prowess, rendering any advancement a fruitless endeavor. For the time being, the prospect of ascension is not under consideration. Currently, the roster of ghostly companions includes 3 at the malevolent level: the hairy corpse, 332, a D-grade ghoul; the water monkey, 118, an E-grade ghoul; and the bone spirit, 107, also an E-grade ghoul. There are 9 specters at the wandering level: the embroidered maiden, 98, an A-grade specter; the child ghost, 90, an A-grade specter; the martial spirit, 84, an A-grade specter; the hanging ghost, 69, a B-grade specter; and the soldier ghost, 43, a C-grade specter. Additionally, there are 4 subpar entities yet to be replaced: the mad ghost, the toilet ghost, the grudge ghost, and the gambler ghost. Surprisingly, since the golden body was placed on the second level, the enhancement of these ghosts has accelerated. The gambler ghost and the mad ghost have both ascended to E-grade. Of course, they remain fragile and prone to shattering with the slightest contact. Following the confrontation with Yu Bei, the ghostly energy levels of the companions have diminished to varying extents. Notably, the soldier ghost suffered the most severe injury, plummeting from B-grade to C-grade. The total ghostly energy of the 12 entities has reached 998. The E-People's fire prompts a hint of anticipation in Chen Qing. Zhong Kui, summon him immediately. However, it appears that in recent days, Zhong Kui has been exploring the still, ethereal heights of the Demon Suppression Tower. Although he can still be sensed, the forceful summoning proves ineffective. Zhong Kui. Chen Qing calls out once more. At last, Zhong Kui materializes. The moment he appears, all the ghosts tremble in trepidation. Even the mightiest of the zombie spirits crouched on the ground, cradling its head in trepidation. Chen Qing's expression shifted dramatically. 502. An SS grade, wandering soul. Double S? Chen Qing rejoiced. Zhong Kui, what do you feel? With one eye gazing skyward and the other cast downward, Zhong Kui uttered a word that perfectly matched his temperament. You have transcended. 2 S's. I ask you, what do you feel? Chen Qing reiterated loudly, enunciating each word. Zhong Kui covered his ears. Why speak so loudly? Master, the great Zhong Kui is not mad, merely not deaf. Yet, despite Chen Qing's persistent inquiries, he could not elicit a satisfactory response. He had to relent, feeling a sense of astonishment. Zhong Kui had already amassed over 500 ghostly energy points, yet still lingered at the wandering soul level, while the lesser Mao Gang had already attained D-grade malevolence. After some calculations, Chen Qing noted that Zhong Kui had employed 4 divine abilities thus far: immobilization, dispelling laws, and direct speech. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this passage, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. These three are among the 72 divine abilities. The ability to speak and have laws follow, as described by Hua Pai, is even more formidable. Hua Pai possesses 1.5 divine abilities, false form, and half of the indestructible diamond. As for Mao Gang, it could be said to possess 0.7 divine abilities, 0.3 of the indestructible diamond, and 0.4 of great strength, although both are somewhat rudimentary. These two abilities are indeed immensely valuable and worthy of gradual cultivation, particularly the vigorous strength, as there is scarcely anyone at the same stage capable of withstanding a strike from the hairy zombie. One must thoroughly organize the power at hand, while contemplating the intricate ways in which they can synergize in battle, while others exhaust their minds trying to devise strategies among 2 or 3 specters. He possesses an abundance of ghostly companions. Even a mere pairing yields remarkably potent results. For instance, the hanging ghost combined with the hairy zombie guarantees a swift demise. Similarly, the hanging ghost with a martial artist, or the embroidered girl with a martial artist, or the embroidered girl with the skeleton demon, and countless other combinations. If they were to all engage simultaneously, the outcome would be even more formidable. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he retrieved the treasured jade tablet of the multiple treasures sect. A precious artifact so revered by Yu Bei must surely possess extraordinary qualities. As spiritual energy surged into it, a fragment of consciousness rushed into Chen Qing's mind. The multiple treasures sect the unorthodox way, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, commanding the essence of the ordinary. Heaviness transforms into lightness. Speed dances with slowness. Know the world without stepping outside your door. Utter a word, and the laws of nature will follow. The history of this technique is profoundly ancient and exceedingly obscure. Yet for reasons unknown, Chen Qing found it comprehensible. He soon discerned that this sentiment was exceedingly arrogant. It transcended mere adolescent bravado. According to the tablet's description, should one succeed, heaven and earth would serve them in every aspect imaginable. The cultivation method is astonishingly simple. Gather treasures and refine them within one's body. As long as one possesses an ample supply of treasures, they can ascend to an invincible existence, capable of splitting the heavens and shattering the earth with a mere gesture. Chen Qing fell into deep contemplation. He had a veritable warehouse of spiritual treasures at his disposal. Is this seemingly prepared for oneself? Chapter 55, The Realm of Essence. Unlocking the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower in contrast to the role of a spirit master. Chen Qing found himself reminiscing about the exhilarating experience of being a warrior. The frailty of a spirit master left one vulnerable. A close encounter with an adversary could spell imminent doom. The Tao of abundant treasures, however, offered a method to refine spiritual treasures into one's very being, thereby fortifying the physical form. Contemplating this, Chen Qing swiftly arrived at a resolution. He must cultivate. A robust physique is of paramount importance. Although he possessed the protection of a skin mask, the enigmatic and sinister spirits, akin to the embroidered girl, could inflict harm from a distance, rendering conventional defenses ineffective. Just 2 strikes had nearly incapacitated him, whereas someone like Chun Man would likely endure a dozen or more. With determination, Chen Qing began to explore the pathway to cultivation. However, it was clear that achieving the realm of essence was a prerequisite. This was a matter of little concern, for Chen Qing was already on the verge of completing the final cycle of the Great Circulation. Upon exiting the Demon Suppression Tower, his soul energy gradually surged into his mind, traversing from the corners of his consciousness to the core of his being, pushing through the desiccated meridians with great effort. As time passed, by morning, Chen Qing had expanded his reach to the 14th heavenly pillar point. With a total of 27 points in the Great Circulation, he had finally surpassed the halfway mark. Opening his eyes, he noticed that the monkey and he Runsheng were awakening and preparing for the day. After washing his face and taking a brief moment to rest, He dialed the number of Boss Zhu from the feed factory. What? For 100 million? Yes. At 4,000 per ton, and it's needed within 10 days. You may subcontract to other manufacturers. Oh. Boss Zhu appeared somewhat bewildered. After a moment, he inquired, is a 50 advance sufficient? Absolutely. Boss Zhu nodded vigorously. In these times, those with keen instincts are exchanging currency for goods, primarily staples like rice and flour. It is perhaps unfathomable to consider a scenario where one resorts to pig feed. Regardless of oversight, Chen Qing would never engage in online transactions. Shortly, Boss Zhu arrived at the base accompanied by his accountant and assistant. Chen Qing presented 20 unregistered cards, stating, each card is worth 10 million. In total, 200 million. Oh. The three were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Chen Qing turned to leave. There were no contracts or receipts exchanged. The trio stood in shock. Are we to trust you so readily? What other choice do you have? Would you dare to embezzle the military's funds? Let's first transfer the funds to the factory's account. It feels rather unreliable. He dialed Manager Tian, which was expected. All the grain has been sold out. Every warehouse is empty. He made another call. Manager Yang, are you nearing completion? Ensure that all configurations for the safe house are of the highest caliber. Weapons must be ample. What is the budget? The budget is limitless. Is 50 million sufficient? Heh. Water sprayed from the other end of the phone. After a while, Manager Yang inquired, Mr. Chen, have you heard any whispers? Recently, the orders for safe houses have surged once again. I have heard, Chen Qing nodded, which is why I am reinforcing it. I tend to be a bit paranoid, better to believe in the possibility. Understood. However, even with the additional layer, it shouldn't cost this much. Well, let's go all out in the installation. By the way, can we still order the king goods? No, we can't. As expected, after hanging up, he completed his morning exercises and returned to his dormitory to delve into his mental pursuits. Time flowed slowly, and by evening, his spiritual energy finally reached the last major acupoint, the Tongtian point. The energy surged forward and backward intermittently, sometimes employing a painstaking approach, until finally, a hum resonated. Chen Qing felt an extraordinary pressure in his head. Almost simultaneously, a wave of clarity washed over him from top to bottom. He experienced an unprecedented sense of lucidity, with his senses heightened and his mind invigorated. The spiritual energy coursed through his body at a speed tenfold that of the soul movement realm. The sound of water flowing through pipes, the rustling of falling leaves, the sensation of a speck of dust landing on him. The world became astonishingly vivid and cacophonous. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the dandruff on the monkey's ears, the mosquito droppings on the window corner. Everything appeared so strikingly clear. His thought process accelerated significantly. He could count to 100 in mere seconds within his mind. Is this the essence of spirit? Chen Qing murmured. What happened to your eyes? The monkey nearly leapt up. At that moment, Chen Qing's eyes were filled with spiritual energy, shimmering with a bluish-white glow. Oh my goodness, you've reached the realm of spirit essence. He Runching stammered in disbelief. The monkey also came to a realization. You've attained spirit essence? No way. Chen Qing, have you consumed something extraordinary? How did you achieve this so suddenly? This is rather abnormal. The two of them were in a flurry of excitement, while Chen Qing appeared remarkably calm, smiling as he said, keep this matter to yourselves. Do not disclose it to others. Whether it's securing a position in the competition or enhancing one's realm, it will all yield benefits. Chen Qing had no intention of becoming a defender or a guardian. He believed that retreating to a safe haven before the arrival of the blood moon and enduring until the end of time was the true path. He held great admiration for those heroes who stepped forward in extraordinary times, standing before the masses, yet having endured all that he had. He knew that he could never become a hero again. Ji Luo's spiritual power was rising at an astonishing pace, and it seemed that he possessed the complete lineage of the house spirit. As long as his spiritual energy was sufficient, he could summon a ghostly companion of malevolent caliber at any time. Be cautious of him. He seems to harbor intentions against you, Chen Qing warned. Understood, he nodded. Regardless of the source of malice, Chen Qing would approach it with utmost vigilance. But just a malevolent spirit, shouldn't it be a cause for too much concern? The Lone Star's injury had yet to heal and remained in the medical room. Typically, the monkey and Hirunsheng would be ready to sleep. But after Chen Qing's revelation today, they found it impossible to do so. After meditating until the midnight hour, he finally succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Qing had already prepared himself, adjusting his body to its optimal state to commence his cultivation. The first tier of the Duo Bao Dao lineage is known as the spirit pool. One must create a vortex of spiritual energy within the sea of spirits, placing a significant spiritual treasure at its center. However, the dilemma arose for Chen Qing regarding which treasure to utilize. The Demon Suppressing Tower? The Zhong Kui painting? Among the treasures in the storeroom, there were indeed remarkable items, such as the bronze sword and the flying horse. Yet, they remained unawakened, and he could not fathom their true potential post-awakening. Pondering these matters felt premature. For now, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. Just as he was about to begin, the voice of the painted skin interrupted him. Master, the third layer has opened. Have you made a breakthrough? Taken aback, Chen Qing noticed that both the monkey and Hirunsheng were asleep. With a single thought, he delved into the second layer of the Demon Suppressing Tower. Except for Zhong Kui, none of the ghostly companions could traverse the layers. As Chen Qing sensed the surroundings, he indeed felt that yet another layer had been unlocked. However, unlike the first layer, which seemed to be a vastly enlarged version of the Demon Suppressing Tower, the second layer resembled a miniature world, lacking any staircase or connection to the first layer. The Demon Tower is shrouded in mystery, and Chen Qing was uncertain about the passage of time on the third level. Hesitating to enter recklessly, he feared that a mere 2 minutes within could result in the blood moon descending upon him. Stepping outside, he activated his phone's stopwatch and tossed it into the third level, promptly beginning the countdown. After a minute, he retrieved his phone with precision. The next moment, Chen Qing was rendered speechless. The display revealed 10 minutes had elapsed, a time dilation ratio of 1 to 10. This signified that while he practiced for 10 days within, only a single day had passed outside. Moreover, this phenomenon applied equally to his ghostly companion. While other spirits trained for a day, his would have honed its skills for an entire decade. Remarkable. Simply remarkable. Chapter 56. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After casting the toilet spirit into the third layer and confirming that it posed no danger, all the ghostly companions, including the armless golden body, were sent into the third layer. Huapi assumed her role as steward, directing the spirits to commence their exploration. Wow, Master, it's vast, truly immense. The expanse of the third layer exceeded that of the second by at least 100-fold. It was hard to fathom that this was but one level of a tower. Yet, the desolation was palpable. The sky was a dreary gray, the ground an equally somber hue, with distant hills appearing as barren mounds, devoid of any vegetation. After a brief moment, Huapi's voice trembled as she called out, Master, please, you must come and see. Chen Qing entered the third layer, approaching Huapi's side, only to be met with a scene of profound astonishment. A towering corpse, easily 10 meters in height, sat cross-legged. 4 chains, thicker than a human, were anchored, one end piercing through the individual's hip bone, the other embedded deep within the ground. This corpse had likely maintained this posture for a millennium or more. Yet an unsettling aura of dread still emanated from it. Master, this is divine prowess, Huapi stammered. In life, this being must have attained the level of formlessness. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing closed his eyes. The next moment, his brow furrowed. The previously observed corpse had vanished from his memory, as if it had never existed at all. Upon reopening his eyes, the corpse remained seated in its stillness. Yet with his eyes closed, not a single detail lingered in his mind. In a fleeting moment of recollection, he remembered a certain desiccated corpse. Let's proceed. Chen Qing suppressed his curiosity. The phrase from Painted Skin about delving too deeply into darkness resonated profoundly within him. He knew well the perils it entailed. The Demon Suppression Tower, whose handiwork could this possibly be? The demons it contained might not solely pertain to Zhong Kui. What could have driven Zhong Kui to madness? With each riddle unraveled, a cascade of enigmas followed. Loading more content, please wait. This site is accessible solely through mobile browsers. If you encounter this passage, It signifies a failure in loading the chapter's content. Kindly disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Engage in cultivation. Let F4 embark on the exploration. Painted Skin received the command and dispatched the Mad Ghost, the Toilet Ghost, the Hunger Ghost, and the Gambler Ghost. With the blood moon approaching, time was of the essence. Here, a tenfold difference in the flow of time necessitated diligent practice. Establishing the spirit pool was of paramount importance. Following the guidance of his cultivation method, Chen Qing began to construct the first spiritual vein. It was a formidable task. Circulating through the meridians involved unblocking the obstructed acupoints. Now, he was attempting to create numerous acupoints from scratch. No wonder the minimum requirement was the essence soul realm. Beyond this realm, one's spiritual consciousness was magnified exponentially, leading to a significantly enhanced control over soul power. If he were to establish the spirit pool with the control abilities of the soul movement realm, he might find himself stuck at a single acupoint for an entire year. The human body possesses countless meridians, yet most are so minuscule they verge on invisibility. Chen Qing's task was to expand these minuscule meridians, imperceptible to the naked eye, and establish an array of acupoints upon them. Initially, he concentrated his soul power, intertwining dozens of spirals, and commenced to impact a minuscule meridian within his mind, as fine as a strand of hair. The first attempt proved futile, as the passage was too narrow. Countless attempts grazed the barrier, yet he found himself with an unspent vigor. Reluctantly, he refined his soul power to a filament-like thinness and gradually advanced. After an entire morning, he had progressed merely 1 centimeter. In the afternoon, another centimeter. The goal was 1 acupoint for each inch, with an ancient inch measuring approximately 2.77 centimeters. By the 12th hour, Chen Qing began to artificially create the first acupoint. By the 17th hour, the first acupoint was finally established. To Chen Qing's astonishment, the minuscule meridian, continuously infused with soul power, had expanded from the thickness of a single hair to that of 2. This fortunate development alleviated the need for further expansion. After an hour's respite, he resumed his endeavor. A sudden inspiration struck him. He decided to channel a portion of his soul power to simultaneously expand from the opposite side. However, this proved to be a formidable challenge. With his current level of soul power, dividing it into 10 streams was feasible, yet controlling them was exceedingly difficult. It was akin to holding a single hair in each hand while attempting to thread them through rings the size of hair strands situated a meter away. He had anticipated that bifurcating the streams would yield twice the results with half the effort, yet after 10 hours, the combined progress from both sides amounted to less than half of his earlier achievements. Having raised Chen Man since the age of 13, Chen Qing possessed a tenacious spirit, compelling himself to focus on both ends. He preferred slow progress to erring in haste. As the days elapsed, by the 4th day, the velocity on both ends had become comparable to controlling only one side previously. At this juncture, Chen Qing's speed genuinely doubled its former pace. Astonishingly, Chen Qing further bifurcated his soul force into 2 additional streams. 4 strands, each as fine as a hair, advanced in unison. The 5th day, the 6th day, the 7th day, until the 12th day, the velocity of the 4 soul force streams attained a normal level. This was tantamount to expanding the acupoints at 4 times the speed. At this point, Chen Qing traversing the major acupoints throughout his body felt akin to navigating a 24-lane expressway, with his soul force striking precisely where he directed it. With a determined clench of his teeth, Chen Qing once more divided his soul force into 4 additional streams. 8 streams in total. This time, even with Chen Qing's temperament, he felt an unparalleled strain. Attending to one stream meant the others either halted or gradually veered off course. He had no choice but to retreat and readjust. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Utterly fatigued, Chen Qing briefly returned to the real world. Moments later, Monkey emerged from the restroom, exclaiming in astonishment, "Holy crap, where have you been these past 2 days? Your phone was off. What's wrong?" Chen Qing was taken aback. "The captain is looking for you." "Oh." Chen Qing nodded and proceeded to the captain's office. Han Yuan, with his discerning gaze, shook his head and said, "Don't overexert yourself in cultivation. You might truly succumb to cultivation deviation. I'm looking for you regarding two matters. Firstly, Chun Man is already undergoing bone tempering, and all the cultivation resources are being provided at the highest level, so you can rest assured. Secondly, I'd like you to serve as the defense officer for the Riverside community." Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Han Yuan's expression turned serious. "Chen Qing, our human race possesses eminent individuals who have foreseen the blood moon. It can be regarded as a reinforcement for the demon clan. I fear that with the arrival of the blood moon, both the quantity and strength of the demons will multiply several-fold." "Several-fold? You are perhaps overly optimistic," Chen Qing thought, shaking his head inwardly. Merely based on this estimation, he would never assume the role of the defense officer. It is quite simple. Whether due to objective limitations or excessive optimism, the defensive forces would be arranged to withstand several times the usual strength. However, the blood moon demands at least 100-fold preparation. Yet, humanity cannot possibly muster such formidable power. This presents a deadlock. Chen Qing deduced that he could only abandon the majority of people, but who would willingly accept being the one left behind? Moreover, Chen Qing had no intention of rescuing those treacherous souls from the Jiangpan neighborhood. This time, he was curious to witness how they would fare during the blood moon, without his desperate protection. Thus, Chen Qing merely smiled. "Captain, my capabilities are limited. There is nothing I can do about this. With great power comes great responsibility. Chen Qing, this is the mission of our demon subjugation army." Han Yuan was a man of pure intentions. He could lay bare his heart for the organization, speaking candidly about everything. Yet Chen Qing questioned his own capabilities. The pure essence of Chen Qing had likely long since decayed. In this lifetime, the greatest act of mercy he could muster was refraining from taking a life. The two parted ways in discontent. The captain, who had always been amicable, was genuinely angered. In his perspective, Chen Qing was excessively selfish. Chen Qing possessed his own reasons, yet found them impossible to articulate. Upon returning to the dormitory, he sat in a daze for a while. In a world rife with malevolent spirits, both heroes and angels descended. Amidst the endless wails of the damned, the duality of human nature, its grotesque and luminous facets, was magnified beyond measure. There is a saying, "No harsh winter endures indefinitely, nor does a spring fail to arrive." Yet that winter, devoid of the promise of spring, ground the essence of humanity into dust. In my previous life, I was a hero, but that was confined solely to that existence. Chen Qing's gaze remained tranquil, when suddenly, the magic restraining tower upon his chest exuded a formidable pull. The second summit of the 12 earthly branches had commenced. Chapter 57. The second summit of the 12 earthly branches. Chen Qing hurried to a corner, donned a painted disguise, and transformed into the young man from before. Slipping into the Demon Suppression Tower, as his surroundings shifted, he found himself once more atop an endless, lofty peak. This summit stood like a solitary stone pillar, quietly rising amidst swirling clouds and mist, exuding an aura of tranquility and sanctity. Upon the vast circular stone table at the peak, 11 figures gradually took their seats. "Esteemed friends, after a brief separation, I trust you are all well," the elder at the forefront said with a cheerful smile. Chen Qing glanced to his right, only to feel a sudden jolt of dismay. Chen Quan was absent. A creature with the head of a deer and the body of a serpent hissed, "Esteemed guests, does anyone possess information regarding the ascension sequence of the performers? I am willing to pay handsomely for it." Silence prevailed in response. After a considerable pause, a figure, small as a child, spoke. "I do not have the spiritual guide, but I have heard the names following their ascension. Would you like to purchase them? Just the names?" The serpent-headed creature pondered. "Sometimes, names can reveal certain insights. For instance, the martial artist ascends to become martial champion, while the zombie is known as Mao Jiang." Yet after much contemplation, the serpent-headed creature shook its head. Just a name is insufficient. It then turned its gaze toward a figure shrouded in mist, its voice dripping with coldness. "Last time, you sought a corpse-level ghost servant. Did you manage to find one?" The figure in the mist chuckled. I have indeed slain the one for the elixir. Curiously, it was your own Zhu clan, and even more fortuitously, it revealed your great mountain before its demise. Brother Zhu, our fates are truly entwined. The Zhu creature faltered momentarily. You are indeed courting death. As it spoke, blue-green flames erupted from its form, instantly chilling the atmosphere. Surely, Brother Candle has discerned the identity of this little candle snake, ha ha ha. The figure enveloped in mist showed no fear, laughing heartily. In the ethereal mists of the North Sea, I have heard of the Rakshasa ghost market on numerous occasions. I wonder if any kindred spirit can enlighten me? A woman inquired slowly, seated with a visage as pale as parchment, clad in blood-stained garments. Above her, a blood tree loomed, branching into 2, then 4, and subsequently 8, displaying an exquisite symmetry. Notably, this small blood tree was adorned with numerous blood droplets, each seemingly on the verge of cascading down. Chen Qing felt a slight jolt within his heart. Why did he have no recollection of her? Upon closing his eyes, he indeed remembered a presence, yet the details eluded him. An existence of the formless level, he realized. Suddenly, he became aware that there were clearly 11 individuals present, and he had no recollection of the others, likely all being of the formless level. Perhaps during their last gathering, they had exchanged words, yet he had retained none of it. In a daze, he noticed a figure seated in a position that seemed far too grand for this place. Yet, upon turning his head, all memories slipped away. A dragon? Chen Qing was struck with terror. But in an instant, all thoughts vanished. Even the notion of a dragon was forgotten. I too share this inquiry. Were you, the Ghost Clan, endeavoring to achieve? You brazenly invade our realm, while sealing off the territories of humanity. The woman in black veils spoke with a chilling tone. The candle serpent merely smiled. The woman in black gauze cast a pleading glance towards Chen Qing, who silently sighed within her heart. Over the past few days, or rather, during the relentless 20 days of his cultivation within the tower, Chen Qing's spirit had become utterly depleted. Even Han Yuan could discern this, despite donning a fade. How could one conceal from the penetrating gazes of such formidable beings? The woman in black gauze felt a mixture of gratitude and concern. She understood that this esteemed elder must have employed some profound prophetic technique, paying an enormous price, which led to such a pitiable state. It was highly likely that he had tapped into the secrets of the future through the 36 celestial forms. This formidable art was exceedingly rare among practitioners in the world, and its ability to seize celestial insights came with terrifying costs. A mere attempt by a powerful human had rendered him gravely injured and unconscious, only having vaguely sensed the impending invasion of the ghostly clan. As the content continued to load, please bear with us. This site is exclusively accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Yet, this esteemed elder had accurately foreseen the events of August 15th. The price he had paid was unfathomable. Chen Qing, though weary in spirit, noticed the woman in black gauze glancing at him several times. After some contemplation, he decided to share the location of the entrance to the ghost realm with her. He rose and said, "Follow me." He then addressed Han Yuan. "You should come along as well." Han Yuan, taken aback for a moment, promptly followed suit. The trio had scarcely taken a few steps when they seemed to traverse some ethereal realm, abruptly vanishing from sight. The elder at the forefront squinted slightly and remarked with a smile, "Esteemed friends, might you be acquainted with this venerable figure?" The woman in the blood-red gown responded, "Possessing a multitude of divine abilities, such cultivation is indeed among the finest in the world, and their powers are exceedingly diverse, coupled with remarkable audacity. Yet, I have never heard of them. Perhaps they have mastered the art of flying and leaving no trace." The art of flying and leaving no trace is one of the 36 celestial techniques, allowing one to transcend the mortal realm, becoming invisible to the world, and wandering amidst mountains and rivers. I sensed an aura of transmutation, akin to turning stone into gold, an energy that follows one's words, though I cannot be certain. It should not be mistaken. A colossal figure spoke, their voice resonating like thunder. with several celestial techniques at hand and numerous divine abilities, including several inherently contradictory powers. This venerable figure's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. A person shrouded in mist jested. Zhu Shi, it seems he has employed the technique of reverse foresight, discerning your ghost clan's arrangements. Given your nature, would you not seek to eliminate him? Zhu Shi merely offered a cold laugh. The person enveloped in fog grew more self-satisfied. Indeed, you are one to assess your opponents carefully. Such a venerable figure is one you would dare not provoke. Am I right? Ha ha ha. The diminutive figure, resembling a child, glanced left and right, his stature barely level with the table, and his cultivation was too meager, merely at the corpse level, rendering him incapable of engaging in the discourse of these significant individuals. Meanwhile, upon seeing Chen Qing, the woman in black veils performed a deep bow. Esteemed elder, your people have endured much suffering on my behalf. What? Chen Qing found the situation rather perplexing. What suffering? What torment had he endured? Han Yuan remained silent, having not uttered a word during the 2 previous gatherings of the 12 earthly branches. Chen Qing spoke slowly. The entrance to the ghost realm in Shiming City may lie within the Immortal Valley. With that single statement, both the woman in black gauze and Han Yuan were taken aback. The presence of many individuals from the Taiping Dao in Shiming City suggested their involvement in the arrangement of the ghost realm there. Taiping Dao. Again, the Taiping Dao. The woman in black gauze exclaimed in anger. Suddenly realizing something, she bowed deeply to Chen Qing, expressing her gratitude. Han Yuan, who had remained silent until now, also followed suit, bowing deeply. Thank you, senior. The woman was about to inquire about the price of this information, but hesitated, pondering what a figure of such stature could possibly lack. Ghost beads? Spirit stones? Gold and silver? The notion that he could be in need of such trivialities was laughable. Chen Qing felt a twinge of worry. Why was this woman so oblivious? She seemed to regard herself as some eminent figure. A true senior, after all, must carry an air of distinction. Information is not dispensed freely. Chen Qing could only respond ambiguously. Oh. The woman in black gauze suddenly came to a realization. Gritting her teeth, she produced 10 complete Qingquan bags. Chen Qing accepted them and pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have any dragon bones?" The woman was taken aback, casting a wary glance at the imposing figure seated at the round table. Unconsciously, she replied in a hushed tone, "If the senior requires it, I will certainly search with all my might. I will ensure to procure it for you by the next summit." The 3 returned to the round table, where several individuals turned their attention towards Chen Qing, scrutinizing him while they rested their eyes. After a considerable time, the elder at the forefront spoke. The 12 earthly branches tower harbors secrets deeply concealed among us all. However, I have a matter to discuss with the master of the Time Tower. Might we converse privately? The crowd fell silent. The elder sighed. Well then, the hour is nearly upon us. I invite you all to return. I look forward to our reunion in half a month. Chapter 58. The safe house is nearly complete. The Tower of Time. Chen Qing found himself momentarily stunned. He had already discerned that the Demon Suppressing Tower was not identical in every instance. For example, Han Yuan's tower contained a ghost king, while his own imprisoned Zhong Kui. Furthermore, Han Yuan's tower could only confine 6 spirits. It now appeared that each tower possessed unique functionalities. Could the Tower of Time, as mentioned by the elder, refer to his own? The first layer operated at a pace 15,000 times slower than the real world. The second layer mirrored reality, and the third layer accelerated tenfold. It was highly probable that his demon-suppressing tower was indeed the Tower of Time. What of others? Were there possibly towers of space, fire, or water? Lost in contemplation, he returned to his dormitory. The monkey and he Runsheng were likely attending class, but unexpectedly, Gu Xing was present. Gu Xing sat in a daze, and upon sensing Chen Qing's entrance, turned around with a vacant expression. Upon recognizing Chen Qing, he suddenly approached and knelt on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head in reverence. Chen Qing was taken aback. Illusion? Chen Qing, I can no longer bear to witness anyone perish before me. I yearn to grow stronger. Could you assist me in finding a ghost companion? Gu Xing's tear-streaked face revealed the depth of his despair. Chen Qing had witnessed such scenes too many times to be moved, yet he had not anticipated Gu Xing would kneel before him in supplication. By a stroke of fortune, Chen Qing has now reached the spirit essence realm, allowing him to contract a third ghostly companion. It is time to exchange the last few worthless entities from the Demon Suppression Tower and perhaps tempt fate. He nodded and said, "Wait for me at 7 in the evening at the entrance of Jiangpan Community." Chen Qing was not mistaken. I indeed plan to return to Jiangpan Community tonight for a matter of great significance. In my previous life, it was on this very day that Chen Qing delivered the paper armor and paper blades, 2 sets of armor and 2 blades. It was through these 4 items that Chen Qing and Chen Man managed to survive until the 3rd blood moon. A question lingered within him for many years. Why? They must have had their own burdens. Yet Chen Qing still yearned to ask why. After contemplating, he sought out Monkey. "Wait for me at the entrance of Jiangpan Community at 7 this evening. We are to venture into the Princess Ghost Domain." Monkey was momentarily taken aback, then elated. "All right, Brother Qing, I can contract 2 ghostly companions, and I still have 1 slot available." With just a single martial companion, he had already ranked among the top 3 newcomers. Although Chen Qing's leniency contributed to this, Monkey believed his own strength placed him within the top 5. The top 3 were undoubtedly Chen Qing, Zhou Yangxiao, and Ji Luo. Arranged in that order, even though Zhou Yangxiao possessed a demon-level pet, he was certain that Chen Qing was far superior. Fourth, it could be Chen Qing, or it might be himself. One could only ascertain through competition. The hour was still early. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found that everyone had gone to class. Thus, with a mere flicker of thought, he returned to the 3rd level. He retrieved 10 bags and examined each one meticulously. The majority were filled with ghost orbs and spirit stones, numbering in the thousands. Additionally, there were several spiritual herbs and grasses, their effects indiscernible. Upon opening the bags, a formidable aura surged forth, intermingling ghostly and spiritual energies. The numerous demon pets turned their gaze towards him, though none dared to act. A quick assessment revealed that the strength of the demon pets had indeed increased. With a mere thought, Chen Qing summoned Zhong Kui. Instantly, all the demon pets knelt, trembling in fear. Zhong Kui was an exceedingly powerful spirit. "I wager you cannot subdue it," he declared. Zhong Kui, filled with rage, retorted, "No demon, regardless of its power, can surpass me, the great immortal. Then do you dare to wager?" 5 ghost orbs. Zhong Kui's demeanor brightened. "I accept the wager. Let's seal the deal." Chen Qing clasped his hand with Zhong Kui's, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he said, "When I call you, I shall use the faintest whisper, so soft that you won't even hear it." "Nonsense. Even the faintest sound is perceptible to me," Zhong Kui replied, now somewhat wary. It seemed he would be listening intently for Chen Qing's summons in the days to come. Well played. Chen Qing feared the possibility of Zhong Kui failing to hear him. Returning to the realm of reality, I whispered in an almost inaudible tone, "Zhong Kui." In the next instant, Zhong Kui's voice resonated immediately. "What is it?" Chen Qing feigned astonishment. "I spoke so softly, yet you could still hear me?" Zhong Kui, brimming with pride, retorted, "Humph. Even if your voice were to diminish tenfold, I, the great immortal, would still hear you." After retracting Zhong Kui, Chen Qing deliberately murmured, "My goodness, this is truly remarkable. I fear I may lose this wager." In a certain void and chaotic corner of the Demon Suppression Tower, Zhong Kui reveled in his delight. Upon returning to the 3rd level, Chen Qing resumed his cultivation of the multi-treasure Dao lineage. The 8 strands of soul energy surged forward in unison. Chen Qing exerted his utmost control, yet he found himself perpetually torn between them. Time flowed by slowly. Soon, it was afternoon. Chen Qing had been cultivating within the tower for 3 days. "Master, you can absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones," Huapi remarked. Startled, Chen Qing produced a spirit stone. The method of absorption was not complicated. Within half a minute, Chen Qing's eyes widened. He felt invigorated, full of energy. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? I thought this was common knowledge," Huapi replied. Chen Qing shook his head. Exiting the base, he arrived at the Riverside community. Since Chen Qing's budget had significantly increased, a multitude of installations had to be added, prompting a shift to round-the-clock construction. Fortunately, the most time-consuming tasks had been completed, and the additional installations and configuration changes would only take 2 to 3 days. Though arrangements had been made, Manager Yang still chose to wait for Chen Qing. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Manager Yang, there is no need to be so courteous. Not at all, Mr. Chen. Other construction sites would be monitored around the clock. Yet your arrival signifies the utmost trust in our company. Allow me to show you around. Not only has Mr. Chen's home been reinforced, but the entire building has undergone enhancements. The exterior is clean and tidy, and the hallways have been rejuvenated. The renovation has significantly increased the weight, thus fortifying the load-bearing capacity of the lower floors. Initially, there was resistance, but they eventually agreed when it was proposed that the renovations would be complimentary. Manager Yang whispered, "Every building is equipped with voice-controlled lights that also contain surveillance." What is the purpose of the surveillance? Chen Qing shrugged it off, yet he acknowledged their professionalism without countering. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Manager Yang pointed to room 503, which has already been purchased. This serves as your fireproof layer. Chen Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Then let us reinforce this unit as well. Will it take long? The layout here is quite common, with existing modules available. 2 days will suffice. By the time they reached the 6th floor, the old, dilapidated appearance was unrecognizable. The entire wall had been replaced with frosted metal material. The door was impressively thick. When knocked upon, it produced a deeply muffled sound. There are 2 doors, and the interior can be sealed completely using a mechanical structure. Even with the use of explosives, the first structure to collapse would be this building. Upon entering, Chen Qing's satisfaction only grew. Firearms were ubiquitous. As per your instructions, an impressive 7 million worth of firearms and ammunition had been procured, complete with a dedicated armory. The sofa, crafted from ironwood, is designed to last a century without warping. While the covers are made from the latest generation of self-cleaning fabric, intended for 20 years of use, with 20 spare sets available. Each feature was presented in turn. Chen Qing simply remarked, "Delightful." The residence spans 128 square meters, originally empty, but now brimming with items, yet impeccably organized, never appearing cramped. In the gym, a 21 square meter space houses an array of fitness equipment, all meticulously designed, with each piece capable of being disassembled and reconfigured into another type of apparatus. Most striking to Chen Qing were 3 dolls of varying heights standing aside. Made of silicone, they are equipped with intermediate AI when connected to the network, capable of answering virtually any question. When offline, they resort to basic AI, handling everyday conversations effortlessly. Their bodies can generate warmth, featuring 50 preset personalities. And critical areas come with a self-cleaning mode, which can also be replaced. Chen Qing observed. The doll in the center, clad in a black miniskirt, wore a serene expression. Lifting the skirt for a closer look, Chen Qing immediately gave a thumbs up. Astonishing. So remarkably lifelike. Chapter 59. Chen Qing people's warmth is a reminder that upon viewing, the entire house can be custom designed, ensuring a natural storage solution without any issues. For the sake of maintenance convenience, the handles, mouse, and keyboard are of the most common models, all featuring a modular design. Manager Yang opened a box, revealing an array of replacement parts. With a usage intensity of 10 hours a day, these components are guaranteed to last for a century. The storage capacity, as Mr. Chen mentioned previously, has been upgraded to an impressive 150 petabytes. To be candid, despite our diligent efforts, we have only managed to install 61 petabytes. The contents require constant viewing for 24 hours, culminating in a staggering 40,000 years to complete. Almost every game available on the market has been meticulously gathered, including localized versions of web games. The hardware is of utmost importance, representing the most durable versions available. Moreover, each component is accompanied by 10 sets of spare parts. In essence, everything has been prepared with a century-long standard in mind. Subsequently, we arrived at the electrical room. The structure of the diesel engine is not particularly complex. Hence, in addition to 5 complete units, there are also 20 spare machines. Furthermore, the wood-burning engine kits can be replaced, allowing for the combustion of any burnable materials, including household waste, to generate electricity, albeit with somewhat diminished efficiency. Additionally, various power generation devices are in place, featuring solar panels covering the rooftop, wind turbines, and even hand-cranked generators. The reserve room is situated on the rooftop. Upon seeing it, Chen Qing felt an immediate sense of reassurance. The rooftop space spans approximately 600 square meters, extending over the neighboring properties. It is certain that there have been disputes in the past, yet all such matters have been amicably resolved. Among the various expanses, the family farm stands out, sprawling over an impressive area of 300 square meters. Within this space lies the seed chamber, where our recommended crops flourish, yielding approximately 3 kilograms of vegetables per square meter each week. The staple food of choice is the potato, specifically the Qingyu variety, which, when nurtured under optimal temperature and humidity conditions, can produce an astonishing yield of 90 kilograms within a mere 80 days. The soil is enriched with a specially formulated fertilizer, complemented by organic matter, notably human waste, which can sustain up to 300 cycles of cultivation. Even with intensive farming practices, this can extend for 50 years. Vegetables, fruits, and staple crops are cultivated together, resulting in a collective output that can reach up to 110 kilograms daily. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback by the calculations. Manager Yang. Could there be an error? 110 kilograms daily? This figure corresponds to low-intensity farming. With ultra-intensive methods, the yield could potentially double. Then why would we need to purchase so much grain? Upon entering the storage room, Chen Qing was immediately enveloped in a sense of security. The 110 square meter storage area was divided into 4 sections, brimming with canned goods. In an ideal scenario, it could hold 400 cubic meters, allowing for a consumption pattern where half would be eaten and half discarded. Chen Man and he could sustain themselves for 2 lifetimes with such provisions. The entire rooftop was adorned with solar panels, generating sufficient electricity to meet normal usage for an entire month with just 8 hours of sunlight. What delight! The luxury of wealth is truly exhilarating. The safe house remains a work in progress, not yet fully realized. However, it has already exceeded Chen Qing's expectations. After bidding farewell to Manager Yang, Chen Qing opened the door, patiently awaiting the arrival of Chen Quan, who would bring with him paper knives and paper armor. Gazing steadfastly at the doorway, his thoughts drifted, an unusual restlessness stirring within him. It felt as though the imposing figure might materialize at any moment. Time seemed to stretch, each second lingering longer than he could recall. The harsh sun gradually mellowed, while neighbors passed in and out of the complex, some boisterous, others serene. In this life, Chen Qing had tirelessly striven for so much, rarely allowing himself the luxury of idleness. It seemed as though time itself had grown viscous this afternoon. Yet, eventually, 6 o'clock arrived. The imposing figure he anticipated never appeared at the entrance of the complex. Suddenly, Chen Qing tensed, drawing the kunwa blade. An unimaginable surge of spiritual energy permeated the room. Rushing forward, he beheld a spatial rift torn open in the living room, a gaping ebony fissure. Content loading. Please wait. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you're seeing this message, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. A torrent of spiritual energy gushed forth. 2 large hands, one above the other, clutched at the edges of the rift, straining to widen it. Chen Quan's hands, as the inky fissure slowly widened to the breadth of a palm. Chen Qing caught sight of Chen Quan's weathered face. Brother! Chen Quan froze, his normally unflappable countenance fixed upon Chen Qing. He cried out, but his voice was stifled, unable to carry through. The rift writhed, attempting to mend itself. Chen Quan silently roared, straining to widen the tear even further, his massive hands stained with blood. Nearby, A hand tossed a neatly folded piece of cardboard into the fissure. Chen Qing appeared somewhat anxious, swiftly retracting his hand. He merely gazed quietly at Chen Qing, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. The rift rapidly mended and vanished, taking with it Chen Qing's gaze. Was this a spatial tear? Chen Qing hesitated to act recklessly, diligently committing every detail he observed to memory. Only when the fissure disappeared did Chen Qing, somewhat dazed, pick up the cardboard. Carefully unfolding it, he discovered, as expected, a familiar paper armor and paper sword. Within the paper armor lay a heap of powder, its shape suggesting it was once a sheet of paper, or rather, a letter. The thoughts of his father and elder brother weighed heavily on Chen Qing's mind, a blend of emotions swirling within him. The delivery of this paper armor and sword must have come at an unimaginable cost to Chen Qing. They had never forgotten us. The two pieces of paper armor and the two paper swords were as thin and delicate as ordinary sheets, seemingly capable of being torn apart with the slightest effort. Yet, steeped in malevolent energy, they transformed into formidable weapons and armor. After a moment of contemplation, his phone rang. Chen Qing, we are all at the entrance of the community. Are you on your way? Wait for me 4 minutes, he replied, informing Manager Yang that construction could continue as he made his way to the entrance. The entire dormitory had gathered. Monkey, Lone Star, and He Runsheng. Great deity, please take me along. He Runsheng insisted, having come with Monkey. From now on, I shall be the most loyal subordinate of the great deity, unwavering in my service. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Qing nodded in agreement. He Runsheng drove over, sparing them the need to hail a cab. As the group arrived at the princess' ghost domain, twilight descended upon the land. Have you all decided on which ghostly companions you seek? The warrior possesses sufficient offensive power, yet I find myself in need of a supportive ghostly ally. Should fortune favor me, I aspire to acquire a hanging ghost. The monkey remarked, recalling the impeccable synergy between Chen Qing's hanging ghost and the warrior from their previous encounter, a thought that had lingered in his mind. Most importantly, while warriors are a rarity, hanging ghosts are not overly scarce. If luck is on my side, I too desire a warrior. He Runsheng scratched his head, lacking confidence. Anything else would suffice as well, preferably of a higher level. I shall heed Chen Qing's advice, Lone Star stated. Chen Qing nodded once more. Having ascended to the essence realm, he was capable of forming another contract. However, he did not lack ghostly companions, adopting a mindset of quality over quantity. The four entered the ghost domain, and with a single step, the verdant earth transformed into a somber dark brown. Amidst the thick fog, two toilet ghosts were feasting on something. Upon noticing the newcomers, they instantly vanished into the mist. Chapter 60. The terrifying ghostly wall. A few individuals advanced slowly. Compared to a few days prior, the concentration of ghostly energy had significantly intensified. Chen Qing pondered the outcome of the battle between that esteemed individual and the princess. Be cautious. A long tongue suddenly shot out from the desiccated thicket beside them. Chen Qing swiftly dodged to the side as the tongue descended menacingly. Seeking death. With a mere thought, the warrior appeared before him. With a deft flick of the staff, the long tongue veered off course. The warrior seized the opportunity, spinning around, and with a resonant whoosh, struck the ghostly tongue with force. The long-tongued specter crashed heavily to the ground, the staff firmly positioned against its neck, rendering it immobile despite its desperate writhing. Gushing and He Runsheng observed with envy. Among the newcomers, the monkey's strength was only average. Yet with the assistance of this warrior, he now stood confidently among the top 5. Is anyone interested in the long-tongued ghost? After a brief assessment, it was determined to possess a ghostly energy of 50, Class C. It seemed quite fitting. However, both Gushing and He Runsheng shook their heads. As the ghostly energy escalated, the density of the spirits had noticeably increased. Within the thickening fog, strange sounds occasionally echoed, howls reminiscent of wolves, intermingled with cries of sorrow. Moments later, the group spotted the next ghostly apparition. It was a pair of starving spirits, feasting upon a nearly decayed large bird, which they had somehow procured, fighting over their meager meal. The bird once soared freely in the sky, Yet fate has rendered it a meal for this insatiable specter. Chen Qing sighed, his eyes gradually reddening. The number of ghosts is ever increasing. Will there come a day when they breach the realm of the dead and invade the city? Will we too meet the same fate as this unfortunate bird? Chen Qing wiped away his tears. To Chen Qing's surprise, the monkey wore a sorrowful expression as well, lamenting. Perhaps our mission as ghost hunters is merely to perish at the hands of these spirits. Sighing, his eyes also glistened with unshed tears. Had I known this would be our end, I might as well have joined them. After all, I am powerless to protect anyone. Lone Star gritted his teeth, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. Oh no, it's the Night Wailer. Chen Qing suddenly realized. The Night Wailer, a malevolent spirit of the infant ghosts, possesses the ability to amplify a person's negative emotions exponentially. Once one succumbs to uncontrollable weeping, there is little hope of salvation. It can lead to a death by weeping. Adults may fare slightly better, but for infants, there is almost no escape. The most troubling aspect is that no one has ever discovered the whereabouts of the Night Wailer. Lest apart, a thought materialized, and a warrior appeared before them, grasping two individuals and swiftly carrying one away. After running for 4 or 5 minutes, Chen Qing finally set them down. What? What is happening, Great One? Chen Qing's eyes brimmed with tears, confusion etched on his face. Just now, there might have been a ghost nearby, capable of influencing our emotions. If we do not leave immediately, we could be in grave danger. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking functionality, or copy the URL to read in another browser. The three individuals had red-rimmed eyes, filled with uncertainty. They were convinced that they had not been subjected to mental manipulation and could distinctly recall the evolution of their thoughts. Yet, the wave of sorrow was inexplicably overwhelming, undeniably influenced. Such a bizarre specter. Chen Qing exclaimed, "Damn it, it's merely a dead bird, yet has conjured such a spectacle." Both Gushing and the monkey felt somewhat awkward. Chen Qing, however, remained unfazed, though a sense of vigilance crept into his mind. They had encountered a malevolent spirit of formidable caliber. According to Han Yuan, the malevolent spirits in the princess's tomb should have been dealt with long ago. However, the previous appearance of what seemed to be an evil spirit, and now the encounter with a malevolent spirit, suggested some unforeseen turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak the truth. If I am not mistaken, the ghost we just encountered was of malevolent grade. If we continue down this path, we may find ourselves in peril. The three were momentarily taken aback. The monkey squinted, disregarding caution. Let us go for it. Gushing did not hesitate. Onward. Chen Qing's expression wavered for a while before he too declared, "Let us do it." The core area of the princess's tomb was perilous. They could only seek opportunities along the outskirts, as long as he does not encounter a princess. Chen Qing is confident in his ability to protect himself with the aid of 3 formidable ghostly companions. However, he harbors no certainty in safeguarding the 3 individuals without revealing his true strength. He can undoubtedly trust the monkey, yet the other 2 are merely ordinary roommates. Suddenly, a soft knocking sound emanates from the depths of the fog. The watchman. Chen Qing's expression shifts dramatically. We must leave at once, perhaps due to the distance. The watchman's voice does not seem to affect the 4. After a considerable time, having distanced themselves sufficiently, Chen Qing expresses his bewilderment. Great Master, what was that just now? The watchman, a formidable ghost. The last time we cleared the ghostless temple, it was this kind of spirit. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 changed drastically. Though they did not participate, they are well aware of the horrors associated with this malevolent spirit. Having heard of the many brothers who were injured that night, having encountered 2 formidable ghosts in succession, Chen Qing senses something amiss. We cannot proceed any further. He swiftly makes a decision. The 3 individuals feel a sense of disappointment, yet they realize the necessity of not advancing recklessly. Thus, they silently begin to retrace their steps. However, as they walk, Chen Qing's brow furrows. How have we been walking for so long? The monkey glances around and points to a low wall. It seems we have passed this spot before. Checking the ghostly compass, they discover that its directional function has long ceased to operate. Lonely Star picks up a stone and places it atop the wall, and the four continue their journey. Moments later, they encounter the same low wall once again. On the low wall, the solitary star stone remained unchanged. Ghost. Is this an instance of a haunting? The malevolent spirit of the dwelling. A chaotic courtyard? Chen Qing's brow furrowed deeper. Yet another malevolent spirit. Speaking of which, isn't Ji Luo's ghost a dwelling spirit? The monkey knitted his brow. Chen Qing shook his head. He understood the monkey's insinuation. However, with Ji Luo's current soul power, he could not possibly possess a malevolent spirit companion. Chaotic courtyard, a term he had merely heard of. How could so many troublesome entities appear in a single night? Where's he Runsheng? Suddenly, the solitary star inquired. The trio froze, a chill running down their spines. Indeed, where was he Runsheng? How could he vanish without a trace? Suddenly, a blade descended from above. Chen Qing, always on guard, instinctively blocked with his own knife. Blades rained down from various directions. It turned out to be a squad of soldier ghosts. Chen Qing hastily summoned his warrior. The monkey too called forth his warrior. The 3 humans and 2 ghosts, wielding knives and staffs, momentarily repelled the onslaught. It was then that they discerned the presence of 5 soldier ghosts. The soldier ghosts were no match for the warriors, yet their synchronized attacks and defenses formed an impenetrable barrier, forcing the trio and their 2 ghosts to retreat incessantly. Chen Qing's mind raced. Although the mist was thick, it could not be impenetrable to such an extent. The 5 soldier ghosts were only noticed at the moment they struck. There must be some form of concealment or invisibility at play. Clang, clang, clang. With a clang, Chen Qing, having undergone rigorous training with a martial artist, was able to cope, but the situation for Lone Star and Monkey had become perilous. A flash of the blade revealed that Lone Star's left arm had already been wounded. Lone Star. Monkey hastily deflected the attacking soldier spirit before him, wielding his knife to block the strike aimed at Lone Star. However, simultaneously, another blade came crashing down. Abruptly, the soldier's spirit vanished from its original position, replaced by a ghostly figure in white, reminiscent of a hanged spirit. Meanwhile, 2 strands of white silk, delicately draped over a low wall in front of Chen Qing, were tightly constricting a frantically struggling soldier spirit. The martial artist seized the opportunity without hesitation. With a powerful strike, he brought his staff down heavily upon the spirit's head. The clang resonated as the helmet trembled. The soldier spirit's body stiffened, and Chen Qing's kunwa knife sliced horizontally. The spirit's head soared into the air. With one spirit vanquished, the coordination among the remaining soldier spirits diminished significantly. Chen Qing and a martial artist managed to isolate 3 soldier spirits, and under the onslaught of Lone Star, Monkey, and the young martial artist, the head of the second soldier spirit was also severed. Soon after, the third met the same fate. Chen Qing inquired, "Lone Star, do you desire the soldier spirits?" "Yes." Lone Star replied without hesitation. The martial artist was not someone to be trifled with, and the soldier spirits were an excellent choice. "Do you wish to take both?" A monkey struggled. Its plight is a stark reminder that while a soldier spirit may not surpass that of a warrior, it nonetheless remains a commendable choice. After a considerable duration, it surrendered. With a warrior present, aggression was assured, yet support was lacking. The ghostly energy was assessed, leaving 1 spirit at 61. The formidable and the lesser warriors secured it firmly to the ground with their hands and feet. The Lone Star took 2 steps forward, commencing the invocation of the ghostly contract. Once, twice, thrice. On the 8th attempt, the contract was finally successful. Meanwhile, Chen Qing silently exchanged the toilet spirit, gambling spirit, and hunger spirit for 3 soldier spirits, 1 B-grade wandering soul, and 2 C-grade wandering souls. Although the ghostly energy of these 3 soldier spirits measured a mere 46, 55, and 61, weak indeed, they could elevate Zhong Kui's ghostly energy by approximately 80. The Lone Star exhaled in relief, gazing at Chen Qing with profound gratitude. "Chen Qing, I may lack eloquence, but thank you." Chen Qing nodded in acknowledgement. "Follow me." The monkey and the lone star promptly fell in step. The trio arrived at the water's edge. This region once engaged in integrated agriculture, with numerous ponds, but after neglect, the embankments either collapsed into a unified expanse or became stagnant pools, gradually drying up. Watermarks were visible along the pond's edge, subtle enough to elude detection in the dim night. Following the trail of water, Chen Qing wove left and right. In just a minute, the view opened up dramatically. He Renshang stared in astonishment at the trio, stammering, "You." One strike. Renshang's left leg was severed at the knee. The Lone Star and the monkey's pupils dilated in shock. Renshang screamed in agony, unable to comprehend the loss of his limb. You, why?" His face turned pale, and he exclaimed, "How dare you?" Blood dripped from the tip of the kunwal blade, creating ripples in the pond. Chen Qing. No, I swear. Panic engulfed Renshang, as he never anticipated Chen Qing would resort to such brutality without uttering a word. Despite enduring nearly 10 days of harsh training, his understanding remained at the level of a student. The severing of limbs was a cruelty he could never have fathomed. In his mind, a mere black eye or bruised face was considered a grave grievance. Yet he now realized that Chen Qing perhaps had the capacity to kill. "Yiluo, it's Ji Luo. He instructed me to report everything to you. As long as I comply, he will grant me a spirit of the house. Once my soul power is sufficient, he will assist me in elevating the spirit to this disorderly courtyard." Chen Qing, wielding his blade, advanced step by deliberate step. On the narrow embankment, Renshang, filled with terror, disregarded his pain and frantically crawled backward. Uncle G, help! Still lacking in maturity. "Yet your strikes are quite ruthless," a voice hissed ominously. A middle-aged man emerged from the space ahead, as if stepping out from behind a deceptively realistic painting. This man was robust and had dark skin, coldly regarding Chen Qing. "How did you see through disorderly courtyard? How to discern the truth? My apologies. I am indeed haunted by the specter of many pets. Is it unreasonable to cast one into the pool?" The water monkey has been trailing the four from a distance in the pond, subsequently following the quietly straying Renshang and marking the path he traversed. Chen Qing followed these markings and emerged from the chaotic courtyard. The chaotic courtyard, in truth, is manipulated by unseen forces, as if a certain area has been fragmented into numerous puzzle pieces, continuously reassembled. Naturally, the section he occupies remains stationary, serving as the so-called eye of the formation. Chen Qing does not possess the habit of baring his soul to adversaries. A serene smile graces his face, for they have left a significant flaw exposed. Chen Qing pointed towards the sky above the middle-aged man. Instinctively, the middle-aged man looked up. Suddenly, a shadow shot forth from the water like an arrow. With a splashing sound, it plunged into the opposite side of the pool. The middle-aged man had vanished without a trace. Both the solitary star and the monkey were taken aback. In the pond, the middle-aged man was ensnared at the bottom by the long tail of the water monkey. The water monkey's limbs were not idle either, as it struck with its sharp claws towards the man's neck and chest. A torrent of blood gushed forth, visible even beneath the dim sky. Bubbles incessantly emerged as the middle-aged man's body convulsed violently at the bottom of the water. Gradually, the movements diminished, becoming smaller and smaller, until he ultimately succumbed to death in the depths of the pool. Renshang felt a chill enveloping him. In his eyes, Uncle G was a master of the same caliber as Han Yuan. Yet, he had fallen victim to Chen Qing's treachery in this pond. You, Chen Qing. We are classmates. We are fellow students. I was merely momentarily confused, just a fleeting lapse in judgment. You. The monkey and the Lone Star observed this scene with a shiver coursing through their bodies. Yes, that chaotic courtyard is right here. Here, monkey, Lone Star, keep your eyes on him. As Chen Qing took a few steps forward, the scene before him shifted once more. Ahead, a white weasel was fleeing at great speed. However, the death of its master had induced a terrifying frailty. Its pace was not swift. Is this chaotic courtyard? An idea formed, and a hairy zombie, along with a hanged ghost, materialized before him. The hairy zombie's massive hand was already raised high towards the hanged ghost. In the next instant, the hanged ghost, ensnared by a white silk ribbon around its neck, abruptly vanished, revealing a frantically struggling white weasel within the ribbon. The hairy zombie's enormous hand descended heavily. Bang! It was as if a watermelon had been smashed to pieces. The brain matter of the white weasel splattered everywhere. Controlling the C-class wandering spirit soldiers, the ghost shattered, clearing a path for the chaotic courtyard. Chen Qing leisurely returned to stand before the three. Chen complexion had turned pale, teetering on the brink of blood loss and shock. Chen Qing, how do you intend to deal with him? The solitary star inquired, yet in truth, the answer had long been etched within his heart. Chen Qing chuckled softly, embracing the two individuals as they stepped away from the confines of the pond's edge. Let's not dwell on such disheartening topics, he proposed. Concurrently, a thought crossed his mind, and the seamstress had already materialized by the water's edge. Gracefully approaching, he runshung with a gentle smile. Chen Qing issued her a command. Stitch a wedding gown of human skin. Chapter 61. The mysterious assassin, both the monkey and the solitary star fell into a profound silence, their hearts gripped by trepidation at the events of the night involving Chen Qing. A formidable being capable of commanding chaos had met such a farcical demise. He merely followed the direction indicated by Chen Qing, glanced skyward, and then perished. Chen Qing, might you spare him? The solitary star's complexion turned pale. Chen Qing smiled, his expression unchanged, still embodying the quiet, gentle demeanor of a reserved youth. Solitary star, have you considered what our fate might have been had I not eliminated this G tonight? What could have transpired? What? The solitary star remained silent, grappling with a horrifying conjecture that lingered in his mind, yet only silence escaped his lips. Chen Qing, I have admired you since childhood. From this day forth, my admiration deepens. The monkey interjected with a curse. Damn it, from now on, whatever you say, we shall do. We have nothing more to discuss. Chen Qing smiled and turned his gaze toward the solitary star. The solitary star trembled slightly. I want to speak of this. Ha ha! Chen Qing chuckled. Do not make it seem as though I must silence you through violence. Let us proceed with our tasks. The solitary star looked upon Chen Qing, still perceiving him as that gentle youth, utterly unable to conceive that he had just taken 2 lives. Was that ghostly creature that emerged from the water also yours? Chen Qing, aware of the question hanging in the air, nodded and replied, I have been at the Essence Realm for some time now. For some time? The solitary star stammered in response. Chen Qing, Zhou Yanxiao, and Ji Luo are unanimously recognized as prodigies among newcomers. Yet, he suddenly realizes that the individual before him appears to be the unparalleled beast lurking among the crowd. You chat. I shall return shortly. Watching Chen Qing's departing figure, the rigidly smiling Gu Xing remarks, what nonsense. You believe that collaborating with a soldier ghost would yield better results? I, too, yearn for a hung ghost. However, encountering such a spirit seems to require a stroke of luck. The content is still loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable your browser's reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Typically reticent, Gu Xing incessantly searches for conversation. Perhaps he is unaware that he is reluctant to let his mind come to a standstill, unwilling and afraid to contemplate the fate of he runshung by the pond. The embroidery girl, with a cheerful demeanor, presents a bloodied skin to Chen Qing, which vaguely resembles a vest. Chen Qing nods, a thought triggering the summoning of Luan Ting, a white weasel. The ghostly measurement reveals 401, a C-grade malevolent spirit. Currently, he commands 5 malevolent spirits, 2 C-grade, Huapi 527 and Luan Ting 401, 1 D-grade, Mao Jiang 336, 2 E-grade, Beigujing 147 and Shuahuzi 123, and 4 A-grade wandering souls, Xiaohua Girl 100, Xiao Air Gui 97, Wufu 92, and Gaoxi Gui 81. B-grade wandering souls, 2 soldier ghosts, one at level 71 and the other at level 61. C-grade wandering soul, 1 soldier ghost at level 55. F grade, wandering soul, 1 mad ghost at level 9. The white bone spirit, once comparable to the painted skin, has been rendered crippled by Zhong Kui and currently possesses no combat power. In the battle against Hubei, the hanging ghost and the martial man sustained severe injuries, yet they have nearly recovered. The embroidered girl, having recently donned a warm human skin wedding dress, stands at the threshold of ascension, though further time is required for her to elevate. Overall, aside from the white bone spirit and the hanging ghost, all have experienced a notable increase in strength. Only the mad ghost exhibits a uniquely pronounced weakness. Meanwhile, Zhong Kui's ghostly energy level amounts to half that of the 12 spirits combined within the Demon Suppression Tower, which translates to approximately 780. This is an astonishing SSS grade wandering soul, aware that Zhong Kui is intently awaiting his summoning. Chen Qing refrains from indulging his curiosity regarding the ghostly energy and wisely preserves this opportunity for summoning. Regaining his focus, he turns to the chaotic courtyard. "Can you comprehend speech?" he inquires. The chaotic figure nods. "Can you speak?" he asks again, only to receive a shake of the head in response. Chen Qing furrows his brow. He lacks the patience for a guessing game. Such tasks are better left to painted skin. At that moment, he retracts his ghostly companions and returns to the side of the monkey and the solitary star. "Let's depart," he declares. "The multitude of spirits encountered today are likely the handiwork of the chaotic figure, and the danger should now be minimal." Chen Qing contemplates the most suitable ghost type for the monkey, hoping to encounter a Chong, preferably a tiger Chong that serves its tiger counterpart. Like the foolish ghost, Chong belongs to a broad category. In the realm of spirits, there exist various types such as the drunken ghost, the gambling ghost, and the miserly ghost, among others. Similarly, the presence of phantoms manifests in numerous forms. The most prevalent among them are the tiger phantom and the conniving wolf phantom. Typically, once a host is possessed, both the possessed individual and the phantom experience a significant enhancement in their powers. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, the monkey possesses a measure of self-preservation. Furthermore, the embroidered flower maiden serves as an exceptional counterpart, albeit an exceedingly rare one, so one cannot be overly demanding. After deliberation, it becomes evident that the most optimal choice remains the hanged ghost. The three of them, armed with blades, proceeded cautiously. Before long, they heard the distant sound of chanting. Upon closer inspection, it was discerned to be Buddhist scriptures. A monk ghost, perhaps? They approached with heightened vigilance, only to encounter a heavily decayed monk. His hands were clasped in prayer, yet one hand had deteriorated to mere bones. His jaw had rotted away, revealing the tongue within. As he chanted, the group was overcome with dizziness, but that was the extent of it. It was merely an E-grade wandering spirit. They could move on. The trio continued their journey. As time passed slowly, despite encountering numerous spirits, they had yet to find one that was suitably compatible. They did, however, come across a B, yet it also left one drenched in cold sweat. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and novel mode in your browser, as well as turn off any ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. The hanging ghost and the warrior suddenly appeared. Just as the hanging ghost was about to unleash its skill, it abruptly halted. Disappeared? No, this entity must not escape. Chen Qing's gaze sharpened. Chaos ensued. In the next moment, a white weasel materialized. A little ghost, a chubby child clad in a belly band and bare-bottomed, emerged, calling out in a childish voice, "Mama, love." The monkey and the solitary star's eyes instantly became somewhat dazed, evoking memories of their mother's embrace, the warmth of the sun. Chaos was manipulating the nearby space, rapidly restructuring and cycling. Within a radius of 100 meters, entry was permitted, but exit was not. Such an outrageous ability. Chen Qing stood in a daze. The position of several individuals was naturally the focal point of the formation. From this vantage point, the surrounding space appeared to be fragmented into cubes the size of houses. Chen Qing saw it. A pitch-black figure emerged from the shadow of a tree, poised to leap into the shadow of another tree, only to abruptly collide with an invisible wall. The hanging ghost, its white silk gently draped over the tree, and its figure vanished, while within the silk, a silhouette as dark as night thrashed in a frenzy. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Where are its eyes? Where's its nose? It was as if the entire body were coated with a material reflecting no light, so dark that nothing could be discerned. The chaos of the courtyard and the childish spirits were subdued. Both the monkey and the Lone Star awakened. They immediately beheld the black ghost suspended before them. What could this be? Perhaps an assassin. I had only heard of such beings, never encountered one. The eyes of the Lone Star sparkled with excitement. Great. Great deity, grant me this. I implore you. It may not suit your soldier ghost, but it matters not. I absolutely require this. After assessing the ghostly energy level, it registered at 57, classified as a C-grade wandering soul, perfectly suitable. At that moment, the hanging ghost was restrained, preventing any erratic movements, while the Lone Star repeatedly initiated the contract. Just as the spirit power was on the verge of depletion, the contract was finally successful. Indeed, it was an assassin. Chapter 62. The Corner Core? Silence. Assassins seemed to align well with the solitary nature of Gushing. Neither of them inquired about the reason for their recent descent into an illusion. Perhaps it pertains to Chen Qing? Yet this reasoning falls short. Chen Qing's reputation as a hanging ghost and a martial artist is well known. However, tonight, the revelation of an additional drowning ghost complicates matters. That accounts for 3 entities. Surely, there cannot be a fourth? This is utterly perplexing. Concerning the specter in the waters, it is not a mere wandering soul-level drowning ghost, but rather a malevolent water monkey of the evil ghost tier, an idea beyond their wildest imaginations. They have elevated their perception of Chen Qing, yet remain oblivious to the fact that he surpasses even their lofty expectations. Do you believe you can defeat Chen Qing? The monkey inquired. Gushing pondered, then nodded earnestly. I possess a strong likelihood of victory. In a life-or-death battle, I am certain I could slay him. Envy, the monkey reflected, then turned to Chen Qing. Chen Qing, can you triumph over Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo? Without a doubt, Chen Qing replied with a smile. The combined strength of all newcomers would scarcely suffice to challenge me. The monkey was taken aback, exclaiming, Are you exaggerating? Meanwhile, Gushing's pupils narrowed slightly. He did not perceive Chen Qing's assertion as mere boastfulness. Nevertheless, it was astonishingly unfathomable. Ignoring their reactions, Chen Qing gestured for silence. Instantly, the two halted, gripping their kunwu blades tightly. Not far away, an ominous creature emerged. No words could adequately describe this being. It could only be referred to as a monster. Enormous. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, almost spherical in shape. This creature was fashioned from countless severed limbs and remnants. Predominantly human organs, hands and feet, alongside deer heads and horse hooves, among other grotesque assemblages. Supported by 5 legs, it moved at a lethargic pace, while dozens of hands on its body incessantly grasped and released. Good heavens! A chill coursed through the monkey's body, as the 3 stared in astonishment. A large dog dashed around the monstrous figure. The dog possessed 2 heads. One was gnawing on a sizable chunk of putrid flesh, while the other frantically clawed at it. Black, viscous drool trailing behind. Soon, a second, third, and 4th dog joined the fray. Retreat, Chen Qing whispered. The 3 of them cautiously eased their movements, gradually retreating into the shadows of the trees. They remained still, harmoniously concealed behind the dense underbrush, hoping to avoid detection. The low growls of the pack, the sounds of their snappy bites, and the thundering footsteps of the colossal creature reverberated through the air. With each step, the ground quivered slightly. Suddenly, the monkey gently tapped Chen Qing. He cautiously peeked through the foliage, his gaze instantly sharpening with focus. In the pack of dogs, there stood an imposing figure, towering at nearly 2 meters in height, not only tall, but also corpulent, with a massive belly that nearly grazed his knees. He possessed 3 hands. One small hand around his neck clutched a bundle of iron chains, while his left hand was bound with 4 enormous chains tethered to 4 colossal hounds. In his right hand, he wielded a butcher's knife, a formidable weapon measuring a foot in length. The air around this specter was thick with a palpable stench of blood, detectable from dozens of meters away. This was the butcher. Chen Qing was instantly taken aback. The butcher, an extraordinarily powerful type of ghost. Its strength was unmatched among the wandering souls of its level. Upon assessing the spirit, the result was 55, a C-grade wandering soul, perfectly suitable for the monkey's contract. This was it. Chen Qing was elated. Although he already possessed a formidable evil spirit at the level of a hairy zombie, rendering this ghost unnecessary for him. It was an exceptional choice for the monkey. Having made up his mind, he refrained from acting hastily. For in his recollection, butchers were devoid of dogs. Where had these dogs and that formidable creature come from? The giant creature came to a halt, and the pack of dogs along with the butcher ceased their movements as well, seemingly awaiting someone. After a brief interval, a three-headed dog, the size of a horse, emerged. The two heads on either side were engaged in a fierce biting and barking contest, while the middle head appeared lifeless, its eyes closed. To Chen Qing's astonishment, a figure was perched atop the three-headed beast. Was it a ghost? This figure was gaunt yet sharp-eyed, with hair as white as snow. "Master, that is a coroner." The painted skin spirit immediately expressed excitement. "A coroner indeed, master." The coroner, a figure from ancient times, was responsible for examining injuries, investigating traces, and performing autopsies. Is it possible that these ghastly entities are a product of his work? It seems likely. The coroner possesses abilities that are enigmatic, perhaps rivaling my own. I hope my master will accept them. The tale of the painted skin is told with great solemnity. Chen Qing harbored no objections to accepting the coroner. Yet one question lingered in his mind. The individual appeared to be quite formidable. "My master, the coroner is of the malevolent spirit tier, while a spectral counterpart is known as the physician." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing felt a surge of urgency. A physician. The team was in dire need of one. This individual must be secured at all costs. As Chen Qing silently resolved this, something suddenly dripped onto his shoulder. Instinctively, he looked up and was met with a grotesque visage. It was a creature with the head of a human and the body of a lizard, clinging to the tree. Gazing hungrily at the trio, saliva dripping from its maw. Bang! The warrior swung his long staff, piercing the creature's body and pinning it to the tree. The monster let out a wretched cry akin to a human's. "Attack!" Chen Qing commanded. The two companions were startled, turning to see the exposed creature on the tree. They realized their position had been compromised and erupted into action. The warrior of the monkey, the assassin of the Lone Star, and Beware the butcher. The embroidery maiden deftly wielded her needle, her fair hands piercing through the void. Suddenly, a two-headed dog leapt up, its tail tucked between its legs. Yet its body seemed impaled by some unseen force, as if nailed to the emptiness. The fur-clad figure advanced a few steps, delivering a heavy blow. Bang! The heads of the two-headed dog exploded, collapsing limply to the ground. The coroner observed the scene, slender blades in hand resembling chopsticks, slicing through the air. The advancing soldier ghost found its foot severed into several pieces, losing its balance and crashing heavily to the ground, accompanied by several neatly cut fragments of its legs. This sight sent chills down the spines of the three onlookers. At that moment, the butcher abruptly hurled a metal chain. The chain vanished into thin air upon release. Almost simultaneously, a chain appeared around one of Chen Qing's soldier ghosts, contracting upon emergence and causing the ghost's body to creak ominously. "Aha!" The butcher laughed maniacally, gesturing with his massive hands to pull back. The struggling soldier ghost was immediately dragged forward, carving a chaotic path across the ground. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Woof. The barking echoed as two soldier ghosts and two martial men barely held their ground. The coroner once again raised the slender blade, but a shadowy figure abruptly materialized, lunging forward with a blade aimed directly at the coroner's face. Caught unawares, the coroner was stabbed through the mouth, the blade tearing through his cheek and exposing his grim, yellowed teeth. The coroner recoiled in horror, stumbling back several paces along with the three-headed hound. The dark figure vanished into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Chen Qing was elated. With the most formidable adversary, the coroner, occupied, he felt confident in handling the remaining specters. At that moment, the Jiangshi lumbered forward, seizing the soldier, ghost being dragged along the ground. The butcher's maniacal laughter ceased abruptly. The butcher was an unparalleled force at his level. The Jiangshi was also a top contender in terms of strength. However, the Jiangshi was an evil-grade specter. The butcher's body was dragged forward with a heavy step. A cloud of dust billowed up. The Jiangshi attempted to grasp the invisible chains, but was unable to. The ethereal chains seemed to lack substance. The Jiangshi could only clutch the soldier ghost bound by the chains, yanking it backward. The butcher's body lurched forward once more, nearly causing him to fall. Meanwhile, the grand martial artist wielded his staff with dazzling skill, each strike landing precisely on the vital points of the two-headed hounds, such as the waist, the neck, and the groin. For ordinary dogs, such blows would result in severe injury or death. However, the two-headed hounds seemed to have lost much of their sensation, whimpering as they were knocked over, only to rejoin the fray. The martial artist technique was formidable, especially when the two martial artists, one large and one small, coordinated their attacks, their staffs whistling through the air, creating an impenetrable defense. Xiao Wufu summoned a two-headed dog, which soared toward the Wufu, only to be met with a fierce strike. Bang! The two-headed dog's skull shattered, leaving only a single hide connecting the remnants. Chen Qing remained vigilant against the enormous stitched monstrosity, which, despite its slow movements, seemed to lack any lethal intent. The coroner was entangled with an assassin, who did not appear to harbor murderous intentions. Yet, the moment the coroner lifted his small blade, the assassin would reappear unexpectedly. At this juncture, the hairy zombie had approached the butcher. The butcher erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha, ha, ha! His massive butcher's knife, the size of a monitor, came crashing down, striking the hairy zombie's head. Clang! Sparks flew as a few coarse hairs were severed, falling to the ground like iron wires. The butcher's knife was deflected. The hairy zombie swayed slightly, but quickly regained its balance, raising its hand high. Do not kill it, Chen Qing urged hastily. While the butcher might barely match the hairy zombie in strength, his defenses would undoubtedly crumble before a single blow from it. The butcher was meant to be a sacrifice for the monkey. The needlework maiden deftly pierced the air, her ethereal needles embedding themselves within the butcher's flesh. Meanwhile, the hairy zombie clung to the butcher like a sloth, firmly restraining him. Yet, there remained a hand around the butcher's neck. This hand forcefully struck the hairy zombie's face, seemingly jabbing at its eyeball. How formidable was the hairy zombie's defense? Even its eyeball was impervious. Nevertheless, it surely caused pain. Instantly, the Jiangshi, consumed by fury, lunged and bit the hand, severing it with a wrench and casting it aside. The coroner, at long last, apprehended the gravity of the situation. He squeezed his legs, and the three-headed hound beneath him emitted a prolonged howl, poised to flee. Yet in that very moment, the specter of the hanged man materialized. In the ensuing instant, the hanged ghost abruptly vanished, leaving behind only the white silk, which was now cinched tightly around the coroner's neck, his face etched with incredulity. Before he could even struggle, the warrior's staff, the two soldier ghost twin blades, and Chen Qing's kunwa blade all simultaneously pierced the coroner's flesh. The coroner momentarily froze, then erupted into a violent struggle. The lacerations inflicted upon him rapidly mending, as if a zipper were being drawn shut. His hands hung limply at his sides. Yet with a subtle flick of the small blade in his grasp, the white silk on one side abruptly snapped. If even a restrained coroner could not be subdued, Chen Qing would be unworthy of his reputation. With a cold sneer, the kunwa blade flashed with chilling light. The coroner's head was sent flying. The coroner's head landed heavily on the ground, its mouth still agape, its eyes darting wildly. Unwilling to succumb to death, Chen Qing chuckled. The kunwa blade descended in a frenzied barrage, scattering fragments of bone and flesh in all directions. The coroner finally breathed his last. Mercy! At that moment, the hanged ghost, perched upon the three-headed hound, rapidly receded into the distance. Were it not for a single, agonizing cry, its swift departure, with its white robes billowing in the wind, would have been a spectacle of tragic beauty. Chen Qing was taken aback. This fellow was capable of speech? An assassin, who had been lurking within the shadows of the three-headed hound, suddenly sprang forth, tackling the hanged ghost in a desperate embrace. The two tumbled over and over before finally coming to a halt. The remaining two-headed hounds scattered in utter disarray. Even one with a shattered head was no exception. The scene fell into silence, with only the butcher's desperate cries and the relentless stomping of the amalgamation echoing through the air. At this moment, the creature was pacing in place, slowly turning in circles. "Monkey, your butcher, come and claim him." It was then that the monkey comprehended that Chen Qing had captured the butcher for his sake, momentarily stunned before bursting into joy. The butcher was immensely powerful, possessing unparalleled strength and a terrifying degree of control. Have you ever heard of the void chains? Meanwhile, the assassin, with long hair obscuring their face and an aura of illness, returned to the group, accompanied by the hanged ghost. The ghost seemed incapable of walking. Upon returning, a white silk ribbon ensnared it once more. However, another ribbon had snapped. The hanged ghost, holding the severed ribbon, found the situation somewhat awkward. Having grown accustomed to being suspended by two ribbons, its solitary position now appeared decidedly awkward. Although its face remained hidden, Chen Qing sensed its displeasure. Without further ado, he summoned it back with a mere thought. The monkey had already commenced the pact with the specter. Once, twice, thrice. Ha ha ha. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. The butcher laughed maniacally. Soon, the number of contracts had escalated to 23, and the monkey's complexion turned pale, nearly toppling over. His spiritual energy had been utterly depleted. Meanwhile, the butcher was rolling his eyes, clearly on the verge of collapse. Chen Qing produced a spirit stone, and upon the monkey's absorption of it, he instantly regained his vitality. After a few more attempts, the butcher finally yielded. Chen Qing let out a sigh of relief. This endeavor had been exceedingly fruitful. With a mere thought, the coroner appeared. Chen Qing gestured toward the butcher. Heal his hand. The coroner, still somewhat disoriented, took a moment to comprehend the situation. Without further ado, he approached, picked up the butcher's third hand, positioned it against the butcher's neck, and swiftly interlaced his fingers, causing the flesh to stitch together in an instant, healing rapidly. The butcher moved his arm, finding it fully functional. Chen Qing's heart swelled with joy. The team had long been in need of a healer, and they had finally found one. The ghostly visage targeted the coroner. 665. Goodness, a B-rank malevolent spirit. Chapter 63. The contract money is irreplaceable. Finally possessing an SSS-level ghost pet. Lonely Star gazed at the unfolding scene, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Everything surpassed his comprehension. Had Chen Qing summoned 7? Or was it 8 ghosts? Even the pinnacle beings of humanity could hardly achieve such a feat. At that moment, he comprehended that Chen Qing's assertion that no group of newcomers could ever rival him was not mere jest. Indeed, collectively they would not stand a chance against Chen Qing. He existed on an entirely different plane. What is that creature, the Undertaker, doing? Master, those are the collected remains I have gathered to forge a Cerberus. How remarkable! Transporting materials while allowing them to journey on their own. And what purpose does the middle head of your three-headed dog serve? Master, I have long desired to endow that central head with some minor supernatural abilities, yet I have yet to succeed. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. He sensed that if this continued, he might inadvertently summon a great tide of spirits. Is it possible to summon those two-headed dogs, the Cerberus? Indeed, it should be feasible. The Undertaker lifted 2 small knives resembling chopsticks, the blades rasping against one another. Before long, 4 two-headed dogs and 1 three-headed dog appeared before them. Chen Qing nodded, collecting all the two-headed and three-headed dogs. This entire endeavor transpired within the chaotic realm. As for the Undertaker, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. With a swift stride, Chen Qing approached Lonely Star. I would prefer if others remained unaware of my affairs. Chen Qing smiled, his demeanor still exuding warmth. But the solitary star felt a shiver within. He solemnly declared, "Chen Qing, I shall follow you." "Very well, then you shall be my golden-bladed prince, or rather, my blade-bearing guardian," Chen Qing replied with a smile. The monkey remained silent, for there was no need for words. In this lifetime, Chen Qing had but 5 individuals he would not forsake: Chen Man, Uncle Xia, the monkey, Chen Shan, and Chen Quan. The monkey, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Chen Qing, shall we find a few ghosts to practice against?" Content loading, please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Chen Qing nodded and cautioned, "Do not venture out without me." The strength of the warrior and the butcher was considerable, yet some ghosts proved quite formidable. It is akin to my current lack of fear regarding physical threats, while I remain powerless against magical ones. This is precisely the sentiment. Chen Qing advised, "Hurry and cultivate your soul power. As long as your soul power is sufficient, a warrior can ascend to the level of a malevolent ghost at any time." "Wow, Brother Qing." "No, Uncle Elder Qing." The monkey rejoiced. With the warrior's formidable strength, the ascent would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, and should the ascent succeed, it was almost unimaginable at that point. No, with the warrior and the butcher combined, even against Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo, he felt confident in his own abilities. The various spiritual catalysts for the ghost ascension were indeed diverse and peculiar. The apotheosis of a martial adept to the ghoul echelon is termed a champion warrior, a distinction conferred by imperial decree. This can take the form of a personal investiture, a written edict, or a formal decree. Chen Qing possesses 3 such imperial decrees for the elevation of champion warriors. The 3rd stratum of the Demon Suppression Pagoda accelerates the maturation of spectral familiars. However, the symbiont's limited soul force presents a risk of backlash from an overfed familiar, necessitating a gradual approach. As the trio advanced, they soon encountered several skeletons. Contrary to expectations of pristine whiteness, their bones were jaundiced and festooned with decaying flesh. The monkey promptly summoned the butcher, whose diminutive hand on its neck unfurled a chain, instantly ensnaring the skeleton. The skeleton, bound tightly, emitted a cacophony of cracking as fragments of bone splintered off. "Ho ho ho ho!" The butcher bellowed with laughter, its corpulent tongue darting out to moisten its lips as it relentlessly tugged on the chains. The skeleton was swiftly drawn in, whereupon the butcher cleaved it asunder from cranium to pelvis. "Good heavens! A man as frenzied as a rabid cur!" the monkey exclaimed with delight. Martial adepts were already formidable, but this butcher surpassed even their prowess. Meanwhile, Solitary Star experimented with the assassin's offensive techniques. The assassin possessed the ability to become invisible within shadows. Although its offensive power remained somewhat limited, its judicious application could yield unforeseen advantages. In short order, the quintet of skeletons was reduced to mere bone fragments. Solitary Star was somewhat dazed. Prior to this evening, confronting 5 skeletons would have likely spelled disaster. Yet, within a mere few hours, they could effortlessly dispatch such creatures. All of this was owed to Chen Qing. Invaluable, beyond valuation. A familiar and eerie sound suddenly echoed. Chen Qing was taken aback, yet elated. A thought crossed his mind, and the space before him rapidly reconfigured, shutting off the line of sight between the Solitary Star and the monkey. Jean Buhuan continued to carry a massive bag brimming with gold ingots. Jean Buhuan, Jean Buhuan, Jean Buhuan. Jean Buhuan bounced and leaped towards a bone stick. Chen Qing hesitated no longer. Zhong Kui, the anxious Zhong Kui, who had long awaited this moment, instantly appeared. His eyes, no, his left eye immediately fixated on Jean Buhuan. "Ah, Jean Buhuan, ha ha, no wonder you don't trust this great deity. Indeed, it is quite troublesome. But who is this great deity? How could I be thwarted by such a trivial matter? Hark!" Zhong Kui formed a sword shape with his index and middle fingers, pointing at Jean Buhuan. Yet, Jean Buhuan's body merely paused momentarily, continuing to bounce toward the bone stick. Zhong Kui's brows furrowed. This fellow, regardless of the situation, always appeared nonchalant. Only this time did he reveal such an expression. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan pressed on. Zhong Kui clapped his hands together with fervor. Jin Buhuan continued forward, but the ground beneath its feet rolled incessantly like a treadmill. It seemed as though Jin Buhuan had not moved at all. Let me show you the prowess of this great deity. Quickly, contract it. Chen Qing hesitated, for the Black Prison contract ghost technique bore a dreadful cost. Failure would mean death. What if it refused? Fear not. I shall accompany you. He had nearly forgotten this matter. Without further ado, he invoked the Black Prison ghost contract technique. A pitch-black space instantly enveloped him and Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan continued to frolic, his unwavering focus fixed upon the bone. A dark annulus materialized above Chen Qing's head, gently descending towards Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan did not evade, and the annulus seamlessly melded into his head. Success! Chen Qing was overjoyed. With a mere thought, Jin Buhuan swiftly vanished into Chen Qing's mind. It truly worked. A wager is a wager. Pay up. Zhong Kui chuckled. Chen Qing, quite pleased, handed 10 ghost beads to Zhong Kui, though a hint of reluctance lingered on his face. Alas. I concede. I didn't anticipate your prowess. Zhong Kui, utterly satisfied, turned his back, his body shaking with laughter. The ghost watch was aimed at Jin Buhuan. 788. B-grade evil ghost. Chen Qing was elated. An idea struck him, and he aimed the ghost watch at Zhong Kui. 1,999. 1,999. The numbers fluctuated incessantly, yet remained consistently around 1,000. Beneath the ghost watch were 3 conspicuous letters. A-grade, Wandering Soul. Chapter 64. The addition of the plump figure to the organization, it is evident that Zhong Kui is truly deserving of such an appraisal. 1,000. By all accounts, he should have already ascended to the level of a malevolent spirit. Yet he remains a wandering soul. Chen Qing found this utterly absurd. While secretly reveling in his thoughts, he also felt a tinge of frustration. The advancement of the coroner's spiritual essence was beyond Chen Qing's comprehension, and he was even unaware of the name of his malevolent spirit. However, he believed that with some effort, it might be attainable. But what of Zhong Kui? Could he possibly ascend? It seemed implausible that he would remain a wandering soul for eternity. Currently, Chen Qing commanded 7 malevolent spirits, B-level malevolent spirits, Jin Buhuan 788. The coroner 665, C-level malevolent spirits, Hualyan 527, Wanting 401. D-level malevolent spirit, Maojiang 336. E-level malevolent spirits, Beigujing 147, Shuamanzi 123. There are 7 wandering souls. Level wandering soul, Zhong Kui. A level wandering seals, Xiua Gerl 100, Xiao Ergui 97, Wufu 92, Diao Sigui 81. B-level wandering souls, Bingui 71, Bingui 61. E-level wandering soul, Feng Gui 11. As for Feng Gui, Chen Qing pondered and hesitated to make a change. This was the first ghostly pet within the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon its emergence, Feng Gui was also quite mad, its appearance a mere replication. Thus, Chen Qing harbored a conjecture. Could it be that Zhong Kui was formed based on the first ghostly pet of the Demon Suppression Tower? If that were indeed the case, what would happen if Feng Gui were replaced and Zhong Kui fell as a consequence? Consequently, Chen Qing preferred to forfeit a position rather than risk removing Feng Gui. In any case, whether it gains 1 or loses 1, it remains unchanged. Moreover, is it not also making progress? The ghostly energy value has risen from 9 to 11, which is a substantial increase proportionately across the entire tower. The art of skin changing. The servant is present. The invaluable skill. What was it called again? One of the 36 celestial powers, turning stone into gold. Does it imply that if directed at living beings, it could potentially form a golden body once more? The skin changer hesitated. This servant is unaware. But it might be possible. Then, what if the target of this transformation were the hefty mass from today? The skin changer opened her mouth. That massive creature, is practically a house. If that could become a golden body, it is beyond imagination. Just sitting beside, it would surely accelerate one's cultivation. Let us return and give it a try. With a plan forming in her mind, she glanced outside to see the solitary star and the monkey anxiously pacing about. They had naturally heard of the bizarre and valuable skill and were fearful that Chen Qing might be in some peril, eager to offer assistance. However, the chaotic realm around them was complex, and with the ever-shifting nature of the chaos, they found themselves unable to escape. "I am fine. I will emerge shortly," Chen Qing declared loudly. The two individuals paused momentarily, finally relieved. Chen Qing produced 2 blood-red winged steeds and 3 guardian beasts. The first beast resembled a creature that was part lion, part dog. The second embodied a human-headed lion, and the third was a black panther adorned with goat-like horns. The concentration of ghostly energy here should be sufficient to awaken them, although it may take a bit longer. "Chen Qing, are you all right?" The monkey called out loudly. "I'm fine. Fortunate enough to encounter something remarkable. We may need to wait for an hour or 2, Chen Qing responded, instructing the coroner to keep an eye on the items as he settled beside the 2 companions, adopting a casual cross-legged position. The monkey immediately inquired, "What kind of good fortune?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Qing reasoned that the awakening of artifacts was likely no longer a secret. It appears that artifacts infused with ghostly energy can awaken. If you possess any artifacts at home, or can acquire some, it might be worth a try. The monkey seemed to contemplate this notion. "By the way, monkey, how is the construction of your safe house progressing?" Chen Qing asked. "You've been training in the base. It should be nearing completion." Chen Qing nodded. He had initially prepared to bring the monkey's family down to the lower level, especially since Manager Yang had purchased the 5th-floor apartment, combining it with a rooftop to create a 3-story safe house with a total area of nearly 900 square meters. "And you, Lone Star? What was your original name?" Chen Qing queried. "I prefer not to mention that name," Lone Star replied, shaking his head. Most would likely associate the term Lone Star with the phrase Heavenly Calamity Lone Star. But respecting his desire to avoid the topic, the two shifted their conversation to reminisce about various childhood memories. "I recall the incident when we were fishing, and you were struck by your father, right?" Chen Qing chuckled. "The E-People's bonfire reminds you. After I mentioned seeing something enormous in the water, you didn't believe me. In retrospect, it might have been the spirit of a drowning victim." Your laughter sent a chill down my spine. "By the way, do you remember Lu Yanhong? That wretched woman is truly despicable. I heard just a few days ago that she attempted to steal materials from my family's safe house. And when my mother caught her in the act, she actually clawed at my mother. And then there's Hongya." Her punches echoed like thunder. "We had someone in high school who suffered from renal failure, and that foolish woman came to me, requesting a kidney donation. When I inquired why she didn't donate one herself, she claimed, as a woman, her body was frail. Apparently, it doesn't affect men. If it hadn't been a conversation on WeChat, I would have slapped her across the face. My nerves have been extremely taut during this time. I have endured an unprecedented level of rigorous training, faced terrifying events unlike anything before, and even encountered death. It seems that today, for the first time, I can truly let go of everything, just like before, to chat and catch up on mundane matters. By the way, Chen Qing, have you reached the spirit refinement realm and chosen your blood contract partner yet?" Chen Qing shook her head, still hesitating. The blood contract partner is someone with whom one forms a life-and-death bond with a ghostly companion. Everything about the ghostly pet will influence its master, and the contract allows the sharing of the pet's skills. Zhong Kui is extraordinarily powerful, but the downside is that he possesses too many skills. And Chen Qing is uncertain about what she might acquire. However, Jinbu Huan is an excellent choice. In contemporary times, it appears that Jinbu Huan possesses only 2 remarkable abilities. One is the ability to transmute stone into gold, a skill among the 36 celestial powers. The other is a certain spatial traversal ability, reminiscent of the divine movement found within the 72 supernatural techniques, akin to the great power of relocating stars and shifting constellations. Both options are splendid choices, and should the latter be true, it would be even more advantageous, as it can evade even the binding technique of Zhong Kui. With a plethora of ghostly companions at his disposal, Chen Qing is not in want of combat prowess. Rather, he leans towards self-preservation. Gu Xing, you wish to forge a blood contract with this assassin, do you not? Gu Xing nodded, affirming the skills of the assassin align perfectly with my own. The trio engaged in conversation for quite some time before Chen Qing rose and returned to the center of the formation. Two flying steeds shook their heads and snorted, appearing like porcelain yet capable of movement, an extraordinary sight. Turning his gaze towards the three tomb guardians, he observed they had all risen. One creature, resembling both a lion and a dog, extended its right front leg and began to lick it slowly. The man-faced lion stared intently at Chen Qing, exuding an unsettling aura. A black panther adorned with sheep-like horns stretched its front legs, yawning languidly. Chen Qing marveled internally, a single thought commanding the cessation of all else. Let's depart. Are we ready? Indeed. Upon exiting the ghost realm, the three were momentarily taken aback at the sight of He Ruanqing's vehicle. Having mentioned their disorientation within the chaotic courtyard, they noted that He Ruanqing had vanished, and after a brief pause, the tumultuous courtyard had suddenly disappeared. More content is loading, please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content failed to load. Kindly disable the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Chen Qing calmly stated, I might as well take the initiative to greet the captain. The monkey replied, that works. They walked back to Shiming City, where Gu Xing bid farewell to the two. After taking a taxi, they arrived at Jiangpan community. The monkey, now somewhat blindly trusting Chen Qing, asked no questions and followed him to the entrance of his home. With a mere thought, Chen Qing summoned a tomb-guarding beast resembling a stone lion. Although it was a stone lion, it appeared to be alive. The monkey gasped in astonishment. What on earth is this? This is a tomb-guarding beast. It wards off evil when placed in the home. Wow, just wow. The monkey observed for a moment, exclaiming, this is utterly outrageous. And what about you? I still have some. Then I shall accept it, adoptive father. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing added, on August 14th, it will be best to take a leave and return home. The monkey's expression shifted slightly. This is 10 million. What can one purchase with this amount? Chen Qing handed him a card. Hey, this is a bit outrageous, isn't it? The monkey frowned, finding it hard to comprehend Chen Qing's casual gifting of 10 million. Though Chen Qing had indeed become quite extraordinary, this was still 10 million. It is not Jihu. Possessing 200,000 cash in one's pocket already surpasses 90% of people. Money, if not utilized, becomes mere waste paper. The monkey solemnly accepted this and inquired, is there any further instruction, adoptive father? Treating it as if facing an apocalypse. Devoid of water, electricity, rice, and oil. Spend it quickly. If the funds run out, come to me. I have plenty of this waste paper. Very well. The monkey led the tomb guardian upstairs. Chen Qing found himself in a corner of the community. It was 3 in the morning. He initially intended only to take a distant glance, but noticed Uncle Xia seated there, his hollow eyes gazing vacantly at the sky. Who? Uncle Xia furrowed his brow. Chen Qing? You can even discern that. Chen Qing chuckled. How have you been these past few days, Uncle Xia? Bang, bang, bang. Uncle Xia gave a hearty slap to the pile of instant noodles, biscuits, and ham that Chen Qing had provided him. Life hasn't been this indulgent for a while. He chuckled. Why are you seeking out this blind man at such a late hour? A message from the E-People hints. After viewing, a task arose, passing through the community, just meandering about. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and said, Uncle Xia, my family will be celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival at home on August 14th, and you are welcome to join us. Uncle Xia readily agreed. That sounds good. By the way, the residents in the community have recently expressed quite a bit of discontent towards you. You ought to be cautious. This revelation took Chen Qing by surprise. What? They claim you are involved in unscrupulous dealings, stating that your family has unlawfully occupied the rooftop and that your construction activities have disturbed their rest. Particularly concerning your building, they allege structural compromise, demanding either monetary compensation or the acquisition of their property at a price commensurate with the exorbitant sum paid to your downstairs neighbor. Chen Qing scoffed, recognizing the blatant envy driving their actions. The manager's acquisition of the unit below had evidently exceeded market value, inciting these farcical antics. Let them file their complaints, he retorted, confident in the government's preoccupation. I wager they won't even warrant a glance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Qing departed, having prearranged the meeting to ensure Xia Shu's availability on the 14th. Coincidentally, Monkey descended, and they returned to base together. He Runsheng accompanied the trio, peppering them with questions late into the night. Subsequently, the narrative seemingly concludes. Chen Qing re-entered the Demon Suppression Tower, observing the substantial mass circling incessantly. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to summon Jin Buhuan. In an instant, Jin Buhuan materialized, retaining his diminutive stature of under half a meter, burdened by a sack exceeding a meter in diameter, brimming with gold ingots. Each encounter with Jin Buhuan was typically accompanied by his namesake chant, yet this time, he remained silent. Chen Qing gestured towards the colossal sphere, instructing, transform it into a golden effigy. Jin Buhuan, chanting his name, frolicked towards the prodigious mass. With a maneuver akin to diving, he plunged into the fleshy orb. From the point of entry, the transformation began, stiffening and turning to gold, gradually expanding to other areas. However, the progress slowed. When the golden spread reached approximately 60%, it halted. The already bizarre form of the large meatball became even more peculiar. Its body stitched together from various severed limbs, and now half of it had turned to gold. The lower half of the meatball remained untransformed. Under normal circumstances, any living being would have perished. Yet it still endured. The gold was excessively heavy, rendering it unable to support its upper half, and its 5 legs swayed precariously. On the verge of collapse, Chen Qing chose to disregard it. Jin Buhuan, after calling out twice, Jin Buhuan did not appear. It was evident that Jin Buhuan still existed, albeit in a state of profound weakness. Consequently, Chen Qing resumed his cultivation of the multi-treasure Dao. His consciousness divided into 8 streams, gradually extending forward. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Upon summoning Jin Buhuan again, it finally manifested before him. Looking exceedingly feeble, especially the large pocket behind it, which was completely empty, devoid of a single gold ingot. Chen Qing understood that each time gold was transformed from stone, the pocket could only be filled once it was brimming with gold ingots. Time flowed slowly, and after 5 days of cultivation, Jin Buhuan's pocket was once again full. The second transformation began. The golden plump, with its jubilant leaps, plunged into the realm of the colossal flesh orb. Its immense form ultimately transmuted entirely into gold, crashing down with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling into the air. Despite its body being stitched together with the remnants of countless beings, the golden plump appeared irresistibly charming. This glorious entity had awakened into a golden form, leaving one to ponder the extent of its newfound power. Without hesitation, Chen Qing returned to his dormitory, having spent nearly 14 hours away. At this moment, it was the second day since the trio had entered the ghost domain, precisely at 5 o'clock in the evening. After exchanging greetings with Gu Xing and the monkey, he made his way to the princess' ghost domain. After a brief wait, as night fell and the ghostly aura surged, Chen Qing retreated to a secluded area and summoned the golden plump. Towering at 4 meters, its presence shook the earth with ferocity, given the density of gold. This creature now weighed approximately 300 tons. The ghostly energy permeated the atmosphere. Time seemed to stretch. At last, the severed limbs of the golden plump stirred slightly. Following that, a second arm moved, and then the hooves atop its head twitched. The golden plump had fully revived. It attempted to rise, but its 5 legs were firmly embedded in the ground. Chen Qing rejoiced, securing the golden plump within the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. What a marvel! In the next chapter, as the blood moon descends, I humbly request esteemed readers to bestow a 5-star review, expressing gratitude to Ing Jin and Du Guan, and the delightful Lu Jin, who enjoys vegetarian chive noodles, as well as to Wang Zi for his generous gifts and inspiration capsules. Chapter 65, The Blood Moon, has finally arrived in the 3rd layer of the Demon Suppression Tower, The appearance of the formidable figure known as Golden Fat sent all spirits into a frenzy. The golden body manifests in various forms, such as the Tenjiang golden body, the 8 treasures golden body, and the relic golden body. Each of these incarnations is renowned, evoking awe with names that resonate through the ages, like the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. Chen Qing possesses 2 golden bodies, known as the primordial golden bodies. In comparison to the more formidable golden bodies, they resemble mere iron casts, or, to put it more poetically, they embody infinite potential, yet in essence, they are mere shells awaiting refinement. A powerful individual can assimilate these forms into their being. The term invincible golden body refers to this very concept. Behold, such a grand primordial golden body. Zhong Kui appeared uninvited, perching upon the primordial golden body and incessantly caressing it, with an expression of rapture and his charming eyes glimmering. One could only marvel at the authenticity of his demeanor. At the moment Zhong Kui emerged, all the soul-level specters quaked in fear, collapsing to the ground in trembling submission. The malevolent spirits fared somewhat better. The coroner, the skin changer, and the chaotic court bowed respectfully, their attitudes filled with deference. However, among the wicked, the newly ascended water monkey curled its tail around its head, shrinking into a ball of trepidation. As for the mummy, having endured Zhong Kui's wrath, it now bore a patch of missing fur from its once impenetrable golden hide and sat crouched on the ground, clutching its head in fear. The bone demon was even more pitiable. Originally, its spectral energy should have registered between 500 to 600, but after being nearly obliterated in battle, it had only managed to recover to a meager 187, leaving its upper half of bones motionless in a heap. In the presence of these 2 golden bodies, how much can your cultivation speed increase? Responding to the master, it is estimated to be around 3-fold. The golden giant can achieve an increase of over double, while the armless golden body may enhance it by 60 to 70%. This is indeed remarkable, an enhancement of 3 times in cultivation efficiency, coupled with a 10-fold acceleration of time flow, amounts to a staggering 30 times. A single day spent here equates to a month outside. The ghostly energy of numerous spirits has surged considerably. However, Zhong Kui remains stuck at 1,000. The total ghostly energy of the 12 demons in the Demon Suppression Tower approaches 2,300. Logically, Zhong Kui should be around 1150, yet he remains at a standstill at 1,000, unable to advance even an inch. There should be no levels above, right? With such thoughts, Chen Qing stepped back. In just one night, the ghostly energy in the princess's ghost domain had increased significantly. With a mere thought, Chen Qing summoned the flying horse. A blood-red porcelain steed, taller than Chen Qing himself, manifested before him. The night eyes on the horse's knees were fashioned into auspicious clouds, and its body was adorned with golden threads depicting blooming plum blossoms. The mane, saddle, and reins were all gilded. Having never ridden before, Chen Qing cautiously mounted the horse. Suddenly, the flying horse let out a resounding snort. Chen Qing tightened his grip on the reins and silently urged, "Ascend." The horse took several steps forward before soaring into the air. "Oh!" Chen Qing couldn't help but exclaim. The mist here was exceedingly thick, and he felt waves of fog crashing rapidly against his face. At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the dense fog. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. What a colossal figure it is. It appears to be as large as a football field. It is enveloped in a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire realm of the princess ghost through the thick mist. Chen Qing was taken aback. He quickly urged his horse to descend. This entity instilled a sense of suffocation within him. Yet, he felt a peculiar curiosity. Despite the fog, he could faintly discern its sharply defined edges, which seemed unearthly. The vague outline reminded him of a spacecraft, perhaps a UFO. "Master, I have heard tales of a malevolent creature in my youth, known as the Great Sun Paper Sparrow. Could this be it?" "Paper Sparrow?" Is it also a ghost? Master, you're aware of the paper figures, right? Suddenly, a realization struck Chen Qing. Could this great sun paper sparrow be of the malevolent spirit class? Such formidable presence must indeed be an evil spirit. Let us go. Let us go, I am frightened. Chen Qing urged his steed to ascend, though this time he dared not rise too high, swiftly departing close to the ground. The same speed felt entirely different when soaring above versus skimming the earth. Everything beside him receded rapidly, all sights elongating into indistinct shadows. Chen Qing's visage distorted, rippling with waves of emotion. In but a fleeting moment, Chen Qing found himself outside Shiming City. He dared not act too ostentatiously, for the city was surely rife with influential figures. He promptly hired a taxi at a premium fare and shortly thereafter returned to the base. Retreating into the third level of the Demon Suppression Tower, he immersed himself in training. That morning, he received a call from Boss Zhu, informing him that the pig feed had been fully prepared and was ready for delivery. Chen Qing covered the transportation costs and arranged for a warehouse to store it. Chen Qing, you cannot fathom the outrageous prices these days, Monkeys exclaimed. Just the other day, he had given his parents money, allowing them to indulge in a shopping spree. However, prices had skyrocketed, more than doubling, with pharmaceuticals experiencing even more staggering increases. The government endeavored to stabilize prices, yet many items, despite displaying their usual rates, were trading at multiples of their listed prices. Any commodity with a shortfall of merely 10 would see its price inflate. Numerous individuals were acquiring bulk goods, naturally influencing the prices downstream. Even a tenfold increase in cost would not deter purchases, for money was swiftly becoming worthless. Remember, with your 10 million, you could barely afford a loaf of bread now. Monkeys was left speechless. Zheng nodded knowingly, I understand. Chen Qing still possessed a plethora of cards worth 10 million. Yet despite several attempts, he found bulk transactions increasingly unfeasible. Moreover, shopping at supermarkets seemed futile. Not only would the selection be limited, but those fortunate enough to procure even a small quantity might attract unwanted attention. Even in times of calm, conspiracy theorists busily concoct tales of impending doom. Although the deception was executed with remarkable success, matters such as community defense and resource reserve have long sparked considerable speculation among many. Panic is spreading. Today marks the final examination for Chen Qing, after which he will be assigned to various community battle zones. What are your thoughts? Me? I plan to stay at home. Chen Qing replied with a smile. Otherwise, why would I spend so much money constructing a safe house? Understood. The monkey nodded. Then I shall forfeit as well. Alas, I had hoped to have a chance encounter with Ji Luo. Damn it. Coincidentally, Manager Yang's call came through. Mr. Chen, the safe house is complete. When would you like to come for the acceptance? In a little while, Chen Qing responded. I suspect you might not enjoy the acceptance ceremony, so I have it prepared for it. Chen Qing chuckled. You truly understand me, Manager Yang. Everything is in order. It is time to retrieve Chen Man. Passing by the training ground, numerous newcomers were engaged in fierce competition for a few performance points. Chen Qing paid them no mind and sought out Han Yuan. Chen Man was also present, which relieved Chen Qing. Chen Man possesses an extraordinarily high innate talent, and according to Han Yuan, many esteemed individuals now hold him in high regard. Captain, isn't it the Mid-Autumn Festival? I've invited several relatives. Chapter 66. The community defense officer is Ji Luo. It was already 8 in the morning, yet the sky remained shrouded in darkness. What a peculiar weather phenomenon. An eclipse, perhaps? Yet I had not heard of any such occurrence. Numerous residents had gathered in the community, many still clad in their nightwear. Gradually, the crowd continued to swell. Was this some sort of ominous omen? At that moment, a woman burst forth from her home, screaming and running as if possessed. A ghost! She cried. The crowd gasped in shock. Someone stepped forward to reassure her. Fear not. Fear not. We are many here. But what on earth is that? A spectral figure appeared at the entrance of the community, a gaunt specter that seemed to embody hunger itself. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Good heavens! It truly is a ghost. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward, wielding a blade. With a swift stroke, the ghastly apparition was cleaved in two. As the crowd looked on in astonishment, 3 young men emerged, all adorned in the uniforms of the ghost-slaying army. Behind them, a military vehicle unloaded a substantial supply of goods, labeled for the Jiangpan community. The truck then proceeded to its next destination. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Isn't that Chen Qing?" And their S's daughter, Hongya. Ji Luo stepped forward and proclaimed, "I am Ji Luo, and from this day forth, I shall serve as the defense officer of Jiangpan community, overseeing all matters of security." He gestured to the 2 young individuals beside him, adding, "I trust you all recognize these 2. This is Hongya, and he is Chen Qing." Among the crowd, there was Chen Qing, who cast a sweet smile at Ji Luo. The content is still loading. Please be patient. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Ji Luo felt a great sense of ease. As the second-ranked newcomer, he could have chosen a better path, but he came here for 2 reasons. One was Chen Qing, and the other was for Chen Qing. This is our directive. We will select 20 individuals from the community to form a defense team against the malevolent entities. Spirits? Haven't we always spoken of them? Why is the commotion so great this time? This is different. To date, 447 individuals have fallen victim. What? 400? That can't be true. Amidst the clamor, someone in the crowd suddenly trembled and raised their phone. It's real. South Spring number 1, they're dead. So many have died. I can't handle this anymore. I'm going back. In an instant, the crowd dispersed significantly. Commanderie. Perhaps we should establish a group? It would be more convenient. Ye Luo nodded. He had learned much about leading a team, but today he realized how challenging it was to manage this group. It was not as he had anticipated. His phone vibrated slightly, and Chen Qing noticed she had been added to a group, Jiangpan Community Defense Group. The group leader was Ji Luo, and the group announcement read, "Outbreak of malevolent entities. The death toll in Ximing City has reached 600. Unity is essential as we navigate these challenging times." Announcement. The establishment of a neighborhood defense team is mandated by the government and the demon-slaying army, aligning with current realities. We require a total of 20 recruits, each receiving a daily stipend of 1,000 yuan. Upon learning of such generous compensation, excitement surged through the group. Count me in. I have practiced martial arts before and possess a solid foundation. I can even perform a backflip. I am eager to sign up. I exercise daily and run 5 kilometers. My physical fitness is undoubtedly commendable, exclaimed a muscular individual, igniting a flurry of additional sign-ups. Someone promptly inquired, "Commander, surely women are capable of joining as well?" Indeed, why should only men be permitted in the defense team? Humanity has wielded firearms for nearly 2 centuries. Women can equally take to the battlefield. A cacophony of voices quickly followed, with various opinions flooding the chat. Ji Luo attempted to interject multiple times, but her voice was drowned out by the rapidly escalating messages. Frustrated, Ji Luo imposed a mute on the chat. The entire city has halted operations. If you wish to earn some money during this period, gather at the community center. Official members of the defense team will receive 1,000 yuan daily, while reserve members will receive 200 yuan each day. For now, we need a few individuals to help secure the community entrance. Although the chat was muted, it didn't take long for someone to voice their dissent. You think you can just impose a lockdown? On what grounds? Based on a few outdated photographs of deceased individuals? I need to earn a living. We can't enforce a lockdown. It will hinder our ability to go out. Although things may seem peculiar at the moment, they will surely return to normal soon. What a hassle. Have you all lost your minds? Observe the documents within the group. The individual is an esteemed defense officer, and now his word holds authority. Indeed, a tragic incident has occurred in the neighboring community. Merely sealing off the area has incited an uproar. Ji Luo gritted his teeth. Steeling himself as a specter of a charred soul materialized before him. Its body was engulfed in blackened ash, occasionally flickering with flames. My goodness, a ghost! The disputing parties recoiled in terror, retreating in unison. Ji Luo scoffed coldly, declaring, "I am merely executing my duties." Whosoever dares to obstruct me shall not escape my wrath. This apparition indeed quelled the crowd, yet suddenly a voice pierced the air with derision. You are merely a ghost master. Do not presume I am ignorant. Come forth, if you dare, and strike me down. This individual seemed to have calculated Ji Luo's hesitance, advancing toward the entrance and defiantly proclaiming, Come on, pile bricks upon me. Ji Luo's expression darkened. The scene he had envisioned, one of swift compliance, did not materialize. I am here to aid these foolish beings. Yet they dare to hinder me. Lock him in the storeroom. 5,000. However, no one stirred. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure in loading the chapter content. Please disable reading modes, such as browser reading mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Officer G, you've often mentioned wealth, yet we have yet to witness any tangible evidence. Ji Luo seethed with fury. At an opportune moment, Chen Qing emerged, retrieving a bundle of money from a substantial box. One individual, filled with elation, seized the opportunity and exclaimed, Who will lend a hand? Let's capture this traitor together. Instantly, a voice responded, and two individuals approached. The man on the ground, filled with fury, shouted, Help! The government is assaulting me. They are killing me. This individual, somewhat slender, was no match for the two others, yet his voice resonated loudly, audible throughout the entire community. Thus, accompanied by cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, he was ultimately confined within the garage. This garage had been constructed for community defense, serving as a repository for building materials and recently issued wartime supplies. It now temporarily doubled as a makeshift prison. With a resounding clatter, the roll-up door slammed shut, imprisoning him within. Ji Luo's face darkened, fully aware that this beginning was utterly disastrous. With a grim expression, he declared, Let us commence the task. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as the roll-up door of the warehouse was pounded violently. How many bricks and hammers lay within? The man was merely confined. He was not bound. Help! The mob is holding me unlawfully. Help! The sound of the door being struck was deafening. Those who have heard it would surely attest to its intensity. Ji Luo's visage was almost dripping with frustration, wishing he could eliminate the source of the noise, yet he found himself momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 67. The First Day of Doom. The arrival of the Rakshasa sea city Chen Qing could hardly suppress a smile. Ji Luo's attempt to establish authority had backfired spectacularly, leaving him with a daunting task ahead. A glance at the rooftop artifacts revealed that most had already awakened and were safely stored away. Upon returning to the second floor, he adorned Xiao Man with the paper armor and handed another piece to the monkey. What is this? It possessed the ability to withstand spirits and was impervious to blades and bullets. Impervious? The monkey was taken aback. Grabbing a fork, he scraped it vigorously, but to his astonishment, it sustained no damage. He then wielded the Kunwu sword and struck it forcefully several times, yet it remained unscathed. This seemingly fragile paper armor was indeed impervious to weapons. It must be worn at all times, never to be removed, even during shower. With two tomb guardians at home and the Zhong Kui painting, the bloody lessons of his past life loomed heavily. There could be no room for negligence. Both individuals nodded in agreement. Without revealing the Zhong Kui painting to the others, he hung it in the medical room, gradually channeling spiritual energy into it. Suddenly, the figure of Zhong Kui sprang to life. The painting transformed into a television. Within it, Zhong Kui wielded his long sword, slowly stepping out from the canvas. He grew larger and larger, soon towering above the room. Stop! Halt! As his form enveloped the 3 floors, Chen Qing swiftly commanded him to cease expanding. Having completed these tasks, he finally felt a sense of relief. Li Qi prepared a simple meal, and as everyone dined, some engaged in conversation while others watched television. Li Qi gazed at his phone, exclaiming, Look, they're arguing again. Upon noticing, Chen Qing observed that a new group had been created and chaos had ensued. In this relatively small community, the influx of new messages rivaled the barrage of comments during a live broadcast, overwhelming the senses. An unsettling feeling crept over Ji Luo. Does anyone have the means to investigate his background? He inquired. Rest assured, my son is his adjutant. He is genuinely part of the elite demon summoning army and is considered one of the most exceptional talents of the past decade. A voice message chimed in, we need to address this issue. This matter requires a dual perspective. There are undoubtedly advantages and disadvantages. We must view this dialectically. Chen Qing, growing impatient, abruptly silenced the message, finding the rambling tedious and vexing. At this moment, they still had the luxury of scrolling through their phones. But that would soon change. Chen Qing shook his head and turned to the monkey. Shall we play Civilization 8? Come on. This game was time-consuming. Yet time was the one resource they currently had in abundance. By 11 a.m., the sky remained shrouded in darkness. The blood moon hung ominously, its surface marred with what appeared to be blood vessels, evoking a sense of dread. Meanwhile, the collective skepticism of the crowd began to dissipate. Negative information spread with alarming speed. Friends and colleagues exchanged gruesome images, which swiftly populated their devices. A wave of panic surged through the city, and it seemed that whispers echoed in every corner, as if the very air was thick with unease. Please wait as further content is being loaded. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you encounter this message, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, or novel mode, and also disable any ad blocking features. Alternatively, you may copy the URL and access it through another browser. The streets were long deserted, with only the occasional shadow darting across. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the neighborhood. Engrossed in his pressing tasks, Ji Luo swiftly drew his Kunwo blade from his back and hastened towards the source of the sound. Fourth floor, apartment 202. The door stood ajar, revealing a family of 4 sprawled lifelessly on the floor. Their bodies bore no visible wounds, their eyes wide with the unseeing gaze of the dead. A woman, paralyzed with terror, cowered in the corner, her skirt soaked, indicating she had lost control of her bladder. What happened? The woman gestured towards the corpses, her voice failing her. Overwhelmed by shock, she struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. Growing impatient after repeated questioning, Ji Luo was about to take drastic measures when the woman finally managed to stammer, the light. The light. The child. The child. The light. The child. Patiently calming her once more, the woman swallowed, her throat dry. A child walked in, and then, it was like this. A crowd had already gathered. News of the incident spread rapidly through the group, instilling widespread panic. The deaths in the northern and southern parts of the city had seemed distant and remote, but this was happening within their own neighborhood. Even just half an hour ago, that person was in the group, discussing strategies with everyone else. How could he possibly be dead? How could this happen? Help! Help! Namo Amitba, Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the group, is this the work of a ghost? Can one die even while hiding at home? Officer G. Where's Officer G? Wasn't he here to protect us? How could anyone still die? Messages continued to flood the group when suddenly another scream pierced the air. Ji Luo furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings in search of the source of the sound. Yet, the noise abruptly ceased. Moments later, the second family was reported to have perished simultaneously. What on earth is this? What is it? I can hardly breathe. Is there any medicine? Help! Ji Luo gritted his teeth, turning to Chen Qing and Hongya. We must stand guard at 3 locations and uncover what this truly is. The 3 summoned their respective ghostly companions. Many individuals spontaneously gathered in the central area of the community. Clearly, remaining at home could not guarantee safety. It was far better to be together. Regardless of its efficacy, at least it offered a sense of solace. Suddenly, one person in the crowd appeared terrified. Their voice distorted. What is that? All present became like startled birds, glancing towards the direction he indicated. He was pointing to his own home. Yet there was nothing there. Nothing at all. Oldo, can we refrain from jesting at such a moment? Yet, Oldo's pallid visage betrayed his distress. His voice laced with sorrow. A child is knocking at my door. Did none of you notice? My wife is still at home. He wept, yearning to return home, yet paralyzed by fear, calling out, Commissioner G. Commissioner Yi. There are malevolent spirits in my house. A blood-curdling scream echoed from within old O's dwelling. Chen Qing was the first to rush forward, only to find the door firmly shut and bolted. With a powerful kick, he forced it open, revealing a woman with wide, unseeing eyes lifelessly sprawled inside. Ji Luo and Hong Ye soon arrived. Ji Luo's expression grim. Did you see what it was? The woman had not yet screamed before I arrived, but I saw nothing. Ji Luo's expression soured further as he approached old O. Relate to me what you just witnessed. My wife. He discerned the outcome in Ji Luo's expression. He collapsed to the ground. In the midst of the crowd stood a man, his face contorted into a rigid smile, his eyes wide with an unsettling gaze fixed upon the onlookers. His severed arm lay discarded on the ground, blood gushing from his shoulder. Yet, he appeared utterly oblivious to his plight. In the next moment, his other hand inexplicably detached, a spray of crimson cascading to the earth. Remarkably, the man continued to smile. At that instant, his neck emitted a sickening crack as it twisted 1.5 rotations. Everything within seemed to have ruptured, held together only by a thin layer of skin, which languidly hung from the back of his neck. More content is loading. Please hold on. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. A chorus of screams erupted from several individuals simultaneously. Yet, the eerie phenomenon did not cease. In fact, it appeared to be merely the beginning. On August 14th, the height of summer, an abrupt chill swept through the crowd, as if a bone-chilling wind had surged forth. To their astonishment, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. One flake, then another. What was happening? The crowd stiffened, as if struck by an electric shock. A woman suddenly clasped her hands over her ears, her eyes shut tight, repeatedly shrieking. The bolder among them turned to gaze in the direction indicated. On the rooftop of a 5-story building, a small boy, clad entirely in white, sat there, idly swinging his legs. Though too far to discern clearly, it seemed as if the boy was looking directly at them. Yet the body disintegrated into delicate snowflakes, vanishing from sight. A wave of helplessness surged within Ji Luo. What on earth is this? Ji Luo, you must come and take a look at Building 2. At this moment, Ji Luo was utterly a loss as he arrived at room 102 of Building 2. A woman was lost in some sensation, moaning in a trance. Is she a succubus? Perhaps so. Hanya's face flushed slightly. No matter how much I call her, she remains unresponsive. I even slapped her twice, yet still, she persists in this state. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Damn it! Ji Luo fumed. He rushed out and witnessed a woman drenched in blood, stumbling out of the building. Behind her loomed a paper figure. The paper figure moved stiffly, yet with alarming speed, wielding a paper knife that dangled limply, swaying as it ran. A haunting specter, Ji Luo shouted, and the specter materialized beside him. The specter extended a hand towards the paper figure, causing a flower pot to shift unexpectedly. The paper figure tripped over the pot, stumbling momentarily. In the next instant, the fire wraith appeared, ready to incinerate the paper figure. However, the paper figure swiftly fled, carried away by a sudden gust of wind, drifting lightly and unsteadily past the 6th floor, swallowed by the increasingly fierce snowstorm. Director G, there's a horde of spirits in Beijiao. Spirits? What kind of spirits? Luo instinctively inquired, only to realize suddenly that ordinary citizens cannot discern the types of spirits. Indeed, the person exclaimed anxiously, I don't know, but they came over from that direction, scavenging through the garbage. The trio breathed a collective sigh of relief. Dealing with refuse devouring spirits, be they the starved or the latrine kind, was manageable. Luo, brimming with pent-up frustration, unsheathed his kunmal blade and glared menacingly at Chen Qing and Hongya. You two, guard the other areas. I'm going to slaughter these creatures. Arriving at the designated spot, he found exactly that. Latrine spirits. Coincidentally, They were feasting on the very provisions Chen Qing had gifted Uncle Xia. A surge of potent spiritual energy erupted. The Kunwa blade shimmered with bloody. Ji Luo plunged into the throng of latrine spirits, unleashing a furious onslaught. Severed limbs soared skyward, and heads tumbled to his feet. Before he could even tally the count, 5 of the spirits had already fallen by his blade. The remaining spirits scattered in terror. Ji Luo, consumed by fury, skewered 3 heads onto his blade like candied haws, then cradled another as he strode back. He aimed to demonstrate to those onlookers that he was indeed capable of subduing ghosts. However, the person who had guided him here stared, eyes wide with terror, pointing at Ji Luo's back. Every hair on Ji Luo's body stood on end. He swung the Kunwa blade in a horizontal arc behind him. The 3 impaled latrine spirit heads were flung away. Yet, the Kunwa blade met only empty air. Why, you're... It's embracing your head. Ji Luo was aghast. He slashed backward, the blade grazing his hair. Still, nothing was there. Suddenly, comprehension dawned. It was a shadow stalker. This entity, regardless of whom it clung to, remained invisible to that person. Look east, and it would be to the west. Gaze downward, and it would materialize overhead. In essence, it would invariably occupy one's blind spot. Upon a sudden inspiration, he swiftly retrieved his mobile device, pressed the selfie button, and employed a blade as a reflective surface, one held before him, the other positioned behind his head. Indeed, he soon caught a glimpse of an unusual entity reflected upon the blade of the Kunwa knife. It bore resemblance to a koala. Yet, in the instant of recognition, the peculiar apparition vanished without a trace. Is it still present? No, it is gone. He shook his head and cast a glance at Ji Luo, feeling a surge of respect. Commander Ji is truly formidable. He has dispatched so many specters at once. As the content continues to load, please bear with us. This site is optimized for mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load chapter content. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL into another browser for reading. Ji Luo nodded, a sense of pride swelling within him. A scream echoed once more. Having already encountered a specter consumed by flames, Ji Luo quickly deduced that the fire was the work of a burning ghost. Let us go. Extinguish the fire. The sound of muffled thuds resonated from a distance, akin to far-off thunder. Thunder? Ji Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not thunder. Instead, it was the clash of skilled combatants. In such a scenario, one need not speculate. It was undoubtedly a confrontation between human experts and formidable spirits. The snowstorm intensified. Suddenly, Ji Luo found himself momentarily stunned. In the sky, a colossal figure, breathtaking in its enormity, slowly traversed the heavens. Despite the heavy snowfall, its immense form remained discernible. Its form gleamed with golden light, edges smooth and sharp, resembling no living creature. Suddenly, it sped past, stirring a flurry of snowflakes into a chaotic dance. The sound of clanging echoed through the streets. 2 faceless maidens scattered petals, forming a bridge, while a resplendent carriage slowly made its way to the heart of the city. A faceless attendant held up a sign, her voice piercing the air. The Phoenix carriage approaches. All beings take heed. The Phoenix carriage approaches. All beings take heed. The sky, once pristine, had become tainted, darkened in patches, some stained with crimson. Yet, the swirling snow could not obscure the blood-red full moon above. Suddenly, a silhouette, as formidable as a mountain, emerged between heaven and earth. This creature, with the head of a deer and the body of a serpent, was the candle snake that Chen Qing had encountered during the gathering of the 12 earthly branches. The laughter of the candle snake resonated through the realms. Dearest bipedal sheep, welcome to the Rakshasa Sea Market. Chapter 68. Not opening the door is equivalent to murder. Upon hearing the term two-legged sheep, a chill surged through Chen Qing's heart, solidifying his resolve to remain at home. In merely a few hours, the once bustling community had transformed into a desolate silence, punctuated only by the intermittent cries echoing from various residences, which added an air of sorrowful despair. Ji Luo was overwhelmed with anxiety, genuinely wishing to take action, having studied various subjects such as leadership and management. However, he suddenly realized that the strategies he had learned were utterly futile. Death was rampant, with lives lost incessantly. Unfathomable horrors had materialized within the neighborhood, as the anguished cries and wails echoed, driving him to the brink of madness. At Chen Qing's residence, Li Qi scrolled through WeChat, her complexion pale and her eyelids twitching incessantly. Uncle Xia remained silent. Though his vision was impaired, his hearing remained acute. Familiar faces of former friends were vanishing at an alarming rate. They're dead. So many have perished. Brother Gang. Li Qi gazed at Ho Gang, her face revealing sheer terror. Ho Gang, an ordinary man himself, could not hide his own pallor, but attempted to reassure her. Do not worry. Both Chen Qing and Tian Yi have transcended the ordinary, and Chen Qing has been preparing for this for an extensive time, ensuring everything is foolproof. Regardless of other matters, this place is undoubtedly the safest in the community. Meanwhile, Chun Man sat alone in the gym, practicing in a meditative posture. A berserker knows that there are no shortcuts to mastery. Chun Man has now reached the bone-tempering realm, successfully enhancing each and every bone in his body. Meanwhile, Chen Qing and the monkey are engrossed in playing Civilization VIII. While it may not be the foremost time-consuming game, it undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. After a few rounds, an entire day could easily slip away. As Chen Qing immerses himself in the game, he occasionally glances back at the enormous monitor mounted on the wall behind him. The building is equipped with surveillance cameras on every floor, leaving virtually no blind spots. Chen Qing's eyes soon narrow with suspicion. On the second floor, a lantern emerges from the shadows. Its flickering flame casts an eerie glow, illuminating the surroundings in a dance of light and darkness. The lantern approaches the door of room 204. Bang! More content is loading. Please hold on. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates a loading failure of the chapter's content. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Bang! Bang! The knocking resounds. Those inside naturally dare not open the door, paralyzed by terror and pierced by piercing screams. The cries are loud enough to be heard, even without surveillance. Bang! The fourth knock reverberates. The screams abruptly cease. Silence descends. Chen Qing furrows his brow. Hua Pai, do you recognize this entity? Perhaps it is the Lantern Boy. Hua Pai's tone is uncertain. The Lantern Boy often accompanies the bell ringer. He is somewhat enigmatic. However, this is merely a lantern, and I have no recollection of it. In the scene, the lantern vanishes. Chen Qing surveyed the surroundings of the screen and suddenly noticed its presence on the 6th floor. He promptly rose to his feet. This entity was enigmatic. It seemed that knocking on the door was not an option. It had to be either swiftly eliminated or expelled. He hurried to the entrance and peered through the specially crafted peephole. There he beheld a child holding a lantern, the very same lantern captured on the surveillance footage. Chen Qing was taken aback and quickly returned to check the monitor. Indeed, the footage displayed only a solitary, floating lantern. It became evident that some things could only be perceived by the human eye. Chen Qing understood. As it turned out, dealing with the lantern child would be manageable. Hua Pai chuckled, explaining that the lantern child was merely a wandering spirit, albeit a peculiar one. In ancient times, lantern children would collaborate with night watchmen. One would signal the time, while the other would inquire after the well-being of the household. Due to the prevalence of thieves, they would knock on doors to check on suspicious households. Being neighbors, they had long established a code. 1 knock signified a thief, 2 knocks indicated a bandit, and 3 knocks were a normal inquiry, also referred to as a human knock. If there was no response after the 4th knock, it meant that all within had perished. Hence, the 4th knock was known as the death knock or door of death. It was imperative that no one knocks 4 times at this location. If it were to come and knock on our door upon the 3rd knock, one should merely report safe and sound. Hua Pai smiled and added that there was an additional benefit. The lantern child would confirm that the room was safe, preventing other spirits from entering. Such wisdom. Chen Qing nodded in agreement. Thus, in a certain light, could the lantern child be regarded as a guardian spirit? The spirit child approached Chen Qing's residence, only to suddenly halt. In the next moment, it vanished without a trace. Merely a wandering soul, perhaps intimidated by the spectral presence of the great Zhong Kui. This is rather understandable. After all, in the past life, the Zhong Kui painting and the Demon Suppression Tower were renowned as two of the most formidable artifacts in Ximing City. It is no wonder that a mere wandering soul would not dare to provoke them. Even malevolent spirits would think twice. The Zhong Kui painting has the capacity to expand and envelop the entire community. Yet Chen Qing hesitated to do so, still haunted by the grudges of his previous life. Furthermore, he could not afford to attract undue attention should he provoke the candle snake. It might undoubtedly surpass his comprehension, likely brushing the edges of the formless. Whether the Zhong Kui painting could safeguard him against it remained uncertain. Thus, he resolved to protect only his own abode, indifferent to the fates of others in the community. He lacked the ability to assist them. As for those ghastly visages, Chen Qing would certainly not show them mercy. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks resounded at the door, startling Chen Qing as he approached. More content is loading, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. The knocking grew louder. Boom, boom, boom. Having been educated on the ominous significance of such knocks, Chen Qing felt an involuntary aversion at the sound. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, it revealed a woman of approximately 60 years of age, accompanied by her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. The incessant banging on the door echoed throughout the vicinity. The woman, named Lu Hui, appeared quite cultured. Her relationship with Chen Qing was neither particularly close nor hostile. However, her daughter-in-law, Gao Fei, was known for her fiery temperament, capable of berating one's ancestors for hours over a mere bottle. Had she not met an untimely demise in her previous life? Chen Qing was certain that Gao Fei would have been the first to storm into her home. Gao Fei's son had inherited his mother's unruly disposition and often bullied Chen Man. At this moment, it was Gao Fei who was relentlessly pounding on the door. Chen Qing furrowed her brows and inquired through the surveillance. "What is the matter?" "Chen Qing, open the door. I know you're home. You're the